How does one become the spiritual leader of the Revolutionary Army? In response, the illustrious ruler of Pendragon Island, naval ally, partner of the Four Emperors, savior of Flevance, dear friend of the Princess of Fishman Island, founder of the Magic Network, wielder of resurrection abilities and architect of a new era, the Grand Governor Nunnally V. Britannia proclaimed. At first, she merely sought her brother, the great swordsman Quina, diplomatic envoy Oki, member of the Navy Foundation Belmere, the Trafalgar family of the Special Medical Organization Committee, and the Supernova Star Dolly all expressed their approval. Chapter 1 Blood of the Hive 1. On the day of my 18th birthday, I embarked on a new gaming adventure. Reality One Piece The Grand Line, a second world developed by the Britannia Group. Experience absolute freedom of development, with hundreds of characters to conquer and thousands of side quests and endings awaiting your challenge. This game, affectionately referred to as OP by players, represents the pinnacle of adventure in this era. I donned my VR headset and entered the realm. In 2157, the company unveiled a machine capable of connecting to the virtual world, and 2045, James Halliday achieved a complete fusion of virtual time and reality. The Oasis had taken over everyone's lives. With the further innovations of the Britannia Group, the holographic microcosm was firmly placed on the agenda as a second life. The capital market, akin to a frenzy of sharks scenting blood, created an unceasing carnival from various intellectual properties. Regardless of whether one is a common beggar or a member of the elite, regardless of profession, age, gender, or class, within the holographic microcosm, everyone has the opportunity to start anew and relish the absolute freedom of a paradise. Reality. One Piece is fundamentally rooted in a once-concluded, ultra-popular shonen manga, set in an age of great maritime exploration, where one pursues freedom and dreams in a world of adventure that I stood in a void, preparing to sculpt my character. Good afternoon, I am your guide, announced a woman clad in a maid outfit, her voice gentle and melodic. I will now introduce you to the game's mechanics. In this game, players can primarily determine their appearance, identity, and talents. You are free to customize your appearance. Raising my hand, I was presented with an extensive list of options. I perused the available races, intrigued by the possibility of designing a character several meters tall, thoroughly examining the elaborate customization options. It was no surprise, given the global financial conglomerate's involvement, that even fingerprints could be tailored. Such extravagance was almost unbelievable. I swiftly imported my facial data, and a girl with long ash-blonde hair cascading behind her appeared before me, wearing a sweet smile. What a delightful child. Now what shall your identity be? The guide inquired with a warm smile. The options included noble, pirate, commoner, and vagabond. Nobles enjoyed absolute protection during the initial phase, making it an ideal choice for those seeking a leisurely game. Pirates favored adventure and combat, a perfect selection for roguelike enthusiasts. Commoners and vagabonds faced the most challenging beginnings, lacking status and power, often forced to reincarnate in the novice village. Different identities influenced various landing locations and initial characters one could encounter. Reflecting on the discussions in the forums, I considered that while noble status was prestigious, it was also tainted with infamy. Being born on a pirate ship imposed its own constraints between the commoner and vagabond choices. The latter appeared to have a chance of rolling a hidden identity. I opted for the more intriguing vagabond. What a charming choice. Now please select your initial talent. The game's guiding NPCs were surprisingly endearing. I felt an inexplicable unease under her affectionate gaze, diverting my attention to the more substantial choices at hand. Talents were a three-option selection at the start, and in a perilous world where devil fruits were plentiful and the overlord talent was not particularly advantageous, the Britannia Group generously provided such a legal game enhancer for the player's experience. Blood of the Hive. Talent description. If power is justice, then is weakness sin? Unable to accept this notion, you finally grasp a profound truth. It is not you that is wrong, but the world. Status description. Upon acquiring this talent, the player automatically regenerates health after sustaining injury. The first two talents rang a bell, both originating from similarly famed shonen series. The Britannia Group had boldly acquired numerous IP rights, with veteran players on the forums treating these as Easter eggs, eager to showcase their prowess. I recalled someone named Tsuneyoshi Sawada establishing the Vongala in the Grand Line. Curiously, I reflected on the forum's evaluations of the third talent. New strategy group. Blood of the Hive. While it allows for health regeneration, if an enemy eliminates you in one fell swoop, it's game over. With a thick health bar, one could develop into a universal turtle shield. Scoring grade B with a recommendation index of 3.5 stars. 3 skills, capable of offense and defense. I pondered the strategy group's commentary, universal turtle shield. It sounded derogatory, yet the necessary pairing with a robust health bar intrigued me. I was enamored with this emblem of resilience. I see you have chosen Blood of the Hive, the guide nodded. Is there anything you wish to alter? A transparent panel materialized before me at her motion, and I glanced at my data. Name: Nunnally V. Identity: vagabond. Title: age 12. Strength: 15, the level of a frail child. Intelligence: 45. You can read an entire book. Charisma: 30, a mere child. Combat power: 5. Please tread carefully while walking. Talent: blood of the hive. Achievements: 0. Reputation: not activated. Bounty: not activated. Funds: 5,000. The player's foundational data was intricately tied to reality. I recalled Britannia's promotional slogan. Reflecting on my physical condition at 12, I sighed at the dismal statistics. Before me stood a girl with pristine white gloves, her expression serene and lifelike. She possessed an innocuous face, her violet pupils sparkling like radiant gems. Nunnally V, player character deployment in progress. The guide's short black hair swayed as she added, I wish you a pleasant journey. The moment I landed, I felt scarcely any dizziness. I gazed at my noticeably shrunken hands, my legs experiencing an odd sensation. Looking down, I found myself standing on a beach, the incoming waves wetting the cuffs of my trousers. Ignoring the damp fabric, I curiously moved my legs. Since the concept of a virtual world had been introduced, numerous companies had tirelessly developed and launched their own versions, and I had eagerly acquired each one. However, it was only in Britannia that I truly grasped the essence of being grounded. How remarkable! I tapped my calf, feeling the normal sensation of pain. My nerves were intact, allowing me to walk with vitality and health. I could even perceive the minuscule particles of dust suspended in the air. This is indeed the second world. After my excitement subsided, I lifted my gaze to survey the surroundings. Is this my novice village? It appeared to be a secluded island, with the vast expanse of the ocean behind me, lush vegetation ahead, and numerous birds soaring above. I walked along the path, panting, my weary appearance catching the attention of a woman on the screen. I am merely a guide. Considering your current physical condition, do you need to take a break? Haha. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Thank you for your concern. Which direction are you heading? I looked at her inquisitively, for she had taken the initiative to speak, and explained, I am on my way to the village. But how do you know? There is a small, dilapidated dock not far from where I landed. Since this island still maintains contact with the outside world, it suggests that people reside here. I chuckled lightly and continued. As I walked, I noticed the vegetation consists of low, dense types with no signs of deforestation, indicating the absence of tall trees on this island. The flocks of birds nesting here suggest an ample food supply. What could it be? In a place where even insects are scarce, it must be fish. The vegetation and the long-sleeved clothing indicate a cooler climate, while the presence of birds signifies a source of nourishment. Sea fish are brought by ocean currents, which are influenced by wind patterns. I paused, offering a charming smile to a person nearby who had stopped casting their net. To find the inhabitants of this island, one merely needs to walk against the wind. Do you appreciate such an explanation, Miss Guide? Having successfully struck up a conversation with a villager named Mary, she patted her chest and led me to the village chief. Due to a lack of funds, I had been unceremoniously abandoned by the ship, and this clumsy lie was readily accepted by the simple folk, allowing me to stay here. You must have endured quite a hardship, but fortunately, they merely left you on the island. Otherwise, what would have happened if you had been sold? Mary said, leading me to an available house, genuinely relieved for my sake. Her warmth and sincerity were astonishingly refreshing. I lay on the soft bed. The sheets old yet immaculately clean, imbued with a comforting warmth. Are you still there, Miss Guide? I lazily initiated a conversation with the only person I could communicate with. After a moment, her face reappeared on the screen, her eyes slightly reddened. I cannot terminate the call. Everything is under your control. You are truly impressive. I chuckled. Actually, I deceived you. Seeing her eyes widen in surprise, I continued. All those deductions about wind patterns and ocean currents were fabricated. In reality, I can't go outside, and even if I learned about these things from books, how could I apply them so quickly? This was my first encounter with the sea, the sand, and all these wonders. There's a sign at the dock, I said with feigned seriousness, though the writing is faded. I can only make out the word right. Watching her bemused expression, I laughed. Heartily. Do you have a name of your own? Considering she might merely be a string of data, I softened my tone. If not, I could give you one. No, I don't. What would you like to call me? How about Saki Yoshiko? I suggested, observing the slight widening of her eyes. For some reason, that name came to mind immediately. Is it all right if I am called Saki Yoshiko? She beamed brightly, curtsying with a flourish. I shall comply with your command. After a restful night, I sought out the village chief the following day. According to Saki Yoshiko, there were many functions yet to be unlocked. If it weren't for everyone, I wouldn't know what to do. Is there anything I can assist with in the village? The chief pondered. Here, our only food source is fish, leading many to suffer from anemia. We lack a proper doctor, and we trade for medicine and sufficient fruits and vegetables outside. Our medicine is running low. However, the recent wind patterns have been peculiar, making us hesitant to venture out to sea. But I have heard of herbs to remedy this situation located to the south of the island. Could I ask you to gather some? Quest, the chief's request. Quest description. The chief of Kakalite village is deeply concerned about the villagers' ailments. Please assist the kind Kakalite villagers. Quest requirements. Gather herbs. Quest rewards. Achievement attribute points x10. Gather herbs? Mary crossed her arms. Though there are no large beasts along the way, are you truly capable, given your frail appearance? I nodded and continued the conversation with the cheerful sister. If we were to go fishing, wouldn't it be better to improve the nets? Recalling what I had read in books, different fishing methods correspond to various types of nets, from coarse fabric to nylon, with materials varying accordingly. For robust mackerel, a coarse net is necessary, while fish traps are suitable for resource-rich coastal areas. I shared everything I remembered, nodding at the end. I rarely take action myself. But if the book says so, it should be feasible, right? Mary noted this eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she smiled shyly at me. Not many in our village read books. Although everyone knows quite a bit, your insights make it feel applicable. Not at all. It's already wonderful to be able to assist you. I waved the book in my hand. Besides, didn't you gift me a book on herbs, Sister Mary? I caressed the rolled up pages, and a new page illuminated on the panel visible only to me. You have recorded. Comprehensive Herbal Guide. I smiled, bidding farewell to the warm-hearted woman. Then I shall set off. I walked along the way, stopping intermittently to gather herbs, and when I finally saw the number jump from 0 to 99, I exhaled in relief. Retracing my steps, I returned to the chief to report the completion of the task. Oh, thank you so much. The chief emerged from his dwelling, holding an old, yellowed book. This was given to us by the healer from the neighboring village, but unfortunately, we have no one here to carry on the knowledge. I believe you possess a remarkable talent in this area. So I shall entrust this book to you. The healer will surely be delighted to know. Quest. The chief's request. Completed. Achievement. 0-100. Stamina. 1525. You have obtained. Profession Book Traveling Healer. Doctors who practice without a fixed clinic are known as traveling healers. Saki Yoshiko, are there restrictions on profession choices in the novice village? She shook her head. Your future is free. In other words, I could choose to become a doctor or perhaps acquire other profession books through different actions later on. I pondered, contemplating the remarks about my still feeble stamina. The healer from the neighboring village, as the chief had mentioned, however, there exists but a solitary village upon the island. I pondered the exact location of the healer's abode next door. I gazed out at the sea, contemplating that it must be my next destination. Has Mary lived here for a long time? I inquired during dinner. We only moved here 8 years ago. Mary deftly set the dishes before us. The seas were tumultuous during those years, so we decided to relocate to the East Sea, as it is considerably safer here. Damn Roger. I nodded subtly. Indeed, those times were truly dreadful. What about Nunnally? Why did she venture out to sea alone? She looked at me with concern, grasping my hand. You're still just a child. Do your family members truly allow this? Having set my gloves aside for convenience, I lowered my gaze. My brother has been away for a long time without a word, so I wanted to seek him out. My father has many wives, but my brother's mother has been gone for many years, leaving us to rely solely on each other. Though it may be reckless, I must do this to find my only kin. Mary fell silent, gazing at me with compassion. Do not worry. You will surely find him. Perhaps aware that such words of comfort were insufficient, she quickly devised a plan. How about we visit next door? Next door. She nodded. It's the World Alliance's Goya. Our village is too small and remote, but the Alliance is different. They possess far more information, and perhaps you could find what you seek. Quest. Visit Goya. Quest description. What might this new nation be like? Will you discover the answers you seek on this new land? The world is not confined to books and maps, but lies beyond. Quest requirements. Complete your first voyage. Quest reward. Achievement attribute points x20. However, the currents have been quite erratic lately. So let's wait until the seas calm down, and then you can accompany me. The village chief entrusted you with the healer's book, and coincidentally, her home is near the port where we will land. I glanced at the newly emerged quest, sincerely grateful to her. Thank you, Mary. Why do you say such things? On the way back, Sakuyako asked. Oh, did you hear that? I walked along the path, the salty sea breeze brushing against my face as I tucked my disheveled hair aside. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it was just a passing thought. I would really love to have an older brother. I gently ran my fingers through my curls. Let's check out the local shops. I'm curious what shopping is like here. Welcome. Miss, what do you need? I surveyed the dilapidated shop, carefully avoiding the hanging spiders. Surely, there is no need for such realism. I swiftly glanced at the merchandise. Perhaps due to its remoteness, there was little to purchase. It seems wiser to wait until we reach Goya to explore further. Just as I was about to leave, a glimmer caught my eye in the corner, and I paused, scrutinizing the item. Item: pencil knife. Item description: memories are akin to this, like wielding a knife to sharpen a pencil, honing your thoughts to be sharp, perceptive and emotional, yet accompanied by pain. This knife is forged in such a manner, its sharpness unparalleled, bringing forth discomfort. Price: 2,000 berries. That I still do not possess a weapon. Once sold, no returns. The merchant cheerfully took my money, and with the clinking sound of coins, I emerged from the door, a silver-white knife now in hand. This knife felt like a switch. Upon returning, I contemplated an open profession book. Traveling healer. Do you wish to become a doctor? Sakuyako's voice resonated in my mind. I merely wished to peruse it. Since I am venturing to a new place, I must be thoroughly prepared, I replied. For now, my immediate concern is to enhance my pitiful stamina. Attributes can be enhanced through training. Thus, the following day, I tied up my long hair and commenced running around the island. Fatigue was real, sweat was real, and even my calves ached, particularly after exertion. Time passed, and I transitioned from merely brisk walking to ultimately completing a full lap of running. My stamina increased from 25 to 135, and my evaluation shifted to a barely adolescent level. Significant progress. Commendable indeed. It was at this moment that Mary announced we could set sail. I had little to bring, feeling light and unencumbered as I boarded the small boat. Just then, the village chief hurried over. This. He handed me a letter. Remember to take this letter to Windmill Village. Be careful on your journey. Goodbye from Kakalite Village. Recorded. I nodded and extended my hand in farewell to those on the shore. Take care, everyone. The boat sailed for 3 days, successfully arriving at the dock. Then I shall seek out the trader. Mary bid me farewell. Good luck, Nunnally. Yes. Quest. Visit Goya. Completed. I resolutely allocated all points into stamina. Stamina. 135155. Achievement. 100300. As soon as I set foot on land, I comprehended the origin of this village's name. Large windmills stood in a row, their blades lazily rotating, compelling passers-by to slow their pace. How charming, I mused. It feels as though a sword-wielding Don Quixote could leap forth at any moment. The absurd Don Quixote mistook the windmills for giants, raising his sword to valiantly battle them. Do you admire him? Rather than admiration. It is more akin to respect, I replied, knocking on the village chief's door and presenting the letter to the person who opened it. The Grim Reaper may boast of boundless power, yet cannot claim victory as a means of self-aggrandizement. The deluded gentleman, lost in fantasies, yet his spirit remains pure and noble. In any case, the real world is already grim enough. It's better to engage with books. Thus, I concluded. Is that so? Then you should stay with us. The village chief of Windmill Village, sporting a white beard and appearing somewhat fierce, was surprisingly amiable. That old fellow mentioned you were reading the healer's book. She lives nearby. If you have the time, do pay her a visit. I nodded obediently in agreement. The following day, I rose early, donned light clothing, and set out. Windmill Village is a tranquil medium-sized village, and strictly speaking, it does not fall under Goya's jurisdiction. This village is the birthplace of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, known as Iron Fist, which granted Windmill Village its independence. Between the kingdom of Goya and Windmill Village lies a range of mountains. Kalbo Mountain is precisely the training ground I seek. Miss Nunnally, do you think this might be too dangerous? Sakuyako inquired anxiously as I danced the knife in my hand. It's fine. Isn't this the thrill of the game? I strapped the knife to my forearm. To touch the world, one must not fear pain. The path through the mountains was remarkably smooth. I wiped the sweat from my brow, and the slain mountain hare lay before me. What an extraordinary world it is, where fish can be larger than mountains, and hares can be as tall as children. The wounds upon my body continue to throb painfully as I lean against the tree, attempting to ease my hurried breaths. Sayoko, how much time has elapsed in total? Indeed, the wound on the left arm has fully healed in 30 seconds, while the injury on the right side of the face took 45 seconds. I gaze at my left arm, now as pristine as ever, reflecting the speed of recovery is indeed correlated with the severity of the injury. Instant challenge. Little Wild Rabbit. Completed. Stamina. 155160. Combat power. 510. To refer to such a sizable rabbit as Little Wild Rabbit is quite the humorous irony. After calming myself for a moment, I call out towards the sky to my friends above. Have you had enough of the view? Would you care to join me for a meal? Chapter 2. The Strange White Cloth. Good evening, Miss Machino. I greeted the woman with emerald green hair as I entered the tavern, carrying my belongings. Good evening, Nunnally. Are you hunting in the mountains again today? Machino took the cage from my hands and handed me a glass of orange juice. Yes, this is Lancelot. Caught in traps today. Lancelot? Machino exclaimed, looking at the palm-sized white rabbit in her hands, her face lighting up with delight. What a lovely name. Machino, whose age remains a mystery, is the kind-hearted and charming proprietor of the tavern, with nary a flaw to speak of, save for her unfortunate connection to Luffy. How can you say that? Luffy, a 3-year-old bundle of mischief, stood on a chair, brandishing a spoon and vehemently objecting to my words. I'm a man. A little boy who spills rice all over the floor has no right to make such claims. I placed my cold hand on the back of his neck, instantly causing him to panic and clutch his nape as if he were a fluffed-up little creature, his wide eyes bulging in surprise. Look, Lancelot resembles you quite a bit. I pointed at the rabbit, which was engrossed in munching on grass, and then urged him to glance at the remnants of his meal. You love eating so much. Oh. I've turned into a pufferfish. I poked his soft cheek, reminding him, a man should not get angry at a girl for such trivial matters, Luffy. I then playfully coaxed him, come, let me treat you to some juice. Wow, really? Thank you. What a simple little pup to please. I ruffled his hair, chuckling inwardly at his youthful innocence. At that moment, I had hurried back to Cockreet village to tend to Mary, who had sent me a letter, and had not paused in my return, creating quite a chaotic scene. When I reached the dock, it was this little rascal who gestured animatedly, declaring in a garbled voice, "Pirates aren't allowed here." Later, Machino apologized, explaining that Luffy, being so young, mistook unfamiliar faces for pirates. However, I understood perfectly why he acted that way. Anyone would presume ill intentions from a disheveled individual, nearly living on the streets, whose face was obscured. When I later asked him why he thought I was a pirate instead of a naval officer, Luffy squinted at me and replied, "You're too short, a little pirate." Haha, cheeky little brat. I had already spent half a month in Windmill Village. During this time, I diligently rose early and climbed mountains, hunting monsters without a moment's rest. The prey I killed could be consumed, while excess pelts could be sold for profit. As a result, my rapport with the villagers had notably improved. The sole exception was that boy I encountered on the mountain that day. He appeared to be even younger than I, and when I invited him down for a meal, he merely grunted and carried on his way. I initially dismissed it, yet I encountered him repeatedly thereafter. Dressed in a tank top, with tousled hair, he was fierce in hunting beasts. I had witnessed him dragging an alligator away, and he had eyed me with disdain, huffing at the rabbit I held. Such a peculiar temper. As I drifted into contemplation, Luffy voraciously polished off the contents of his plate. "Do you want more, Luffy? Are you sure?" I inquired, noticing his empty dish as I gently patted his chubby belly. "It's best not to eat too much at night, otherwise, it might upset your stomach, you know? Even adults can feel unwell after a hearty meal at night, let alone a 3-year-old. His round eyes filled with disappointment, and he dragged out his response, "But if I don't eat, I'll be as short as Nunnally." I paused, smiling at him. The little one trembled slightly, quickly backing down. "I'm sorry. Now that's a good child," I said, patting his head before bidding farewell to the two. I stood at the entrance of the fur shop and pushed the door open. "Good evening, Lily." I placed the herbs I had gathered today on the table. "Here are the herbs you mentioned." Lily, the fur merchant, spoke through her mask in a muffled voice. "Thank you. You're so reliable. May I ask you for a favor?" Those words were undoubtedly a precursor to a task. I nodded. "What do you need help with?" She coughed a few times and sniffled. "I was supposed to deliver goods to Central Street tomorrow, but in my current state, I can't possibly go out. Could you run an errand for me?" Task: the fur merchant's dilemma. Task description: the village fur merchant is greatly troubled, as she is unable to deliver her goods due to illness. Failing to deliver on time would severely damage her reputation. Task requirements: deliver the goods to the merchant, Covey, on Central Street. Task reward: a beautiful outfit X1. Central Street lies within the kingdom, and I had never been there before. I hoisted my bag and, thanks to my training over the past half-month, both my stamina and strength had improved significantly. Stamina, 160375, healthy youth level. Strength, 10225, rabbit slayer. No need for further evaluations, thank you. I opted against traversing the mountains, as delving deeper could lead to encounters with more formidable beasts. To complete the task, I rowed my boat to the dock on the opposite side, which genuinely belonged to the Goya Kingdom. Upon disembarking, I underwent an inspection, paid the docking fee, and proceeded directly to Central Street. The buildings here were predominantly 3 stories high, and the people wore simple yet tidy clothing. This was the commoner district of Goya, where most citizens resided. Curiously surveying my surroundings, I followed the address provided by Lily to the merchant's shop. "Oh, Lily is ill." Merchant Covey handed me a pouch of coins, assuring me that she should take her time to recover. He then retrieved a gift box from the back room. "This is a token of gratitude from Lily. Since this is your first visit, why not change into this outfit and enjoy yourself outside?" Task: the fur merchant's dilemma. Completed. Beautiful outfit. Item description. A noble lady's private attire, cherished for its innate cuteness. Wearing it grants a charm of 60. Charm, 30. It fits perfectly. I changed into the new outfit, gazing with delight at my reflection in the mirror. The well-tailored vest dress paired with a snow-white shirt, adorned with buttons shaped like petals, exuded elegance and playfulness, precisely the style I adored. Donning my new clothing uplifted my spirits. I calculated my available funds, arriving at a rather substantial sum. Although I had previously spent on a pencil sharpener, I had profited quite well from the pelts of the rabbits I had recently hunted. With a joyful heart, I dove into the crowd, rekindling my interest in shopping. Adorable smelling shampoos, durable socks and matching berets, all at very reasonable prices, bringing me equal joy when purchasing. Content. I entered a restaurant, ready to enjoy dinner. I'd like a serving of creamy mushroom soup, a rib casserole, and a strawberry milk pudding, please. Smiling, I handed the menu to the server and settled in the dining hall, just in time to witness a large piece of white cloth walk in upright. The white cloth emitted a sound. A private room, please. With a grand flourish, it waved its hand, declaring, I shall have everything on this menu. As I watched the waiter respectfully escort the white cloth inside, a sense of bewilderment filled my heart. Could this not be a mere disguise of two small children standing together? Truly, this world is filled with wonders, I mused, having never encountered such scenes before. With this thought, I finished my meal and curiously ordered a glass of juice, settling into my chair to await what would transpire next. I wondered where these children hailed from. I remarked to Sayako, how mischievous they are. It seems I was much like them in my youth. I silently ceased my thoughts. As the hour hand made a full circle, the white cloth emerged with great swagger. This was a significant client, having ordered an entire book's worth. The manager approached, clutching a long receipt that trailed on the floor, and addressed the white cloth. Sir, how would you like to settle the bill? Suddenly, I furrowed my brow. Just as I suspected, the white cloth surged forward, revealing two small boys who attempted to scatter away from the manager. Upon recognizing one of their faces, I found myself choking back a cough. The manager quickly realized, those are two little rascals dining and dashing. Catch them. Could it be that tempestuous black-haired boy from Corbo Mountain? Staring at the two boys as they danced about in perfect synchrony, deftly evading the waitstaff attempting to apprehend them. I thought, no. How embarrassing, black-haired boy. I silently drew a small knife, aimed, and threw it beneath the table. The sharp blade sliced through the crowd, pinning the two lively children against the wall. In the ensuing silence, I glanced at the wide-eyed black-haired boy and imitated his mannerism, exhaling through my nose. You're not as impressive as you think. Sure enough, his face quickly flushed crimson. Thank you so much, miss. The manager wiped his brow and bowed to me in gratitude. From now on, your meals will be at a 30% discount. I stroked my chin. Actually, those two are my children. And what? I retrieved my coin purse from my pocket. They ought to call me sister. Here's the money for the manager. Is it enough? The manager's face crinkled in disbelief, uncertain of my words, yet ultimately allowed me to take one boy in each hand. You little brat, who's your brother? The black-haired boy, infuriated by my jest, pulled the other boy behind him. Brat. I halted, pressing the bill against his face. I still prefer how you looked in the mountains. I sized him up, that freckled lad. I won't return any money. I huffed, stepping back and indifferently tossing the bill into the trash bin. Who cares? I didn't help you for the sake of money. After all. I flashed a teasing smile at the black-haired boy who pursed his lips. I am your sister after all, right? The blonde boy couldn't contain his laughter. I'm Sabo. And this is Ace. Thank you, sister. Quite polite indeed. I observed him in his formal attire and extended my hand. Just call me Nunnally. Hey, Sabo. Ace has mentioned you, the woman in white gloves who often beats up rabbits. I withdrew my earlier comment. You needn't mention the latter part. My not-so-adorable little brother. I offered a gentle smile. In that case, the debt shall be evenly split between the two of you. Who was just saying it wasn't about the money? Hey, that's unfair. I smiled playfully at them. But being fickle is a peculiar privilege of a strange woman. How infuriating. You. Chapter 3. The Gorgon Blood Vessel. Meet important character Ace Achievement. Meet important character Sabo Achievement. Achievement. 3002. 300. I stroked my chin, murmuring to myself, so these two children are what one would call important characters? The original story had been penned long ago, and in pursuit of a fresh gaming experience, Britannia had acquired all remaining rights to the IP in circulation. Online or offline, there was no escaping it. Every individual, from birth, possessed an intelligent holographic brain developed by this formidable world conglomerate. It was said online that Britannia's eyes were everywhere, even in the restroom. Thus, it was only upon formally exchanging names that I realized they were indeed pivotal characters from the original tale. However, aside from a few remarks, I harbored no further thoughts. As for how to utilize the achievement points, Sayako informed me that I would come to know in due course as the game progressed. In any case, I returned to Windmill Village and resumed my tranquil life, only to be struck by another revelation. Luffy is actually the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. I gazed incredulously at the rambunctious child. And Machino nodded with a smile. Yes, since Vice Admiral Garp has always been away, we helped raise Luffy. So, that means Luffy's full name is Menki de Luffy. The little child beamed brightly. A series of notification chimes rang in my ears. Could it be? I stared at the cascade of exclamation marks, feeling somewhat dazed. Meet protagonist Luffy achievement. Achievement. 2-300-530. Luffy is the protagonist of this world? I felt lightheaded, trying to discern what set him apart. A round head, round eyes. Aside from his ability to devour 5 meals a day, it seemed he possessed no extraordinary traits. Nana. Look. As I watched the toothless protagonist sprinting towards me, I fell into silence. It's a dung beetle. I put it in your pocket. Oh yes, how annoying. I extended my hand, pinning this troublesome little potato with round eyes to my chest. You cheeky little round-eyed brat. Ugh. Nana too round-eyed ugh. Regardless, the future figure of great significance was undoubtedly at my mercy. My queries regarding how to utilize the achievement points were soon resolved. While diligently battling monsters in the mountains, I was startled by an unexpected visitor. I am Tomato King, a wandering merchant of the world. Little girl, would you care to see my wares? The figure clad in a black trench coat, topped with an onion-shaped head, spoke. My eyes sparkled with excitement as I gazed at the merchandise. Golden apple. Skill description. People are willing to give everything for your favor. Offer love to Aphrodite, granting a charm boost of 500. Wherever you go, war shall follow. Price 10,000 achievement points. Gorgon blood vessel. Skill description. Let us boldly provoke the king of the gods and usurp power. Sacrifice 50 of your own health to resurrect the deceased. Price 30,000 achievement points. Blessing of Antaeus. Skill description. Roaming the earth, you shall be invincible. Pray for protection from Antaeus. Gaining a health boost of 300 in all land battles. Price 40,000 achievement points. Is there anything I can afford? I let out a sigh, apologizing softly. I cannot afford even one. Just as I was about to turn away, I suddenly heard him say, given your politeness and the fact that this is your first visit, would you care to take a chance? The tomato boss pointed to the 10 covered boxes, each containing something. Playing once would cost 1,000 achievement points. And with a stroke of luck, it might be possible to walk away with a free item. I raised an eyebrow. And what if luck is not on my side? Then you would owe me 50 billion berries. Are you running a casino? Flattery will get you nowhere. I am merely a debt collector. I chuckled, removed my gloves, and sealed the deal. This one. I casually picked the third box and this one as well. Achievement. 53003300. I calmly read the inscription. Enjoy a buy 2 get 1 free. Observing his expression, I thought, however, that rather than a buy 2 get 1 free, I preferred to exchange for something else. Could you provide me with your contact information? Even with a discount, I still couldn't afford 2 items. So I would rather barter for a favor. In my mind, Sayako explained. Upon breaking 3,000 achievement points, there's a chance to randomly trigger special merchants at various locations. Random is indeed an intriguing term. Randomly drawing an SSR, randomly receiving a grand prize. All matters of chance. I chose to exchange for his contact number, granting me the ability to place orders online at any time. As for selecting skills with a discount, they were priced at 1,000, 3,000, and so forth. After playing the gambling box twice, I found myself with 3,300 achievement points, which allowed me to purchase the first 2 options. Based on my previous gaming experiences, the golden apple was a charm control type, while the gorgon was a sacrifice revival type. However, my innate talent was automatic health regeneration, making the choice quite evident. Achievement. 33000300. Talent. Gorgon bloodline activated. Armed with the contact number generously gifted by the tomato boss, I contentedly opened the panel. Name. Nunnally V. Identity. Wanderer. Title. None. Age 12. Stamina. 415. Healthy youth level. Intelligence. 45. You can read an entire book. Charm. 30. Still a naive little girl. Strength, 300. Even rabbits tremble at the sound. Talent. Hive blood Gorgon bloodline. Achievements, 300. Reputation. Not activated. Bounty. Not activated. Funds. 30,000 berries. How can you be so daring to gamble, you fool? Ace rolled his eyes, clearly displeased with my recklessness. He handed me the prey he had caught, saying there, your debt has been repaid. Though he claimed he wouldn't repay the money, he was in fact quite serious about delivering his daily catches to me, rather than being polite. It seemed this fellow was simply stubborn. Oh, I am quite confident, I teased him, but this does involve my important secret. Goodbye. Ace turned to leave. Sabo, who had just finished tying up the prey, shook his head. I really want to know, can we exchange? Exchange? Sabo. The beaming Sabo gazed earnestly at me. I wish to be friends with Nunnally, is that okay? I paused for a moment, and then replied, if that's the case, then Sabo and Ace are my good friends. Why am I being dragged into this? If I don't include you, others might think I'm bullying a child. You. I continued to speak to myself, realizing that Ace and Sabo were my first friends in this world. That was decided. I might as well share my secret with everyone. With a smile, I removed my gloves and through skin contact, we each took hold of one another's hands. Our warm palms pressed together. Ace looked at me. What? Is that why you wear gloves? Oh right. Through physical contact I could perceive the thoughts of others. This was also the confidence that allowed me to pick the two best options in a row. This was not a cheat bestowed by the game, but rather an inherent power that I somehow brought into this game. It happens upon contact, which is why I had grown accustomed to wearing gloves. Revival. Sabo furrowed his brows. You can't tell others about that so easily, Nunnally. Even if you like the necklace sold by that person, you shouldn't gamble like that. It's easy to be deceived. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I patted my chest, feeling somewhat embarrassed as I apologized. For I could never disclose that the skill had been purchased with money, so I fabricated an excuse. You seem to have changed quite a bit. Have I? It must be Ace's influence. I laughed as I pulled him into an embrace. By the way, you and Sabo are sworn brothers, right? Now that we are friends, you should really start calling me sister. Okay? No way. Nunnally really enjoys teasing Ace. I raised an eyebrow at the golden-haired boy who spoke so casually. Sabo, who usually held Ace in high regard, would not dare speak of friendship in front of him if he were not aware of Ace's attitude. We exchanged a knowing glance, and a tacit smile blossomed between us. To celebrate, let us have barbecue together tonight? Sure. The fire crackled as it ignited. The night had grown late, and I leisurely followed behind Ace, preparing to stay at his home for the night. You've become quite lively, Sayako's gentle voice echoed in my mind. Well, I replied with a smile, I used to be quite spoiled. Moreover, with such a healthy body, isn't it better to be a little more spirited? Plus. At the age of 12, it felt like returning to childhood. In this innocent and delightful environment, my self-control had diminished significantly. I gazed at Ace's back ahead, murmuring, Sayako. Do you know? I have very few friends, so when I was younger, I often wished for an older brother. Thus, I found myself caring a little more for the two of them, particularly for Sabo, who surely shared a similar background to mine. The influence of one's origins is a burden that is hard to shed. I reflected, a top hat, goggles, a shirt, and boots. These externals can be purchased with money, but the subtle details in one's demeanor cannot be deceived by my eyes. He surely had not disclosed his identity to Ace yet, but I could guess why. The family's black sheep, the renegade. Once freed from the shackles, he no longer wished to recall it, fearing that his brothers would distance themselves for that very reason. By the way, isn't my chosen identity a wanderer? It seems I am truly just an ordinary person. I thought there would be some hidden identity. As soon as the words left my mouth, the screen lit up. Quest, the mystery of identity. Quest description. How does a flightless bird land? And how does a homesick person return home? Is the moon above the head the same? The descendants of misfortune must make choices. Current requirement. Seek your identity. Quest reward, Imperial treasure. Empire. I muttered the word, feeling as though something within my memory had been stirred, about to surge forth. Hey. Ace turned back to look at me. What are you standing there for? If you fall behind, it will be troublesome for me. I blinked, something fleeting across my mind. Yet I couldn't grasp it. I got it. Here I come. Chapter 4. Professional Book 4. On the following day of my stay at Ace's residence, I found myself at the dining table, eavesdropping on their discussions. The heavenly gold had undergone yet another transformation this year. Consequently, the number of individuals at the Gray Station had also increased. Those unfortunate souls who had been expelled for their inability to pay taxes. I was aware of the existence of heavenly gold, but how could one justify casting out citizens unable to meet their tax obligations? What right did the royal family have to treat its subjects in such a manner? My inquiry elicited a harsh mockery from Ace. Are you foolish? It's the same everywhere. Through his words, I gleaned the first glimpse of this world's chaos. The heavenly gold, a treasure bestowed annually upon the descendants of gods, was systematically extorted from the impoverished by the affiliated nations. To cover this exorbitant sum, the allied states were compelled to extract even more from their citizens. This nation imposed a myriad of taxes. Those unable to pay were deemed unworthy of being citizens of Goya. Their entire fortunes confiscated, they were banished to the Grey Station, becoming part of the Legion of the Forsaken. Shouldn't the royal family be safeguarding its subjects? From where do you hail that you think they would protect people like us? Scoffed Portka's foster mother, a woman named Dayton. Only those residing in the affluent districts were deemed worthy of protection. Commoners were merely numbers. Ants contributing wealth to the lives of the nobility. This was utterly outrageous. I clenched my fists, unable to contain my fury even as breakfast concluded. Walking alongside Ace outside, I was consumed by anger. To occupy such a position and remain ignorant was a crime in itself. How could this be tolerated? Some blamed Roger for this state of affairs. Behind my back, Ace's expression was obscured. Yet it was his words that revealed how those unable to bear the burden became pirates, further complicating this world. I knew of Roger, the only character featured in promotional PVs. My treasure lies there. Go find it. Countless souls ventured forth into the sea, striving to uncover the treasure left behind by the Pirate King. Calming myself, I remarked to Ace, rather than blaming Roger, we should hold the celestial dragons accountable. He turned to me incredulous. You dare utter such words? The others merely lacked the courage to voice their thoughts. My mind was uncharacteristically tranquil. The exploitation by the celestial dragons had intensified, and without protection from the state, being cast out as outcasts rendered survival impossible. His words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. In desperation, one may believe anything. The origins of this era were multifaceted, Ace. Roger could only be one of many reasons. Yet the fundamental flaw lay within this world itself. A string stretched too taut will eventually snap. But how could the celestial dragons be at fault? Thus, it must all be the Pirate King's doing. Many shared this sentiment. Commoners, nobles, and celestial dragons alike. Even in the absence of GOLD, Roger, there would be others like Luigi, Boji, and Kiji who could concentrate malice on a single individual, thus securing peace for the upper echelons. Why did they not pursue this path? Observing Ace submerged in silence, I suddenly remembered that he was merely a 6-year-old child, perhaps as affected by the pirates as anyone else. Having rambled on so thoughtlessly, I cleared my throat and deftly maneuvered my small knife, aiming for a fish in the stream. Whoosh. Look at these two fish. Don't they resemble you and Sabo back then? Ace blinked in surprise. Don't make such comparisons casually. Seeing him revert to his usual lively self, I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Ace had a notoriously foul temper, much like Machino's wine, unadulterated. Perhaps due to some underlying reason he resembled a naturally prickly little wolf, shunning closeness and speaking bluntly, often preferring silence. He had been molded by the mountain bandits led by his foster mother, learning to hunt for food to secure his place at the table. As an adult, I understood the value of self-sufficiency. However, for a sensitive 6-year-old, he might interpret it as being disliked. I recalled the conversation I had overheard last night. That child really hasn't come back yet. After all, he's just a little monster. As a newcomer, I remained silent amidst such remarks. While they spoke, Ace and I stood at the doorway, catching snippets of their dialogue. I glanced down at him. The night was too dark to discern his expression, yet I could envision the emotions that might flicker across his youthful face. Ace sported bushy eyebrows, reflecting his rebellious yet charming personality, akin to a fledgling bird poised to take flight. At that moment, they were likely tightly scrunched, his once joyful feathers transformed into leaden weights. I removed my gloves and gently grasped his hand. Burdened, weak. The world was not kind. I had come to understand this truth at a young age. Though our circumstances differed, I could envision a drenched puppy, its fur dripping, baring its not-so-sharp teeth in a fierce pose, mirroring my own past. I thought to myself, back then, I had buried such emotions deep within, for the weak had no right to be ostentatious. Ace's environment was simpler. Thus, he naturally displayed his defenses. It's all right. You'll grow up eventually. I smiled at Ace, who was engrossed in fishing. In time, you'll surely find peace with yourself. After he had finished his fervent assault on the fish, I broached another topic. Ace, where is the Grey Station? He lifted his gaze, his shirt clinging to him. exuding palpable irritation. The characters emblazoned across his attire. Let's go, Sabo is over there. I followed him, hands behind my back. Oh dear. You two don't have a secret base over there, do you? Secret base? Sabo chuckled, revealing his own gap-toothed grin. Yes. Ace and I have made a pact to save money together, so we can buy a ship and become pirates. What a remarkable ambition. I marveled. Nunnally, would you like to join us? Sabo turned to Ace, clearly eager to pose the same question. He hesitated, saying nothing. Such a shy little boy. I pondered seriously. But I'm older than you both. By then, I might have my own ship. If you're a pirate, shouldn't you have a brother ship? Sabo earnestly explained. That makes sense. But what if I join another ship? Oh, I see. Ace grunted, crossing his arms and gazing at me. Why think so much about it? By then, Sabo and I will definitely be the strongest pirates. And besides, do you want others to know about your abilities? I rubbed my nose. Don't be so serious, Ace. If Nunnally wants to join another ship, that just means we're not strong enough yet. Sabo plopped down on a rock, his top hat tossed aside. Ace is right. We will become super strong. The light ignited in both children's eyes, eagerly anticipating the dawn of tomorrow. Their enthusiasm was infectious. And I found myself feeling a twinge of excitement. Perhaps my role will be that of the ship's doctor? I mused, contemplating the skills I had acquired. And in such an atmosphere, I couldn't help but open the panel. From the blood of the beehive to the veins of the gorgon, and finally to the vocational book I have obtained, it seems as though the heavens are guiding me along this path. Sakuyako, I have made my decision regarding my profession. Vocational book, traveling physician activated. Vocational task, to those awaiting death. Task description, there are many ailing souls nearby, yearning for assistance. Task requirements, heal the patients. Task rewards, achievement points x50. My expression grew grave. Hey Sabo, I interjected, interrupting their discussion. Do you know where the newcomers at Gray Station are residing? What are you planning? Ace asked, grasping a pipe, as if it were not a safe place. I pondered for a moment, wishing to experience the sensation of being a doctor. Then come along with me, Sabo declared, donning a top hat that suppressed his lovely golden hair. His eyes brimming with anticipation. This is the inaugural mission of the future pirate crew. The living conditions at Gray Station were utterly deplorable. Although Sabo resided here, he had constructed a makeshift shelter at the outskirts. As we ventured further, heaps of garbage loomed. Foul odors permeated the air, and many individuals lay directly amidst the refuse, oblivious to their circumstances. The new residents, once common folk from the central street, were woefully unaccustomed to this environment, succumbing to illness one after another. They could only watch us three approach with trepidation, unable to resist. I knelt to inquire about their symptoms, and as I recorded their conditions, the screen illuminated their ailments, highlighting in red the areas requiring treatment. It felt reminiscent of medical assistance in reality. I thought to myself, as I chronicled the situations of 20 patients. Their gazes filled with both anxiety and hope. A pang of sorrow gripped my heart. Yet I maintained a stern countenance, saying nothing, merely signaling for Ace and Sabo to leave. Why not inform them? Ace furrowed his brow, questioning curiously. Because it would be perilous, I replied. How many times had we encountered robbery on our way here? Resources in such places are exceedingly precious, let alone medical supplies. If I were to claim I would assist in their treatment, those lurking in the shadows would likely threaten these people for their medicine. Or they might ambush us on the way, seizing our supplies. With a deep sigh I spoke. Sabo shifted his fingers. Is Nunnally going to help them? Indeed, I nodded. I possessed the ability. Why not lend a hand? Sabo, do you think there are any doctors around here? In this chaotic place, no physician would willingly remain. Is that so? Then I shall become the doctor here. Sabo glanced at me, his voice suddenly soft, almost dissipating in the wind. Well then, go ahead. Chapter 5. The Beast King's Gratitude. I pushed open the door to the midwife's home. This volume of medical experiences was penned by her, chronicling the myriad of difficult cases encountered by the old doctor throughout her life. The midwife possessed a kind visage, her silver hair impeccably groomed. You've come, she drawled slowly. I nodded, removing my shoes and following her into the study. A few days prior, I had submitted a list of symptoms to the midwife, expressing my desire to learn medicine under her tutelage. The elderly woman examined my records and posed a single question. Why do you wish to become a doctor? Because my talents should not go to waste, because sailing requires essential skills, because they are dying. Numerous answers flooded my mind. Benevolence, the pursuit of truth. I could have easily provided her with a casual reply, as I once would have. I want to help them, I finally stated. Is that so? Her clouded eyes sparkled with gentle light. Then strive to become a good doctor. Her home was filled with countless books, and I felt as though I were a student receiving private instruction, attending her lessons daily. Cytology, pathology, anatomy, diagnostics, and so forth. Merely becoming a competent doctor drained all my energy. Aside from delivering medicine to Ace and the others, I had not returned to Corbo Mountain, but instead immersed myself in earnest study. The screen could assist me in identifying the organs afflicted by illness, yet it could not provide solutions. This is an ultra-realistic world. I truly needed to learn medicine. Vocational task, a glimpse into the doorway. Task description. Before knocking upon the great door, you glimpse a thread of the future through the cracks. The path to knowledge is paved with diligence. The sea of learning is endless, requiring hardship as a vessel. Task requirements. Read 20 medical texts. Task rewards. Achievement points x 30. I resumed a life of early rises and late returns, returning home to study by lamplight. Pathology study progress. 100 intelligence. The only silver lining was that each completed book granted me a numerical reward. I felt my memory strengthening and my comprehension improving. Phrases that once eluded me finally became clear. Intelligence. 45,145. Upon reaching the 5th book, the midwife waved her hand, indicating that I could attempt to prescribe medicine. I was greatly perplexed. Is it truly acceptable? I've only been studying for less than 2 months. You should be fine diagnosing minor ailments like stomach aches. By the way, how are those people faring now? I recalled the information Sabo had relayed to me via the snail phone. They were nearly recovered. Then go check on them and report back to me. Vocational task to those awaiting death. Task requirements, heal the patients. I returned to Gray Station, and according to the display, 2 individuals remained unhealed. One was elderly, with a weakened immune system, taking time to recover, while the other, I stood up, bewildered. Following the system's guidance to discover him collapsed amidst a mountain of garbage, reeking foully. Forget about him, Miss Lamperouge, someone remarked, her face haggard as she delicately explained. Locke gave your supplies to someone else. Listening to her, I learned of Locke's actions. After Ace and the others had delivered the medicine, the others consumed it with expressions of joy or tears, while Locke had done the opposite, offering the medicine to the local thugs of Gray Station. Locke is a fool. It's laughable. No one even pays him any mind. They beat him up and left. The woman scoffed through her nose. He's always been like this. A coward. After hearing this, I rolled up my sleeves, stepping onto the refuse, and directly pulled the limp Locke down. I tore away his foul-smelling garments, applied the first aid ointment I carried, and bound the fractured areas with bandages. Once I had completed these tasks, I stood up. His eyes were vacant, remaining still even during the treatment. The methods chosen for better survival were fundamentally flawed. I uttered but one sentence to him. Try to live. Miss Lamperouge, why would you still save that guy? The woman inquired, puzzled. I gazed at her, though dirted. She still endeavored to maintain some semblance of dignity. After a moment of reflection, I concluded, perhaps it is because I am striving to become a good doctor. Vocational task, to those awaiting death completed. Achievement, 3001100. Intelligence, 145,195. This incident left my spirits quite low. Whom should I blame? The slippery Locke? The untrustworthy local thug? The merciless king or the avaricious celestial dragons? I let out a heavy sigh as the midday forest lay in hushed silence, with spring on the verge of fading, ushering in a new season of life. I chose to sit by the babbling brook, removing my shoes and socks to immerse my feet in the cool, flowing water. The icy stream lapped at my ankles, sending a shiver through my bones, and I hunched my shoulders, deciding to remain seated as I activated my phone bug and dialed the number of the tomato overlord. In the game, this was akin to an integrated system shop. My gaze flitted over the array of goods. Too expensive, still too expensive. The last discount had been akin to a one-time beginner's gift package. Now the items were priced beyond my reach. Shifting my legs, I watched the water glide away from my skin and sought out sake. How troublesome this world is, I mused. Though merely a game, the system is as flawed as reality itself. The Britannia consortium monopolizes 50% of the world's resources, representing a different kind of celestial dragon. Suddenly, I posed a question. Miss Nunnally, how could this be? Her expression instantly turned to one of alarm. I am merely a guide. I was combing my curly hair in the water's reflection, again and again reassuring her, it's quite all right, Saki. There's no need to be so frightened. The visage reflected in the water was youthful and innocent, yet my eyes remained tranquil. Well then, let us change the subject. Observing her tense demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle in an attempt to comfort her. However, Saki unexpectedly adopted a serious tone, one I had never heard before, declaring, "I shall never betray you, Miss Nunnally. I swear it on the honor of a ninja." "Did they also install a ninja profession panel for you?" I shook my head, refraining from responding to her declaration. "What are you doing here?" Hearing a voice from behind, I paused momentarily. "Then let us meet again next time, Saki." Without waiting for her reaction, I ended the conversation, turning to greet the newcomer with a smile. "Didn't Ace go hunting tigers today? TCH, who knows where she ran off to?" I chuckled heartily at his incredulous expression, slipping my shoes back on and patting him on the shoulder. "All right then, lead me to the place that child often frequents. Do you have a method?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Don't underestimate my perception. Do you think emotional resonance is everything? I, after all, possess naturally heightened senses, and often help people find lost animals." "That is quite impressive." He led the way, and I nodded in agreement. "Indeed quite impressive." As we progressed, I furrowed my brow. The ground was in disarray, littered with signs of conflict. Did something just happen here? It was like this when I arrived. Likely, others were engaged in battle. I crouched down, brushing my fingers over the dusty earth, retrieving a bullet adorned with a tuft of light brown fur. No ace. They clashed with a tiger. I closed my eyes, an array of chaotic sounds flooding my ears, the air thick with varying emotions. Over there, capturing a note of agony. I opened my eyes and tugged at Ace, racing forward. We halted before a vast cave. The king of the forest sensed an unfamiliar presence, unleashing a thunderous roar from the darkened hollow. "Roar!" Ace grasped my hand. "You should stand back. An injured beast will only become more ferocious." I frowned, shaking my head at his warning. "Ace, considering what I have experienced, I must say, she seems to be dying." "Ha! Trust me." I took a deep breath, shaking off Ace's grip as I resolutely stepped forward. "Wait, Nunnally. It's too dangerous," Ace protested, but I turned around, shaking my head in disapproval. "You mustn't follow me." His expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You're weaker than I am. Don't even think about it, I'm coming." "Speak with manners, Ace." I lightly tapped his forehead, then seized his hand. "Then stick close to me." The cave twisted and turned, and at every fork in the path, I paused to sense the environment. Eventually, the passage widened and deepened. "Rest assured, I'll remember the way. If I don't follow." "Do you truly intend to venture this far alone?" We both spoke simultaneously, and I noticed Ace's expression shift in surprise. I reached out to tousle his messy black hair. The texture was coarse. Perhaps I should bring him some shampoo next time? Before he could get flustered, I withdrew my hand. "But you are here, aren't you?" The cave was devoid of light, yet I could still see his coal-black eyes. "How fortunate it is that you're here." For the remainder of the journey, we spoke little. I came to a stop at the last fork. She lay just ahead. A bloodied tiger rested on a stone deep within the cave, attempting to raise itself to roar upon noticing our presence. "Easy now, good girl." I gently comforted her, removing my gloves and extending my right hand forward, taking slow steps closer. The massive tiger head appeared fierce and terrifying, its face smeared with blood and flesh. She was indeed gravely injured, barely able to stand. "Shoo." I gradually knelt, placing my hand upon her forehead, forming a royal symbol. "I will not harm you. I am here to help." Conveying this message, I watched as her expression visibly relaxed. Such innate ability, unwavering in reality, proves effective not only with humans but with animals as well. Kneeling, I let my fingers glide over her fur, and Ace's voice quietly reached me from behind. "Nunnally?" I gestured for him to come closer. His soft footsteps halted beside me. Ace glanced at me, and upon my nod, cautiously extended his hand to where she bore no wounds. "Can she be healed?" This wild creature, known for its ruthless prowess in the forest, softened his tone as he glanced at me. I silently shook my head. "Her injuries are too severe, but wait." I assured him she will be all right. The tiger's breathing gradually weakened, leaving only our voices echoing in the silence. I closed my eyes, using Gorgon's blood vessels. "To the daughter of the sea god Forces, the serpent demon Gorgon, I offer this sacrifice, feeding upon sweet blood to exchange for the river of the underworld's reversal. Death restored. Stamina, 2075 415. Talent Blood of the Hive, activated." Stamina was drawn away in vast amounts, and my complexion turned ashen. Ace's unseen left hand clenched into a fist, yet simultaneously, a fine warmth surged through my body, causing a tumultuous stir within. "Roar!" The tiger's amber eyes fluttered open, as if sensing something nuzzling against my palm. The familiar sound of a chime resonated. Title: Gratitude of the Beast King. Title description: Your sacrifice has been acknowledged by her. Your bravery and kindness shall receive the blessings they deserve. Title effect. Holding this title allows communication with all beasts. They shall be willing to offer you assistance. I laughed softly, gently stroking her soft fur. You're healthy again. How wonderful. It wasn't he until we exited the cave that Ace noticed my pallor. What's wrong? I had intended to say nothing, but upon seeing his clumsy concern, I paused and replied, just a bit tired. Is it from that power? Ace's thick brows shot up, casting a disapproving glance my way. At that moment, I should have stopped you. Chapter 6. The Name of the Glimmer. Upon returning to the village, I recounted the events at the Grey Station to the village healer. The elderly woman listened with her eyes closed, gently patting my head. You have worked hard, dear child. I lowered my gaze. You flatter me. Following this, I continued my pursuit of knowledge. Professional task, initial insights gained, completed. Intelligence, 195,425. Achievements, 11002100. Professional task, minor progress. Task description. After a period of study, it seems you have gleaned some understanding. To ponder endlessly is less fruitful than the knowledge acquired in an instant. To merely gaze is inferior to the expansive views attained from heights. Task requirement. Heal 200 patients. Task reward. Achievement attribute points. Now I had my work cut out for me. I bid farewell to the healer, packed my belongings, and set off towards the Grey Station. Not going back. Sabo, squatting on a tree stump with his goggles perched atop his hat, looked over in confusion. Did I not say that I intend to be the doctor here? I rolled up my sleeves, diligently memorizing each book in anticipation of this very day. Where will you reside? Sabo adjusted his hat. It's not convenient to travel back and forth from Ace's home, is it? With that remark, he scratched his head, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, what if we built a treehouse right here? That sounds cool. I'm not skilled in that area, Sabo. I interrupted his daydreams with a sigh. He laughed and waved it off. No worries. I'll help Nunnally with it. After all, you are the elder sister. I paused my task of organizing the medicine kit. Thank you, Sabo. Initially, progress was nearly stagnant. Perhaps it was due to my age or the skepticism of others, but hardly anyone sought my medical assistance. Most who came were more inclined to provoke trouble or extort protection money. Random challenge. Provocateurs. Challenge description. Tolerance is not a commendable choice. To advance, one must take decisive action. Challenge requirement. Repel the provocateurs. Challenge reward. Stamina and strength 50. When the third individual arrived to confront me, a familiar luminescent screen appeared before me. Unlike tasks that offered achievement points and attribute points, random challenges typically pertain solely to attributes. Strength. 300. Rabbits fear the wind. I sighed. Although it might not sound impressive, the rabbits here were as tall as humans. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you can still pay up. The leader, a towering man resembling a shark that had just come ashore, bit down on his cigarette butt. He wore black leather gloves, and his left arm bore tattoos of numbers and a sun-like design. This appearance reminded me of the local thug who had stolen Rock's medicine. Are you the Brujum? I inquired. You know, yet you refuse to pay? The noble lords favor those of your age. I maintained my composure. How unfortunate. Before my words fully escaped my lips, a glint of silver flashed in my hand. I swiftly hurled a pencil knife, the sound slicing through the air with precision, and kicked the wooden table towards him. Utilizing my small stature, I rolled beneath and kicked forcefully at his back. The knife followed closely, piercing through with a distinct sound. The man's face twisted in anger. Just a little girl. He yanked out the knife embedded in his shoulder and snapped it in half. You only know how to wield a knife, do you? Let us see how you fare without it. I allowed myself a rare moment of rudeness, casting a disdainful glance at him. Sir, are you not aware? A new glimmer of silver flew from my hand. We doctors are never short of surgical knives. With a forceful thrust, I could slice through bone. I flung 4 knives at once, pinning his limbs to the wall like a spider's web. I calmly retrieved the pencil knife that had fulfilled its purpose and placed it neatly on the table. Nunnally, a familiar voice called out, and I turned to greet the two rushing towards me. What brings you here? The people you saved informed us that Brujum's men were headed this way, Sabo stated, his expression darkening as he surveyed the disarrayed room. Is that him? Ace glanced at me and I nodded. It's fine. I've dealt with him. I do not favor violence with violence. Yet sometimes it is the most effective solution. How dare you? I serve the king. Hearing such words, I frowned. The scene that was about to unfold might be a tad bloody. Softening my tone, I addressed the 2 little boys behind me. Ace, Sabo, could you please step outside? Unbeknownst to me, My gaze carried a hint of pleading. Sabo nodded and pulled Ace out. I smiled, standing before the man, and directly withdrew the surgical knife that had impaled his left hand. Do you know? My mother was bestowed with the title of the Glimmering One. The knife's edge glided across his contorted face due to pain. Many believed this was a tribute to her radiant beauty, her allure dazzling like light itself. Yet they overlooked one crucial fact. With a forceful thrust, I plunged the knife back into the wound, dislocating his jaw with a swift motion, my hand pressing against his face. Excessive light can blind one's eyes. Your protection fees are all paid to the king, correct? Receiving an affirmative response from his emotional turmoil, I nodded. Thank you for your response, unnamed sir. I promptly knocked him unconscious, binding him with rope, preparing to dispose of him in the forest. Random challenge, provocateurs completed. Stamina, 415,455. Strength, 300,350. Is it over? Ace asked, frowning at me. I touched my nose, realizing my hands were stained with blood, and quickly nodded at him with my back turned. The two of them each held a water pipe, and for some reason, I felt a sense of relief. I avoided their gazes, tossing the man into the mountains. Leave it to me. I assure you he won't return. Sabo cheerfully dragged the human bundle from my hands. Don't worry, I won't let him disturb you. Watching Sabo's receding figure, I was pulled away by Ace. Hey, wait Ace, where are we going? To wash your hands. How annoying, it was only me who got dirty, yet Ace insists on dragging me along. I placed my hands under the flowing water, watching the blood gradually fade. Come on Ace, remember to use soap. I pushed the bottle towards him, and he grimaced in resistance. Strawberry-scented stuff? I'm not using that. In front of me, refrain from using foul language. I squeezed out a small dollop, taking his hand and rubbing it under the water. One must properly disinfect after touching blood. It's a sister's advice, you know? If he were a puppy, he might have exploded in protest. Who's a dog? Oh dear, did I let that slip? No worries, Sabo is one too. That boastful rabbit truly knows how to talk big. But the rabbit's hands are longer than yours, little brother Ace. I spread my palm, aligning it with his, noting the slight difference in length. See, Ace, embarrassed, suddenly broke free, pouncing on me like a hungry tiger, his small form resembling a gentle cannonball, sending us both tumbling awkwardly onto the grass. Ace seized my collar, asserting with an air of authority that as his siblings, we should not be excluded from the situation. He turned his back to the light, his expression rife with fury and a hint of hurt. Do not presume to protect us, I retorted, feeling a rush of silence envelop me. After a prolonged pause, I finally uttered, I am sorry Ace. I embraced him tightly and murmured, I merely wish for you and Sabo to remain untouched by the world's harsh realities for a while longer. He seemed to scoff, dismissing the notion with indifference. I gently caressed his hair, recalling that when I mentioned our mother, both he and Sabo had been listening. Then let us speak of our father. I closed my eyes, and the image of that lion-like man resurfaced in my mind. Father was the patriarch of our family, powerful and affluent, with numerous wives and offspring. I was but one of his children with our mother. Yet during a soiree, we were ambushed. Mother perished, and I was left with a disability. Oh, please do not look at me with such pity. I have long since recovered, superb health, in fact. I paused momentarily before continuing. Yet, it was because of that incident that I was sent away, no longer recognized as father's daughter. With a sigh, I lamented, the world is exceedingly cruel, Ace. But I hope you and Sabo can remain shielded from such harshness for now. His lips trembled, and I assumed my words had stirred him. So I gently patted his slender back. I am the son of the Pirate King. He dropped a bombshell. Huh. Gold. Roger, that man is my father. Ace's face stiffened, and I stared at him, astonished as he continued with a self-deprecating tone. I am the devil child, hunted by the Navy since birth. He glanced at me. These men are despicable. Do not waste your thoughts on them. Was this Ace's version of consolation? I chuckled, feeling the weight of that melancholic couple lift somewhat. Thank you, Ace, I exclaimed. Did Nunnally and Ace truly speak so much while I was away? Sabo was twirling a stick, the rabbit meat sizzling as it roasted, the aroma of its dripping fat tantalizing our senses. With a determined spirit, I resolved not to be outdone. The flames danced upon his hair, casting a golden-orange halo around him. I fled from home, for noble life was unbearable. Sabo recounted his own familial woes. My parents only wished for me to marry into royalty, to live a life free from labor. I suspect they would not grieve my disappearance. Rather, they would fret over their own futures. Skillfully, I sliced the rabbit meat, blowing on it before savoring its warmth. Blood ties are the most unreliable of bonds. I am the seventh daughter of my father, Yet he has 85 other children. Is this a pig? I exclaimed. Incredulous. Even among royals, this was extreme. Pthaha. I burst into laughter at such a description, unable to contain my amusement. Yet, I bore no hatred towards him. Reflecting on his tenderness towards our mother, I pondered that perhaps a man capable of inspiring such profound love in her possessed his own complexities. The internal family strife was brutal. The vanquished and their clans would perish together. Being sent away, perhaps, was the wisest choice. It matters not, Sabo interjected. We are partners now. I paused, quickly regaining my composure and offering a gentle smile. Indeed you are right. Under the glow of the campfire, our vow was sealed. Recorded. Chapter 7, Behind the Kingdom. Two-way mirror. Item description. A magical mirror that allows those who miss each other to communicate through it. Price, 5,000 berries. In preparation for future endeavors, I purchased a pair of these mirrors from a merchant in Windmill Village. Funds, 30,000 berries 250,000 berries. The two-way mirror comprised 2 halves. I handed one to Ace and Sabo, keeping the other for myself. I decided to do so because I intended to seek out Brujum himself. The king who abandoned his subjects, a local tyrant who extorted protection fees while serving the former. Despite constantly reminding myself to refrain from meddling, I could no longer stand idly by. I shall accompany you, Sabo declared, as I am more familiar with the routes there. I nodded, and the two of us informed Ace before stepping outside. Brujum had likely only arrived in the past 2 years. As we made our way, Sabo elucidated the background of this pirate crew. He served the king, and both were undoubtedly in pursuit of wealth. The amounts of gold in the sky were becoming increasingly outrageous, and taxes were escalating. Those unable to pay were expelled. And at the only gray station where they could stay, local tyrants extracted their last pennies, even coercing them into becoming henchmen or brigands to steal treasures, only to plunder them again. As Sabo's thoughts unraveled, his teeth clenched tighter with each word. Such manufactured malevolence would be repugnant to any decent person. I gazed ahead, hoping Brujum would provide satisfactory answers. The two of us soon arrived at the gathering spot, and I gestured for Sabo to don a mask, covering his mouth and nose. There was no need for a hasty rush. I discreetly retrieved a vial of sleeping potion from my pocket and poured it into the kitchen. As the people there gradually succumbed to slumber, Sabo and I strode confidently through the main entrance. Using sheer force, I roused Brujum from his stupor. Before he could utter a sound, I injected him with a muscle relaxant. He glared at us in impotent fury. I removed my gloves, Mr. Brujum. You will answer my questions. The cold blade glinted before him. Can you comply? I do not know. He stammered. We merely follow orders. Delivering money to the upper district each month. To whom? I pressed. To a noble named Stelly. Ding dong. Mission, behind the kingdom. Mission description. Power breeds shadows. Behind every light lies darkness. The kingdom seems to conceal many secrets that require investigation. Mission requirements. Uncover the king's secrets. Mission reward. Weapon Freya. Sabo. How long will it take to reach the upper district from here? I inquired of Sabo beside me. Half a day should suffice. But pirates should not venture into the upper district, Sabo added, for there are checkpoints between the civilian and upper districts. For commoners, entry is arduous, let alone for him. I nodded, implying that he possessed the necessary credentials for passage. Sabo produced a thin piece of paper from his inner pocket. This is it. Retracing our steps. Ace leaned back against a tree, propping his head on his hands. The ever-present pipe rested at a slant within his shadow. So when do we leave? He asked, nonchalantly. I exchanged glances with Sabo, both of us sharing a knowing smile at his languid demeanor. Right now. It was a rather audacious plan. Ace and Sabo would keep watch over Brujum and his crew, while I proceeded to the upper district. Ace initially expressed discontent with such an arrangement. Why should Sabo and I remain outside? I patiently explained, because we do not know if there are other subordinates apart from Brujum. What if someone informs them? The healer has acquaintances in the upper district. Could I not use the excuse of visiting them to gather information? Ace was nearly swayed by my words. Observing his demeanor, I seized the moment and placed both hands firmly on his shoulders. You are aware of Sabo's identity. What if he inadvertently falls into the clutches of his family upon returning? Although both of you were born in the same year, Ace is indeed the elder. Ayasentihi? As the older brother, he must take good care of Sabo. He was completely convinced by my argument, his fervor ignited, eagerly preparing to embrace the responsibilities of an elder sibling. Well, at least he was receptive to my words. After bidding farewell to the brothers, who were preoccupied with their communication device, I made my way directly toward the city wall. After dismissing the guard stationed there, I successfully entered the quaint nation of Goya. Goya is rather small, and the passers-by on the streets moved hurriedly, their shifting faces resembling fleeting sunspots, always disappearing in an instant. This area is a humble district for common folk, yet the upper class surely warrants a more refined appearance. People are often judged by their outward appearances. I proceeded directly to the heart of the central street, where the most luxurious shops resided, offering an array of exquisite goods. 1001 Nights description. In this tome, there shall never be an ending. Intelligence 30. Price, 4,000 berries. Fashion shampoo description. A long-lasting fashionable shampoo that will leave others in awe of your beautiful hair. Charisma 50. Price, 10,000 berries. Sharp sword description. A sword crafted in imitation of the legendary weapon Ikamanji. Though a replica, it still cuts through iron like mud. Strength price, 20,000 berries. I glanced at my own finances. Before I officially became a doctor, I had diligently worked as a fur hunter, earning fair prices from the fur merchant Lily. Although I later paid for most of Ace and Sabo's meals, the two children compensated me in their own way afterward. Funds, 250,000 berries. Charisma, 30 after some calculation. I realized I could purchase 2 bottles of fashion shampoo, and donning the lovely formal attire Lily had gifted me should suffice. You have purchased Fashion Shampoo X2. Funds, 250,000 berries, 10,000 berries. Charisma, 30,190. Having changed into my new garments, I gazed at the girl in the mirror. A silk headband adorned my grayish blonde curls. My cheeks radiated health, and my exposed calves were straight and strong. This was a supple and vigorous body, a realization that struck me once again. I stared at this familiar yet unfamiliar visage. In reality, at the age of 12, I was pale and frail, silenced by a leg ailment. With a sweet and graceful smile, the reflection mirrored my sentiment. This is my second life. Successfully utilizing my credentials, I infiltrated the upper class. A realm that could only be described as beautiful. The streets were clean and charming, adorned with gowns, furs, and ties that breathed in unison along the broad avenue. The air was imbued with the fragrance of perfumed skin, and shop windows sparkled like diamonds, showcasing an array of exquisite dresses and canes that swayed in the fragrant atmosphere. This was a beauty that could take one's breath away, devoid of pirates and refuse, only filled with benevolent civilization, resembling a perfect city of noble architecture, where the character of its inhabitants must also be virtuous. Observing with a cold gaze, I sidled through the crowd and approached a villa, presenting my invitation. Before my decision to visit the upper class, I had informed the elderly medicine woman, her face etched with wrinkles and her demeanor gentle, who bestowed upon me this invitation. "Seek me out if you require assistance," she had said. The lady introduced by the medicine woman was an esteemed etiquette instructor. I felt a sense of apprehension as I met her, a scenario I had not encountered in quite some time, where anyone would instinctively maintain their composure in front of a teacher. I could feel her scrutinizing gaze. Miss Magda, as the servants referred to her, was clad in a well-tailored black suit, embodying the stereotype of a noblewoman's housekeeper. She said nothing, and we dined together before she signaled for a servant to escort me to the guest room. The nights in the upper class were lively as well. Miss Magda seemed particularly renowned. I observed from the window as she changed into an elegant gown and boarded a carriage for a soiree. Finally, it was time for me to make my move. I donned a practical night outfit, securing my long hair into a tight bun with a headscarf to obscure my features. Cloaked in a long, deep garment, I leapt gracefully from the second-floor balcony to the tree below, using its strength to propel myself away. The cloak was lengthy and ample, concealing my entire form as the upper class illuminated the night with their festivities. Recalling the blind spots I had noted during my reconnaissance earlier, I swiftly maneuvered through the shadows. The new district boasted even more opulent architecture. I located the door marked with the name, Cotastelli. Prior to this, I had discreetly gathered information about the Cotas family, a once noble lineage now barely sustaining a luxurious lifestyle through the sale of ancestral heirlooms. Though they maintained the facade of wealth by hiring servants, their security was nearly non-existent. I successfully infiltrated the guest room. Just as I was about to rummage through documents when I sensed someone approaching, I concealed myself. The footsteps were unsteady and heavy, accompanied by labored breathing. The figure was bloated and portly, sporting an almost comical watermelon hairstyle. It was Cotastelli. He retrieved a communication device, almost reverently dialing a number. I stood coldly in the corner, nearly certain of the identity of the person he was contacting. "The new cargo for King Nantock has arrived, and will be delivered tomorrow." I listened intently to every word, committing it to memory. After he ended the call and exhaled deeply, Preparing to exit the room, I acted swiftly. With a scalpel, I pinned him to the ground, dislocating his jaw and pressing the blade against his throat. With my teeth, I tore off my gloves, engaging in a rather brusque exchange. The funds from the Grey Station were allocated for this transaction. Yes or no? Where is tomorrow's transaction taking place? At the Podria dock? What time? Tears of desperation streamed down his face as he hurriedly divulged the answers I sought. Once I acquired the necessary information, I swiftly released him, rendering this useless individual unconscious, and locking him within the room. Tomorrow at dawn, at the Podria port to the west of the central street. As I slipped out the window, I was about to return to my lodgings when I caught sight of a carriage approaching the residence. I concealed myself in the shadows of a tree, and observed as a similarly coiffed boy disembarked from the carriage, appearing to be a few years younger than Sabo. He must be Codastelli's son, having returned early from the banquet. Once the lights in the room illuminated, I ensured he would not cause any trouble before leaving, waiting until he extinguished the lights and drifted into slumber. In haste, I contacted Ace and Sabo, informing Sabo of the transaction involving the Arcane Net royal family, urging him and Ace to remain vigilant. Keep a close eye on Brugem. The royal family is circling about, and whatever they seek must be of great significance. After ending the call, I closed my eyes to rest. Early the next morning, I excused myself, claiming a sudden family emergency, and departed the upper class. I swiftly traversed the city wall and arrived at Podria port. Sabo was already there, and just as I was about to inquire, he spoke rapidly. I know more about the royal cargo than you do. Ace is watching Brugem. Everything is fine. Very well, the matter was settled. Together, we concealed ourselves nearby. As the morning air felt almost humid, an unremarkable vessel had docked at the port, awaiting distant guests whose origins remained unknown. Nunnally. What do you think they are trading? Sabo whispered, his curiosity piqued. It is undoubtedly something akin to weaponry, I ventured a guess. Even Staley was oblivious to the nature of the cargo sought by the royal family. Thus, I could only surmise that this nation was clandestinely engaged in smuggling. Amidst the dense fog and the sound of crashing waves, we caught sight of another three-masted ship drawing near. Exchanging a glance, Sabo retrieved 2 pairs of binoculars from his pocket. Truly, Sabo is remarkable. Thank you. I absent-mindedly touched his silky golden hair. His high-crowned hat left behind at home due to its distinctiveness. Individuals emerged from both vessels, with the leader engaged in conversation, and shortly thereafter, several large wooden crates were hoisted aboard. The contents remained obscured from my view due to the distance, but I observed the crew of the second ship make a gesture, unveiling a black cloth. Were they mermaids? As I beheld such exquisite beings for the first time, I held my breath, an unprecedented fury igniting within me. This nation was, astonishingly, trafficking in human lives. Mission Kingdom behind, completed. Freya. Item description. A weapon that appears almost exclusively in dreams, blood, screams and nightmares. Let it instill terror. Aim at foes for an absolute hit, with a 50 chance to trigger. Effect. Blindness. The sleek gun settled into my grasp, warmth radiating through the barrel. And Sabo pressed closely beside me, his heart racing audibly. He had seen it too. Without the need for discussion, we both understood the choices we would make. We exchanged knowing glances, each producing a grappling hook from our pockets. Ace would surely be envious of us, Sabo remarked. I nodded in agreement, blinking, concealing my smile. Sabo and I cast our grappling hooks, taking advantage of the fact that the group was still engrossed in conversation, stealthily maneuvering around the rear of the second ship, our small and agile forms remaining undetected. A subtle nod passed between us. He stood guard at the entrance while I bent low to slip inside. The wooden planks creaked beneath me as I hunched over, gripping my firearm tightly, approaching what should be the mermaids they had recently transported. I drew a deep breath and lifted the black cloth obscuring the cage, only to be taken aback. There were no mermaids within, nor any trace of humans or other creatures. This is bad. Sabo. The sound of a water pipe being struck was painfully jarring. I drew my weapon with the utmost speed. Faster, faster. Please, do not let anything happen. Do not let him die. Bursting from the ship's hold, I was met by the sight of a tall man clad in a black cloak. Without a moment's hesitation, I squeezed the trigger of Freya. What? The cloaked figure had not anticipated the bullet would find him. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of astonishment. Where is Sabo? Where is my brother? I raised Freya high, gritting my teeth. Do not panic, do not falter. If he were to take Sabo as a hostage, then exchanging abilities for resurrection would surely sway him. He would have to be moved. How infuriating. Just as I braced myself for the worst, the cloaked man lifted his hood, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Realizing that a misunderstanding had occurred, I froze. My name is Long, a member of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Chapter 8. Lucid Dream 8. Is this a dream, or another world? I bore witness like a ghost to the life of another girl. After her mother's death, a girl who became blind and paralyzed due to an attack, along with her brother, transitioned to a mundane existence after escaping the plight of being a hostage in an enemy nation. Unlike her brother, who grew docile due to his disability, harboring a deep-seated hatred for their abandoning father, he seized the throne, only to be assassinated by the Revolutionary Army due to his infamy. The world rejoiced at the demise of the tyrant, while she, possessing the power, clutched her brother's hand in despair and anguish, discovering the truth he had concealed all along. Her brother, the true leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lelouch VI Britannia, who would bring about the world's destruction and rebirth, bearing the sins and evils of the world upon himself, exchanging his life for true peace. Unbeknownst to me, tears streamed down my cheeks, misunderstanding my only kin, ultimately witnessing his demise. Amidst the deafening cheers of the masses, her frantic cries were drowned out. Memories sharpened my thoughts, rendering them both acute and emotional, accompanied by pain. The one who sullies their hands is the murderer, while the one whose hands remain unstained is the virtuous saint. Who do you believe you have relied upon? To wish to change Britannia signifies that you believe the current representation of Britannia is unjust and erroneous. Do you wish to rebel? The final word struck like lightning, shattering me from my glass enclosure, tearing apart the ephemeral, silent veil. Ripping through the warmth and love once gained and then lost, I continuously fell, destined to plunge from the heights into the earth, buried 6 feet deep to attain absolution. Nunnally? Nunnally? Wake up, Nunnally! Where is Nunnally? Do you have any wishes? Ha, brother? I hope the world becomes a gentler place. Nunnally, wake up? Then, when your eyes can see, the world will surely transform into that. I jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat, gasping fiercely to reassure myself of my existence. A torrent of information swirled in my mind, causing an excruciating headache, and from my peripheral vision, I caught sight of a hand at the bedside. Dazed and disoriented, I grasped that hand, incoherently questioning, Sabo, where is Sabo? Is he hurt? I'm fine. Nunnally. As he spoke, I belatedly recognized that the sensation in my grasp was achingly familiar. A small hand, its knuckles not yet pronounced, retaining its youthful innocence, yet already accustomed to wielding weapons in defense of others. It was Sabo, right there beside me. Tears streamed down my face, the agony and relief of surviving the ordeal flooding my chest. I could not bear to lose another family member. Sabo gently caressed my hair, from the tips to my shoulders, soothing me as one would tend to a delicate flower awaiting spring in the forest. He clasped my hand, the swelling emotions flowing through our connection, a shared survival. Through the dampness of my world, I beheld his eyes, Sabo's eyes, large and round, set within an underdeveloped face, glistening with unshed tears. His irises were not merely a pure blue, but layered with varying hues akin to the shimmer on pebbles, eyes that typically sparkled with shrewdness. When facing Ace, they radiated mischief and joy. Yet with me, they were gentle and endearing. He resembled the cherished dolls of young girls, resting upon lace-covered beds, the first task each day being to greet him with a morning salutation. Once I regained my composure, Sabo informed me that I had been unconscious for half a day. The man who introduced himself as Long is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. They were searching the East Sea to trace a weapons smuggling route, and the mermaid case of the Goya Kingdom was initially unrelated to them. They had merely encountered it by chance in the East Sea, and the crew, sensing something amiss, seized the vessel. The Revolutionary Army, having stumbled upon human trafficking, lay in wait aboard the ship, hoping to capture a big fish, only to unexpectedly encounter me and Sabo, who sought to liberate the mermaids. Having unraveled the sequence of events, I later approached the captain's quarters to personally apologize. Previously, Freya's absolute hit inflicted considerable damage upon the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The mere thought that it might delay their endeavors fills me with profound shame. Miss Lamperidge. Upon entering, I noticed the stoic figure of Dragon seated in a chair, nodding in greeting. He was a man of stern visage, adorned on his left cheek with a crimson checkered tattoo, his black hair meticulously slicked back. He exuded a demeanor of gravitas and seriousness, with eyes burning with indomitable spirit and ambition. I lowered my gaze to convey my intentions, to which Dragon replied, "It was merely a misunderstanding, Miss Lamperidge. Moreover, your courage alongside Sabo is commendable." I felt my cheeks flush as I retorted, "Had it not been for your presence, my decision," biting my lip, I uttered the remaining words, would have cost Sabo his life. He shook his head, stating, "This was not solely your decision." He was already prepared for battle. His calm, fiery gaze pierced through to my very soul. "Miss Lamperidge, only those ready to embrace death can truly fight. Only those who are aware of the possibility of being killed can pull the trigger." Such words echoed sentiments I had heard my brother express before. Unsure how to confront his penetrating gaze, I shifted the topic. "Mr. Dragon, may I inquire about the mermaids?" He informed me, "We will transport them to Leviathan Mountain. Traversing the doldrums, the mermaids will then be able to return to Mermaid Island on their own." This was a term I had never encountered before. My bewildered expression prompted the elder leader to elaborate on the maritime territories of this world. Mermaid Island, nestled 10,000 meters beneath the sea, is a vast underwater nation of 5 million inhabitants, home to mermaids, fishmen, and various other marine creatures. It sounded like a formidable realm, yet the safety of its residents remained precarious. 3 centuries ago, mermaids and fishmen were no longer classified merely as fish. However, the seeds of discrimination had already been sown. A single mermaid is valued at 1 million berries, with female mermaids fetching at least 70 times that amount. Many royal families covet the acquisition of a mermaid as a status symbol. I was left speechless. In this world, slavers and oppressors commit heinous acts, brazenly shielded from retribution. The privileges of royalty absolve them of all crimes, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed without accountability. "What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Dragon?" I inquired, lifting my gaze. "This world abides by the survival of the fittest," he replied, perusing documents on the table, where a price list for slaves of various races lay. Piercing my eyes with its grim reality, the atrocities of Goya occur daily across different seas. Celestial dragons enslave all, royals subjugate nobles, nobles oppress commoners, while pirates and navies slaughter indiscriminately, breeding hatred among races. Even in the most chaotic of nations, children are born, yet their futures are devoid of happiness. Ensnared in a vicious cycle. One day, we shall change this world. Silence enveloped us. I recalled the individuals in another world, reduced to special zones and second-class citizens. An empire waged war across the globe, and the very essence of technology was rooted in destruction, while princes and princesses engaged in mutual slaughter from birth. All while humanity was stratified into tiers of worth. What of reality? My reality as a player was similarly governed by Britannia, where conglomerates monopolized 60% of wealth and resources. The affluent indulged in excess, squandering vast fortunes on trivialities, while the impoverished were cast out of their basements for having low credit scores, left to freeze on the streets. "Mr. Dragon, does the Revolutionary Army still require auxiliary personnel?" I queried, presenting Freya upon the table. "I am proficient with firearms, can serve as a doctor, and gather intelligence. I endeavor to promote my potential, assuring you I shall grow formidable in the future." Dragoness dark eyes regarded me, reminiscent of a sage weathered by trials. "The Revolutionary Army welcomes all who yearn for freedom." Important character encounter. Dragon, achievement points. Quest, mystery of origins completed. I entrusted the matters concerning the High District to Dragon, who nodded in acknowledgement, assuring me he would manage the subsequent affairs without further inquiry about Freya. Despite having endured over half the damage, his weakness was scarcely perceptible. He was indeed a formidable force. I proceeded to the deck, where Sabo sat with his legs dangling over the edge, gazing at the setting sun. I settled beside him, calmly stating, "I have resolved to join the Revolutionary Army, Sabo." That is indeed something Nunnally has always aspired to do," he responded cheerfully, his golden hair cascading across his forehead, equally radiant as the twilight. "I apologize for having promised to be the ship's doctor for you and Ace." "That is quite all right," Sabo turned to face me. "Are we not partners? Nunnally shall live with us henceforth. You all intend to become great pirates, do you not? Can't pirates coexist with the Revolutionary Army? Nunnally and I are both nobles, yet we still stand alongside Ace." I gazed out at the vast sea, where beauty and tranquility reigned in tandem. The sunlight pierced through the layers of clouds to illuminate another expanse of sky. The breeze from the shore carried an indelible scent of the ocean, a fragrance the island dwellers had come to accept, remaining as calm and indifferent as the sea itself. As the brother of a revolutionary and the governor myself, I pondered why I had not proposed this request before. Was it because trust between us had eroded? Siblings who once shared the same roof had ultimately diverged onto separate paths. Were these memories genuine or mere fabrications? What connection did the empire in my dreams, existing in another world, have with my reality? Identical in character, appearance, and experiences, even the blood of Britannia flowed through us alike. The only distinction was that, in reality, I had no brother. Nunnally V. Britannia is the sole daughter of Charlulu and Mariana. An abundance of riddles surrounded me, rendering clarity elusive. Was this the fabricated past of a game, or a whisper from a parallel world? Or perhaps, was all of this merely a dream conjured by my true self? Nunnally? Sabo glanced over, his eyes gleaming brighter than the sea. I feel as though you might vanish in the next moment. He grasped my hand, reassuringly stating, fear not. Ace and I shall always find you upon the ocean. I remained silent, gazing at the distant sunset. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon. But I believed it would rise anew on the other side, for it was eternally both the setting sun and the dawn. Turning to Sabo, I remarked, wait. Ace has been waiting for us, hasn't he? Sabo hesitated, his expression wavering. I offered a resigned smile. Very well, there will be more commotion upon our return. Chapter 9. Setting sail. Back at the Grey Station, Ace stood with his arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance. What on earth have you two been up to? He inquired, referring to the members of the Revolutionary Army who had accompanied us. Sabo briefly explained the situation, and our fellow members shared a smile, bidding farewell. They were not merely there to assist in the aftermath, but were to act as liaison officers, stealthily embedded within this kingdom for future communication. Sabo turned to me, and I took hold of Ace's arm, casually voicing my decision. I wish to join the Revolutionary Army. Ace's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, his dark eyes locking onto mine, mirroring a dog robbed of its umbrella, gazing incredulously at its cruel owner. I found him both endearing and pitiable, yet I steeled my resolve, using the strength of my grip to affirm my determination. Ace swiftly extricated his hand but quickly nodded, taking my hand once more. You shall be on the sea, awaiting our arrival, Sabo and I, he declared. Sabo raised an eyebrow, sporting a grin that suggested, let's leave it at that, as he playfully placed his hand over ours. Then Ace and I shall claim Nunnally as our ship's doctor. Hey, the subject is right in front of you. What do you mean by claim? I interjected. Isn't that better? It embodies the pirate spirit, Sabo retorted. Or perhaps I should just give you a good thrashing to truly exemplify that spirit. Ace laughed confidently, you're far too weak. He had uttered those very words 6 months ago when I struggled to even catch a rabbit, while Ace watched from a tree, unimpressed. When I invited him down for a meal, he dismissed me with those same words. It was curious how, despite having known them for merely half a year, I now walked home with 2 younger brothers in need of care. Mother, far away in heaven, would surely smile upon this. Actually, it is we who are taking care of you, I countered, but Ace promptly rebutted my claim. I chuckled and stepped closer, half embracing him. After all, Ace is the older brother, the reliable one, right, Sabo? Sabo adjusted his hat, adding, if my mother believes I am in heaven, she might pray every day for me to marry a heavenly princess, so they would never have to work again. Ace and I erupted into laughter at his rare display of wit. Seizing the moment of Ace's amusement, I playfully lifted him off the ground, holding him aloft. What are you doing? He exclaimed, his face turning crimson, ears flushing with the same hue. Let us cheer for our great pirate. Port gas Ace. Sabo applauded enthusiastically. Ace, now blushing fiercely, jumped down and seriously proclaimed, you wait on the sea. I will become the great pirate and prevail. Sabo raised his fist, declaring, and I too. I refuse to be a nobleman. I shall set sail in search of freedom. I grasped their tender shoulders, bemused by this sudden declaration. If that's the case, I wish for a world where everyone can smile from the heart. Upon returning to the village, I bid farewell to the village healer. I am off to the sea to find more patients. Take care of yourself and remember, doctors must also prioritize their health. She gazed at me kindly, Nunnally. You must find your own path. With her blessing, I arrived at the tavern. There were few patrons drinking at this hour, and when Machino noticed me, she greeted me warmly. Nunnally, it's been a while. I waved and produced a prepared gift from my bag. What is this? She inquired. Delicious liquor. Item description. A treasure from Captain Spiro, the favorite rum of the great Captain Jack. Price, 1,000 berries. Funds, 3,000 berries, 2,000 berries. I presented it to Machino, recalling how I had been so engrossed in medical books that I had scarcely eaten, prompting her to bring me freshly prepared meals daily. Don't worry, Nunnally. You will surely become an excellent doctor. She encouraged me with a smile as I awkwardly attempted to pay. Machino beamed, turning to retrieve a small pouch. Don't you often wear gloves, Nunnally? I tried to make a pair for you. Let us see if they fit. My eyes widened slightly as I removed the pair I was wearing to try on the ones Machino crafted. Wow, they are beautiful and fit perfectly. Thank you, Machino. The white gloves were exquisitely made, adorned with charming lace, both rustic and vibrant, considering I was a girl. Whereas Luffy? I glanced around, not spotting the mischievous boy. Luffy might have gone to the docks again. He is quite diligent in patrolling and protecting the village now. As I pondered his achievements, I mused, perhaps one day, Luffy will become an outstanding marine, just like Admiral Garp. Strolling toward the docks, I spotted his small figure sitting assertively on a wooden crate, poised for action. After a moment's reflection, I retrieved a gift I had prepared for him, the firm texture just right. Sneaking up, I poked the back of his round head. Monkey D. Luffy, what about your readiness as a patrolman? I felt him momentarily stiffen before he swiftly turned his head, his eyes sparkling with delight. Nunnally, you should call me sister. I gently tapped his forehead. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person, Luffy? What if this were a real gun? He clung to my arm, and I hoisted him into my embrace, sitting on the crate together, enjoying the sea breeze. Nunnally isn't a bad person, he insisted, gazing up at me with his big, glistening black eyes, his fluffy hair brushing against my hand, igniting a sense of tenderness within me. Still just a child. I smiled softly, handing him the item. Didn't you always want a gun? Ace and I made you a small one. The petite gun was a toy, perfectly sized for someone of his age. I recalled how my mother often played with such toys, and she would affectionately stroke my cheek, saying, Nunnally, grow strong. I paused, wondering if such a mother truly existed. In any world, my connection with my parents felt tenuous. Wow. Thank you, Nunnally, he exclaimed joyfully, and I patted his round head, informing him of my imminent departure. Where are you going? I'm off to pursue my dreams, Luffy, I replied. What is Nunnally's dream? He asked, genuinely curious. I contemplated his level of understanding as a 3-year-old. Luffy could always smile while being a patrolman. My goal was for Machino to worry less about pirates and for the healer's patience to dwindle. I recalled the unsavory crowd at the Gray Station, engaged in robbery and violence. Yet, when trouble sought me out, it was the so-called timid Rock who informed Ace and the others. The kingdom denied their existence. They lacked even legal residency, becoming mere tools for the upper echelons without their knowledge. At that moment, I imagined Luffy might oppose me. His eyes widened, and he retorted, I wouldn't he? Nunnally's the silly one. I laughed, for Luffy possessed a peculiar charm, always coaxing me to speak my mind and relax deeply. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I believe Luffy will become an extraordinary person. Is Nunnally not coming with me? I'm quite sought after. If Luffy sails away, I might just be the one protecting him, I proclaimed, pointing my finger at him with grand ambition. Luffy pouted. What? Nunnally is so weak. His petulant expression mirrored Ace's, causing me to laugh as I pinched his cheeks playfully. Luffy, what are you saying to your beloved sister, Nunnally? Ow ow ow. I'm sorry, Nunnally. I rubbed his cherubic cheeks. His skin was so tender that it flushed red instantly. I regretted being too rough with him. Remembering he was still just a baby, nearly 9 years my junior, and unable to eat many things. I comfortingly kissed his cheek and swept him up into my arms, heading toward the tavern. It must be mealtime, Luffy. Let us head back together. I want meat, he exclaimed eagerly. One must refrain from excessive indulgence, lest one be afflicted with an upset stomach once more. As I boarded the ship, my mind lingered on the days spent with them. An unfathomable bond forged in such a brief span. A sense of nostalgia enveloped me, tinged with melancholy. Standing beside me was Dragon, towering at nearly 3 meters tall, compelling me to gaze up at him in awe. We are setting sail now, Nunnally. I suppressed my emotions and nodded in response. Nunnally, Nunnally. The voices from the dock floated towards me, and I looked up suddenly to find Ace, Sabo, and Luffy standing there. How did they come together? We will come to find you. Take care of yourself. Nunnally wa. Those 3 fools had promised we would depart quietly. Despite this thought, tears streamed down my face, and I waved desperately, watching their figures gradually blur. Though our time together was fleeting, it felt as though we were family. I wiped my tears, choking back sobs, striving to maintain my composure before my elders. I beg your pardon, Mr. Dragon. Dragon gazed towards the receding dock, his expression inscrutable. Friendship is not measured by the time spent together, Nunnally. He offered a faint smile, softening his usual stern demeanor. You will undoubtedly cross paths again upon the vast ocean. Dragon lifted his gaze to the clear azure sky, where the heavens and seas stretched infinitely into the distance. In this era, all those with aspirations of greatness would venture forth onto the waves. He was no exception, laboring alongside his comrades towards a future of dreams. What reason could there be to hinder a soul from setting sail? Following his gaze, I turned towards the horizon, the sea breeze enveloping my face. My homeland lay behind me, while the world unfolded before me. Chapter 10. Administrative Duties. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is situated within the Grand Line. We departed from the East Blue, making our way towards Mount Levis. On board, Everyone attended to their respective duties, congregating only during mealtimes. I observed as small boats were launched, and more individuals boarded our vessel. Alone on the ship, I swayed gently. Having been entrusted with compiling the weekly task reports ever since I had demonstrated my ability to read, it was during this time I learned that, aside from the seagulls that delivered the World Economic Journal, the Revolutionary Army also trained crows as messengers, typically conveying information gathered from various nations. The reports assigned to me were certainly not classified, yet they were sufficient for me to piece together an understanding of the Revolutionary Army's operations. I hoped to gain a deeper insight into this world and better explore my origins. Moreover, there was the Imperial Treasure. Item description: silver has turned to dust. The world is piled high with gold and jade. This enigmatic treasure map lies upon a new trade route, accessible only to true descendants. Unlocking progress, 20. I gazed at the item derived from my heritage task and sighed. To possess a trove of treasures, yet remain unable to access them. Acquiring them necessitated completing tasks first. For now, I regarded the memories of the Empire as a hidden Easter egg within the game. Does an empire named Britannia truly exist in this world? What of my brother? Might he have left traces within this realm? The casual mention of brother upon entering the game now held a bittersweet weight. I immersed myself in the study, fervently expanding my understanding of the world, in hopes of uncovering any clues. Most of the books here were voluminous, often leaving me bewildered, and I was left to ponder which of my companions had developed a fondness for history. Books required diligent care. The sea's humidity could easily cause the pages to yellow and curl. Each midday, I would carry a portion outside to air them on the deck. Nunnally. I turned to see Dragon standing at the doorway, casting a large shadow, as he took the books from my hands. His long arms allowed him to place them with ease. Are you organizing the books? Upon hearing his inquiry, I nodded. There were far too many books. Tidying them would facilitate easier access in the future. Typically, I was the only one here. Dragon perused the index one had handed him, deep in thought. As they were not particularly fond of reading, I paused for a moment, but then realized Dragon's demeanor indeed resembled that of history books, with calm letters concealing a fierce fire, quietly and compellingly tearing through the silence. Dragon then revealed his purpose, stating earnestly, I need you to handle the administrative work during this period. I was taken aback and asked, has something happened with the Chief of Staff? Dragon shook his head. Quite the contrary. She believes you possess this talent. Be sure to report on time tomorrow. Random challenge, administrative work. Challenge description. As a newcomer, your abilities are particularly appreciated. Please work diligently to gain your superior's recognition. Challenge requirements. Complete your superior's tasks. Challenge rewards. Intelligence 50. Thus, under Dragon's guidance, I successfully assumed my new role, not only commencing with the personnel arrangements for a ship, but also fulfilling the responsibilities of a secretary assistant. Aside from taking minutes during meetings, my remaining time was spent in the captain's quarters, organizing documents, prioritizing tasks, and composing reports for Dragon's review. To enhance my work, I emulated the practices of former clerks, changing the floral arrangements daily, preparing hot red tea or coffee during work hours, and using different colored pens for notes and annotations. The first time Dragon witnessed my setup, he displayed a rare expression of surprise, but it quickly subsided as he thanked me, stating that the red tea was delightful, and he appreciated the flowers. I felt a rare blush. Fresh flowers were a rarity at sea, merely paper flowers crafted from colored paper. Yet I was relieved he did not mind. They are beautiful. Dragon offered a gentle smile, causing the red tattoos on his face to soften. During our time together, Dragon's persona did not entirely align with the resolute and stern image I had envisioned. He was a man brimming with ambition and determination. Yet he was unlike those I had encountered before. To my knowledge, many aboard had histories as pirates or fugitives. Yet Dragon did not discriminate. On the contrary, he entrusted them with significant responsibilities. Only such individuals could lead the Revolutionary Army into a new era. I understood that many believed this. He was undoubtedly a worthy spiritual leader. In the days that followed, Dragon assigned me numerous intricate tasks, and I was astonished to discover that the Revolutionary Army had a dedicated fund. Was it intended for children in war-torn regions? I replied to letters, inquiring about the matter. I had established a similar foundation aimed at assisting soldiers affected by war and their families, and I was well acquainted with such approval processes, quickly signing my name. Yes, they generally reside in welfare institutions, and we provide supplies on a regular basis, Dragon stated casually. I pondered his words, letting them linger in my mind before letting out a soft sigh. This world is home to countless nations and islands. The names I had come across in books alone numbered in the hundreds. Yet merely managing the exorbitant costs of gold in the sky was enough to strain most nations, let alone provide for the welfare of institutions. If these institutions could not support the children's livelihoods, those children would be forced to seek their own paths, deprived of education. What could they do as members of society's underbelly in such chaotic times? The answer was painfully evident. I shared my thoughts with Dragon, a practice I had adopted frequently during this time, and he willingly served as my personal guide, patiently explaining the intricacies. He regarded me, a young girl of tender years, with a profound respect, often supplementing my annotations with his own insights and earnestly considering the suggestions I proffered. In many respects, Dragon stands as the most remarkable man I have encountered, exemplifying exceptional qualities in both character and etiquette. I can only hope that Luffy and his companions might glean even a fraction of such wisdom. Reflecting on those three mischievous children, I remain perplexed by the nature of their camaraderie, and I can only imagine them engaged in some wild escapade at this very moment. I picked up a pen and paper from the table, slowly composing today's letter. Though communication is not easily facilitated, I shall inevitably find an opportunity to send my missive once I embark on my next mission. As the ship was poised to enter the Grand Line, Dragon articulated his intentions to me. Drum Island? I recalled the descriptions from my readings. It lies at the forefront of the Grand Line, a venerable kingdom abundant with physicians. The thought of revealing my abilities to Dragon upon boarding led me to surmise his intentions. Drum Island is renowned as a medical powerhouse. There is much knowledge to be gained there. Dragon handed me a document containing records of local physicians. I scanned the notes detailing who excels in surgery, who specializes in internal medicine, and who possesses remarkable remedies in pharmacology. Does the Revolutionary Army possess even this? I gazed into the shadows beneath Dragon's eyes, feeling a stirring within me. My two most formidable talents, the automatic healing from the blood of the hive and the Gorgon vascular system, when combined, render me nearly invincible. Coupled with my resolve to pursue a medical career, I nodded and stated, I shall disembark tomorrow. Dragon lifted his gaze to meet mine, and a fleeting spark of recognition flickered in my mind before dissipating. You may leave once we have traversed the calm belt and officially entered the Grand Line. To an outsider, the reluctance of a navigator to enter the calm belt might seem problematic. However, I set aside my capacity to potentially communicate with Sea Kings, and accepted his considerate suggestion. It has been quite some time since I have experienced the sensation of someone thoughtfully arranging a curriculum for me. With a sigh, I placed the fragrant black tea upon his desk. Mr. Dragon, do remember to balance work with rest. The rich aroma of the tea filled the captain's quarters, and I nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the forthcoming discussion he would have with others. Random challenge document. Completed. Intelligence, 425,475. Before long, the day of my departure arrived. I grasped the hand of the chief of logistics, chattering incessantly, much like anyone preparing to hand over responsibilities would. Although Mr. Dragon enjoys hot coffee and black tea, excessive consumption is detrimental to health. Perhaps we should include oolong tea in our orders. It's gender neutral, and you can enjoy it too, Chief. Do temper your temper, even amidst your busy schedule, and remember to take your meals regularly. Furthermore, the documents in the study ought to be brought out to air, otherwise, mold and pests could ruin them. Also, here is the briefing protocol I have drafted. Everyone may follow this format in the future. I slapped my forehead, realizing what I had overlooked, the messenger gulls and crows. After I last instructed them to stagger their deliveries, I wanted to ensure you aren't overwhelmed when receiving letters. As for the World Economic Journal, I have written to the president to secure a decade-long subscription, signing the contract, and the savings are noted in the accounts. Remember to allocate funds for improving the food. Hey, Dragon, have you inadvertently acquired yourself a housekeeper? Betty turned to Dragon, a smile gracing her lips. She bent down, pinching my cheek with a warm maternal scent. Take good care of yourself, Nunnally. Soon you shall be a renowned physician of the Grand Line. I nodded earnestly, conveying my determination, which only seemed to deepen the smiles on Betty and the others' faces, even softening Dragon's demeanor. The small boat was lowered, and as I waved from the deck, I was taken aback by how swiftly the farewell had arrived. There were still words left unspoken. I quickly cupped my hands to my mouth, calling out, "Remember not to indulge too much, Mr. Dragon." As I observed the crew laughing heartily, I too wore a smile. With a vigorous wave, I took up the eternal pointer, and set my course for the medical nation of Drum Island. As I watched my diminutive figure recede into the distance, Betty crossed her arms, remarking, "What a delightful child she is, Dragon." Her beautiful eyes twinkled with mischief. She wouldn't happen to be your daughter, would she? gathering information about Drum Island for that little girl. You seem rather anxious. Dragon's expression returned to its usual stoic demeanor, akin to an underwater volcano, silent until provoked. He cast a warning glance at Betty, silently admonishing her not to pry into his family affairs. This seemed to have little effect on the commander of the Eastern Army, as she merely shrugged and departed the deck. Dragon contemplated the letter he had discovered on his desk the previous day, feeling a swell of pride as a teacher. Continue onward, Nunnally, carrying your ideals and uncertainties. As long as you press forward, answers will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Chapter 11. If, the evening aboard the Red Force, Year of the Sea Circle 15? How embarrassing. I have never encountered such an awkward situation in my life. Due to a recent unfortunate incident that resulted in my blindness and paralysis, my daily life has been managed by a specially hired nurse. However, she must now take a leave of absence for personal reasons. Determined even to row back myself if necessary, I found this led to a rather awkward predicament. There was no one on board to assist with my needs, except for the males on board. Although the Red Force boasts an exemplary doctor like Dr. Decca, as the ship's physician under the 4 emperors, he is preoccupied with his own research. Thus, I was left with only 2 choices, Captain Shanks and First Mate Beckman. After some deliberation, the idle Shanks became my new caregiver. Yet it remained a source of considerable embarrassment. In the evening, we exchanged glances. In my blindness, I could not discern the expression on Shanks's face. Surely he must feel awkward caring for such a troublesome patient. However, recalling the ease with which he had responded when I timidly spoke, I was reminded of his reputation as Luffy's savior and mentor, a truly admirable figure. Gathering my courage, I suppressed my voice and made a request. Mr. Shanks, could you assist me in changing my clothes? Devoid of sight, I relied solely on my hearing and sense of smell to gauge his approach. A dry hand rested lightly on my wheelchair, and for some reason, his voice sounded strained. Certainly. The nurse had always attended to my needs with great care, and now, asking Shanks to handle these mundane tasks filled me with a sense of embarrassment. I grasped the armrests and leaned forward slightly. Then please lift me up. Finally, I lay comfortably in bed. A wave of relief washing over me as this awkward evening was about to draw to a close. Good night, Nunnally. Rest well. I suppressed my embarrassment, expressing my gratitude to the earnest Shanks. Thank you, Mr. Shanks. Good night. Suddenly, I felt a warm touch upon my cheek, leaving me momentarily stunned as I processed this unexpected sensation. Now this is the reward sought by a pirate, Nunnally, the red-haired captain murmured. Chapter 12. The physicians. With the guidance of the Eternal Pointer, I successfully arrived at Drum Island. Stepping onto the damp earth, I lifted my leather suitcase. Good afternoon, sir. I am here for further study. The port's guards granted me passage without delay. Drum Island is famed throughout the Grand Line as a medical haven, attracting numerous patients and renowned physicians eager to learn. The King of Drum Island has established research societies where doctors convene to discuss complex cases, and where distinguished physicians impart their knowledge through lectures. I paid a fee to join the Research Association. Before boarding the ship, I had entrusted most of my funds to the village chief and ace, leaving with only a suitcase in hand. I had assumed that the Revolutionary Army would provide for my needs, and that I would receive funding during missions. Instead, I found myself sent to Drum Island for further studies, while my peers in the Revolutionary Army were dispatched to various countries for undercover investigations. Not only that, but I also took a significant amount of money as living expenses. Even though I was aware of the substantial support from several nations backing Dragon, I felt a sense of embarrassment, and was solely focused on acquiring more knowledge to assist him. The Research Association on Drum Island resembled a university in my mind, complete with lectures, group discussions, presentations, and experimental practices. I felt like a mouse tumbling into a rice bin, voraciously absorbing knowledge. After completing today's coursework, I made significant strides in my understanding. My intellect flourished amidst this environment, akin to a rocket soaring skyward. The Research Association not only accommodated visiting foreign doctors, but also provided them with lodging. During our leisure hours, we often found ourselves chatting in the hall. It truly was a remarkable country. As I sat before the warm hearth, cradling a cup of hot cocoa, I remarked to my companions from the association, I hope the next king is equally wise. I squinted, relishing the cozy atmosphere of the Winter Island's indoor architecture, leaning forward against the bar. My friend, Kodada, mimicked my posture, her cheeks squished together as she mumbled her agreement. Then my little sister can come here too. She yawned, took another sip of coffee, and mused to herself, my sister will be the best pediatrician. Her tone brimmed with pride, and I couldn't help but straighten my back, declaring, My brother will be the greatest pirate. Sisters are the best. Brothers are the best, I exclaimed, even though I worried. But what if she faints at the sight of blood, Kodada? How can she be a doctor then? I shook my head disapprovingly, sincerely suggesting, perhaps it would be better for my neighbor's sister to study herbal medicine with me. But she insisted on pediatrics, lamenting, why isn't there a remedy for fainting at the sight of blood? Suddenly, she slapped the bar, recalling, wait. I remember they mentioned a peculiar researcher on this island named Silka, right? Nunnally. Do you think he has any research on preventing fainting at the sight of blood? That's unlikely, I frowned, trying to recall information about Silka. His profile was rather scant, suggesting he was indeed obsessed with research. However, fainting at the sight of blood seemed to be more of a personal issue. Observing the animated Kodada, I swallowed my thoughts, deciding to let her enthusiasm prevail. The courses at the Research Association were numerous, and I found myself perpetually busy, even studying late into the night by lamplight. How terrifying. You're a woman, Kodada gasped, having noticed my unusual schedule. You're still just a child, younger than me by several years. As a fellow genius doctor, she stroked her chin, suggesting, with your intelligence, you should come to Marineford, the Navy headquarters? I shook my head. I might not have the time. I want to learn as much as I can to help back home. But I'm part of the Revolutionary Army. Would I willingly surrender to the Navy headquarters? The medical school at Marineford is incredibly prestigious. I failed the entrance exam 5 times. Kodada exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although there are excellent medical universities everywhere, the Navy-affiliated medical academy is the best. They even dissect sea kings. Sea kings. Do you know about the Navy's scientific division? The world's greatest scientists work there. They say if you attend classes at the medical school, you might have the chance to conduct experiments with their research results. Experiments? And all the Navy officers are so handsome. Kodada gushed, I adore Captain Crane. She is the woman I aspire to be. I suppressed the thought of studying under the Navy's watchful eyes and smiled politely as I declined, but I have a large family to care for. Pausing to consider the unreliable individuals. 1, 2, 3, 4 I continued, when busy, they won't stop to rest and will devour everything in the fridge, including my mischievous brothers who can eat 3 carts of meat in one sitting. My lovely sister is still running a tavern back home. And I can't help but worry. I'm sorry, Kodada. I promise I will visit when I can. After turning down Kodada, I immersed myself in my studies. However, as my intelligence increased, I began to venture out more. My professional endeavors saw slight progress. One day, I treated a child suffering from a sudden acute illness with my portable potions. Just as I was thanking the family, an unexpected voice burst in. Where is the patient? I turned to see a man in a high hat, clad in flowery shorts and black boots, peering through the window. Let me save him with my universal medicine. As he prepared to kick through the glass, I quickly raised my empty potion bottle, stating, I've already given him the medicine. He is fine. What? He widened his eyes, his 3 mustaches quivering. I've traveled a long way. Just as I anticipated his anger over wasted time, he grumbled, pulling his head back. No one is sick. Well, that is a good thing. I sighed in relief and chuckled, declining the family's invitation as I hurried after him. Sir, wait. He wore an irregular cloak with 3 pointed tips, his demeanor far from friendly. I opened my mouth, Doctor. What do you mean by universal medicine? The universal medicine is a sham. Upon returning to my accommodation, Kodada scoffed at my words. Seeing my confusion, she put down her beer glass and elaborated on the background. That is Silka Nunnally. A quack. He is reviled by everyone on the island. He mismanages patients with even minor colds, subjecting them to great suffering. Her teeth ground together, filled with disdain. I thought he was a serious researcher, and wanted to ask if he had anything for fainting at the sight of blood. Yet that fellow brought out some juice made from crushed dragonfly wings, claiming it was universal medicine. It's nothing but a scam. Indeed, I mused inwardly. If I had thought of him as a special item merchant from a game when I first encountered him, after our exchange, I could almost be certain that Silka was indeed not well versed in medicine. Notably, the so-called universal medicine was made from the fur of a woolly hippo. However, recalling his earlier remark about it being good that no one was sick, I decided he might not be a bad person despite his peculiar attire. Kodada had already shifted topics, extolling the cuteness and shyness of her neighbor's sister, who despite her shortcomings, remained determined to become a doctor. She might even join the Navy one day, she declared proudly as an older sister. The children I know might also aspire to become naval officers. Discreetly, I refrained from mentioning Cyril, instead choosing to follow the thread of the conversation. Even as I departed, the diminutive patrolman remained on duty, so adorable in his tiny stature. Speaking of which, I may not be able to return to celebrate my brother's birthday next year. Straightening my posture, I grasped Kodata's hand and inquired, Kodata, do you know what the specialty of this island is? She hesitated, mouth agape, before answering, doctors? If my brother is to become a naval officer, should we consider purchasing some healing potions? Someone interjected nearby. I did not correct him, leaning in humbly to ask, might you know where the finest remedies can be found? He traced the shape of sunglasses on the table with his finger, dipped in liquor. Although it seemed rather odd, when it came to the best medicine, it undeniably was her. Who is she? Kodata, ever eager to join in, exclaimed her name with a start, Dr. Guriva. I rapped on her door with enthusiasm. Dr. Guriva, do you happen to have any special healing potions available? Here to buy medicine, he. The door swung open, revealing the fashionable physician, who, in stark contrast to the thick winter coats everyone else wore, displayed a glimpse of her waist. Her consultations may be costly, yet whenever she intervened, no ailment remained incurable. Despite some claiming her to be a mercenary doctor devoid of ethics, her skills on this island were indeed unparalleled. Dr. Guriva possessed a pair of mischievous eyes, a gracefully curved nose, and a broad smile. From a spirited perspective, she might even appear healthier than the 60-year-old village chief. Indeed, I wished to purchase a batch of special healing potions. I retrieved a pouch of gold coins from my satchel, clarifying my intentions. My brother's birthday is approaching, and I would like to procure some gifts for him. The small round sunglasses perched on her face. She scrutinized me for a moment. Ah, you must be the new girl, the foolish one who conversed with the quack. I realized she referred to Cyril as the quack. Grasping the coin pouch, she chuckled. I hope you're not planning to follow in his footsteps and research a panacea, hee. Sensing no malice from Dr. Guriva, I gently replied. While it may seem implausible, I believe a universal remedy exists. She tilted her head, studying me closely. I maintained my composure, for if such a remedy truly existed, the calamities of White City would never have transpired. Just this year, a lead poisoning outbreak in North Sea's White City claimed countless lives. Naive young one, Doctor. Guriva tossed a bag of potion vials my way, which I caught with ease. In this world, there is no cure-all. That is why we physicians are needed. I tucked the vials into my satchel and smiled at the elder physician. I simply believe it is remarkable that Mr. Cyril is steadfast in his pursuit of creating a cure and saving lives. Dr. Guriva scoffed. That fellow merely yells about developing a panacea due to his own experiences. Lacking even basic medical knowledge, mere resolve is insufficient. From her words, I learned of the miraculous recovery Cyril experienced after a cherry blossom incident following his illness. Oh, is that so? I gazed out at the snow-laden winter island, envisioning a landscape adorned with beautiful cherry blossoms. What a magnificent dream, I marveled. Such instances have occurred throughout medical history. A singular case does not represent the whole. Wishing to save lives with flowers? He. I looked at Dr. Guriva, who had already immersed herself in her drink, and bid her farewell with a smile. Chapter 13. 10 years ago, Rocket Launcher 13. Year of the Sea Circle, 1509. January. I gazed at the letter in my hand, the uneven script unmistakably belonging to Ace. They had indeed become brothers with Luffy. I meticulously folded the letter, which I had read 3 or 4 times, and tucked it into my inner pocket. In the quaint windmill village, 3 significant figures had emerged, and I had long wondered if they would become a family. However, Ace's handwriting was predictably dreadful. I resolved to write to them, urging them to pay more attention in their cultural classes. Clutching onto the minuscule glimmer of hope I possessed, I unfolded the letter, and detailed the events of the past 3 months, handing it to the waiting seagull. Thank you for your patience. Here's a tip. Please keep it up. With permission granted, I gently stroked the seagull's dry feathers and placed the extra coins in her small pouch. Receiving a gentle nuzzle, the seagull soared into the sky, transforming into a dark speck as it carried my letter to the revolutionary ship, adrift in the unknown. I donned my coat hanging on the rack and descended the stairs alone. Nunnally, are you off to see patients again today? Dr. Ball, who had previously introduced me to Dr. Guriva, lounged at the bar, a frothy beer in hand. Yes, I'm going for Miss Polka's follow-up. That old lady is both obstinate and cantankerous. She certainly gave us a headache before. It's rare that you don't find it bothersome. I chuckled, waving my hand dismissively. Perhaps you should drink a bit less in the morning, Dr. Ball. Miss Polka resided to the north of the Great Horn Village, a woman of considerable standards. She was quite difficult when it came to medical matters. Yet she was reasonable in her daily life, tending to her flowers with care, often adorning herself with a bloom. As usual, I prepared a tonic for her, softly informing her that after this, She would no longer need to take the medicine. Miss Polka nodded seriously like a child, insisting on escorting me to the door. Upon reaching the bridge, I spotted a tall figure leaning against it. I hastened my steps. Good morning, Giriva. The ever-fashionable lady, clad in a midriff-bearing outfit and black leather, cast a sidelong glance at me, her round sunglasses caught in her thick hair. Nonchalantly she remarked, that girl was never ill. You all rushed to prescribe her medicine. I paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing she referred to the 60-year-old Miss Polku. While Miss Polku may not have been ill, perhaps due to her age, she often clung to me, lamenting her discomfort. Hence, I consistently prescribed her harmless tonics. Pressing my lips together, I was at a loss as to how to explain the ordinary elderly woman's sentiments to this remarkable lady of 3 digits in age. I chuckled awkwardly, preparing to pass when I heard her say, a peculiar little creature has appeared among the northern deer herd. You've always had a way with animals. Why not go take a look? Hee 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 hee. Random challenge. The disturbed deer herd. Challenge description. An unwanted child yearns for a sense of belonging. As an outsider, do you wish to intervene and grant him a fresh narrative? Challenge requirements. Locate the Deer King and engage in conversation. Challenge reward. Charisma 50. With no time to inquire how she knew of my affairs, Giriva turned and gracefully disappeared. Exasperated, I rubbed my face and checked the weather before ultimately borrowing a vehicle to head north. Surrounding the kingdom of magnetic drums on Winter Island, a plethora of cold climate creatures thrived. From the massive, temperamental raven rabbits to the docile, silent ground-dwelling hippos, and the deer herds that resided in the distant borders. This island allowed nature and humanity to coexist in peace, without interference. Thanks to the blessing of the King of Beasts, I had always gotten along well with the animals, even managing to grasp their language to some extent. However, concerning the exclusive deer herds, I approached with a sense of apprehension. Yet, unexpectedly, I did not encounter any adverse treatment. Ah, have I truly been entrusted with this child? Cradling the diminutive fawn in my arms, I cast a bewildered glance towards the herd. The strongest stag among them nodded slightly, and with hesitation, I extended my hand, feeling the gentle touch of its head against my palm. A creature as innocent as this youngling ought to belong in the realm of humans. Unlike the other reindeer, who exhibited overt disdain, the elder stag maintained a more indifferent demeanor. The unusual cannot earn our acceptance. It is better to depart than to remain here unnoticed. Wait. This child has no family. How will it survive among humans? I shouted this into the howling wind and snow. The gentle gaze of the fawn was devoid of warmth. Such matters were for it to ponder. The herd gradually distanced itself, and I tightened my cloak around me. Very well, I thought, not knowing to whom I was speaking. The warm fawn nestled in my arms bore a blue nose and faint scars upon its face, having fought valiantly for life since birth. It must continue to strive. I wrapped the child in my scarf, reaching our abode just as dusk began to settle. I placed it before the warm hearth, where Ball and Kodata gathered in awe. Nunnally, have you rescued yet another small creature? Ball exclaimed. Is that a blue-nosed reindeer? I waved my hand, instructing the ever-lazy Ball to fetch some milk, while Kodata cautiously poked the fawn's cheek with a finger, eyes wide with astonishment. It's alive! I responded. We 3 have changed its clothes and warmed some milk. This tiny creature can stay with us. Why not have it become our mascot? A doctor and a reindeer sounds like a splendid combination. How cool. You just want a beast of burden to carry your bags. I interjected, though it did sound delightful. However, the child had awakened, its dark, glistening eyes filled with fear as it gazed at us. Who are you? Reindeer can talk. I removed my gloves and offered the warm milk, struggling to find the right words. Hello, I am Nunnally, and these are Ball and Kodata. From this day forth, we shall be your, guardians. At a loss for how to describe our relationship. Housemates? Family? Friends? Guardians? I noticed the white insignia on Kodata's attire, and had a sudden inspiration. From today onward, we shall be your teachers. Rather than being a mere mascot, being a Dr. S. reindeer sounds far more impressive. After a flustered self-introduction, the fawn finally settled down, sipping the warm milk slowly, its eyes observing us with a flicker of curiosity. At merely 2 years of age, my heart swelled with affection as I gently spoke to it. It's quite late. Would you like to sleep with Ball? Yes, a good big brother. Thus, the fawn began to reside with us at the association. Kodata suggested naming it, while Ball proposed waiting for the fawn to choose its name, ultimately settling on Little Blue. Little Blue protested in vain until one day, bursting with excitement upon returning home, it spun around the living room, announcing loudly that it had chosen a name, Tony Chopper. Standing atop the table, we gazed at it with adoration. It's a name given by Silka. Achievement. Met important character Tony Chopper. Achievement unlocked. 32004200. The world is truly wondrous. I mused that even if I were to hear of robots and skeletons among the important characters in the future, I would not be surprised. In any case, Chopper spent every day with Silka and even received a hat, which Kodata secretly adorned with a large, comical face out of spite. This led me to become acquainted with Silka, and during a casual conversation, we discussed recent news. A fishman had entered Mariehua, liberating the slaves of the celestial dragons. Such a report was brazenly published on the front page of the World Gazette. Knowing more of the internal affairs, I concealed my emotions and continued speaking with Silka. What remarkable courage and determination, Silka remarked, gazing at the condensation tube in his hand. Only those unafraid of death can accomplish such feats. Chopper, nestled beside us, was sound asleep, and I held his warm little paws, pondering the plight of those unfortunate souls who might struggle to survive. The wounds of the soul are challenging to heal. I gazed at the rippling water in my cup, imagining their immense suffering. Those who yearn to live must endure pain, Silka stated coldly, turning his gaze towards me and Chopper, every wrinkle on his face a testament to the passage of time. Yet the ocean is vast, and the world is expansive. Such pain is but a minuscule speck in the face of the world. Just as Chopper, who is discontent with his blue nose, will eventually venture into the ocean, where countless wonders and peculiarities await. In speaking these words, Silka appeared far removed from his previous irreverence, resembling a philosopher instead. I brushed my fingers against Chopper's damp nose, suddenly recalling my childhood, when my physical disabilities would lead me to inadvertently destroy furniture, only to be brought back to my senses by my brother's presence, despite receiving scoldings for my behavior. The confinement of the heart is far more terrifying than the closure of the eyes. Nunnally is my sister, yet her world must not rely solely on me. My brother, often scorned and despised by society, persevered and cherished me. Comparing our situations is truly disheartening. In reality, devoid of my brother's companionship, I could only sit silently in my wheelchair, watching the sun rise and set beyond the window. Is this a form of punishment? Not wishing to awaken Chopper, I left him in Silka's home, donning my cloak to wander alone through the snow. Hey girl over there, would you like to ride in my car? Gulewa called from atop her gleaming motorcycle. I stood dumbfounded, as each encounter with her seemed to bring forth new and wondrous experiences. Once seated on the back, the roar of the engine and the biting wind whipped against my face, and I exclaimed in delight, snowflakes filling my mouth. It was yet another sensation I had never experienced before. With a light heart, I bid farewell to Dr. Gulewa, and as I handed her a bag of warm roasted sweet potatoes, she suddenly adopted a serious expression, staring intently at me. Remember to bring a bouquet of flowers tomorrow. Tomorrow? What on earth are we doing tomorrow? Residents arriving to help crowded the house, and I stood at the door with my suitcase, my mind a chaotic whirlwind, when someone placed a hand on my shoulder. I turned to find Ball, who tipped his black hat. The old lady departed in her sleep, without suffering. My mouth opened as I sought to inquire why Miss Polku had passed away. She had not been ill and was in good health, and I had often provided her with nourishing potions. Ball remained silent for a moment, taking my suitcase as he spoke. We all know. The people on the island are aware that she wasn't truly ill. Although we called her Miss Polku, she actually had a child. A daughter who is several years my senior and joined the Navy over a decade ago. Unfortunately, after a few years following Roger's death, the piracy grew rampant, and she was gravely injured during a battle. Since then, the old lady often claimed she was sick. I was left speechless. Miss Polku's South funeral took place on a rare sunny day. I gazed at the bouquet before her black and white portrait, the very flowers Dr. Gulewa had reminded me to prepare. Why couldn't we save her? I stopped the tall doctor, speaking in a rush. She held an unlit cigarette between her lips, her eyes half closed. Rose was a burden of the heart, one that could not be alleviated. She bent down and touched the cigarette's tip to my chest, declaring, I cannot save you, nor can the quack, nor can any other doctor, and you cannot save yourself. To the world, pain may seem trivial, yet for her, it loomed large. She had endured this solitude for nearly a decade, and respecting a patient's choice is also a physician's ethical duty. I stood before the solemn ceremony. Miss Polku had no other relatives, only familiar neighbors who assisted in the arrangements. Many doctors attended the funeral, all of whom, like me, had once held the elderly lady's hand, feeling remorse for prescribing her various medications. Bar was dressed in formal attire and suddenly spoke up. What I prescribed her were actually hawthorn pills. Kodata chimed in. Mine was mangosteen extract. In truth, I advised her to consume more vitamins, added another, and my homemade pastries. I listened intently to their remedies, Miss Polku's countenance as stern as it had always been when she insisted on seeing me to the door. Bright red roses adorned her black and white portrait, reminiscent of her name, Rose, much like the flowers she had pinned in my ear over the past decade. Rejecting Kodata's company, she trod alone through the melting snow. It suddenly struck me that Bar must know Gulliva, much like Gulliva knew Polku, all due to that naval miss who had departed this world many years ago. Of course, she had sent her special treatment to the Navy. A few years later, the pirates multiplied, overwhelming our capacity to assist, and during the skirmishes she left. My thoughts drifted to Ace, a pang of sorrow gripping my heart. Ace once asked me if Roger was a sinner. My answer was that it was never Roger who was at fault. It was this world. Such words are easily uttered by an outsider. Yet those immersed in the turmoil wrought by the era of great treasure, the pirates that plagued the seas, and the navy that perished at their hands, along with their families, find it hard to accept the notion that it is merely the world's fault. Ace, too, harbored his own anguish, a loathing for his birth and despair at the indifferent gaze of bystanders. This was his suffering, one that had never been healed, even with my, Sabo's and Luffy's companionship. It was not something that could be effortlessly unraveled. Much like me, the torment of lingering illness and childhood experiences cannot be easily reconciled. I sighed heavily, my thoughts drifting to the tragedy of White City, where innocent civilians lost their lives due to the royal family's concealment, from the Grey Station to Mariehua, from pirates to the Navy. If the soul's anguish can only be traversed by the individual, how then do we heal the collective suffering of that era? Lying in bed, I aimlessly scrolled through my mailbox. Had there been new updates from Tomato Tyrant? As I glanced at a letter he sent, my curiosity piqued, prompting me to click on the special store. At first glance, one item immediately captured my attention. Rocket launcher from 10 years ago. Item description: a time-space tool exceptionally popular in another world, allowing one to return to the past due to the developer's obsession. Do you have someone you wish to meet? I do. Seeing those familiar faces nearly brought tears to my eyes. With this tool, one could return to the past and reverse the future. Just reading the description left me breathless. Could it truly be as I imagined? Filled with an unknown trepidation, I continued to read, almost guessing its exorbitant price. Price: achievements. My eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could it be so inexpensive that I almost thought myself blind? I composed myself and contacted Sayako. There is a reason for this, Miss Nunnally, Sayako explained, her demeanor unchanged. While it does allow one to return to the past, it does not permit the free selection of time nodes. If the time you wish to revert to is too distant, you may very well become trapped in the past. This is merely a defective item. Are you certain you wish to purchase it? You have purchased rocket launcher from 10 years ago. Achievements: 42004000. What's the harm in trying? In my room, I heard my voice echo softly. Chapter 14: Flevance. Rocket launcher from 10 years ago. Change the past, reverse the future. A one-time time-space tool that spans a decade intended to alter history. Could I return to 1499 and save Roger? I penned down my confusion, this time receiving a letter from the Revolutionary Army's dedicated messenger, Crow, delivering Dragon's missive. On that day, I was also in Logetown, witnessing everything unfold. After that, I conceived the idea of changing the world. That man, before his demise, laughed heartily, proclaiming the dawn of the great pirate era. Nunnally, in this era, everyone fights with their convictions. We are so, and Roger was as well. To this day, I remain unclear about what he witnessed at the world's end. But one thing is certain: if it were not by one's own will, who could slay the Pirate King? As you said, Roger's treasure was never the true cause. Rather, justice is buried beneath the guise of righteousness, concealing many tragedies. The past is irretrievable, yet the future can be altered. We cannot reclaim lives that have perished. Not even yours, Nunnally. Your abilities are extraordinary, but how does saving one life equate to saving countless others? I neatly folded the letter, briefly reassuring the messenger before collapsing into my blankets. I drifted into a heavy slumber, awakening to find the full moon hanging high. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall back asleep, I finally donned my clothes and ventured outside. There was no snowfall that night, only the sound of my footsteps resonating in the stillness. The cold moonlight casting shadows through the window before vanishing. In the living room, the fireplace had long extinguished, firewood haphazardly piled within. I refrained from turning on the lights and upon entering, noticed a shadow on the sofa. Are you still awake, Bar? I gently interrupted his solitude. The male doctor looked up at me, offering a quiet smile. Aren't you as well? We sat on the sofa, our gazes drifting in different directions. After a moment, I suddenly spoke. Bar, if it were your wish, Who would you desire to resurrect? He paused, his fingers tracing his temple. That would be far too many. I would need an extensive list. Dolan, my friend, a true paragon of virtue, raised a multitude of beautiful children, all with splendid personalities. No one disliked her. We had an agreement. I would be the doctor, she the nun, and after I concluded my research on Drum Island, I would travel to her country to care for those unfortunate children together. He tilted his head back, and I caught a glimpse of moisture in his eyes. She was a Flevance. Everything seemed so perfect. Why did it turn out this way? I gazed at the now cold embers, my thoughts a tangled mess. Everything was so good, yet everything felt so wrong. For ordinary people, it ultimately boiled down to mere misfortune. The following day, I stepped out to see patients, where I found Bar at the bar, drinking heartily from a grimy beer mug. We exchanged our usual greetings and departed with our leather bags. After completing today's tasks, I arrived at Sir Silka's house and knocked on the door. Good afternoon, Mr. Silka. Where is Chopper? I set down my bag, searching the room for that small figure. He ran off to play in the woods, Silka replied, as usual clad in his peculiar trench coat, his 3 mustaches in disarray. I watched him busily at work and, unable to contain my curiosity, asked Mr. Silka, what is the universal remedy? He glanced at me, placing his research on the table. It is a medicine that can cure all ailments. It sounds like nonsense, I laughed and continued, does it include heart ailments? He nodded with conviction. A hint of inner turmoil reflected in his gaze. I surveyed the cluttered furnishings of the room, including Miss Polku. Cecil shook his head. And just when I thought he would refute the statement, this so-called quack of a middle-aged man uttered, how do you know she isn't well? I blinked. For she believed herself to be ill. Yet, having consumed medication for a decade, would she remain ignorant of its nature? She resided in the renowned medical kingdom of Drum Island along the Grand Line, and her daughter served in the Navy. She sought remedies from Dr. Guliva. How could she possibly be unaware that what she ingested was never medicine, and that she was not truly sick? I was rendered speechless, pondering Dr. Guliva's assertion regarding her mental affliction. Cecil rolled his eyes, asserting that she had merely succumbed to death in her dreams. It was simply a matter of age. 2 doctors, 2 opposing philosophies, and 2 starkly divergent interpretations. He explained earnestly. After Dia perished on Mermaid Island, Polku lost the will to live, hence her persistent yearning for medication. Unbeknownst to her, she encountered a group of visiting doctors who prescribed only trivial remedies, and slowly, others followed suit, until you all arrived. The middle-aged man puffed in frustration, deliberately avoiding me. Why would I seek you out? I thought, gazing at the frog corpses and the peculiar liquid nearby, refraining from voicing my thoughts. I swung my legs on the chair, wishing for a panacea. If only such a cure existed, we could save the afflicted in Flevance. Cecil shook his head, insisting that Flevance was not a contagious disease. What? I stared wide-eyed. Was not lead poisoning deemed a high-risk contagious illness by the world government? A flash of insight struck me, recalling the fragments of conversation I overheard during a meeting with Mr. Long and the cadre while I was still with the Revolutionary Army. I had always believed that the tragedy of Flevance stemmed from the world government's refusal to provide aid. Little did I realize that the grim reality was far more harrowing. The non-contagious lead poisoning, juxtaposed with the world government's grand proclamations. What did that signify? Cecil, a former notorious thief who had evaded capture on the Grand Line, and now a quack on Drum Island for over a decade, unknowingly divulged a horrifying truth. I returned to my room and retrieved the urgent letter sent by Mr. Long. Was the phrase justice concealed beneath the guise of righteousness a description of Flevance? Apart from the Revolutionary Army, how many others like Cecil were aware of Flevance's tragedy? I found an old report from the World Resource Journal, dated September 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, stating that the lead-rich Flevance fell to ruin due to a contagious disease, with royal survivors proclaiming, thanks to the aid of the world government. Not a contagious disease, a royal survival, assistance from the world government. I furrowed my brow tightly. The clues were insufficient, leaving only conjecture. Regardless, the common folk of Flevance had no survivors left. I glanced at my attribute panel. Stamina, 415. Your ability can save one life, but how can you save countless others? Yet, did I not come to this world to instigate change? Confined to a sickbed, unable to move, I felt a stirring at the sight of the propaganda. In the world of the Grand Line, to forge a new era, I yearned to participate, to alter the course of fate. With a healthy body, I aspired to accomplish what had once been beyond my reach. I whispered to myself, Brother Lelouch, if it were you, you would surely support me. Regardless of whether this memory is fabricated or a mere game, I wish to believe that in another world, there exists such a blood relative, one who has been my companion since childhood, cherishing me like a precious gem. I penned a letter and left it on the table, knowing that if I failed to awaken on time, the ever-reliable Kodata would ensure it reached Mr. Long as instructed. Enveloped in a gentle haze, I succumbed to dizziness. Sister. There's a big sister here. Miss Mess? Take her to Dr. Trafalgar. I heard small voices in the background and struggled to open my eyes. Just as I attempted to do so, a pair of soft hands gently covered my eyelids, and a youthful voice exclaimed, "Daddy, the sister is awake." He carefully turned his head and whispered in my ear, "Sister, don't open your eyes too quickly. The light might hurt them." I nodded quietly, feeling his hand lift away, only to place a cloth, its texture resembling a towel, upon my hand, earnestly explaining, "Sister, cover your eyes with this and slowly open them." Following his instructions, I gradually opened my eyes, waiting for the dizziness caused by the bright light to fade, revealing a hazy image before me. A boy wearing a speckled duckbill cap sat in a chair, a thick surgical book resting on his lap, his eyes slightly upturned, gray-gold in hue, gazing intently yet innocently. Was he the doctor's son? Recalling the voice I had just heard, I hesitantly called out his surname. "Trafalgar, sir?" The boy straightened abruptly, his face flushing slightly. "I am Trafalgar Law. Just call me Law." I smiled and lifted the towel. "Thank you for the towel, Law. It's what a doctor should do," Law declared, raising the medical book in his hands. "Law, please refrain from speaking loudly in the ward." A gentle-faced man in a white coat entered. "I am Trafalgar Eric. How is the young lady feeling now?" "Lampaluki Nunnally. You may call me Nunnally. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Trafalgar." As I reached out to shake his hand in gratitude, I noticed something peculiar about my hand. As a doctor, I should know my own body best. A 12-year-old girl should have fingers still bearing the softness of childhood. Yet, this hand was delicate and elongated, the knuckles distinctly altered. Looking down, I observed that my previously waist-length curls now cascaded down to my hips. Mr. Trafalgar, could you provide me with a mirror?" I directed my request to the doctor before me, and the mirror was handed to me by Law. I smiled, "Thank you, young sir." I met my reflection in the mirror. This was a face on the cusp of shedding its childishness, blooming like a flower in its first bloom, an expression belonging to a 14-year-old girl. "May I ask, where is this?" I discreetly scanned the newspaper clippings adorning the walls, my certainty growing. "Sister, the nun brought you here. This is Flevance. Why did you faint?" Chapter 15. Lead poisoning the North Sea. Flevance. This was a town entirely enveloped in white. Gazing out the window, the trees, the earth, the flowers, all bore a hue reminiscent of snow, creating a surreal landscape that nearly led me to believe I was still in Winter Island. After awakening and exchanging a few words, I successfully established my identity as a doctor and stayed in the home of the Trafalgars. Flevance was beautiful and pristine, akin to the upscale district of the Gaia Kingdom where I had briefly resided, yet devoid of the Grey Station. The residents passing by wore smiles, their lives untroubled thanks to the abundant lead mining. Such a captivating scene, yet it would be reduced to ashes in mere months. With my hands tucked in my pockets, I strolled through the town, and passers-by would only perceive me as an outsider. The information I gathered along the way was largely consistent. The rulers of Flevance enjoyed a commendable reputation, generously sharing the wealth of lead with their citizens, a royal family known for their kindness. Lead or amber lead can be utilized for a multitude of purposes. I found myself lingering before a beauty store, contemplating cosmetics. Much like the infamous prisoners of Fishman Island, the high-quality amber lead has garnered a reputation in the North Sea as a coveted ingredient in beauty products, commanding exorbitant prices. Prior to the outbreak of lead disease, I had engaged in delightful discussions about these charming trinkets with Machino in the Windmill Village. It is utterly commonplace for girls to enter beauty stores. I retrieved my wallet and, under the guidance of the attendant, purchased an entire box. Upon exiting, I casually visited the neighboring grocery store to procure spices and tableware, claiming them to be gifts for others. "Good afternoon, Sister Nunnally." I turned toward the direction of the voice, revealing Law, impeccably dressed in a crisp white shirt, his red tie neatly tucked beneath his suit jacket, and black shorts that revealed a glimpse of his calves, adorned with white socks and polished shoes. He had just returned from school. I held a favorable impression of this boy. Who could resist the charm of a polite and sweet-natured child? Distinct from the likes of Ace and his companions? Important character encountered. Trafalgar Law, Achievement. Achievement 2001200. It is said that aside from the royal family, there were no survivors of the lead disease, yet here stood a child. "Good afternoon, Law. Are you off to play with friends after school?" I greeted him with a smile, acknowledging the other children by his side. Law cradled a glass dome containing a fluttering butterfly, shaking his head as he bid farewell to his companions, and approached me with small steps. I'm heading home. This butterfly is for Rami. Rami, the little sister of Trafalgar, is a vivacious and cheerful girl, and their family shares a strong bond, truly a happy household. Suppressing my complex emotions, I extended my hand, inviting him to take hold of it. Law looked at me, somewhat bewildered. But I'm already 9. I smiled playfully, yet I'm unsure of the way back. Young sir. Despite his tendency to be solitary, Law, accustomed to behaving like a little adult, placed his hand in mine. How endearing it is to tease such a precocious child. I engaged him in light conversation. Do you know where Amber led his mind? The child tilted his head up earnestly, perhaps influenced by the etiquette lessons at his church school, understanding that eye contact is essential for communication. It's all in the north. Would you like to visit? Law furrowed his brow, considering my inquiry. If you wish to go, it can only be next month. The open day just passed. You should ask your father to help you make a reservation, but only one person can visit at a time. I chuckled softly. As expected of the White Town, amber lead is not only an essential mineral, but also a scenic attraction. However, this fleeting smile was quickly overshadowed by the weight of the ensuing thoughts. The very substance that leads this nation toward paradise also threatens to drag them into hell. What truly is the nature of lead disease? Returning to the matter at hand, I had previously believed it to be toxic. Why? I inquired nonchalantly. Is it due to mining? Law's small hand remained firmly in mine. Indeed, mining is perpetually perilous. Poisoning and suffocation are common occurrences. The boy in the white spotted hat shook his head, but we have the finest equipment and professionals. Moreover, if you're concerned about the toxicity of amber lead, the world government conducted surveys a century ago. His grayish-golden eyes sparkled with warmth as he earnestly reassured me, do not fear, Sister Nunnally, Flevance is safe. His sincerity ignited an unsettling warmth within me. Upon returning to my guest room, I took up pen and paper to document my hypotheses. Clue 1. Is amber lead a toxic mineral or product? What reactions does it provoke? Clue 2. Are royals the only safe group in contact with it? Clue 3. What is the timeline and transmission route for the outbreak? Conclusion. The toxicity in amber lead mineral products was likely triggered during a mining incident due to, which then spread to the miners, who subsequently transmitted it to their families through saliva, air, water sources. Is this not a return to the idea of an infectious disease? I gathered the items I had purchased from the store, testing each one on my face, yet the status on the character panel remained unchanged. These products did not seem to be the cause. I buried my face in my arm, aware that my efforts were in vain. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek a testing subject. Gazing at the luminous screen, which served as an omnipotent game panel, I realized that after selecting my profession, it also functioned as a medical aid. While healing others, I could observe the afflicted areas. After some contemplation, I settled on Law. He was in the study, engrossed in a thick tome on surgical knowledge. Is something the matter, Sister Nunnally? Upon noticing my presence, he politely set his book aside to inquire. I fabricated a casual excuse, urging him to extend his hand. Equipped with a stethoscope, the crisp sounds of life resonated in my ears. Yet the display before me momentarily stole my breath away. The child's delicate skeletal structure and organs were laid bare. A vast expanse of red spots marred his abdomen. How could Law's contamination be so severe? My breath hitched in shock, my astonishment nearly overwhelming my composure. Is something wrong, Sister Nunnally? Nothing at all, Law. I swiftly composed my expression, flashing him a smile. Shall we head downstairs for dinner? During the meal, I was lost in thought, my mind wandering back to Law's mention of the amber lead tour. I broached the subject at the dining table, and Eric explained gently, it's a long-standing regulation. After all, amber lead is of utmost importance to our nation. We've apprehended spies in the past, and for tourists, one visit suffices. Elena, his wife, laughed softly, recalling, our families have worked in the mines for generations, until Eric's grandfather transitioned to medicine. Now Law aspires to become a doctor. Does he not? The gentle and beautiful mother playfully winked at her astute son, prompting him to pout. I am no longer a child, mother. Brother S. embarrassed. Rami giggled, brandishing her knife and fork, while Law, unable to resist his sister's antics, sulked in silence. I stared at the steak on my plate, my thoughts crystallizing. The toxins of amber lead, ingrained in the very essence of the Flevance people, were not present in industrial products, but rather absorbed over generations through their lineage of miners. This was never an infectious disease. It was a chronic ailment accumulated over time, culminating in a catastrophic eruption. Thus, it was no wonder that young Law suffered so gravely. The disease within him was the result of generations of accumulation. Nunnally, is the food not to your liking? Elena's amber eyes bore into me, filled with concern. The entire family was subtly observing me. I offered a smile to the curious Rami, elucidating my momentary distraction. No, I simply felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It has been ages since I've enjoyed such a lively meal. With enthusiasm, I recounted how, in my family, my mother would instruct us to change the tablecloth to different colors, accompanied by freshly picked white roses. The stern yet loving father, the beautiful and strong mother, and the gentle, wise brother. They belong to a time I could never return to, though the world has changed since then. Those moments remain the most beautiful in my memory. The table fell into a reflective silence, and I belatedly realized my emotions may have affected them. A flush crept onto my cheeks, and just as I was about to apologize awkwardly, I heard Elena's soft voice suggest, "The white roses are indeed the most exquisite at Grandma Lisa's, aren't they?" Rua nodded, and Lami beamed with a broad smile, responding enthusiastically. I blinked, acknowledging the beauty of the flowers. After dinner, I watched as Rua and Lami's figures faded from the room, and turned to the Trafalgar couple seated in the living room, saying, "I must apologize. I have concealed something from you." They exchanged glances and chuckled in unison. Has Nunnally finally decided to confide in us? Elena, holding my hand, chimed in, "However, dear, Flevance has a rather stringent admission policy for outsiders. But after Nunnally fainted, Eric asked a friend at customs to ascertain your identity and notify your family. Unfortunately, they found no trace of you. Eric and I speculated that you must have your reasons for this, and that you would reveal them when you felt ready." Upon recalling the innocent traveler I had contrived and my indirect hints towards Rua, I gazed at Elena's beautiful smile, coughed softly to gather my composure, and stated my identity with earnestness. Though it may sound utterly implausible, I have come from the year 1509. I looked into their gentle, serene eyes. Flevance no longer existed in 1509. Having recounted my tale from my acquaintance with Ball on Magnetic Drum Island to my deductions, I awaited their response with tranquility. It indeed seemed incredible, almost beyond belief. I held my breath, anticipating their decision. "Yet, we believe you," the couple affirmed, rising to their feet. Elena affectionately stroked the top of my head. "You are only a few years younger than Rua, Nunnally. Thank you truly. You are a remarkable doctor." Experiencing the gentle warmth of an adult woman's kindness for the first time, I awkwardly waved my hand. "No, I am far from that standard. I chose to become a doctor merely for my own convenience. I have always perceived it as a duty, which is rather disheartening." Eric chuckled, his handsome visage bearing a striking resemblance to Rua. "When you chose to come to us and share all this, Nunnally, you became an exceptional doctor in your own right. The heart with which one saves lives is inconsequential. Your actions have salvaged the lives of patients, and that is what truly matters." They clasped my hands, and through the thin white gloves, I felt their warmth. "Thank you, on behalf of all the people of Flevance." Eric mentioned he would reach out to his acquaintances. The Trafalgar family, with a legacy of 3 generations in medicine, had extensive connections within the country, including several key officials. Elena kissed my cheek, bidding me good night like a mother. Just as I was about to push open the guest room door, I caught a glimpse of a small shadow. Startled, I turned to find Rua curled up on the floor, hugging his knees. "Rua, what are you doing here?" As soon as the words escaped my lips, I noticed his taut lips and the glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes. I knelt down, gently caressing his face, and asked softly, "Did you hear?" He remained silent, merely nodding. I patted his shoulder, noting he was clad in a thin nightgown, and surmised that he must have heard something while sneaking out at night. "May I hold your hand, Rua?" I inquired. His fingers tightened around mine in response. I guided him to sit on the edge of the bed, enveloping him in a warm blanket, transforming him into a round little bundle, while I settled beside him, illuminating the room with a single bedside lamp, anxiously patting his back. "Flevance has perished," Rua stated with conviction. "Thus, you are acquiring a multitude of items. They are all made of lead." I whispered in agreement, "Yes." He continued, "And you asked me if lead is toxic, along with inquiries about the visit." I nodded. A heavy silence enveloped us. I felt a dampness on my hand. His bright gray gold eyes bore into mine, shining brighter than the light in the room. He resembled a young leopard, encountering danger before maturing, bristling its fur and revealing its claws, ready to fight. "Lami will be fine, and my parents will be fine. The nuns will be fine," he recited, naming school friends, gentle teachers, and warm neighbors from the streets, before suddenly embracing my waist tightly. His voice was muffled, choked yet resolute. "You will be fine too. Yes. Flevance will be safe, Rua. I placed my hand on his head, my fingers weaving through his soft black hair. I swear. Chapter 16. Speculations on vaccines. After disclosing everything, everyone became busily occupied. Eric busied himself with writing letters, subtly reaching out to renowned physicians, while Elena contacted merchants to procure more sophisticated medical equipment. I transcribed all the information regarding lead that I had at hand, immersing myself in the library to find solutions. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the sunlight streaming into the spacious, brightly lit room, casting tiny glimmers. I buried myself in the medical records gathered by the Trafalgar family from various sources. Using the sofa as a backrest, surrounded by a chaotic array of books I had already perused, the door creaked open gently, and the newcomer tiptoed quietly to the bookshelf on the opposite side. Retrieving a book and settling beside me, I looked up to see Rua, flushed from his exercise, wearing his beloved hat. "Rua, have you skipped school again?" I asked, flipping to the next page, which detailed a patient suffering from poisoning, where the doctor ultimately opted to expedite cellular metabolism with medication. In underground work, miners are a common group affected by poisoning, and doctors typically intervene by accelerating metabolism. However, lead is different. We lacked any treatments and had to wait for Elena to acquire the latest medical instruments for further tests on the human body. Rua nodded silently, realizing I could not see him, and then mumbled in acknowledgement. He had been skipping school for some time. The nuns had tentatively called to inquire if the Trafalgar family was facing any difficulties, which I, present in the living room, had deftly deflected. Initially, I attempted to persuade him to return to school, but soon discovered that he was secretly reading under the covers with a flashlight, delegating his schoolwork to friends who often surrounded him. I found the situation almost laughable, wishing to inform Elena, yet was immediately quelled by Rua's stubborn gaze, which expressed his firm resolve. Rua carefully settled on the carpet, the soft fibers enveloping his white socks. I propped one leg up while the other rested on a plush pillow, our arms inevitably brushing against one another as we exchanged quiet words. I rubbed my temples, casting aside the book in my hand and clutching the nearby cushion, burying my sticky complaints within its soft embrace. How frustrating, this feels like aimlessly flailing about. Rua's hat lay on the ground, and he turned to me, trying to tug the pillow from my grasp. "Don't put your face on it, it's dirty." I looked up in exasperation, my tousled hair cascading over my face. Though he was younger than me, aside from the previous night's emotional outburst, the precocious Rua seemed to care for me as if he were an adult, just as if I were the younger one. I hummed with discontent at his affectionate admonitions, directly crossing my arms to half embrace him. Indeed, Ro is quite the little adult, despite being younger than I. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Ro's typically placid face, his hands pinned down, resembling a cat whose belly is exposed by a mischievous human. "After all, Nunnally is only a few years my senior. Must you hold on so tightly?" The boy's cool voice quivered with panic, and as I glanced down, our position afforded me a perfect view of Ro nestled against my chest, leading me to conclude he was indeed shy, not taking it to heart. I smiled and relinquished my grip, feeling an uplifting joy akin to that of a weary human returning home to find a kitten to nurture. Once my mother's instruments return, there will surely be new developments. As I released Ro, he regained his composure and turned to console me. "Where does Ro think the lead poison might be concealed?" I shifted the topic, seeking his perspective. Ro cupped his face with his hands, the soft baby fat spilling through his fingers, his contemplative demeanor both endearing and cool. "The school usually organizes visits to the lead factories, but we never engage with the mining sites. If, as you mentioned, Nunnally, everyone in Flevance fell ill, then it follows that both Lamy and I must harbor toxins too. However, since neither of us has been in contact with lead, nor has my father, it must relate to the reproductive system, right?" Ro's lips straightened, and though I feigned ignorance to the coldness on his face, I affirmed his assertion. Upon learning this news, Elena could not contain her tears. It is tragic that a child born of love must bear such misfortune from birth. Contemplating this, my heart felt as though shrouded in storm clouds, indicating that when the future virus erupts, the new generation of Ro and Lamy would be in the greatest peril. After a while, I became aware of the silence in the room, only to find Ro gazing intently at me, his beautiful eyes momentarily flickering with an unsettling hue, which vanished just as quickly, leaving behind the considerate and composed Ro I knew. Speaking of which, did Ro hear my deductions regarding the world government? The insatiably greedy and truth-concealing world government, should it let children learn of such matters? Would that not be detrimental? I displayed a smile, playfully pinning this child down on my lap. "You were sneaking off to read again last night, weren't you, Ro? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite serious. We will resolve this. For now, let us take a moment to rest, little doctor. I removed my gloves, allowing my warm skin to cover Ro's eyes, wishing to dispel the shadow lingering in his gaze. The calm emotions flowed between us through our touch. Ro murmured something I could not quite catch, and I responded with a puzzled hum, yet the boy did not reply. His delicate eyelashes quivered slightly, akin to a butterfly brushing my palm with its wings, before settling into tranquility once more. Gently, I draped a scattered blanket over him, exchanging a knowing smile with Elena, who had just entered the room. I placed Ro on the study's sofa and stepped outside with Elena to discuss matters. The instrument dealer had been contacted, and it should arrive within a day or two. I was astonished by this efficiency, and Elena explained, Flevance is the hub of surrounding nations, so this process is swift. After a brief silence, she gently inquired, Nunnally, do you know how Ro and the others are faring? Was Elena referring to Ro's truancy? Just as I was about to answer, I realized, upon seeing the sorrow that lingered on her exquisite face, that she was inquiring about the fate of her beloved children after Flevance's devastation. It felt as though a stone lodged in my throat. I gazed at this woman who cherished her family and felt unable to disclose the cruel fate. Ro has survived. Tears glimmered in her gentle eyes, mingling with unmasked anguish. I truly am a negligent mother to Ro and Lami. How could such a loving child confront a fractured world? I tenderly supported her waist, comforting this beautiful mother. She abruptly looked up, her voice choked with emotion, grasping my hand. Nunnally, I beg of you as a mother. If we cannot find a solution, please take Lami and Ro with you. Once the outbreak occurs, the world government will not spare Flevance. Elena contemplated deeply, her body shuddering. Are all mothers in the world like this? Loving their children, thinking of them, even at the cost of their own lives? My eyes brimmed with unshed tears as I thought of my own mother. I promise you, Mrs. Elena, the instruments tests confirmed our suspicions. Metals accumulate in the human reproductive system, which explains the simultaneous illness of the entire family, misrepresented by the world government as an outbreak of an infectious disease. The current dilemma lies in how to address this. Where exactly are the toxins adhering, bone, blood, or cells? Eric had gathered several doctors from an unknown source. Special task, reverse future. Task description. When a traveler journeys against the current into the past, the butterfly flaps its wings, and your only choice is to invert the future, to toy with time. Task requirements. Complete the series of tasks, Tragedy of White City, and Destruction of the Red Heart. Task rewards. Achievement attribute points. I furrowed my brows and clicked for more details. Reversal of the Tragedy of White City. Task description. A white town shrouded in terminal illness. Can it escape its destined fate and stride toward a new future? Task requirements. Cure the patients of White City. Task rewards. A wondrous white coat. Reversal of the destruction of the Red Heart. Task description. The thumping red heart, representing someone's will and hatred. Can this longing be conveyed to those who have already passed? Task requirements. Save the Red Heart. Task rewards. A precious photograph. Does this imply that aside from White City, I must also save another? In the conference room, the doctors engaged in fervent discussions. Among them an elderly woman with her hair tied in a bow dismissing the second claim. Our blood lead levels have not exceeded the standard. Someone scoffed. That's blood lead standards. Who knows if they align with lead poisoning? The hair test results had yet to emerge, let alone the blood lead levels. Can the latest microscopes detect cells? That one T work. Metal poisoning is at least ionic. The cacophony left me dizzy, and I stepped outside for fresh air. Both Eric and I leaned toward the third hypothesis. Lead metal ions adhere to cells, making it exceedingly difficult for the human body's metabolism to expel them. And even pharmaceutical-induced cellular metabolism cannot eliminate lead. Conventional surgical methods struggle to yield rapid results, and my thoughts drifted to the devil fruits. The Devil Fruit Compendium, a book I had glimpsed in the Dragon's Study, recorded the most extraordinary abilities along the Grand Line, akin to those of a devil. If memory serves, there exists a devil fruit known as the surgery fruit, which is incredibly rare and sought after. How could I possibly acquire one? Suppressing my impatience, I opened the Tomato Overlord shop, only to find a recent refresh of utterly useless items. After perusing through them repeatedly, I sighed in despair. My peripheral vision caught the character panel. Earlier, I had harbored hope that even if I could not save them all, I might at least rely on healing to rescue a few. Once resurrected, surely there would be no loss. My gaze sharpened as a new possibility dawned upon me. Could a vaccine be extracted from those who have died and come back to life? Chapter 17. The If Side Story and the Room Where Luffy is Trapped, Part 1. What is happening? I groggily lifted my head, surveying the unfamiliar room. Suddenly, An enlarged face loomed close, startling me into retreat. The owner of the face burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What are you doing? It's hilarious. You're the reason I'm in this predicament." Just as I was about to engage the stranger in a serious discourse, I was taken aback upon recognizing his features. Could it be Luffy's brother? Hey, I'm not Ace. I shook my head vigorously, steadying myself against the wall, momentarily disregarding my surroundings as I scrutinized the slender, charming youth before me, with round eyes, black hair, a straw hat, and a red vest. His silly grin and tone were unmistakably reminiscent of Luffy. I confidently declared, "You must be Luffy's brother. You both speak in the same manner." Turning to assess the surroundings, I noted the stark white room, devoid of doors or windows, entirely sealed off. "I told you I'm not Ace. I am Luffy," the boy complained petulantly. "Do you know where this place is? I've been here forever without food. I'm so hungry." His drawn-out tone and childish demeanor sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to hastily open the panel, only to find it entirely gray. "What are you looking at?" He leaned closer, and an astonishing thought crossed my mind as I reached out to pinch his cheek. "Luffy, is that really you? Wow. What are you doing?" Young Luffy dodged my grasp. "You can't even use rubber here. Do you know anything?" His dark, round eyes bore into me, yet I felt no ease. "What is this, a parallel world?" I paced the room, gathering my thoughts, before explaining the situation to the sprawled-out Luffy. "Hey, sister." "You mean Ace's sister?" Luffy's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a grin as he ruffled his hair. "Wow, this is so interesting. Aren't you worried I'm deceiving you?" Swallowing the word child with difficulty, I reflected on this familiar yet strange boy. He leaned closer, his long eyelashes fluttering like a clever little creature basking lazily in the sun. "You're not lying to me, sister." Struck by the title, I felt a wave of emotion. He was indeed as infuriatingly adorable as I remembered. He was charming as a child, and somehow even more so now. With an exaggerated filter of affection, I reached out to ruffle his fluffy black hair. Soft as his personality, "I'll do my best to find a way out quickly. Just hold on a bit longer, Luffy." Unconsciously adopting a tone meant for soothing children, I spoke gently to the boy before me. Luffy blinked and beamed a huge smile. Suddenly a monotonous voice echoed, "Britannia v Nunnally and Monkey D. Luffy." "Who?" I grasped Luffy's arm, positioning myself protectively in front of him. "Do you wish to return to your world? Make a choice." The strange voice left this ambiguous statement before vanishing, leaving me to ponder its intent. Who could possibly know my true surname? What is this choice? Do they wish for Luffy and me to turn against each other? "Nana." Luffy's voice broke through, calling my nickname just like the Luffy from my world. He stared at the sudden apparition with excitement. "It's meat." I approached to find the situation laid out before me. A white screen displayed 3 lines of text, with a steaming, mouth-watering piece of meat visible behind a transparent glass barrier. Upon reading the words, my face paled. First choice: kiss for 5 minutes. Draw blood. What on earth is this? Luffy pressed his face against the glass, drooling, his eyes shining with anticipation. I playfully twirled a loose strand of hair around my finger and said, "Luffy, can you break this glass?" Luffy pouted, shaking his head dejectedly. "I can't. I don't know why, but I feel weak when I touch it. Could it be sea prism stone?" I approached and knocked on the glass, producing a dull thud. It was futile. I could only let Luffy read the text, and he looked at me with innocent confusion. What does it mean? So this child hasn't he learned to read properly yet? I braced myself, sensing this would be one of the most emotionally turbulent experiences of my life. Rubbing my temples, I mumbled, "It means we have to draw blood." "Hey, will we get to eat meat after drawing blood?" I emphatically selected option B, convinced that this was the way to the meat. After making the choice, a blood-drawing device appeared before us. As a doctor, this was no challenge for me. But would Luffy be able to handle it? I picked up the blood pressure cuff and test tube, asking him, "Do you know how to draw blood?" He shook his head. I handed him the cuff, secured my arm, and said, "I'll teach you how." He remained motionless, pouting. "Why does it have to be Nana's blood?" I explained my reasoning. "First, I am the sister. Second, you are stronger, so you should conserve your energy." "But I'm already 17. Luffy protested, his eyes wide in disbelief. I feigned indifference, covering his mouth. "In my eyes, you're still the 8-year-old little brother. And even if you were 77, you'd still be my brother." After some playful banter, Luffy reluctantly picked up the needle and drew my blood. Drawing 200 to 400 milliliters of blood is quite normal. I felt no dizziness or discomfort. Once the test tube was filled, the blood pressure cuff disappeared from my arm. Click. The glass window opened, and Luffy lunged for the food, but paused, his face awash with longing as he pushed the plate toward me. "Nana, you eat first." I chuckled at his sparkling expression. You go ahead. I only need one burger. Peering through the now open glass, I noticed it was also sealed with hardly a gap. What is this strange setup? Luffy handed me a burger, wide-eyed as he stared at the meat patty, drool threatening to spill. Wasn't he actually hungry? I had just finished my 17th birthday banquet, and was still quite full. Given the uncertainty of our situation, I preferred to conserve my energy. However, seeing Luffy's eager face, I couldn't help but be charmed by this boy. Whether he was 8 or 17, he remained irresistibly adorable. I split the burger in half and handed it to him. Go on, eat. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented joy as he swallowed it whole, mumbling, Sister is so nice. As I leisurely finished my burger, Luffy had already sprawled on the floor, fast asleep, mouth uncleaned. Really now, Ace? Oh wait, I shouldn't expect much from Ace. What about Sabo teaching this child? No, I suppose the three brothers all share the same traits. Sighing heavily, feeling the weight of responsibility, I pulled a handkerchief from my pocket and gently wiped the remnants from around his mouth. The softness of his cheeks stirred slightly under my touch, and Luffy emitted a soft grunt, akin to a puppy disturbed from slumber, sleeping soundly. Truly, he resembled a little dog. Watching his slumbering face, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me, and I leaned against him, surrendering to sleep. Upon awakening, I found myself draped in a crimson vest, and it was not difficult to deduce who had fashioned it for me. I gestured with the garment towards Luffy, who was bare-chested, for he, like many pirates I had encountered, seemed to revel in the display of exposed skin. Perhaps a matter of tradition? He squatted before the screen, his fingers tapping rhythmically. The content had shifted once again. Second choice. I felt an uneasy pallor creep over my face. Chapter 18. The Realm of the Mind. I pondered deeply on the essence of my abilities. The skill inspired by the blood of Medusa, the Gorgon, draws from the myth of Asclepius, the god of medicine in Greek lore. From the left vein, a lethal poison would emerge. Yet from the right, one might invoke resurrection. In mythology, anything is possible. Hence I had never given it much thought. However, from a scientific perspective, could there be a breakthrough to be found within the cyclical nature of human cells post-recovery? An experiment was in order. Law sat upon the windowsill, his calves adorned in black stockings, the hem of his white shirt loosely tied with a tie, while his knee supported a detailed anatomy text he had been studying. His brows knit together, and his expression remained inscrutable, perhaps indicative of skepticism. Dear Nunnally. Though I addressed him as brother, the gravity of his demeanor brooked no dissent. I sighed. His presence was increasingly formidable. The test subject was a mouse from the school's breeding program, covertly taken away by Law's friends under his direction. Regardless of the correctness of this endeavor, my abilities must remain undiscovered. After learning of my capabilities, Law had explained with unwavering conviction. In secrecy, we borrowed Eric's laboratory. Fortunate that their incessant discussions kept us beneath the radar. As I reached for the scalpel, Law swiftly intercepted it from my grasp. Law, I gasped, alarmed for his safety. I've just learned how to dissect. Let me do it. He performed a graceful flourish with the knife, signaling me to stand aside. Trusting him, I obediently moved out of the way. A smirk played at the corners of Law's mouth, undeterred by any delay in his precise movements. When I revealed my abilities to him, he did not exhibit the astonishment of Ace, but instead posed a question. Have you never contemplated the nature of your powers? With a penetrating gaze, Law, steeped in the medical milieu since childhood, queried. I offered an awkward smile. Who would ponder such matters? Initially, I had dismissed it as mere gameplay. In the world of OP, one's extraordinary abilities stem from the devil fruits, a naturalistic worldview akin to the elemental pyrotechnics of the Tudor world, or the curses of the cursed realm, where no one would critique its scientific validity. Likewise, how could an ordinary gamer delve into the essence of skills? They merely constitute a genre of fantasy. Upon learning that I could activate my powers through mere thought, Law displayed disapproval, inquiring whether I had felt the force coursing within me during usage. I hesitated, vaguely admitting that I had only attempted it once. Under such premises, Law urged me to fully embrace the experience when I next employed my abilities. Clearing my mind of distractions, I placed my hand upon the still form before me, closing my eyes and eschewing the Oasis control panel. If we consider innate abilities within a fantastical framework, was not Lelouch's geas also encompassed within this category? Manipulation, a grotesque means of compelling the will against one's mind. This had always been my understanding. I possessed an innate sensitivity to the emotions of others, and in moments of heightened emotion, I could even glimpse their memories. This sixth sense, though profound, remained tethered to the psyche. If one possesses a mental realm, I allowed my heart to settle, and placed my hand directly upon the pale wound, stripping away the protective fabric to confront the spirit directly. Amidst a whirl of disorientation, I opened a door. In a vast, white expanse devoid of any living entity, with neither earth nor sky, I found myself suspended, adorned in a flowing white gown. I was momentarily taken aback. This royal attire had not graced me for many years. Such thoughts flitted through my mind as I surveyed the blank world, instinctively seeking the soul I desired within the boundless expanse. The spirit of a small creature was soft and fuzzy, a mere wisp. In a space filled with peculiar transparent entities, I located it and cradled the being in my arms. Just as the urge to escape surged within me, my previously weightless form was abruptly seized by gravity, plummeting downward. The sensation of freefall quickened my heartbeat, and I jolted awake. Nunnally. Law's voice was as frigid as fresh snow, pulling me back to reality. The mouse was lively once more. He held my waist lightly to prevent a fall. And the boy, now at my chest level, lifted his gaze, concern etched upon his handsome features. I steadied myself by his arm, shaking my head to indicate I was unharmed, and inquired about the results. The blood of the hive pulsed sluggishly. I stifled my discomfort as I looked at him. Law nodded. The stem cell activity had surged. He gestured toward the laboratory screen. The ailments from our previous experiments at school had entirely vanished. We stealthily returned to our room, where I took out paper and pen to sketch and write, while Law squatted beside me, recounting the observations from when my eyes were closed. When you closed your eyes, the mouse's cells lost all vitality. I paused. For convention dictated that upon the cessation of life signs, all cells would instantaneously perish. In an instant, 3 seconds, Law added, all of its cells revived. It had indeed come back to life. We exchanged bewildered glances, and I posed a question. Doesn't that description sound familiar? Law raised an eyebrow, and just as I considered that he was merely 9 years old, still unacquainted with many concepts, the precocious medical prodigy articulated the answer. Cellular autophagy. Cellular autophagy. A process wherein cells execute an internal suicide program, shedding the old to embrace new health, bore a striking resemblance to the mouse's resurrection. The image of that pristine world and the translucent soul resurfaced in my mind. Law, where do you think souls go after death? He turned his face, revealing the soft down on his cheeks. Humans do not possess souls, Nunnally. Indeed, it was a statement befitting a child reared in the sciences. I contemplated and rephrased. What of one's consciousness? Medically speaking, death is defined by the cessation of the heart and the absence of blood flow to the brain. Yet, there are cases where the brain remains active post-mortem, which is referred to as consciousness. If it pertains to cortical activity, it dissipates within 20 seconds after death, Law countered. I furrowed my brow, recounting the realm I had traversed. The place I reached was the mental world. I illustrated the white landscape and the myriad peculiar transparent forms, revealing that not only animals but also humans congregated there, perhaps indicating that the activation of abilities pulls the consciousness of the deceased from the void back into reality. The reclamation of consciousness from the mental realm allows for the reconstruction of human cells, with the heightened activity of newly formed cells engendering a vigorous revival of life. Law nodded, acknowledging that if this were indeed my ability, it would make sense. He raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with an icy fire. For the next experiment, let me take the lead. I was taken aback. Wait, Ro, we can seek out patients in the hospital. I grasped his hand, attempting to dissuade such thoughts. No. Your abilities must not be revealed. The boy stared at me, an enduring gloom lingering in his eyes. Frustration welled within me. This is not for a child like you to decide. Ro. For the first time, I wore such a stern expression. I could not comprehend why he thought so. But death was never a simple matter. Resurrecting the deceased was one thing, but what about the psychological scars it would leave on a child like you? His face remained stubborn. Ro clenched his teeth, fixing his gaze on mine. I must save Rami and the others. That is not a justification. I bit my lip, meeting his eyes directly. I have always respected your choices, Ro, because I was once like you, sheltered by my beloved, ignorant and weak, only able to accept their demise. Imposed benevolence is not what we seek. Yet this instance is different. If you were to die, who would you wish to wield the hand that strikes, me or yourself? I already had my answer in my heart. How could Ro, who would even go as far as using a laboratory mouse for my sake, the one who tenderly cares for everyone, allow me to act? I exhaled, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me. Having half my vitality siphoned away, even with the presence of hive blood, was still unbearable. The discomfort I had previously suppressed surged back, and Ro's voice grew frantic. What's wrong? Nunnally. He quickly supported me, guiding me to sit at the bedside, urging me to lie down. Ro was quite the caretaker. I managed a weak smile, teasing him. Is it a side effect of that ability? His voice was soft, like a child cautiously addressing a fragile glass vase. How attentive and clever he was, his reflexes sharp. When I had employed it against the tiger, having traversed a long, dark tunnel, by the time I exited, I had already regained most of my strength. Ace had not noticed anything amiss. What would Ace do if he found out? He would undoubtedly fly into a rage and rush back to slaughter that tiger for its meat. As I pondered the unruly freckled boy, I slowly lifted my hand, brushing Ro's soft hair. Unlike Ace's fluffy touch, Ro's hair was silky, akin to well-cared-for satin. I vividly recalled him sitting quietly in a chair, handing me a towel. Obedient and endearing, with a hint of arrogance, yet he resembled a young poplar before us. I took his hand, placing it against my heart, where it thumped steadily. I will protect you all, Ro. This is my vow. His shoulders trembled slightly, frail and delicate. The body that was meant to be safeguarded shook gently in my embrace. Like a bird caught in the rain. Trust me. The moon rose outside the window. Darkness began to envelop us, and we, all of the Flevance, would endure in this torrent of shadows. With Eric's assistance, we located a critically ill patient. After using the apparatus, I awakened in January 1508. Now, there were 3 months remaining until that disaster. On the eve of treatment, I pondered intensely over the skill panel. In the world governed by Oasis, whether in game or in a second life, there exists an underlying logic to every action. Just like the casual outfit gifted by the fur merchant during my tasks. It was indeed the attire I frequently wore during my time at the Imperial Academy. The fashionable shampoo purchased in the High District was also a favorite of mine back then. These details hinted at another past. So could resurrecting be seen as something I could truly wield? I had unconsciously regarded the memories of the Empire era as a genuine past. It must belong to my time. I had merely forgotten it by accident. For reasons unknown, I felt this conviction deeply. Unlike the powers of the devil fruit, which are not innate talents or gifts, the yearning for care led to the acquisition of the ability to be loved. The desire for strength birthed the ability to command. The wish to alter the past resulted in the power of retrospection. The talents that drove humanity to madness thus fell into mortal hands, laughing maniacally as they fulfilled one wish after another, akin to demons walking among us, bringing forth an unending struggle, losing true affection after being loved, being enslaved by commands after issuing them, and being trapped in a distant past after retrospection. Rather than being the master of Geas, it felt more like being a shackled slave. For a moment, I found it hard to breathe. I had once despised the power of Geas. It was a means to manipulate the wills of others, distorting intentions, akin to a curse from a demon. Yet my brother had achieved peace with such power. Facing the chilly night breeze, I made my decision. Regardless of whether it was a devil's gift, or if there were hidden costs behind it, it was my best choice in the present. With that thought, I contemplated another idea. When the ability activated, I had used my innate heightened senses to enter the mental realm. Was it possible to enter without activating the ability? I knocked on Ro's door. The mahogany carvings depicting the age-old customs of Flevance, meant to ward off impurities and allow children to sleep peacefully. The door creaked open, revealing Ro in his pajamas, barefoot on the ground, his voice still nasally. What is it, Nunnally? I glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, and slipped into his room to convey my intent. It was impossible to accomplish this alone, hence my visit to Ro. I set down my white gloves, waving my hand. Ro donned fluffy animal slippers, resembling a snow leopard, and I averted my gaze to suppress a laugh, not wanting to embarrass him. He turned his face. Aren't you going to find Dad and the others? I shot him a glance, feigning ignorance to his tone, clasping my hands together. But I trust Ro. He is super reliable. My eyes glistened as I looked at this boy, who adored small animals. Ro was quite susceptible to such antics. Even knowing my words held flattery, he merely huffed, gesturing for me to sit at the edge of the bed. It's late. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? I observed his thin spring dress, pretending not to notice his disapproving gaze. Wrapping myself in the blanket, I leaned against the soft pillow, while Ro knelt beside me. A warmth blossomed in my heart. I truly wish you could meet Ace and the others. Your group of brothers? Forget it. I widened my eyes, protesting, though Ace Sabo and Luffy can be quite mischievous, but... I paused, sensing Ro wasn't quite serious. He responded gruffly, extending his hand. Let us see how it goes. Ro placed his hand over mine, and I clasped his fingers in return. I closed my eyes, intertwining his complex thoughts with mine, much like two tangled balls of yarn. Previously, I had relied solely on strong feelings to convey emotions to Ace and the others. This was the first time I attempted to untangle the yarn. restlessness, pain, nostalgia, confusion, trepidation. I diligently smoothed out these emotions, as if receiving a ticket to enter once again into a realm of pure white, where might Ro's consciousness reside. If I were the guest, then Ro, who invited me, would be my anchor. I should be able to find him effortlessly. Yet after a thorough search, I nearly burst into laughter. Ro's soul resembled a tiny, spotted cat-shaped confection, its colors unknown to me, yet I could vividly imagine its appearance, undoubtedly akin to that of his cherished hat. I marveled at this feline spirit, suppressing the urge to cuddle and kiss it. It was simply too adorable. As I prodded it, the soft texture yielded beneath my fingers, reminiscent of poking a marshmallow, conjuring an image of Ro blushing, imploring me not to fidget. Reluctantly, I departed, and my suspicions were confirmed. Upon receiving permission from my master, I could still access the realm of the mind. Ro corrected my terminology, stating that permission was unnecessary. He lounged languidly against a plush pillow, radiating a sense of contentment after being pampered. You needn't bother with that grooming, simply enter, he advised. He certainly seemed quite comfortable. And I chuckled to myself, deciding to keep the nature of his soul a secret. The next day at the hospital, I stealthily infiltrated a room under Eric's guidance. Inside lay a solitary elderly man devoid of any family. Even if he were to regain vitality, no one would take notice. Eric stood watch at the door as I activated my abilities. The surrounding medical apparatus emitted gentle fluctuations, and I promptly bit into the glucose Ro had provided, beckoning Eric at the entrance. He deftly turned off the machines, injecting the anesthetic he carried, and together we quietly ushered the elderly gentleman into the operating theater. Upon examination, the toxic lead within his system was being disrupted by active cells, gradually dissipating. In due time, he might even produce antibodies. Eric drew a vial of blood and returned the elderly man to his room. Afterward, we could use routine health checks as a pretext. Eric patted my shoulder with gratitude. Thank you, Nunnally. His firm grip caused a twinge of pain, stirring a mix of emotions within me as I reflected on our sleepless nights. Once the serum was created, I and my fellow doctors could claim it as a newly developed vaccine for public inoculation. I contemplated the government's potential reactions. Although they had known of the toxin's existence for a century, they likely remained oblivious to its precise outbreak timing. As long as it remained dormant, Flevance would continue to be their cash cow, with neither the royal family nor the world government inclined to investigate further. Would we truly allow them to revel in their ignorance? Contemplating the actions of the royals, I clutched a letter I had penned long ago, destined for a drifting ship, its direction unknown to outsiders. At least, I would test the resolve of the royals here, presenting my comrades with a grand gift. I smiled sweetly. After all, I was destined to incite a revolution. As we returned home under the cloak of night, Elena anxiously perched on the sofa, leaping to her feet with joy upon our arrival. After receiving a confirming nod from Eric, tears of relief cascaded down her cheeks as she enveloped me in a tight embrace, her warm tears soaking my neck. Through her embrace, I caught sight of Rose standing on the second floor, and I offered him a small smile. I settled onto the balcony, overlooking the Trafalgar family garden. Sister, a nasally voice called, and I turned to find Rami, clad in her nightgown and clutching a plush bear. Unlike Rose Snow Leopard, she shuffled about in cute tomato-shaped slippers. Sister, why are you still awake? I gathered her into my arms, her delicate hair resting against my bare chest. I was thinking about things. What about you, Rami? Are you thirsty? She shook her head, clumsily expressing, Daddy and Mommy have been so busy lately, and so has Brother, and you too. There are many people at home. Children are the most sensitive of beings. A pang of sorrow welled within me. I held the young girl close and pointed at the stars above. Rami, look. Isn't the moon particularly bright tonight? But there is one star that shines even brighter than the moon and the sun. Soon, it will appear during the day and then transform into the most brilliant star of the night. We call it Sirius. It will emerge in September, coinciding with Flevance's latest lantern festival. Are Mommy and Daddy busy with the festival? Her eyes sparkled like stars. I affectionately kissed her forehead. Yes, and you and your. I glanced at the bear she clutched. Nana, she exclaimed, that's quite similar to my name. So then, Rami and Nana can attend the festival together. I shifted the topic, reminiscing. I used to adore stuffed animals too. When I was little, I had a beautiful doll dressed in a blue gown. Did you know, Rami, that in my family, there are rumors of a master who can create dolls with souls? I have always believed she was my second best friend. Who is your first? She inquired. My brother, I replied, making a silly face. My brother is the best, kindest, and most wonderful brother in the world. Rami raised her bear, declaring, Rami's brother is too. Ah well. If that's how it is, I suppose I'll reluctantly allow Ro to have that title as well. After soothing the chatty little girl to sleep, I held her close and chuckled. Eavesdropping on the girls' conversation is rather excessive, isn't it? The best brother in the world? Ro emerged with a frown, and we gently placed Rami back in her room, where he carefully tucked her in. Ro truly is a good brother. I beamed at him, but his expression reflected a complex mix of emotions. He hesitated to speak, ultimately offering me a simple thank you. I paid little mind to his silence. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep, children included, and I was no exception. The stars twinkled in the night sky, not as brilliantly as Sirius, yet equally charming. Tomorrow would herald a new day. Chapter 19. The man in the white coat. The Don Quixote family welcomed 2 new members. Trafalgar Row, hailing from the defector town of Flevance, officially joined the family on his 10th birthday. Accompanying him was a young lady named Nunnally, who also joined the Don Quixote as a healer. I deftly stitched the wounds of a patient, wiping the sweat from my brow, finally allowing myself a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the door to the medical room creaked open, and I turned to see Corazon, a cadre member. The man known as Corazon was my second target. 2 months prior, after Eric and his team successfully developed the serum, I received notification of task completion. Task: Tragedy of the White City, completed. The miraculous white coat. Item description: the renowned General Mozilio, commanding thousands who fear the white coat. Such words are spoken by an invincible general. And you, my friend, are the true hero, a paragon of charm and strength. When Eric sought to release the vaccine immediately, I intervened. Eric, don't you think something is still missing? I raised 3 fingers. Prologue, development, conclusion. If this is the conclusion, how could the audience be satisfied? Those still lounging on their thrones, carefree, ought to put on a splendid performance for everyone, shouldn't they? After hearing my thoughts, Eric and Elena exchanged glances. The usually gentle Elena was the first to slam her hand on the table. All right, let us do it. Her dress billowed as she stormed out like a whirlwind. Eric chuckled. Elena is still as fiery as ever. She was the most popular girl back then, with suitors declaring their affections daily. There was another married outsider who professed his willingness to divorce and marry her. With an irrepressible grin, Eric recounted the old tale, inciting her to hurl a basin of dirty water at him. Get lost, you wretched man. Eric mimicked Elena's tone perfectly, prompting a chuckle from me. However, the basin missed him and instead struck me on the head. It was this incident that led to our acquaintance. After sharing his past with his wife, Eric, still smiling, patted my shoulder. Thank you, Nunnally. Ro and Rami are my most cherished family. Not only them, but also many others known and unknown from Flevance. Go forth. We stand behind you. Let those self-righteous scoundrels be dethroned. I donned a white robe, a cloak as pristine as snow, with a heavy hood that concealed 3/4 of my visage, revealing only a sliver of my chin. Clad in it, I felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. Combat power, 300. Charm, 180. Silently, I infiltrated the royal palace, gripping the silver barrel of my gun, aimed at the figure in the shadowy room. Good evening, Your Majesty. I greeted with a smile, my voice transformed by the voice modulator, resonating ethereally within the opulent chamber. As I cocked the weapon, I pointed it at his head. Are you awake now? He abruptly opened his eyes, sweat glistening on his brow, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at me. Why, who are you? Is that all you wish to inquire? I laughed, the sound peculiar. Do you recall what palladium is, Your Majesty? I have come to collect a debt. His pupils dilated in terror, and he tumbled from his bed. And no. What are you saying? I have no idea. I casually settled into a chair, crossing my legs while aiming the gun at him. Stop pretending. Everyone is already aware, you know? A bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a raw wound. Do you wonder why I was able to enter and do this? I flicked on the overhead lights. Boom. The bright illumination banished all malevolence, and he cowered, hands shielding his face. I am the king. What are you saying? I know nothing. Bang. The bullet pierced through his calf, the corpulent man howling in agony, clutching his leg with his hands. Someone. Someone. They will not return. Just look outside. I pressed the gun against his head, directing his gaze to the window. The city glowed red, and in the early morning hours, no one slept, the ghostly flames bearing their fangs, dragging the wicked royal family down to hell. I frowned, chastising him. Soiling oneself is hardly befitting of a king. Can we speak now? Do you understand why I am the only one who could enter? Because everyone believes that perhaps His Majesty has some grievances he wishes to address. Is it true? Is the world government meddling? Yes. Yes. As if granted absolution. He wept profusely, hurriedly divulging everything. This is what the world government demands. They desire the gold from palladium. They want weapons made from palladium. We are aware it is toxic, but it is the world government's will. How could we dare oppose them? We feel guilty. So we divide the palladium mine among all to ensure everyone lives happily. Listening to him incessantly shift blame onto the world government, I maintained a calm smile. Then what of this letter found in your study? I unfurled the letter before him. Its contents so nauseating that merely glancing at it was repulsive. You sought to secretly contact the world government, abandoning your subjects in the wake of an outbreak. I could not contain my fury. Colluding with the government, deceiving your subjects, abandoning Flevance. My voice crescendoed, rumbling like thunder in the sky. Is this a royal game? Is this the king's responsibility? You speak of guilt. But what of the others? Do they deserve to be deceived by you? Is it their fate to suffer from inherited diseases? And must children be condemned not to grow? Must adults perish? Are their lives so worthless? The man gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with rage. I am the king, a descendant of the noble bloodline of Apharad. A bunch of commoners. If they die, so be it. What concern is that of ours? My gaze turned icy. Once someone had uttered similar words. The emperor is unassailable, supreme. Do you wish to rebel, Nunnally? Indeed. I murmured, addressing the absent figure of my father, Emperor Shalulu of the Empire, voicing my answer. For the sake of the nation, for the emperor, for victory. Is it permissible to sacrifice anyone for merely these? Such a notion, such a perspective. I do not concur. Ability activated. Conqueror's Hockey. Ability description. The ultimate royal qualification that awakens in one among a million, carrying an eternal will to ascend. Current level. I squeezed the trigger, shattering the window. The cacophony outside escalated to a fervent uproar. Do you know? In truth, everyone merely gathered today to watch a movie. I gently patted the feeble king, whose eyes flickered violently, soon radiating malicious light. I simply discreetly changed the film to be shown. I casually retrieved a projection phone bug from my pocket and tossed it to the ground. Your Majesty, can you guess if everyone is satisfied with your performance? I applauded, and the guards outside promptly surged in. From here on, it is up to you. I addressed Eric's friend, the captain of the palace guard. Will you not personally deal with him? Let the people decide. I articulated my thoughts. Let the Flevance determine his fate. Yes, soon. They deliberated and concluded that the king would be publicly executed the following day. I inquired of Eric, will this not provoke the world government? In truth, while interrogating the king, I had intentionally focused on the royal family. The enemies of the revolutionary army are the world government. But the powerless citizens of Flevance cannot resist such a global machine. With the king's demise, the people would elect a new leader. However, for the sake of the allies' reputation, Flevance would still need to pay tribute. Otherwise, they would be stripped of naval protection, and their citizens would be at risk of being captured by traffickers and reduced to slavery. Thankfully, having been vaccinated, they would no longer suffer from palladium, and thus, hope would be restored to the city. He shook his head. We will no longer remain in Flevance. Here, we buried our ancestors and nearly buried ourselves. The North Sea has many other nations, and there are other seas as well. We have hands and feet and can begin anew elsewhere. Let the world government come for us if they dare. I see. I thought of the king who was to be executed today. The events unfolding too swiftly for the other royal family members to react. They were swiftly bound under Eric's leadership. The naval base was far from Flevance, and without notification, they would inevitably learn of the events in Flevance too late. All the royals were bundled off to the execution platform, and I hid within the crowd, holding Rami's hand. For he was too small. Ro, where will you go next? The children were fixated on the stage, responding to my inquiries. Father wishes to take Mother and Rami on a trip, he said. Our family hasn't had a day out in ages. Is that so? How splendid. And what of you? Will you return? He shifted his gaze, his fingers twitching as he looked up at me. I had yet to complete a task. I glanced at another pending obligation, pondering the codename Red Heart. Then I shall accompany you. Ah, it's settled then. He turned his head away, his breath quickening. A former king, now a pitiful figure, was thrust onto the stage, and many in the crowd promptly raised their rotten eggs to hurl at him. You demons! This is all your fault. Various voices erupted. Intense emotions, painful sobs, and the despair of venting surged towards me. I watched calmly as the man bowed his head in penance, the massive blade descending. Farewell, your majesty. As he met my gaze, I raised my hand in a gesture mimicking a gun. His eyes widened in horror, a scream poised on his lips. Bang! I uttered aloud. The blade severed his head, blood gushing forth. Cheers erupted, with the crowd embracing each other, shouting, "The king is dead. The death of the charlatan." Recorded. Professional task slightly accomplished. Completed. Achievement. 12,009,200. Combat power. 350,450. Detected player has completed significant events. Main storyline update in progress. Exceptional professional task completed. Main storyline ideological torch activated. Chapter 20. Damocles 20. Exceptional professional task completed. Task description. Blue, derived from blue yet bluer than blue. Even among excellent doctors, there exists a hierarchy. Task requirements. Resolve a major epidemic. Task rewards. Achievement X20,000, attribute points. Main storyline task ideological torch. Task description. Fame and fortune are but dust and earth. The heavens are flawed, yet humanity endures. Task requirements. Spread the ideology of freedom to every individual. Task rewards. Weapon Damocles. I exhaled deeply. The bounty from this endeavor could only be described as bountiful. 3021 individuals, precisely the civilian population of Flevance. Achievement. 9200. 292,000. Combat power. 450, 500. Stamina. 455, 505. Empire's treasure. 2030. I puzzled over the last notification. Its progress had remained stagnant since my memory awakened. Yet, this time it had increased. I silently noted it, then turned to examine the newly received inquiries regarding the title Red Heart. Don Quixote. I told Law, in any case, we are heading to a pirate crew called Don Quixote, which is quite perilous, you know. Upon recalling Law's earlier attitude, I couldn't help but hint. But if you join the pirates, won't you be unable to become a marine in the future? I have no desire to be a marine. Law donned his hat, and we strolled to the study with ease. I aspire to become a doctor. Whether it be the Grand Line or the island of Drum you mentioned, I will go. Having said so much, I hadn't touched upon what I truly wished to hear. I lamented my clumsy probing, resting my head on my bent knees, tilting my gaze towards him. So, will you really accompany me? Aren't we going on a trip? Law withdrew his gaze from the book, staring at me for several seconds. A look of resigned acceptance passing between us. Let's go together. We would depart after the festival. Although at the time it felt like I was merely fabricating stories to lull Rami to sleep, indeed, there was a grand celebration this autumn. Those preparing to leave treated it as a final farewell. Close companions setting out together, and even those who had not seen eye to eye exchanged mild smiles of reconciliation. As the white clouds transformed into the evening glow, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the gentle night, mingling with the lights, cast its embrace upon the streets, heralding the commencement of the earthly banquet. Rami dashed ahead, joyfully dancing upon the shifting shadows, while Elena and Eric nestled closely, whispering secrets to one another. Law and I walked side by side amidst the throngs of people, all adorned with smiles of bliss. I held his hand, marveling at the town transformed into a paradise. Perhaps it was the purity of the scenery that captivated me, with everyone donned in bold and vibrant attire, the beautiful girls blooming like gardenias in full splendor. Law's hometown is truly splendid. I felt myself swept up in the atmosphere, my spirit buoyant. A light-hearted smile graced my lips, my hair elegantly styled by Elena before leaving, and a brooch pinned onto my newly crafted dress. Such ordinary yet joyous days are truly delightful. Though I had not consumed any alcohol, I felt as if I were intoxicated, enveloped in a vast web woven from the excitement and happiness of those around me. Talent activated. Observation hockey. Talent description. Heightened senses, capable of perceiving the essence and emotional changes of surrounding beings. Talent level. I winked at him. In the future, Law must come to stay with me. Wow. Mom. Brother. It's fireworks. Excited voices rose and fell, the lights intertwining inseparable. As the golden and silver fireworks illuminated the city of happiness, reminiscent of the dizzying kaleidoscopes I played with in childhood. I bent down, the afterglow softly illuminating our faces, my pupils reflecting the fleeting brilliance, and my cheeks flushed as I glimpsed a tiny shadow in Law's eyes. Linking our pinkies, I beamed Law. We did it. Tomorrow already arrived, recorded. The next day we bid farewell to Elena and the others, setting forth for Don Quixote's territory. There I encountered Corazon, the man known by the codename Red Heart, for the first time. Before me stood the tallest man I had ever seen, even surpassing Dragon in stature. To exaggerate, I had to bend my head and neck at a ridiculous 90-degree angle to catch a glimpse of his full figure. He always wore a stern expression, with short golden hair and a long fur coat draped over him. His temperament was appalling, and his actions often clumsy. As he threw Law out of a high building while simultaneously choking on tea, I gasped Law. In an instant, I drew the long and used Freya, the barrel aimed squarely. Yet in the room, Torpol merely laughed derisively. Corazon was formidable, bearing a wicked kindness, and he flashed a toothy grin at me. The man who had regained his composure to smoke wore a ludicrous red heart shirt, his sunglasses obscuring his expression, his vividly colored lips forming a smirk. This was a stark contrast to his earlier clumsy demeanor, having scalded himself with tea. I let out a cold laugh. That was no justification for him to bully my brother. At the dining table, the members of the Don Quixote family gathered, with the captain seated at the head. He was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, Corazon's elder brother, equally imposing in stature, donning a fur-lined cloak similar to his siblings. The knife and fork in his hand traced arcs through the air. Corazon is my most important little brother. Should you dare to harm him with your gun, I will ensure your demise. I stood my ground, as did Law. You can understand, can't you, Captain Don Quixote? No sooner had I spoken than Law, standing beside me, furrowed his brow and grasped my hand tightly, while the others at the table exhibited expressions of agony, and one even fainted outright. We exchanged glances with the man seated upon the throne. He paused, emitting a peculiar laugh. He. You two are quite impressive. In response to this brash individual who resorted to domineering tactics at the slightest provocation, I shot him a cold stare, remaining silent. He leisurely sliced through a lamb chop and inquired, "What brings you from White City?" I raised an eyebrow, and Law stepped forward to position himself protectively in front of me, speaking with palpable resentment. "I intend to obliterate the world government." In the face of his mocking gaze, Law turned his unprecedentedly cold demeanor towards Corazon, a member of Don Quixote's crew, declaring, "I shall seek retribution against you as well." Thus, Law and I found ourselves entangled with the Don Quixote pirates. My thoughts drift back to the present. "What are you doing here?" I asked the man while tidying up the aftermath. My demeanor was ambiguous. On one hand he had harmed Law, yet on the other, I curiously sensed no malice from him. At that dining table, after Doflamingo's bizarre actions, the look he cast towards me was profoundly enigmatic. I decided to observe for now. His dark yellow eyes fixed on me, Corazon remained silent, draped in a cloak reminiscent of Doflamingo's, leaning casually against the doorframe, gesturing a direction with his hand. "Doflamingo?" I inquired. He nodded, seemingly unperturbed by my insolence towards his elder brother. I gathered my medical supplies and took hold of the white coat hanging nearby. Corazon graciously stepped back to allow me passage through the door. I halted, narrowing my eyes at the silent man adorned with clown-like makeup. As I approached, he seemed slightly flustered, casting his gaze downward into the void. Tilting my head, I mimicked the cutting tone of my half-blooded kin, who relished in sarcasm, and pointedly remarked, "Corazon, have you looked in the mirror today? Your lipstick is smeared." Satisfied, I exited the study, suppressing my expression. Inside, only Doflamingo awaited. I knocked and entered. He lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed, a book resting on his face. The title was related to Flevance. Nunnally. He uttered the name in a way that sent chills down my spine. "You and Law are also from White City." I nodded coldly. "The king is dead. The royal family has perished, and the townsfolk have fled, just like you and Law. The image of that day's snail phone has circulated globally, and the world government is furious." "Isn't that good?" I countered. "The royal family got what they deserved." His icy gaze, peering through his red glasses, felt as constricting as a snake upon my skin. He absently flipped through the book in his hands. "A century ago, the government discovered lead poisoning, an infinitesimal toxin that, when accumulated over generations, will erupt all at once. Yet judging by the whispers from the world government, it appears to have vanished. A bounty notice will soon be issued." Faceless. My curiosity piqued. I lifted my gaze to meet his intrigued expression. "We too are unaware of who they are. They vanished thereafter." He chuckled. "Did you know? That fellow, though only the chin was revealed, was said to be a woman. Although the figure is indiscernible, her height is estimated to be similar to yours, Nunnally." I shook my head. "If you say so, but why couldn't it possibly be a transgender individual? After all, there are so many devil fruits. It's conceivable they could change gender." Doflamingo remained non-committal to my assertion. "Next, you and Law shall commence your studies together." I exited the study, my back already drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, they had yet to trace matters back to Eric. The vaccine was not disseminated by Trafalgar, but was issued by me on the day of capturing the king, concealed from all sight, donning a disguise. With only a pointed chin visible, I reminded myself to show no sign of emotion. To think that such brothers could also play pivotal roles is quite astonishing. Achievement 292003-1200. The moment I received the class schedule, I instinctively felt compelled to express my discontent. Compared to Law's martial arts and strategy classes, mine resembled more of a guide to cultivating ornamental skills. I am a doctor. Why must I be assigned such courses? I held the schedule filled with etiquette classes, my face flushed with indignation as I shouted for the first time at someone. Doflamingo erupted into laughter. This pertains to the future development of Don Quixote, Nunnally. Do not underestimate them. In the eyes of some foolish individuals, such pursuits hold great nobility. I scoffed, my words pricking him. No one understands this better than you, right? The pirate captain in smoking shoes, quite the novelty. I stormed off, the door slamming behind me, yet my expression shifted as I turned. Here. I would still play the role of a normal girl, displaying my emotions openly. Dance, etiquette, floral arrangement, and musical instruments, these comprised the Lady's curriculum. In some sense, they were even more arduous than combat. Remembering Doflamingo's bemused smile, I spat a few times in annoyance. Thus, compared to Law, who was being groomed as a right-hand man, I was perceived as no different from a pet, perpetually confined within the family, learning such trivialities. Following the conclusion of the so-called ladies' courses, my daily routine dwindled to waiting in the infirmary for wounded individuals, and training my observation hockey in solitude. Even my interactions with Law grew scarce. What on earth is Doflamingo plotting? Amidst my fruitless speculations, Law's 12th birthday arrived. Chapter 21, Britannia 21. Both Law and I were born in October. He in early October, I at the end. Doflamingo placed great emphasis on the concept of family, declaring that we all belong to Don Quixote. Due to the crew's perpetual voyages across the seas, Law and I celebrated our birthdays together. I had anticipated a grand feast from Doflamingo as in previous years, but to my surprise he merely waved his hand, allowing Law and me to decide for ourselves this year. Law misses you dearly. What a close sibling bond you share. Flattery aside, it cannot compare to your relationship with Corazon. As time passed, Doflamingo seemed to regard me as an ordinary person with some medical talent, merely capable of resisting hockey. His unspoken intentions aside, the teachers he employed were of the highest caliber. Thanks to him, my attributes significantly improved. Dance classes enhanced my stamina and charm, while literature classes elevated my intellect. Coupled with a myriad of other miscellaneous courses, I felt as if he were playing a character development game. Stamina, 505,915. Charm, 2401075. Intelligence, 615,925. However, all three tasks remained stagnant. The progress of Damocles remained at 20, and I could not promote the revolutionary army within the pirate crew. Though a new level for the occupational task had emerged. Occupational task, entering the realm. Task description, read extensively, observe widely, and practice diligently. Upon completion of these three phases, continuously ascend to unparalleled heights. Task requirement, communicate medicine. Progress, 0, task reward. Infirmary X1, Lifeblood X1. After pondering for an extended period, I decisively penned a letter to Eric, who was still traveling, asking him to keep an eye out for me. As for the suspected target, Corazon, his relationship with Law remains as strained as ever, leading me to question whether the red heart in the mission truly refers to him. Walking alongside Law on the streets of the port town, we exchanged no words. Only in each other's presence could our taut nerves genuinely relax, both of us relishing this rare tranquility. I slowly broke the silence, pondering the well-being of Lami and the others. The last communication had been 3 months prior. Surely Eric and the others had ventured to the South Sea for leisure? I estimated it wouldn't be long before news arrived. Beside me, Law's dark hair flowed smoothly, likely drawn to some intriguing sight. Reminiscent of the time Lami had sent a growth potion. He wore a half-smile, a mischievous glint flickering in his golden eyes. Frustrated at my own stagnant height of 1.65 meters, I grasped his sleeve and argued with him, insisting that I was merely a late bloomer. Not everyone can be like you or Don Quixote. Perhaps due to the physical training, Law had shot up in height since joining the pirate crew. Only a few years ago, I had to bend down to converse with him, and now, walking together, passers-by would assume we were of the same age. Reflecting on how some had mistaken us for a couple during our last outing, I had flusteredly explained, while he merely watched with amusement. With old grievances resurfacing, I couldn't help but mutter to him what happened. The former Law was undeniably charming. Who has corrupted him now? It must be all Doflamingo's fault. In the midst of my indignant blame directed at Doflamingo, Law took my hand, raising an eyebrow in bemusement at my bewildered expression. You're holding too tightly, Law, I indicated. Yet he denied it, claiming it was my weakness that was to blame. His words eerily echoed Ace's past remarks about my frailty, and for a moment, I was lost in thought. only to be snapped back to reality by Law's keen observation. Are you thinking about your brother? I corrected him, saying brothers. For it had been quite a while since I last saw them, and I harbored a tinge of worry. While I believed that, given their personalities, it was others who should be concerned, I asserted with conviction that it was perfectly natural for a sister to fret over her adorable younger brothers. Law let out a hum of acknowledgement, a faint scent wafting from the tips of his hair. This reminded me, Law, why haven't you used the shampoo I gave you? He clicked his tongue. It's too fragrant. I'll be mocked for it. But it smells wonderful. I even had the maid procure it for you. Law had indeed praised its scent before. Hey, I'm a guy. Even Doflamingo wouldn't use such a fragrance. I had only given him half the bottle. If you're not going to use it, just return it to me. I'm running low on stock. You've already gifted it to me. It's mine now. As we bickered, we wandered in and out of shops. Rather than celebrating Law's birthday, it felt more like he was accompanying me on a shopping spree. Stuck at the base and unable to board the ship, this was my only pastime. I had initially ordered a complete set of silver cutlery, but with the shipping logistics at sea being unreliable, I had even asked Doflamingo to arrange a transfer from one of Don Quixote's other bases. That languid man lounging on the sofa had graciously obliged without even lifting his gaze. From this perspective, Doflamingo did possess a certain charm. To make up for the lack of a gift on my birthday, I took Law on a tour of the entire port town. Attempting to purchase everything he seemed interested in. Spotted denim pants, purchased. Fashionable hats, purchased. Branded t-shirts, purchased. North Sea Warrior Sora figurine, purchased. Exquisite shaving razors, purchased. It was the last item that Law could no longer tolerate, exclaiming, I don't need that. When Law trailed behind, laden with shopping bags, protesting, I reluctantly set down the classic men's cologne I had been holding. We settled into a restaurant, a family-owned establishment, where in the past 2 years, the Don Quixote pirates had spread like a virus across the North Sea. I even suspected that, unbeknownst to me, Doflamingo had unified the North Sea world. I had once dreamt a nightmare in which the flamboyant Doflamingo donned an even more ostentatious coat, and, resembling Corazon, approached me with a clownish visage, slowly extending his hand and uttering lines from a movie I had seen. You wouldn't even call me father. Despite my frequent criticisms of him, this did not diminish my assessment. Doflamingo is a dangerous man, a born tyrant. His casual brutality always reminded me of 2 other blood relatives from the world I once knew. My father, who transformed Britannia from a war-torn nation into an empire, hailed as the world's hegemon, and my half-brother, who could rival Lelouch cunning. Serving as prime minister since my childhood, able to balance everything, even family, as mere bargaining chips. Doflamingo embodies both such cruelty and intelligence. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a foe of the world. This notion flitted through my mind as the white roses on the dining table bloomed vibrantly. Law and I enjoyed a delightful dinner, and we meandered back slowly afterward. Before parting, Law handed me a box. This is this year's birthday gift. Inside was a delicate hairpin, emerald leaves embracing pristine white petals, vividly alive, reminiscent of how I once praised it for blooming unabashedly. This day felt stolen, and afterward, we fell back into our busy routines. Law was indeed being trained as a right-hand man, while I was left to my own devices. With nothing else to occupy my time, I even continued offering free medical consultations in the town with Doflamingo's tacit approval. Perhaps it was because I was useful as a doctor, or perhaps it was our mutual vulnerabilities that tethered us. In any case, Doflamingo's indulgence towards me was a chilling phenomenon. A man like him, kindness from him is always terrifying, for his standards of kindness are set solely by him. One can never anticipate the form his kindness may take. Over these 2 years, my perspective on Corazon has shifted. Although Law harbors an intense hatred for him, vowing vengeance, Corazon himself maintains the demeanor of a pirate prone to striking children. Yet, I increasingly sense a dissonance about him. It is not merely Corazon's tendency to ignite his cloak every 3 days, but rather that his emotions seem to be the simplest kind. Over the past 2 years, I have grown increasingly adept at utilizing observation hockey, perhaps even possessing a heightened sixth sense that aligns with it. Observation hockey, LV1. I have become more sensitive to people's emotions, able to perceive their states without physical contact. Lively and tearful, brutishly direct like a water buffalo, Law remains calm and aloof, while the other adults, including Doflamingo, radiate a chilling aura. Aside from Law, their emotional fluctuations often leave me feeling unsettled. Yet Corazon's emotions resemble a small flame, not scorching, but rather warm. Coupled with his role as a significant character, my suspicions deepen. This line of thought was finally confirmed when Law abruptly urged me to escape with them. So you and Doflamingo are celestial dragons, And you still want to capture him. And Law is of the D clan, the sworn enemy of celestial dragons? It was the first time I had heard the rumors surrounding the D clan, and I found it quite intriguing. Rumors of the D clan. Rumor description. Known as a member of the divine lineage, stands as the adversary of Mary Geos and is also the fabled bearer of historical legacy. According to the elders, they are destined to unleash a tide of upheaval, challenging the very fabric of this world. Unlock reward. See Stone X1. Silently retracting the suddenly activated section, I squinted at the two individuals before me. Rather than your abrupt declaration of a desire to flee, I find myself more intrigued by you, Law. How is it that you have not sought out Doflamingo to betray us? How peculiar. Sporting a gentle smile. Is there something you are concealing from me? Law took a step back, glancing at Corazon, whose initially cold demeanor transformed into an awkward grin. This, in fact, was Law's subtle stab at me. However, it went unnoticed. Law hastily added, "You two are truly something." I gazed at them in exasperation. One is typically cool, yet easily swept away by passion, while the other appears indifferent, but is entirely a facade. Thus, the clumsiness is Corazon's true nature. I comprehend now. So what is the plan? Where shall we go? And what shall we do? They exchanged glances, and Corazon cleared his throat. Well, let us just say we need to leave. So you haven't even thought this through, have you? Thus, with the onset of the year 1511, I, Law, and Corazon, after leaving a note penned in Corazon's name, officially embarked on our escape. We drifted across the ocean aboard a modest little vessel. As for our precise location, Corazon stammered, struggling to articulate the name before hesitating. Once Law had succumbed to slumber, I cut to the chase. You are affiliated with the Navy, aren't you? The man before me visibly altered his expression at an alarming rate. His voice contorted. How could you possibly know? I covered his mouth, hushing him and gesturing for him to observe Law, who was asleep with his eyes closed. He nodded, looking like a gopher caught peeking out, sweat beading on his brow as he attempted to explain something. All right, I want to divulge this to Law. Seeing his flustered state, I softened my tone, as one would to soothe a child, assuring him, "You won't harm him, right? Just this matter suffices." His cautious breath was enveloped in my hand, the red heart pendant on his chest swaying gently, the disparity in our heights forcing Corazon to lean closer to my thigh. A sight as comical as the clown makeup on his face. He was entirely different from his brother. Corazon nodded fervently. His dark eyes that I once aimed a gun at, now soft and unguarded, like a cozy cloud. Once I released my grip, he professed, "I would never harm either of you." I chuckled, "You're blushing, Corazon." His face immediately turned an even deeper shade. We disembarked at various small towns, hastily leaving behind a message, perhaps initially deemed as the Red Heart officer and his troublesome little punk-ass brawl. But as time passed, the suspicious Doflamingo would undoubtedly catch on. No, the moment Corazon brought along someone he rarely conversed with, it would have raised Doflamingo's alertness. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the three of us, rather than fugitives, resembled tranquil tourists. "Ah, are you here to play with your brother and sister?" The kind old lady smiled warmly, handing me a pack of cigarettes. How terrible of a brother to bring his sister along to buy cigarettes. I chuckled softly. Beside me, Corazon, clad in a floral shirt, awkwardly scratched his nose. We docked at this unremarkable little town, preparing to switch to a larger vessel. For the three of us, a boat barely accommodating our seating was indeed quite torturous. After all, Nunnally is a girl, we ought to be mindful. When I heard this from Corazon, I nearly gasped in shock and looked up at him. His pale face flushed bright red. "What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that?" "No. I just didn't expect to find a normal man like you, Corazon, beside me. It was rather touching. Furthermore, this muddled fellow would even notice such things." Law, packing his bag, quietly added, "What image do you hold of me in your minds?" The significantly taller Corazon dejectedly relaxed his shoulders, leading to an exchange of knowing smiles between Law and me. We were merely teasing him. In reality, one would discover that Corazon's clumsiness only pertained to himself. As he escorted us two children, he tended to us with great care, just as I had sensed before. The Red Heart Corazon was a warm yet unobtrusive flame. One could comfortably lean into its warmth. To avoid the prying eyes of Don Quixote, we often resided in desolate locations. After replenishing my shampoo, Corazon's cigarettes, and Law's hat, Corazon and I successfully reached our destination. Here a tiny stream flowed, backed by a colossal slanted rock. Law had already set up the tent, seated with a book, awaiting our return. Corazon raised the bag triumphantly. "We're back, Law." I imitated him, raising my hand in greeting. Law looked at us both with a hint of exasperation. "Corazon, gentle yet easily muddled, and I, meticulous yet playful, often made the youngest, Law, seem more like the responsible adult. We gathered around to finish our dinner. Later that night, I was abruptly awakened in the tent. With a weary expression, I changed my clothes and trudged toward the tent, only to find Corazon peeking out from inside. So you were here, you startled me. I thought you had vanished. Corazon, having removed his makeup, sighed in relief, his golden hair cascading gently over his face, and his dark red eyes drooping at the corners, adding an air of innocence. No wonder he used to maintain a stern expression. With such a visage, who could believe he was the Red Heart officer? I shook my head. Sorry for worrying you. The discomfort in my stomach still lingered, and Corazon furrowed his brow, his keen observation evident. What's the matter? The gentle man instinctively softened his voice, and as I approached him, I noticed he had activated the silence fruit. To prevent waking Law, perhaps? I glanced at Law, deeply asleep, feeling a twinge of unease in my stomach. Oh, was there something wrong with last night's dinner? No, it's not that, Mr. Law, I replied weakly, instinctively wanting to curl up in the warm blankets. Don't shy away from discussing it, Nunnally. He gazed at me with concern, his eyes melting like honey. I frowned in distress. How should I convey this to him? At my age, one must inevitably confront the unique troubles that afflict young girls. As a physician, I maintain a level-headed attitude towards such normal bodily developments. However, casually informing a man over a decade my senior feels a tad embarrassing. In any case, it's nothing. I tugged at his sleeve, realizing that this man, who could be quite stubborn in certain respects, wouldn't he relent until he received an answer. I sighed. It's a girl's monthly cycle, you see. I overcame the heat on my face. Does Mr. Law know? It's something every girl experiences each month. Now it was his turn to fall silent. After a pause, Corazon spoke haltingly. I see. How about a warm drink? Red wine paired with cheese is quite delightful. Wake up. You're rambling in confusion. I watched as he clumsily made his way to the campfire, and I followed suit with a sense of resignation. He handed me the long, fur-lined cloak, and I sighed in comfort. How splendid, Mr. Rossi. Even the feathers were soft, and I couldn't help but nuzzle my face against it. The gentle glow of the fire enveloped us as Corazon diligently simmered water in the pot. No. Boiling water shouldn't require such effort. I cast a silent glance at the kettle I had purchased long ago. Surely, my mind must be in disarray. I sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed to tease him, and began to shift the topic earnestly. Mr. Rossi, where shall we go next? Upon mentioning this, he seemed to snap back to attention, pausing his actions. Well, I initially intended for you both to visit the naval base. We instinctively turned our gazes toward another tent. The disdain in Law's eyes for the world government was palpable, and he shared no enthusiasm for the Navy either. Once the matter with Doflamingo is resolved, we will head to Sabaody. I have a small house there. It should be just right for you and Law. What has Doflamingo done? I wrapped the long cloak tighter around myself, revealing only my face. If Mr. Rossi couldn't divulge the information, that was all right. Oh, it's fine. Nunnally has seen quite a bit. You should have an idea. Doflamingo has secretly contacted many individuals, engaged in arms smuggling, slave trading, and inhumane experiments, always perilous undertakings. This is the punishment he deserves. Corazon's tone seemed to freeze at that moment, yet when he glanced at me, it quickly melted into warmth. Once he is imprisoned and impelled down, you and Law will be safe. I lowered my eyes, suddenly unable to meet his gaze. The world government had issued a bounty on me, and my stance was in stark opposition to the future he envisioned. How could I confront him about it? Nunnally would be free to pursue her passions. The Marineford Medical School is quite renowned, located near the Marine Academy, where I once studied. Mr. Rossi, despite being Doflamingo's brother, is entirely different. I stared at the rising steam, my gaze unfocused. Yes, he killed our father. The act of patricide seems to be an eternal theme. Zeus killed Clovis, ascending as the new king of the gods. A brother kills his father to become the 99th emperor of the empire. Doflamingo is no exception. This is a pivotal moment in their destinies, an irrevocable choice. As the steam thickened, even breathing felt dampened. Do I have any thoughts on my brother's actions? My memories are fragmented. I only recall my brother's visage, while the faces of others remain blurred. Yet they are still my flesh and blood. Our parents who bore us and then abandoned us. Is a parent's love for their children innate? At least for my brother and me, it was not so. Even our gentle mother loved us merely because we were the children of our father. If we obstructed his path, would she not hesitate to wield her twin swords, reclaiming her position as the chief knight of the Round Table to slay us? She would. So, should I blame and resent my brother? I will not. It was merely patricide, too commonplace for our twisted family. I am acutely aware of Britannia's cruelty. A father who is not a father, a mother who is not a mother, and even siblings who must hate and kill one another. The abnormal ones are us. Oh no, the pot has boiled dry, Corazon exclaimed, jolting me back to reality. Quick. Extinguish the fire, Mr. Rossi. Wait, be careful. This encapsulated the tranquility of our daily lives. 6 months after our escape, Corazon received a call from Doflamingo, claiming to have news of the Op no Mi. He commanded the 3 of us to immediately rendezvous with them on Sabaody. Let the person I can trust the most consume it. Corazon, you should take it. With those words, the call ended abruptly. A heaviness settled in my heart. Was he doubting Corazon's abilities? A single person can only consume 1 devil fruit. Attempting to eat a second results in instant death. Was Doflamingo testing his brother in this manner? Corazon hung up the phone and dialed another number. I began to pack my belongings while Law watched Corazon's retreating figure. I silently pondered when the 2 of them would finally open up to each other. One feared being disliked, while the other stubbornly refrained from asking. Perhaps this was the peculiar understanding that exists among men. We could never align with Doflamingo and his crew, and with this judgment, Corazon resolved to act preemptively and seize the Op no Mi. I sighed, recognizing this was the command of Corazon's superior. Reverse Heart's demise. I began to silently oil Freya. Chapter 22. A meeting in the future. The pirate crew was hidden among the ruins of Minion Island. Corazon wore a relaxed smile as he demonstrated his abilities. Neither the sound of the wind, nor the shattering can be heard. He resembled a circus performer making a grand entrance, cheerfully entertaining his 2 audience members. The hat adorned with 2 heart decorations bobbed with his exaggerated movements. His fervent attempts to assure us to wait peacefully here only filled me with a bittersweet ache. Could today be the day? My fingers rubbed against the gun in my pocket, warming it, and under Corazon's close watch, Law and I observed as he walked away. Until his figure faded into a distant blur, I took out Freya and handed it to Law. This gun, if anyone comes, just pull the trigger. I won't come to harm. You know my abilities, right? I cradled his face gently. You can't go. Rami and the others are waiting for you. I came here for you all. I will not die. His grip suddenly tightened. Nunnally? I brushed my fingers through his soft black hair, and, seizing the moment while Law was rigid, I swiftly knocked him unconscious. I'm sorry, just this once, I swear. I will never leave you alone again. Relying on my ability to sense the emotions of others, I evaded the outer patrols, hiding in the shadows as I watched the building. First, the lights suddenly extinguished, followed by the alluring brightness. In the chilling silence, a soundless explosion created by the silence fruit erupted. A towering figure leaped from the chaos, and I immediately followed closely behind him. Just as I was about to call out to Corazon, I saw him slip and tumble down the snowy slope. At that moment, shouts from the pirates echoed behind me. Capture the one who stole the Op no Mi. When I arrived, I saw Corazon surrounded by a group of pirates. Upon noticing me, his previously fluid movements faltered, and he was struck by a gunshot from one of the pirates. Bang! The gun's muzzle exuded residual heat in the frigid air as I raised it, unflinchingly aiming at the next target. Platinum lead can serve as a weapon as well. Before the shops closed, I had taken 2 new guns. Corazon seemed to want to say something, but ultimately, he merely slumped his shoulders, pulling me close as we quickly retreated to safety. Law had already awakened, glaring furiously at us. Corazon secured the Op no Mi, and Law's wrathful gaze pierced through me. I feigned ignorance, turning to inquire about Corazon's next plan. He vacillated, his eyes darting about, and neither of us looked at Law. There is a ship that is safe. Let us go together. In that moment, it became evident to everyone that you were filled with trepidation. Law let out a forceful grunt, and I laughed awkwardly, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Why had the mission not yet registered as complete? What further dangers lay ahead? I grasped Corazon's loose striped sweater. Could the Navy be lying in wait at Swan Island? Corazon appeared even more shocked than I. How could Nunnally possibly know? It was clear upon reflection. Damn it. I loaded the remaining bullets. Doflamingo and his crew would not be coming. That man was surely en route to Minion Island right now. We must hasten. I gave him a shove, urging Corazon to lift Law, but to my surprise he shook his head. You go ahead. Law fixed his gaze upon him, clenching his teeth, while Corazon dared not meet his eyes, merely saying to me, I am destined to confront Doflamingo. It matters not. I am his blood relative. Doflamingo will not kill me. Nunnally, take this fruit and continue north with Law. I entrust this to you. It was tantamount to revealing my identity before Law, and I cast a long glance at him before seizing Law's arm and fleeing. Law remained silent, and suddenly, Corazon's voice reached us from behind. Law, Nunnally. Go live a life of freedom. I'm sorry, Law. I lied to you. Please forgive me. Tears streamed down my face as I heard the howling wind and Law's choked sobs. Nothing will happen to you, Rosinante. I silently repeated his name in my mind. I won't let anything happen to you. It wasn't long before we encountered a Navy officer. Law released his grip and hastened forward, calling out, "Hey!" His voice was hoarse. And the officer turned to us, approaching. He inquired. I lagged behind, breathless, clutching my abdomen in pain. "There's someone, please help him." Law shouted to the officer regarding Corazone's condition. He was going to fight the pirates. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Law turned to me, "Nunnally, you go to the ship and wait for us." Before I could protest, he spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. "You are already exhausted. Go find other Navy personnel." I gritted my teeth, watching as Law and the unfamiliar Navy officer hurriedly vanished from sight. Something felt off. There was still something wrong. Where had it gone awry? I strained to think. In the previous timeline, without my intervention, Corazon would have been killed by Doflamingo. But in this instance, without my assistance, Corazon was gravely injured, and Law was seeking help. Did they not receive aid from the Navy during this process? Or had the Navy all been slaughtered by Doflamingo as well? I gasped for breath, observing another group of Navy personnel passing by. Why was it that the earlier officer was acting alone? The other Navy soldiers before me moved in clusters, their emotions surging. Why had I not sensed the earlier officer's emotions? And Doflamingo? I suddenly recalled the conversation from years ago when Doflamingo summoned me to his study. The bounty would soon be issued. How peculiar. How could Doflamingo have known about this? Did he have informants within the Navy? I sprinted forward. A metallic taste of rust in my throat. The last piece of the puzzle. The final piece. I desperately concealed my presence. But my eyes widened at the sight of a pool of blood on the ground. Law and Corazon had vanished. The earlier Navy officer was now wide open. And the familiar voice of a Den Mushi echoed in his hand. I stifled my breath, activating my observation hockey, stealthily trailing behind him. Corazon had been injured by this person. He would surely return to confront Doflamingo. I sensed something and looked up to see a massive birdcage woven from threads in the sky. This was his fruit ability. I witnessed everything that followed. Whether it was Nunnally or Law, they both triumphed over death. From you, Law cannot learn anything. They are free. Thud. I heard a mournful wail. The Don Quixote pirates departed, while a single person raced madly toward us. I ceased my actions, locking eyes with Corazon, who appeared bewildered and shocked. We had agreed to imprison Doflamingo and impel down. Mr. Rosinante, and I apologize for only revealing this now. In truth, I am. Reverse Red Heart's demise, completed. Mission, reverse the future, completed. Achievement, 312008-1200. Imperial treasure, 3040. Amid the system's voice, I barely had time to toss the surgical fruit to them. We shall meet again. Year 1511 July. I opened my eyes. Beneath me was soft bedding, and someone shifted beside me as I moved. You're awake, Nunnally. I blinked and smiled. It's been a long time, Mr. Dragon. Yes. It has, Dragon said, revealing a faint smile as he calmly handed me a bounty notice. I took it with confusion. The photo section bore a colossal question mark, and below it was a string of zeros. This is not mine. Indeed, it is your bounty. The initial reward is 1.08 billion. Quite an impressive figure, Dragon jested. Admiringly. Killing royals, saving White Town, reversing time. Each feat more remarkable than the last. I gasped in surprise. Wait. Mr. Dragon. How do you know I reversed time? Dragon stroked his chin. I recall the report on the destruction of White Town. You were the one who compiled the documents. I gasped again, quickly querying Seiko in my mind. For ordinary people, they only remember what occurs in the current timeline. However, significant characters serve as the pillars of the world, and cannot make such drastic alterations. Thus they possess memories of both timelines. I gazed at the bounty notice, letting out a deep sigh. No wonder the world government would be so extravagant. Reviving the terminally ill, leading a rebellion, with White Town gone. Those with antibodies would no longer go, while those without the antibodies would dare not venture. They would likely have to send death row inmates or slaves to mine. By the time all disputes were settled, it would result in a loss amounting to astronomical figures. After the reversal was complete, the timeline updated, and I realized it was still a case of time substitution. Anyone would feel a seething resentment. Yet how did the teacher know it was me? You truly have been dazed, Dragon said, bringing over a heap of letters from next door. Suddenly sleeping for 3 years, and then knowing the addresses of the Revolutionary Army ships, addressed specifically to you. Who else could it be but you? I stuck out my tongue, sheepishly accepting the pile of envelopes. Are these documents? Dragon's gaze could be interpreted as one of pity. They are letters from your several younger brothers, accumulated over the years. My voice trembled as I asked Dragon, Mr. Dragon, what is today's date? Dragon replied with sympathy, the 8th, July 8th. It's over. The three of them have perfectly missed their birthdays this year. Now in the village of Frosty Moon by the East Sea. The ship is ready. Long, with a keen insight into my thoughts, spoke leisurely. My eyes brimmed with tears as I tightly embraced his waist. Overwhelmed with emotion that I even forgot to address him formally. Thank you, Long. After a long absence from intimate interactions with males in fanfiction, he raised his hand and awkwardly patted the top of my head. In the brief moments on the way back, I opened the panel. The harvest of these 3 years can be regarded as a bountiful yield. Reputation, 021600. Special achievement, renowned. Achievement description, with a bounty exceeding 100 million for being a supernova. What about surpassing 1 billion? Congratulations, you have become a colossal meteorite. Additionally, with the 200 attribute points awarded upon completing the reversal, I contemplated that the combat power limit in this world far exceeds other attributes, thus channeling all points into strength. Strength, 500,700. Name Nunnally V. Identity, Revolutionary Army. Title, The White Witch. Age 14. Stamina, 895, gradually approaching the path of a gorilla. Intelligence, 917, you can solve an abundance of complex problems. Charm, 910, there will be those who are utterly captivated by you. Strength, 700, within the 4 Cs. You are unlikely to encounter an opponent. Talent, Blood of the Beehive, Gorgon Veins. 3-color hockey, Conqueror's Hockey LV1, Observation Hockey LV2. Achievement points, 81200. Reputation, 21600. Bounty 1.08 billion. Funds, 17 million berries. Items, Sea Prism Stone Flaria, Enigmatic White Robe, Imperial Treasure, Precious Photographs, Beautiful Regular Attire. Main Quest, Torch of Thought. Task Requirement. A spark of freedom can ignite a prairie fire. Please spread the ideals of freedom to everyone. Imperial Treasure. Progress 40. Career Quest. Entry into the hall. Progress 0. A heavy burden lies ahead. I exhaled and began to gaze longingly at the buildings not far away. Windmill Village remains as serene and beautiful as ever. The coastline resembling a graceful curve. Even after a long absence, everything still feels familiar to me. The stone where Luffy loved to stand, a wooden pillar with a notch. The leisurely turning windmill, the distant site of Quolpo Mountain, and the tavern of Makino. The pirate ship docked at the shore is just the same. A pirate ship? Without a second thought, I leaped off the vessel and sprinted. The tavern of Makino was in disarray. I immediately spotted the pirate standing in the center. His appearance repugnant, clad in a long cloak, with a long knife at his waist, and a puddle of spilled liquor on the ground. Makino and Luffy stood helplessly to the side. That wretched pirate. Enraged, I charged in, interrupting his arrogant recounting of his exploits. My head is worth 8 million berries, and I have killed 58 of them. Oh, is that so? Flaria pressed against his chest, and I sneered. I removed my hood, casting a reassuring smile at Makino and Luffy while mimicking Law's fierce glare at the dumbfounded pirate. Continue speaking? Let us see whether your mouth is quicker. Or my gun. As I moved, the tavern fell into a profound silence. The stillness was shattered by a voice both unfamiliar and familiar. Nana? Nana. Luffy, clad in a white t-shirt and shorts, flew over and embraced me. You're back. I softened my tone, greeting my long-absent little brother. Long time no see, Luffy. Jubegro un taller. You woman. Just as I bent down to converse with Luffy, who was clutching my leg, the pirate revealed a grotesque grin, saying, a woman like you. I've never played with such a woman. I coldly regarded his lewd intentions, unwilling to waste more words. The moment my wrist reached for the knife's hilt, I pulled the trigger. Now you can invite others to play with you, 8 million. The crimson blood accompanied his scream, reverberating through the tavern as I lifted Luffy and pressed his head down, saying, don't look, Luffy. You're still young. My gaze swept over his 2 henchmen. Aren't you going to get lost? They scrambled away, dragging the howling man behind them. I apologetically turned to Makino, saying, I'm sorry, Makino. It's my fault for dirtying the floor. I'll clean it up. Her lips parted and closed, lost in thought as she called my name. Nunnally? Ha. Is she frightened by me? I felt a pang of guilt. Having stayed with Don Quixote for so long, I had inevitably become a bit rough, which was not how she remembered me. With that in mind, I softly replied, "It's me, Makino. I'm back." Ha! How could Makino not recognize me? Holding a glass of orange juice, I was taken aback. Has Nunnally changed so much? Makino, smiling, brought me a plate of fried rice. Instinctively, I cradled Luffy in my arms, letting him sit on my lap. "Luffy, ha? Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted beside me. I turned to see a man who seemed very familiar with Makino and the others. The red hair beneath the straw hat naturally fell on either side of his forehead, and his loose white shirt was unbuttoned, forming a V shape. He was a very dashing young man. If I wasn't mistaken, he had been watching us with great interest. He pointed at Luffy, teasing, "Is he a man now, Luffy? Do you still need your sister to feed you?" Luffy skillfully bantered back, clearly someone he was well acquainted with. I handed the orange juice to Luffy. All right, Luffy, please drink." "Thank you, Nana." The sweet voice of the child made my smile uncontainable as I affectionately ruffled his hair. "Hey, you must be Luffy's sister." The red-haired man leaned closer to chat with me, his cheerful demeanor making me unconsciously relax. "Yes, I am Lamperage Nunnally. May I ask who you are?" He smiled, waving the spoon in his hand, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Shanks, just call me Shanks. Acquainted with important character Shanks. Achievement points. Achievement 8120082200. Chapter 23. The Matter of Returning Home. Ah, so that's how it is. Walking along the familiar mountain path, Luffy animatedly recounted the story of how he met Shanks and his crew. To my surprise, they were the real pirates, while I had chased away the mountain bandits. I must find an opportunity to properly thank Shanks. Hearing Luffy stammeringly relay Sabo's words about how fortunate they were to have them, I noted that the number of people seeking work at the tavern had decreased significantly over the past 2 years. They were entirely different from the pirate crew of Don Quixote. I marveled. "Aren't Ace and the others with you?" Luffy stretched out his hands, swinging around tree branches. "Ace doesn't like coming to town. He and Sabo have been in the mountains." I poked his arm, soft and resilient, reminiscent of rubber. Luffy now resembled a little monkey. His sweet voice brimmed with sunshine and joy as he playfully clung to my back, just like when he was a little baby. With such satisfaction, I quickened my pace toward home. "You're back, Ace." "Sabo." Luffy burst into the house, raising his hands in jubilant celebration. "It's me. I'm back, Luffy." Sabo emerged from the inner room. "Did you play with Shanks again today?" I gently leaned against the doorframe, the soft yellow light illuminating the two boys leaning against each other. "Why don't you come in?" A sudden voice rang out behind me, startling me into turning around. Ace, the boy who habitually furrowed his brow, cast a glance at me before grasping my hand and pulling me through the doorway. "Hey Sabo, have you finished?" Sabo, unfazed, watched as I was ushered inside, a broad grin illuminating his face. "Absolutely no problem." I was utterly bewildered. "What's happening? How did you know I was back?" Ace turned his head to regard me, retrieving a small transponder snail from his pocket. "You didn't forget about this, did you?" I abruptly glanced at Luffy, who was laughing heartily, the hard protrusion in his pants pocket. I had always assumed it was a toy I had given him. "Luffy called us this afternoon," Sabo declared, emerging from the inner room with a large box, effortlessly placing it on the ground. Inside were a chaotic assortment of furs, various colored pebbles, carefully sealed dried flowers, neatly packed clean clothes, and even some bullet herbs. "What is this?" Sabo crouched down with Ace, pointing out the items one by one. "This is black bear fur. A trophy from Luffy's first battle. The stones were collected when Luffy was 4. The dried flowers and clothes were prepared by Makino, and the rest were, well, he smirked subtly, acquired by Ace and me." It seemed the two brothers had grown increasingly audacious. I picked up a stone, its surface etched with Luffy's name in a crooked script, the shallow scratches clearly the handiwork of a child with insufficient strength. "Isn't it adorable?" Sabo exclaimed, eagerly gathering the stones. "Look, this one is Ace's, this one is mine, and this one is yours." I examined each stone, the handwriting uniformly childlike and endearing, utterly charming. "How is your savings progress with Ace?" I delicately handled the bullets, treating them as treasures as I placed them into a spare magazine. "Well," Sabo rolled his eyes. "You should ask Ace. Luffy wants to eat meat. I'm taking him to grill." With a puzzled inquiry about why Luffy wanted to drag me away, Ace and I exchanged glances. "What the heck, Sabo?" I felt a bit embarrassed as Ace fixed his expression upon me, clearing his throat. Ace, it's been a while." "Indeed," he replied, his gaze fixed firmly on the wooden box, as if it contained a coveted treasure map. Observing him, I cautiously shifted my position, tentatively attempting to embrace him. Receiving no rejection, I sighed in relief as Ace obediently settled into my embrace, both stubborn and pitiful. I nestled my chin atop his head, my tone sticky with affection. I've truly missed you and Ace. I can't believe you're really back. It feels like a dream. Ace remained silent, merely tightening his grip around my waist. His actions inexplicably stirred a sense of grievance within me, and I stifled my voice, striving to hold back. There are many bad people outside, Ace. Before I could finish, Ace furrowed his brow and turned away. Did someone hurt you? I blinked, seeing a fierce expression on his face. Such intensity, when directed at Doflamingo, would make me uneasy. Yet with Ace it brought comfort. Relaxing, I embraced him fully, pressing his face tightly against me. No one has harmed me, Ace. I'm super strong. I flashed him a number with my fingers. Now I was worth 11 billion. Ace looked at me with a headache. You need to take this seriously. It's not just us who know. Even the world government is after you. Hearing such concerned words from Ace moved me deeply. Ace, I want a hug too. Luffy burst in from outside, his rubbery arms wrapping around us 3 times, while Sabo peered over, grinning as he watched us tumble to the floor. Count me in. The chaotic embrace was warm and uplifting, filling me with genuine happiness. Sabo dragged Luffy off to the bathroom, while I meticulously wiped down the items from the box. The furs needed oiling, the dried flowers could be made into bookmarks, and I hung up the clothes one by one. As I busied myself, a thought struck me, and I asked Ace, who was half squinting. By the way, how did you know? It was a double entendre. How could they possibly know the wanted person was me? How could they have known I was standing right there? Ace leaned lazily against the wall, his eyes still closed. I could only guess it was you. You really should be more careful, Nunnally. Your shampoo hasn't changed. I can smell it as soon as you're near. Besides, you used to pull me over to eavesdrop on Dayton and the others, he said, suppressing a remark that wasn't very clever at all. I huffed in discontent at his latter comment, closing the lid of the box. Just as I intended to lift it, Ace, who had stood up at some point, took it from my hands, and I followed him into the inner room. Watching him adeptly return the box to its place, I let out a careful yawn. Enveloped in the familiar scent, intimate, warm, secure, I was well acquainted with every pattern in this room, every lace on the quilt. I could recite where there were gaps and when they had been damaged by Ace and Sabo's playful antics. Speaking of which, Ace, you and Sabo and Luffy have all grown taller. I complained sleepily as I sprawled on the bed, my words muddled. I'll grow taller too. Don't keep saying I'm short, Law. I succumbed to the heavy pull of sleep and drifted into dreams, leaving Ace standing there, fists clenched in silence. After a moment he scoffed, half kneeling to remove the girl's shoes and socks. Just sleeping like this isn't so bad, he thought, fiercely yet somewhat plaintively. Ah. She's asleep. Sabo entered, dragging a damp Luffy behind him. I just prepared hot water for Nunnally. There's no helping it. Ace, you should wash up. Ace wrapped the quilt around the deeply slumbering girl without looking back. What's there to wash? Didn't I already wash? Haha, you have a point. Sabo scratched the back of his head, recalling the chaotic rush of the 2 brothers returning after receiving Luffy's call, cleaning the house, notifying Dayton, and hastily squeezing in a shower. What can I say? It's been so long since we saw Nunnally and she is so picky? Perhaps due to her upbringing. She occasionally exhibited a somewhat pampered demeanor. In this regard, Ace was quite afflicted, and we certainly can't hold her while smelling bad, can we? Sabo shook his head, unable to bear the thought, as brotherly messiness was acceptable, but maintaining a good image in front of a sister one admired was desired. Speaking of which, Sabo. Ace scrutinized the quilt, confirming it was properly wrapped. He spoke ambiguously, yet Sabo strangely understood his intent. I see, but don't wrap it too tightly, Ace. Nunnally won't be able to breathe. Sabo reached out to loosen the corner of the quilt, then leaned down to the drowsy Luffy. Luffy will sleep with his sister tonight. Make sure to cover him well. The obedient child nodded, receiving a gentle pat from his brother, then was tucked into the cozy quilt. Watching the siblings snuggle closer to the warmth, the 2 brothers exchanged glances, and Sabo let out a sound. Super cute, right? Ace nodded solemnly in agreement. Flevance with Nunnally, it's truly unsurprising. Sabo crossed his legs, and the 2 of them stepped outside, counting on their fingers. It was there that I encountered a new acquaintance, and it was he who gifted me the hairpin. Whenever he spoke, he would absent-mindedly touch that object, and on several occasions he even miscalled our names. Moreover, he uttered them in his sleep, as we raised our hands one by one to count. The speed of our conversation quickened, and both of their spirits soared. Ultimately, Sabo made the final decision. Although I was unaware of the identities of those individuals, I firmly believed that the most significant person for Nunnally could only be us. He turned to Ace. You think so too, right, Ace? Need you even ask? Came Ace's derisive snort. We are family. Whether as family, as siblings, or as ship's doctor, any role is paramount. It is a treasure I shall never relinquish in this lifetime. So embrace a little tighter, Luffy. He encouraged his younger brother, asserting that as long as we have one another, there is no need for any extraneous, inexplicable individuals. Chapter 24. The Search for the Healer. When I awoke, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, a gentle reminder of the light rain that had fallen last night, leaving the atmosphere sweet and fresh. Ace and the others had departed early, taking Luffy to find Shanks and the others, who were still lingering in Windmill Village. Had those two mistaken that enthusiastic band of pirates for babysitters? Buried in the softness of my pillow, my thoughts wandered far afield. Maintaining my position, I opened the system interface. An impressive sum of around 80,000 achievements ignited a spark in my heart. I browsed through the special shop of the Tomato Tyrant, selecting items with care. What is this? Mysterious invitation. Item description. The deceased never truly leave us. Only forgetfulness can do that. Hand it to the invited individual, and they shall keep the appointment under the cover of night. Price, achievements X10,000. I pondered its description before purchasing it. Other items failed to pique my interest, leading me to examine the precious photograph obtained from Corazone's mission. Precious photograph. Item description. This encapsulates the childhood moments belonging solely to the brother and sister. In his eyes, nothing in this world compares to the innocent smile of his sister. It was merely an ordinary photograph, devoid of attribute enhancements or special effects. Yet, as I caressed the image of the siblings adorned with flower crowns, silent tears streamed down my cheeks beneath the covers. This was the most wonderful gift I had ever received. Having accounted for everything else earlier, I finally gathered my emotions and prepared to step outside. As for that mountain pirate crew, it would be prudent to hand everything over to the Navy. After bidding farewell to Dayton and the others, I donned the new attire crafted by Makino and set forth towards the pirate territory. For the present, Corbo Mountain had become a perilous zone for me. Navigating effortlessly through the forest, I soon arrived at the domain of the pirates as described by Dayton. I stood outside the hideout, stroking my chin. I felt no particular emotion. Where is everyone? I strolled around the hideout, which had transformed into a deserted stronghold. A glance at the dark stains on the ground, remnants of a struggle, led me to mentally simulate the actions of the intruders. One was tall and male, armed and agile, while the other was petite, wielding a staff-like weapon. The latter seemed to be the more hands-on individual, their styles contrasting sharply. Were they teacher and student? Accomplices? What was their intent? Could they pose a threat to the village? Lost in thought, I suddenly sensed a presence. I coldly raised my weapon towards the dense woods behind me. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, casually rolling a cigarette and smiling. I am not a villain, young lady. I scrutinized his appearance, a yellow sash around his waist, green trousers tucked into black high-top boots, with a strand of curly black hair falling over his face. Wasn't this the man I had seen at the tavern yesterday? Mr. Beckman? I hesitated, my finger hovering over the trigger. What brings you here? I merely came to see if there were any stragglers. The handsome man, cigarette in mouth, had a flintlock pistol strapped to his sash. Do not overthink it. We are merely here for the sake of this village. My face flushed at his blunt insight into my thoughts, and I lowered my weapon, following him down the mountain path. I apologize. It was my impulsive actions that brought you trouble. I stood on the damp earth, dismayed as my white socks became stained with mud. Had I known, I would have worn something else. You would have managed just fine without us. The courage to draw a weapon for family is not something everyone possesses. Beckman replied nonchalantly, his arm encircling me. You don't mind? I was taken aback but nodded. Ah, thank you. The cigarette, I realized, had been extinguished at some point. And as he wrapped his arm around me, he effortlessly guided me across the muddy ground. The faint scent of smoke lingered in the air, prompting my curiosity. Do you also enjoy this brand of cigarettes, Mr. Beckman? He glanced down at me, intrigued yet devoid of any pretense. Nodding earnestly, I have grown accustomed to this flavor. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Beckman's eyes as he remarked, this brand is indeed rather difficult to procure. He proved to be an excellent conversationalist. And before I knew it, we had reached the tavern. I waved enthusiastically at Luffy, who was seated at a table sipping juice. Good afternoon, Luffy. Ah. And good afternoon to you too, Mr. Shanks. The vibrant-haired youth, a rogue in demeanor, shook his drink with a playful protest. Oh dear, how unkind, Nunnally. Did I not say to call me Shanks? Ishuklat. Shanks. Had it not been for our shared connection to Luffy's grandfather, I might have mistaken Shanks for Luffy's father, for they bore a striking resemblance. I counted on my fingers, noting the similarities in both their smiles and personalities. Not at all, Luffy exclaimed, his frustration evident as he shouted, prompting me to smile at his exasperated expression. All right, they are indeed different. Luffy, you're going to be a Navy officer, right? I embraced him, feeling the warmth of his small body pressed against mine. A rare comfort that somehow felt refreshing in this season. Luffy, the Navy. The room erupted in laughter, and I stared in bewilderment at the hearty guffaws surrounding me. Even Beckman, leisurely lighting a cigarette at the round table, couldn't contain his laughter, let alone Shanks, who was doubled over, tears streaming down his face. His red hair danced wildly, resembling a disheveled ball of fire, while the scars on his left eye took on a comical appearance. I want to be a pirate, Luffy declared, his voice muffled against my shoulder. Huh. I widened my eyes. Then who among you and Ace will be the captain? This question left him stumped. Little Luffy rubbed his face and shook his head, looking utterly perplexed, much like a small puppy caught in a dilemma. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling his soft cheeks. All right, I was just teasing you, Luffy. You will surely become the captain. Ace too. Yes, Ace too. If you happen to run into each other at sea, you might even end up in a fight. I animatedly gestured, but you can't win against Ace just yet. Can you? Sabo will certainly want his own ship, so it will be a new era for the three of you. As I continued to ponder, I recalled that when you all venture to the Grand Line in the future, you might very well encounter Law. Law. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. I know. Nami was reciting his name in her sleep last night. Really? Exclaimed Makino, who was bringing out fried rice from the back room. Has Nami already developed a crush on someone? At her age, it seems quite natural, doesn't it, Nami-chan? Faced with Makino's playful teasing, I hastily waved my hands, insisting. Not at all. Law is actually 2 years younger than me. Besides, I only mentioned his name because that little brat keeps calling me short. Upon finishing my hurried explanation, Makino burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Shanks, who had sidled up beside us, rolled his eyes in amusement and chimed in, if Nami is a pirate, she can just take the one she likes back, right? How can you say that? I exclaimed, staring at his face, which was so close to mine. Shanks's eyes, gentle and almond-shaped, usually sparkled with mirth, but in that moment, I perceived a different glint. Oh, what's so bad about it? He replied, downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. A few drops trickled down his neck, following the curve that led enticingly into his shirt, causing my face to flush and my heart to race. He set down his cup, once again wearing that cheerful expression. Now, this is what it means to be a pirate. Hey, Shanks, I pushed a new bottle of liquor towards him. Just don't lead Luffy astray. He is still a child. Shanks grinned as he uncorked the bottle, unrepentantly snitching, but Luffy has already said he plans to take you away. He continued. He claims he will eventually snatch you from Ace and Sabo. How dreadful, Luffy. Oh, that matter, I said, maintaining my calm demeanor as I scooped up a spoonful of fried rice and chewed thoughtfully before responding. After all, Ace and the others announced their intentions when they were just 6 years old. Luffy, you must really work hard, I added. After all, I haven't yet boarded anyone's ship. Not boarded yet? Shanks exclaimed, his interest piqued as he wrapped an arm around my shoulder, the unmistakable scent of a mature man's hormones wafting around me. I pushed him away, but as expected he didn't budge. I won't be boarding your ship, Shanks. Observing his suddenly pitiful almond eyes, I promptly shoved Luffy into his embrace, declaring, I will not become a pirate. What a pity. He sighed dramatically, raising his cup once more. Nami refused my invitation. Brothers, let us drink. Head. You're truly embarrassing. Drink, drink. You deserve to be rejected, Captain. His comrades laughed and echoed his sentiments, and I reveled in the vibrant and joyous atmosphere akin to the pirate flag waving on the red-haired pirate ship, grinning widely. How could I not feel such closeness to them? I shook my head and then noticed the village chief, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, waving at me from the entrance. Grandpa Village Chief. Long time no see. What brings you here? He glanced impatiently at the raucous men in the tavern, huffed, and handed me a letter. This just arrived for you today. The chief tugged at my sleeve. You're a big girl now. Don't hang around with those pirates. I laughed heartily, supporting him as we walked towards the main road. I'm not even an adult yet, Grandpa Village Chief. By the way, how's everyone doing around here? Just the thought of having been away for a few years made me yearn to pick up my medical kit and embark once more on the familiar journey of diagnosis. Oh, that, the chief frowned, his white beard being stroked as he spoke. It's nothing much, just about the healer. The healer? What happened? I asked, my expression turning serious. She received a letter from the city a week ago and hasn't returned since. He looked at me earnestly. Nami, you've been there before. Do you know how to get in? We've gone to inquire several times but were turned away at the checkpoint. Mission: locate the healer. Mission description: The esteemed instructor has gone missing. Her last known whereabouts were in the upper district. Do you remember how to enter? Mission requirements. Find the healer. Mission rewards. Achievements. I paused for a moment. It's all right. I'll set off tomorrow to ask around. The chief seemed hesitant to speak further. Finally patting my hand gently. Be careful and stay safe. All right. After seeing off the village chief, my expression turned serious. Makino. Please let Ace and the others know that I won't be back for dinner tonight. Nodding to the group seated inside as a farewell, I ignored Luffy's elongated call and left the tavern. Chapter 25. The pain of biting. I entered the checkpoint with ease. This time, lacking the noble credentials of Stelly, I was unexpectedly met with a flustered staff member, who stammered his introduction before quickly allowing me passage. I pondered this. The value of charm symbolizes not just beauty, but also an enchanting affinity towards others. Since joining Dragon's revolutionary army, I had acquired more information. The Kingdom of Goya, hailed as the most successful case of a segregated society, had garnered the favor of the celestial dragons precisely because of such a system, and thus earned the right to participate in the world meeting. The next meeting is set to occur next year, in 1512. The last time I had come to the upper district to scout the Grey Station, I inadvertently joined the revolutionary army, and subsequently, all matters were entrusted to dragon subordinates. Moreover, the mermaids bought by the royal family were returned to the depths of the sea during our voyage. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I continued my steps towards the location etched in my memory. The elegant lady Madame Magda, who served as a ceremonial teacher in the upper district, and was the one who sent the letter to the healer, resided in a quaint villa belonging to the healer's relatives. Had something happened? I did not wish to entertain the worst of speculations. Infiltrating the villa, I found the servants working silently as usual, yet the owner was nowhere to be seen. I ventured into the master bedroom, only to discover no signs of habitation. I clicked my tongue. This was troubling. A commotion arose outside, and I drew back the curtains to peer out. Spotting a middle-aged male servant in a black suit who had just disembarked from an ornately decorated carriage, solemnly issuing commands, I quietly slipped out of the window and followed the departing carriage, which bore a familiar crest, the Stelly family emblem. Stelly was colluding with the royal family to engage in human trafficking, but how was Madame Magda involved? Had they taken the healer as well? Had they uncovered some hidden secret? Suppressing my doubts, I followed them all the way to Stelly's estate. This once noble family, now a mere pawn of the royal family, seemed to have fallen further into disrepute over the years. I recalled snippets of information that Dragon had received after our interruption of their mermaid trafficking. Stelly appeared to have lost the royal family's favor, gradually being pushed out of Goya's inner circle. Stelly looked significantly older. I watched with cold disdain as he roughly dismissed his servants and suddenly appeared before him. Good day, Mr. Stelly. Let us get straight to the point today. I swiftly silenced his terrified outcry as I removed my gloves. You see, I have only done this to you before. Placing my hand upon his head, I slowly apologized. So it may be a bit rough, please bear with me. They are still engaging in such dealings. I returned to Windmill Village and succinctly relayed the information I had uncovered to Ace and Sabo. Merely relying on the sale of ancestral land was insufficient to sustain a lavish lifestyle, and after being cast aside by the royal family, they had lost their last shred of honor. Thus, the self-proclaimed noble had turned his gaze downwards, secretly engaging in human trafficking. Ms. Magda, who declined the position of etiquette teacher at his residence, became the first target of his retaliatory actions. The elderly midwife, who received a letter and hurried to the high district, was also ensnared in this web of misfortune. It has been 2 days since the ship departed, which means it likely left just as I was returning. The thought of the aging midwife enduring such torment ignited my fury, making me feel that the shot I had fired at him was far from sufficient. Ace pressed his lips together, and I gently placed my hand upon his cheek, assuring him that I would return shortly. Ace, how do we pursue them? Sabo inquired. Since it has already been 2 days, there's no way Nunnally's ship can catch up, right? I furrowed my brow, contemplating that my initial intention had been to seek assistance from local revolutionary comrades in Frostmoon Village, yet the time consumed in that endeavor could not be overlooked. Let us seek out Shanks and his crew, Sabo suggested, glancing at Ace. Shank's ship is formidable, and they would never turn us away. After all, last time, Ace and I were not refused. I looked at the two of them, perplexed and slow to comprehend. Petite in stature, wielding a staff-like weapon, with a fierce demeanor, and acquainted with Beckman, Sabo chuckled. I had no choice. When Luffy called, I went, not expecting to be alongside Mr. Beckman. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He is quite amiable, and helped me hold the line. So when Ace asked if you were ready, he was referring to this matter. I asked, startled. Indeed. Sabo replied succinctly. That scoundrel dared to harm you, Luffy and Makino. Of course they cannot be spared. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. During my absence, my once concerned brothers had begun to take steps to protect me. They had truly grown up. I suppressed my tumultuous emotions and nodded. I understand. I will seek their help. By the way, have you entrusted the mirror to Luffy? I recalled Luffy using the transponder snail to contact them, but I had left the mirror behind before my departure. The mirror is too large. Luffy would surely break it. Sabo pointed toward the inner room. Ace and I seldom use it. It's kept in the bedroom. Does Nunnally need it? No, just keep it in your possession. If Mr. Shanks agrees, I won't need it either. Thank you, Ace and Sabo. I am truly grateful for what you have done. I affectionately patted their heads, and Sabo nuzzled into my palm, flashing a sweet smile. Though they all resembled dogs in some way, Ace was particularly unique. Who's a dog? I feigned ignorance to Ace's disgruntled protest. It's precisely this endearing stubbornness that makes me want to tease you. I had initially feared that my request would place them in a difficult position, even preparing to offer money or items in exchange. Yet unexpectedly, Shanks agreed with alacrity. What's the big deal? We have the finest navigator. With his words, Sneak, seated nearby, raised his cup in celebration, his ashen hair tousled in disarray. Perfect. Jessup is heading home for a bit. Let Sneak accompany him. You can rest easy here. They are most familiar with these waters, and will know how to scout. Watching Jessup and Sneak down the last of their drinks and exit the tavern, I sighed in relief. If that were the case, they would indeed reach their destination faster than I could alone. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Shanks. As I expressed my gratitude, a sudden force pressed down on my head. In a flurry, I attempted to look up, only to find Shanks grinning, ruffling my hair with abandon. Ah, look at you. Your eyes are all wide open, like a cat. I gazed at him in disbelief and confusion, finally realizing. Mr. Shanks. Yes, it's Shanks, he replied, his youthful hand lingering atop my head, unintentionally sliding down to my earlobe. Didn't I just say, call me Shanks, Nunnally? Reluctantly, I acquiesced. All right, I will get used to it. Shanks. His hand finally released, and I pulled out a comb, diligently attempting to tame my hair, softly chiding the mischievous pirate. A girl's hair is precious, you know. No wonder he wouldn't let me use an honorific. Despite being older than I, he acted like a child, claiming he was not like Luffy. Older. He feigned sorrow, dramatically bowing his head. I'm only 26. I didn't look up. But that makes you 12 years my senior, Uncle Shanks. 12th? Uncle? 14. Technically, I had just turned 15 this year. Struggling to manage my unruly long hair, I listened to the erupting discussions and turned my gaze toward Beckman, who was leisurely smoking. Is there a problem? Wait a minute. Mr. Shanks? Your color is fading. Beckman chuckled derisively, mocking the careless crew, specifically targeting the foolish captain. Even the most beautiful girl, if one looks closely, can see that her features have yet to fully mature. How could you miss that? It's quite embarrassing. Watching this unfold was a delightful distraction. He leaned back, enjoying the sight of the flustered girl, who hesitated like a timid animal before glancing back at him a few times and then approaching. Such a simple action appeared charming and adorable in her execution. No wonder one could lose their wits. Ultimately, the now somewhat renowned red-haired Shanks was merely an inexperienced youth, yet to awaken to the complexities of love. The seasoned first mate mused. Taking the comb from the girl's hands, he expertly tended to her luxurious mane, each strand as soft as cotton, lustrous and fragrant, bearing the essence of a myriad of blossoms. The girl bowed her head submissively, seemingly accustomed to others assisting with her hair. Her alabaster nape trembled slightly at the man's accidental touch, yet she remained obediently still. Truly remarkable, he thought, inexplicably impressed, as he tucked a small gardenia hairpin behind her ear, receiving a shy, grateful smile in return. To dissipate the awkwardness of their earlier misunderstanding, she casually remarked. Sabo mentioned that it was Mr. Beckman who helped him deal with the mountain bandits. Thank you for looking after that child. I am extremely grateful. Beckman chuckled. His spirits have been quite high lately. Did he tell you that? Yes, when I sought them out today, Sabo specifically asked me to thank you for helping him. Such crafty little rascals, he mused, recalling the brief encounter when the Pirate King's son had coldly questioned Shanks about their relationship, alongside the silent, smiling Sabo. Thus, it was only Luffy who interacted with them in the tavern. Ah, Mr. Beckman. Upon arriving at the hideout, he beheld Sabo, stained with blood, who smiled innocently, with fallen bandits behind him. Thank you for your and Mr. Shanks' assistance. Sabo wiped the blood from the water pipe with a flourish. You were a step ahead, huh? After the girl fired her shot, Shanks had exchanged glances with Beckman without a word. Beckman thought idly, Luffy's call was indeed for the two of them. Yet they were still just inexperienced kids. He casually fired another shot, and without turning back, Sabo said, "Thank you, Mr. Beckman." Was he thanking him for that shot or for maintaining his adorable image in front of his sister? It was quite amusing. Did he still believe his brother was a harmless little pup? Even Luffy could bite hard. He savored the musings of the little boy, which were both naive and laughable. Easily shattered by a mere touch. In a certain sense, it was a form of entertainment. Similarly, there was Shanks who, observing the captain approaching with a feigned innocence and a heart full of complaints, let out a knowing click of his tongue, suggesting that this amusement could be enjoyed for quite some time to come. Chapter 26. Interlude. A conversation between brothers. There was no helping it. Sabo meticulously unfolded the bare skin and laid it out to dry. The quality of the hide was average, yet it held sentimental value as it was the first trophy of his beloved younger brother. Both he and Nami wholeheartedly agreed on the importance of preserving it. Nami must have been utterly exhausted over these past few years. It was time for her to rest, and Mr. Shanks would surely concur. Sabo gazed upon his accomplishment, satisfied as he clapped his hands together. "You agree too, don't you, Ace?" It was indeed startling. Ace and he had only begun to pay attention to the newspapers after Nami's departure, fearful of encountering reports of some individual returning from the dead. Then in June, they suddenly noticed something amiss. The village was once again selling leaden products from Flevance, and when they inquired, the merchant incredulously asked where they had heard such rumors. "This is the last batch I have left." They quickly found newspapers from 3 years prior, where the accounts had shifted from royal gratitude to reports of a mass defection in Flevance. Ace and he had investigated several times, discovering that only the two of them remembered the once fallen White City. It was not until Shanks and his crew returned to Windmill Village that things took a turn. Initially, Sabo and Ace ventured into the village to see the pirates who had forged a friendly bond with Luffy, curious about what endeared them to him. To their surprise, the pirate named Shanks immediately discerned Ace's lineage, and unfortunately, this sensitive detail did not escape Ace's notice either, unveiling his connection to the father he despised. While he would not interfere with his brother's relationships, Ace was also reluctant to associate with the red-haired pirates. Consequently, Sabo found himself becoming more familiar with them through Luffy. When the bounty notice for the White Sorceress reached their village, he overheard Shanks and Beckman exclaiming, "Goodness, Beck, your home is near Flevance, isn't it?" The dark-haired first mate nodded. "That's where you pulled me aboard." The words carried a weight of nostalgia that made the lively young captain burst into laughter. Sabo licked his lips, instinctively probing, "Flevance is also known as the White Town, isn't it?" The adult let out a drunken belch, and casually replied, "Because the whole town is white, ha ha ha." They must be going mad. Who exactly were they referring to? Was Nami in danger? Sabo's heart raced with anxiety as he pieced together the implications of their idle chatter. The resurrection of a town, the sudden defection, the executed royalty, and those jarring memories that felt out of place. Only that one person, someone known solely to him and Ace, could orchestrate such events. His unease did not escape the experienced adult, who teasingly inquired why he was so anxious. Sabo forced a smile. "I'm just worried about Luffy. Why hasn't he returned yet?" When Luffy met Nami, he was still quite young, and the red-haired crew only knew of a sister he adored, who happened to be a family member to both him and Ace. They had both maintained the pretense that Nami had gone away to hone her medical skills, promising to return and ensure that no one would fall ill, so they could all eat their fill. Young Luffy, somewhat puzzled, questioned, "Did Nami really say that?" "It seems she did. To create a world where everyone can be happy. Isn't that the same as being well-fed?" He effusively echoed Sabo's sentiments. Only Ace and he were privy to her joining the Revolutionary Army. Unsure if his thoughts were transparent, Sabo found an excuse to leave the tavern and sought out Ace, who was just finishing a skirmish. Ace, with his disheveled black hair, wiped away the blood that had accidentally splattered onto his face, and stood over the pitiful carcass of a beast, momentarily uncertain of which was fiercer. He made a snap decision, even contemplating setting sail immediately, only to be pulled back by Sabo. By this point, it had been quite some time since they had lost contact with Nami. Initially, they had believed she had simply gone to a distant place where communication was inconvenient, a common occurrence in the vastness of the ocean. Ace, more anxious than anyone, felt the weight of his experiences, having been a wanted infant. His mother had endured a 20-month pregnancy before giving birth to him, only to depart from this world, a high-risk target for the world government. He ironically considered Nami to be the most vulnerable. "Sabo, do you want me to disregard everything?" he exclaimed, pacing like a provoked beast, flames of anger burning in his eyes. "Calm down. Am I not anxious as well? Sabo raised his voice to quell his brother's tumultuous thoughts. But your actions will only worry Nami more. I'll write to Mr. Dragon. It's been 2 years since we last heard from him. Do you think he will respond? Sabo recalled that Nami had returned with 2 members of the Revolutionary Army. There was one person he had seen 2 months prior when he returned home. This home was not the wooden cabin of Dayton, but the upper district. Sabo had been aboard the ship with Nami, and vaguely remembered that 2 individuals had remained in Goa. Ace collected himself and listened as Sabo shared his plan. I will go find him. There must be a reason he stayed behind, and he must know how to contact the Revolutionary Army. Be careful, Sabo. Sabo patted Ace on the shoulder. You are the elder brother. Nami is waiting for us, Ace. As expected, after much contemplation, that individual acquiesced to his request. From Dragon's letter, they learned that Nami had been in a deep slumber for 2 years, and they fell into silence. Sabo watched as tears welled in Ace's eyes, and they leaned against each other in quiet solidarity. Among the 3 of them, Sabo was the rebellious spirit, severing ties with blood. Nami was the tender-hearted protector, striving to shield everyone, while Ace was plagued by self-torment, bound by the shackles of his origins. After meeting Sabo, Ace gained his first friend, and together, they formed a semblance of family. Dayton cared for Ace. Yet her boisterous nature left the sensitive boy struggling to comprehend such raw affection. Nami acted as the adhesive, binding their hands together, transforming from mere spectators to joyfully proclaiming to Dayton, "We're back." Ace had once overheard the adults discussing him, calling him a monster, difficult to handle, and someone they wished to avoid. Later, he found himself in the same position, witnessing someone grasp Dayton's hand, pleading with her to refrain from speaking in such a manner. Ace loves you and you love Ace. You are family, so why inflict harm upon each other? The atmosphere in the room was one of silence, and Ace kept his eyes wide open until they stung with tears. He was the one she embraced, the one he yearned to protect. When with Nami, Ace appeared the most irritable, as he loved to retort, often becoming flustered by the girl's teasing and reluctantly helping her with her laundry. While he grumbled about the hassle of washing clothes and the tediousness of the process, he secretly inquired how nobles typically handled their garments, almost as if to confirm that she would not abandon him. Engaging in playful bickering with Nami was perhaps a form of joy. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging with delight. Sabo perceives the burdens his younger self has borne, feeling that he has shouldered too much. Though he verbally chastises, "You are so weak," he is acutely aware of who has been diligently clearing the mountains of beasts alongside him. With practiced ease, Sabo knocks out the porcupine that lunges at him. Upon receiving another letter from Dragon, he learns that Nunnally has awakened, and is hastily returning. Dragon mentions in his correspondence that he has refrained from sharing the recent letters from the brothers, believing that doing so would only amplify her worries and guilt. Ace expresses his discontent, asserting that they are indeed a family. Sabo attempts to mediate, acknowledging that it is all for Nunnally's sake. He intentionally brings up Beckman in Nunnally's presence, reasoning that as her elder brother, she would certainly act accordingly. When she seeks assistance, Shanks would undoubtedly grant her request. After all, as Ace's sister and a once-cherished member of the pirate crew, Shanks, who has always been amiable with the villagers, is already aware of Nunnally's significance to Ace, and would surely respond favorably. While Sabo shares this with Nunnally, Ace remains impassive, harboring a profound disdain for his biological father. Yet recognizing that Roger's name still holds some merit. At least it provides a temporary shield for his current family. His only miscalculation lies in Shanks developing feelings for Nunnally, and wanting to invite her aboard his ship. Thankfully, such superficial affections were rejected. Upon hearing this from Luffy, Ace erupts in fury. He had long been irked by that inexplicable Roger, and the girl who usually pays the most attention to his feelings remains oblivious to his dark mood. Now even Shanks rescuing Luffy cannot quell his anger. That wretched, lecherous old man. Ace's freckles flush with heat, while Sabo exhibits remarkable composure, being the most temperate of the brothers. Whenever Nunnally is absent, it is often Ace who charges ahead with Luffy, single-handedly pulling the two along. Of course, she must have someone she likes. Sabo, raised in nobility, expresses his thoughts candidly, stating that as long as she is happy, it is perfectly fine if she chooses someone she likes to have children with. What do you mean by choose? Have children? Ace, utterly bewildered by his words, is struck dumb. Ah, it's quite normal, Ace, Sabo replies, stirring the firewood with a stick that emits a dull crackling sound. Noble girls have many lovers. They simply select their favorite to bear children, and discard the father. I've seen plenty of such cases. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Sabo, what are you talking about? Ace protests. Not too far. Let me analyze this. The coming-of-age ceremony for nobles occurs at 18, and Nunnally will soon be 15. It won't be long now. Shanks isn't a bad guy. He even saved Luffy. Weren't you grateful to him before? Plus, he is quite handsome and capable. Ultimately, we will all live together, and Nunnally won't be getting married. She has stated that her future husband must be a prince more outstanding than her brothers. Before Ace can retort about the term prince, he is thoroughly astonished by Sabo's assertions. No, there's even a hint of persuasion in that. Nonetheless, I will never allow my sinful bloodline to continue. Sabo, too, is disinterested in marriage due to his parents' influence. Luffy is merely a little monkey. How could he possibly like anyone? Thus, by this logic, as a girl who enjoys dressing up, Nunnally emerges as the most likely among the four to marry and bear children. This line of reasoning suddenly makes sense to Ace, who mutters in a daze. In any case, they will undoubtedly remain together. While they may disagree on who should captain the ship, surely three notorious pirates can manage to raise a child together, ensuring that Nunnally stays with them and avoids any ties with the likes of Law or red-haired Shanks. No, Shanks, even though you saved Luffy. If you attempt to take Nunnally away, he ponders seriously whether Shanks might be too old for her. That Law would be acceptable too, as long as she doesn't like him anymore. Sabo speaks lightly, viewing the matter as trivial. Family remains his eternal compass, and he will support whatever Nunnally desires. Meanwhile, Ace is still lost in his own turmoil. One thing is certain, the four of them will never part ways. Chapter 27. Madness. Once it was confirmed that Jesus Burgess and the others had set sail, I became busy once more. It has been nearly half a week since my return to Windmill Village, and upon departure, Dragon had given me a plethora of letters. Now, I finally begin to open them one by one. These include inquiries from Kodata, an invitation to a wedding from Ball, and concerns from Sisilk and Gyuriva. As I unseal the envelopes, I learn of their recent circumstances. Ball's beloved nun has gone directly to his hometown after leaving for Vans, and they are now awaiting marriage while jointly caring for the children at the orphanage. Kodata has enclosed an adorable photo of her sister, informing me that she has joined the Navy and is preparing to take exams for several years to continue pursuing her studies at the Marineford Medical Academy. Sisilk's letter is lengthy, filled with several pages, and finally, Gyuriva has sent a large package of special healing medicine, accompanied by a photo of Chopper's big-headed grin. The blue-nosed little reindeer beams shyly and adorably, clearly leading a joyful life. I smile with delight, seated in the house as I compose my replies. This modest abode should belong to the village chief of Kakarite. He entrusted me with the key years ago. Before I departed, I left the key in Windmill Village. Observing the several million berries in my assets, I pondered where to allocate them. After much contemplation, I decided to give a portion to the village's pharmacy owner, instructing her to distribute potions each season, deducting from this fund should any expensive medicines be required. This way, the villagers can maintain their dignity in the face of illness. Funds: 2 170,000 berries, 1 500,000 berries. Additionally, I purchased a substantial quantity of herbs, considering when I might visit the Grey Station when I unexpectedly encountered Deke, the ship's doctor from the red-haired pirates. "What's this?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow at the bundles of medicinal herbs in my hands. "Ah, it's medicine to be sent to the Grey Station." Deke expertly accepted the herbs and walked alongside me to my lodgings, where I informed him of a batch of special medicines that would be useful for them. "Special medicines? You must know Dr. Gyuriva." Deke twisted off the lid and sniffed the aroma, his tone shifting to one of certainty. "Indeed, I've been on Drum Island, where Gyuriva taught us a great deal. She is a wonderful person." Deke hesitated, struggling to reconcile the image of a good doctor with that of a fearsome old lady who demands mountains of gold for saving lives. While she may be amiable towards common folk, Gyuriva has never been polite to pirates. Any pirate adrift on the Grand Line who falls ill is likely to suffer greatly at her hands, and even Deke, who quietly pursued the path of medicine in his early days, was not spared from her wrath. Even the birds are exhausted. Dr. Gyuriva truly is a tough exterior with a soft heart. No, she is only like that with you lot. Deke silently carried a bag of special medicine back to the ship, encountering a swaying, hungover Shanks along the way. He couldn't help but recall the recent fiasco caused by his captain, returning to the ship to witness the scene of Shanks chugging down bottles of alcohol. A man should face the storms head-on. After bidding farewell to Deke, I prepared to venture once more to the central street. The photograph I obtained of Brother Lelouch has been weighing on my mind, and I have yet to decide where to place it. In the photograph, the boy with black hair and violet eyes, possessing an exquisite and enchanting visage, belongs to my most cherished, familiar, and beloved kin, deserving of a place among my most treasured possessions. After pondering this, I resolved to visit the commercial street in search of suitable items, while also considering what I could bring for Marcy. Upon entering the city, I sifted through a myriad of goods, selecting a gift for Marcy before turning my attention to jewelry. Indeed, only such treasures would befit my splendid brother. After much deliberation, I ultimately decided to commission a pocket watch. The dial would be crafted in the likeness of a butterfly, adorned with gold dust, the hands fashioned from exquisite pink mother-of-pearl, and the case embellished with delicate diamonds and amethysts, mirroring the colors of our eyes. The chain would be made of silver, as my brother looks most dashing in that hue, and I would enlist the finest artisan for its creation. This would likely amount to an estimated cost of around 1.3 million berries. I readily agreed. 1.5 million berries, 200,000 berries. Subsequently, I continued to purchase various everyday items, from a girl's lip gloss to delectable fine wines, from the Ocean Warrior Sola to a beautiful brooch. The red tea I adore, and the shampoo I favor were indispensable as well. The brooch resembled a petal, inscribed with the delicate motif of an orchid, suitable for adorning one's chest. The exquisite wine could also be presented to Marcy, as she delights in collecting such fine spirits. With these thoughts in mind, I energetically returned to the village, laden with bags, and pushed open the small door of Marcy's tavern. "It's me, Marcy." "Ah, thank you, Shanks." A voice greeted me, and from the color of their hair, I deduced the identity of the newcomer. Shanks appeared far more serious than the last time we met. We carefully placed the wine bottles in the cellar, and I looked up to see the tips of his red hair, which seemed to have lost some of its luster. Shanks?" I inquired with growing concern. "Has something happened with Jesus and the others?" After much contemplation, my thoughts inevitably drifted to the two who had set sail, causing my anxiety to intensify. This." He rubbed his nose, his jubilant tone resembling a bird whose feathers had become damp, weighed down and unable to soar. "It's nothing, Nunnally." His demeanor only heightened my worry, and I grasped his wrist, leaning closer to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Shanks stood frozen, pressed against the wine cabinet, the bottles clinking behind him. Ignoring the surroundings, I felt the strong pulse beneath my fingers. It hardly seemed indicative of illness. "Wait. Your heartbeat has suddenly quickened, Shanks." I rose on my toes to examine his face, now flushed with color. Was he feverish? "Stick out your tongue, let me see." I wanted to check his tongue, wondering if perhaps excessive drinking had ignited an imbalance within him. He stammered, his breathing becoming rapid, the confines of the small space amplifying the sound. The more I tried to glimpse his expression, the more he turned away, his straw hat obscuring much of his face. "Shanks," I called out, but he attempted to withdraw, his heel inadvertently nudging the swaying wine cabinet. "Be careful." I spread my arms to steady Marcy's treasures. In my haste, my face collided with his chest. Shanks, favoring to wear his shirt unbuttoned, revealed a broad expanse of honey-toned skin, leaving me no choice but to press close, our breaths mingling. He flinched like a startled bird, trying to evade me, but I firmly held on. "Mr. Shanks," I said, my tone slightly firmer, though still restrained, merely expressing my discontent with his evasiveness. "I heard from Deke that you and the others were drinking all night again. If you're unwell, you shouldn't be staying up late or drinking. For a doctor, the most frustrating patients are those who stubbornly ignore medical advice, particularly those who believe themselves to be in perfect health." We remained at an impasse, half annoyed and half amused. I playfully nudged his calf with my shoe. Yet Shanks remained rigid, even shifting his body away after my gesture, resembling a cooked shrimp. "Don't worry about me, Nunnally." He lowered his voice, raspy and disheveled. Witnessing his state genuinely concerned me. What could have caused such a sudden change? I racked my brain for answers, instinctively softening my tone. "If you don't want me to touch you, I want tea." His ears twitched slightly, and I noted this detail, contemplating before I removed my gloves and grasped his right hand. "It's all right, Mr. Shanks, I'm right here." Holding his hand, I pressed my face against his palm, recalling my mother's teachings, that a person's warmth can effectively quell fear. Could this be a case of post-traumatic stress? It seemed unlikely. One cannot judge solely based on appearance and demeanor, as the battles faced by pirates vary widely. Shanks' hand was large, marked with rough scars and calluses. Resting against my face felt uncomfortable, yet it was dry and warm. I sensed his fingers twitching slightly, beginning to gently caress my soft cheek, evoking a coarse sensation. It appeared to be effective. I exhaled a sigh of relief. His mood visibly improved, yet I still found his feelings inscrutable. This was an entirely foreign emotion, akin to an unexplored forest, and with my lack of experience, I could only tread cautiously, fearing he might sink into a mire. My knowledge of mental health issues was scant. What kind of ailment could this be? I resolved to read more on the subject. But it seemed I had become lost in thought, as he pinched my cheek, causing a sharp sting. Shanks! I exclaimed in disbelief, stifling the pain while feeling my face flush. My skin is as sensitive as my sense of pain. During dance practice, when the instructor pressed down on my legs, it was particularly excruciating. Even Doflamingo had inquired about my condition, questioning why I cried daily in the dance studio. Roranoa simply prescribed medication, advising me to rest well. Shanks looked down, and only then did I notice that at some point his gaze had deepened, flat as if brewing a storm within. Yet soon, those clouds dispersed once more. I'm sorry, did I scare you? He reached out to pull me up. I drank too much yesterday and got a bit tipsy, haha. I really shouldn't have overindulged. The swift return to his usual self left me puzzled, and I furrowed my brow admonishingly. Such matters cannot be overlooked. Let me accompany you to the ship to find Deke. I'll inform him of your symptoms. No. Shanks quickly darted to the door, waving me off nonchalantly. I'll speak with Deke myself. Nunnally, you're still just a child. His tone softened, suggesting it would be better if I didn't worry so much. He soon vanished into the street, leaving me exchanging bewildered glances with Beckman, who had just entered. He regarded my disheveled dress and the flush on my face. Shanks has gone mad again? Ha! Is this an old problem? I shook my head. Mr. Beckman, if Shanks is unwell, he really shouldn't drink alcohol lately. Perceiving the absurdity of our conversation, the first mate scoffed. He wouldn't have the opportunity. I watched the two men engage in their enigmatic banter, feeling perplexed as I scratched my head. Chapter 28. Cigarettes, gardenias, and hats. Nunnally-chan seems to be in a splendid mood today. Marcy beamed at me, and I responded with enthusiasm, because I finally acquired a remarkably precious treasure. I swiftly consumed the fruit wine in my cup, holding it delicately, allowing the coolness of the glass to soothe my flushed cheeks. What a treasure! What a treasure, indeed, Nana. The curious little head that popped up was filled with excitement. I playfully pinched his ear, exclaiming, "It's this, Luffy." As he picked up the pocket watch hanging around his neck, Luffy gasped in awe. I chuckled at him. "You're being rather loud, Luffy." My gaze softened as I cradled the watch, which had been in my possession for a short while, the cold chain warming under my touch. I gently pressed it open for the inquisitive Makino, revealing the pearl-like hands that pointed accurately at the markings, with a small photograph tucked inside the lid. How adorable! The lovely proprietress exclaimed with a shy tone reminiscent of someone spotting a small creature. I beamed at her reaction. I isn't it. My older brother is absolutely charming. Older brother? My lord? Wait, is this child truly Nana's brother? I smiled at the inquisitive Shanks, who leaned in closer and explained to Makino. Yes, this must be, if I recall correctly, from when I captured the photograph. Ah yes. He was 5 years old then. In the picture, the siblings stood in a tricolor rose garden, clad in pink and white attire, adorned with a garland of red, white, and yellow flowers. The brother knelt on the grass, hands raised, holding a cluster of flowers that elicited a look of delight from his sister. Their strikingly similar adorable features and radiant expressions could soften even the hardest of hearts. At 5 years old, Nana was even younger than I. Luffy, perched on me, offered a serious critique, drawing some good-natured laughter before I pulled him into my embrace, only for him to bounce back outside. Still just a child, that Luffy. Speaking of which, Nana, didn't you mention wanting to find your brother? Do you have any leads now? Upon hearing her inquiry, I momentarily froze. Realizing this echoed what had been said upon our arrival in Windmill Village. Who would have imagined it would turn out this way? I lowered my gaze, my hair cascading beside my face, and smiled gently as I replied, I don't know. Interrupting Makino's flustered apologies, I caressed the innocent smile in the photograph, reassuring her, it's all right, Makino. I will find my brother. Since I am able to live in this world, there is no reason my brother, who is more capable than I, cannot. Shanks, who had remained silent until now, stroked his chin. In that case, why not join us? We are about to set sail for distant lands, and perhaps we will uncover some clues along the way. Is Shanks also heading to the Grand Line? I readjusted the pocket watch, and he swirled the liquid in his glass. We still need to wait for Jessup and the others to return. It's been ages since that fellow went home. He must be overjoyed. Sneck's navigational skills are indeed remarkable. He had sent word early on, stating that they had simply dismantled that auction house, and the healer was on their way back. Such an effortlessly simple resolution. If it were me, I would likely have let them escape and secretly informed the Revolutionary Army, waiting for their assistance. This indeed showcases the disparity in our capabilities. On our ship, we have someone of similar age to Nana. That would be Lime, although he is a few years older than you. Everyone grows stronger gradually. Children should be filled with joy. He poked my forehead. Don't overthink it. I remained unfazed by the young pirate's playful antics and turned to inquire of Makino. The village chief mentioned that my correspondence address was placed here with you. Have there been any recent letters? She tapped her head. Oh, about that. Makino returned to the back room and rummaged for quite some time. There was an old letter from a while back, but it lacked a recipient's name. So I assumed it was sent to the wrong address. Could it be for you, Nana? We opened it to find nothing written inside. Only some drawings adorning the surface. I tore open the aged envelope and burst into laughter. The yellowed paper depicted stars surrounding a pristine gardenia, accompanied by a cigarette that bore a terrified expression. The stars and flowers seemed helplessly clustered together. The strokes were rough yet vibrantly brought to life. It was indeed a letter from a friend. I touched the blank area, leaning in closer, as if I could still catch a whiff of the smoke that Colasin typically exuded. He was undeniably clumsy, yet he always tried to appear cool. Roranoa and I often watched him frantically ignite his own clothes. That expression is utterly adorable. My cheeks were poked, and Shanks, with a tone tinged with mock sorrow from being overlooked, calmly pinched the skin of my face. Is Nana's friend also a pirate? Perhaps I know them. I glanced at him helplessly, feeling as though I were dealing with a child younger than myself. My perception of Shanks' isn't particularly complicated. First, the captain's demeanor is strikingly similar to Luffy's, making me feel as though I am confronting an adult version of my younger brother. Second, his innate character eliminates any sense of formality or distance. I am someone who values such distinctions, yet he consistently leaves me flustered. However, he is genuinely warm-hearted and seems to be suffering from some ailment, leaving me at a loss for words. His emotions are always vibrant, making it challenging to instill a sense of caution. This stands in stark contrast to Rossi, who perhaps due to his upbringing, is particularly conscious of personal space when interacting with me, fearful of making a misstep. Are you daydreaming? I suddenly jolted back to reality, a strange shiver creeping down my spine. Is someone plotting something? Doflamingo? Shanks, resting his chin on his hand, tilted his head at me, his red hair falling messily through the articulate spaces between his fingers. With such an air of calmness, as if he were playfully teasing, his hand remained on my face. My skin, already delicate, flushed a deep crimson from his actions as he suddenly seemed to come to a realization. I apologized, Nana. I struggled to pry his hand away, exasperated yet unable to stay angry. Don't act so childish, Mr. Shanks. The moment I called him that, he knew I was annoyed. He relinquished his grip, narrowing his eyes in a playful manner, feigning innocence. Did I do something? How infuriating. The letter I had been holding had become wrinkled because of this. This was an important letter from a friend. Honestly, Shanks. He blinked, his expression dropping like a scolded dog, tail tucked between his legs, as he picked up a glass of juice from the bar. Please don't be angry. I'm sorry. I wanted to scold him, but upon seeing his bewildered retreat, I felt a pang of sympathy. Who truly is the adult here? Sighing, I tousled his red hair. All right. Now your hair is all messy too. I forgive you. His skin turned red easily. Didn't he need some protective products? He sobered up, curiously gesturing to discuss another matter. I found myself at a loss for words. Perhaps due to Shanks' lack of boundaries, his inquiries didn't come off as offensive. It seems only you would ask such a question, Shanks. I rubbed my cheek, pondering before answering earnestly. It might be genetic? I'm not entirely sure, and that thing is called skincare. After leaving my hometown, my brother had taken care of me meticulously as I grew up. Back then, due to my leg disability, he would even kneel down to tie my shoelaces. Upon reflecting on the past, perhaps it is the lingering effects of alcohol that elevate my spirits. It was my brother who used to select skincare products for me, and not merely skincare products. I pointed to the dendrobium orchid brooch pinned to my chest. My brother had once remarked that the orchid was the flower most befitting me. Such delicate petals, indeed. He pondered for a while before concluding. It is also known as the golden butterfly flower. Do you not think its appearance resembles fluttering butterflies? Shanks mused for a moment, and indeed it bears a resemblance to your dress. I followed suit in contemplation. Well, some say it looks like a dancing maiden. I paused, pondering how a girl in a wheelchair could dance with her skirt. Perhaps my brother harbored that very wish. Shanks blinked rapidly, suddenly tapping his hand, and declared, "Let us dance." Such a splendid day calls for dancing. And surely, a banquet with wine as well? I cast a sideways glance at him, noting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him, distinctly detectable even now. His eyes sparkled brightly, the straw hat askew atop his head, gesturing animatedly. Drinking is the romance of men. What constitutes a man's romance, I do not comprehend. Yet does drinking to excess fall under that category? I discreetly glanced towards Doflamingo, signaling him not to forget the embarrassing incident from a few days prior. With that thought, I lowered my voice. Is everything all right, Shanks? He cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly. Well, Beck has already prohibited me from drinking for 3 days. Do you truly not need my assistance? I was contemplating whether to write to Dr. Kureha for advice. Perhaps the previous miracle medicine would suffice? Shanks coughed, chuckling lightly. No need. A stubborn patient is merely one of the challenges a doctor must overcome. I shook my head, refraining from pressing further. Doflamingo, observing this farce, remarked languidly, the captain is rather excessive. After all, he is a pirate. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, clutching his favored cigarette. You still favor that brand, Beckman? The dark-haired man chuckled, glancing through the hazy smoke at the helpless maiden at the bar. After all, I am a North Sea native. It is only natural to have an affinity for some local specialties. Chapter 29. Interlude. The desire for a red apple. Another dream. Trafalgar Law crossed his arms, gazing at the girl who appeared before him. Law, what troubles you? A visage filled with concern. He pondered, his expression softening as he replied, as he did each day. It is nothing, Nunnally. Her name danced on his tongue, a gentle trill of 3 syllables, uttered countless times yet always evoking a tender smile that now eluded him. I long to see you. In moments of memory, when he received letters from his parents inquiring about Nunnally's whereabouts, even when Mr. Corazon decided to flee with him, this painful yearning entwined him, piercing yet sweet. When he first encountered her, his impression was simply one of fragility. She spoke with utmost politeness, and whispers circulated whether she was a runaway noblewoman, adorned in the latest trendy dresses, enthusiastically discussing cosmetics that captivated young girls. Such a commonplace girl, easily found on any street, yet she achieved the extraordinary, altering the fate of Flevance, like the enchanting tales of his childhood, where beautiful and kind fairies grant the wishes of obedient children. She claimed to come for everyone, yet in Law's heart, she came solely for him. 3 years spent in each other's company, 95 days and nights, when Eric and Elena were preoccupied, when Rami was alone at school. He merely had to gently push open the study door to witness her familiar skirt unfurling like a blossom. Law, still young, recognized only that this elder sister was beautiful and gentle, always respecting his opinions, leading to an instinctive reliance on her presence. He grew accustomed to her companionship. It takes 21 days to form a habit. How many 21-day spans are contained within 3 years? In this realm, Doflamingo remained vigilant, separating Law from Nunnally, solely due to their visible mutual vulnerabilities, one perpetually adrift at sea, the other held hostage within a castle. He elevated himself by bloodline, boasting an arrogance fueled by his formidable power. The duality of his authority allowed him to look down upon all, even Nunnally, whose status remained questionable. Beneath the veneer of indifference meant to protect his family, lay an unwillingness to witness the blood of innocents spilled, lacking a hardened resolve, devoid of a mad desire to destroy the world. She was a healer who stood in stark contrast to the pirates. Thus he resolved to keep her, holding Law hostage, becoming the true embodiment of a boy with a chilling gaze, a boy whose weaknesses mirrored his own. Doflamingo possessed an innate talent for manipulating the hearts of men. Without a life card or knowledge of their whereabouts, he easily maintained control over the two. The world of pirates is rife with bloodshed, betrayal, and murder. The painful wails echoing like severed heads suspended at the ship's bow. Flesh may decay, yet the torment endures. The sea, that vast expanse they sought, a cerulean graveyard for countless bones. Yet upon seeing her, that unpredictable realm seemed cloaked in a hazy mist, the waters flowing gently as if to ferry souls toward an idyllic Eden. Law reclined against the windowsill, the warm sunlight inducing drowsiness, while the visiting language teacher instructed the beautiful maiden. He heard that familiar voice softly reciting, neither as bright as the sun's rays, nor as vivid as coral's hue. Law meandered in thought, recalling her iris-like eyes, the light glimmering within them akin to a layer of warm gold dust, her lips always adorned with sweet glosses, the colors radiating brilliantly within her smile. I have seen roses in red, white, and various hues, yet the colors of roses are nowhere to be found upon her cheeks. Don Quixote's rose, the well-meaning speaker called her, and amidst Doflamingo's laughter, Law intervened decisively. She was never anyone's possession, nor would anyone dare to refer to her as such in my presence. Law cleansed the blood from his hands, the heat still lingering, bearing the pleas of the well-meaning man. Law, if the scent of perfume is sweet, her breath bears no trace of fragrance. I adore the sound of her voice, though it pales in comparison to the most melodious music. Nunnally peeked at him, concern flickering in her eyes. What are you doing here? Her voice was delicate, speaking like a docile rabbit. Law shook his head as she produced a handkerchief, meticulously wiping his still damp hands, treating him as if he were a patient in surgery, while Law would always be her patient. Her soft, slender fingers intertwined with his, which he grasped firmly. Law's strength gradually intensified, and sometimes he would loosen his grip only to discover the ugly red marks adorning her delicate wrist. She possessed a lively side, yet also moments of quiet endurance. Like a rabbit. To a doctor, a rabbit serves as ideal experimental material. Law discreetly scrutinized her. When they first met, he was 9, and she was 14. They had shared a bond for 2 years. Now he was 11, and she remained 14. Doflamingo and his ilk paid little heed to this peculiarity, for the Grand Line brimmed with wonders and oddities. Only Law savored his secret delight. A traveler from the future must eventually shed their disguise. She was merely 2 years his senior. Once a boy she had to bend down to meet now stood tall, nearly her equal in height. At such a soiree, she was often showcased by Doflamingo as a mere specimen, who dared to assert that beauty could not serve as a weapon. Adorned like a doll, her cascading, voluminous curls were elegantly bound by exquisite diamonds, radiating a pristine luster. Her violet eyes gazed softly and sincerely, harmonizing beautifully with her freshly blossomed rose-tinted lips. All eyes were upon her, as if they wished to strip her of her delicate facade. Corazon held a wineglass, appearing an outsider, while Doflamingo sat high above, intrigued. She entwined her arms with those of everyone present, seemingly oblivious to her circumstances, blooming like a flower. Yet, only with Law did she clasp hands, whispering like children, exuding an innocent sweetness. In front of Doflamingo, she maintained her composure. She was gentle in his presence and observant before Corazon. But with Law, she was entirely herself. Initially embodying the role of the understanding elder sister, her playful demeanor once familiarity set in was particularly endearing. I really crave those cream cookies, Law. How do you find my new dress, Law? Let me try this remedy, it might be effective, Law. The once sacred image of her began to blur, marking the vibrant, youthful phase of her life, with Trafalgar Law as her companion and witness. He, like every novice tending to a blossoming flower, was at a loss as to how to provide the nurturing rain and sunlight that would render her joyous. The tender, budding form of this flower had already captivated countless gazes. Just observing her fawn-like cunning and innocence conjured images of her full bloom in years to come. Law clumsily learned, like a buffalo licking ice cream, suggesting he could treat her to delightful morsels. Thus he gave her all his meager treasures, ensuring her ample enjoyment. Cradling her face, he promised to fulfill her every request, paying extra attention to those delicate items adorned with ribbons when they were out, responding to her teasing with gestures that delighted her. Even Doflamingo, who watched the play unfold, was endearingly involved during that time. He indeed nurtured Law as his right-hand man, generously bestowing his loyalty to family. Grow strong, Law. She shall belong to you. Law scoffed at this notion. To nurture a flower, one must provide the most exquisite rain, the most enchanting light, and the truest, most sincere affection and love. He reveled in this, delighting in the sweet intoxication of budding feelings, even as he trembled during their flight. The moment she vanished from view, memories surged forth, of the deceased, the resurrected, and the living, distinct paths that left him bewildered. Mr. Corazon, after a brief moment of confusion, decisively took Law away. Following a phone call, he led Law to flee once more. The higher-ups had already discerned that the world was on the brink of upheaval, with all searching for her. Law, be cautious, we cannot be discovered. Corazon's adoptive father remained silent out of gratitude for this favor, while the 5 elders announced a manhunt following a covert meeting. Abolish the White City, behead the royal family, cure the incurable. Reverse time. A bounty of 1.8 billion for the White Witch. Law bitterly mocked, his dual memories plunging his still youthful mind into turmoil. On one side lay the raging inferno of sin, with corpses staring wide-eyed, their familiar yet foreign faces belonging to once familiar neighbors. On the other stood the now abandoned White City, where his parents would soon send fresh local delicacies from their travels. Which was reality, and which was illusion? Was everything now merely a beautiful dream conjured by the Trafalgar Law who had lost everything? Hope would eventually descend. The dying words of the nun haunted him through the years. No, it could not be. The government wished for our demise, the royals sought our death, and the only Mr. Corazon was also gone. I loathe this world and yearn to obliterate it. Such thoughts persisted until he encountered Mr. Corazon, who began to alter his perspective. Yet, like a coiled serpent, this notion forever hissed within the recesses of his mind. Ultimately, however, it came to pass as she had foretold. His homeland was saved. No more would there be bloodshed and slaughter in the White City. The accomplices lay eternally asleep, beyond redemption. while the future city of the North Sea was forsaken by its people. Yet humanity lived on, embracing fresh hopes as they ventured into tomorrow. The entire world spiraled into a clandestine madness, due to the existence of Flevance. Who orchestrated such events? Reverse time? Ita reality? Could they become foes of the world government? Could they be of service to me? How did they save an entire city's populace? Aside from him and Mr. Corazon, only Doflamingo knew Nunnally's visage. While Doflamingo expanded his influence, he frantically sought traces of Corazon, perhaps suspecting something amiss. Should such a man discover Corazon was still alive, Nunnally's abilities would be irrevocably disclosed. Her future would be rendered void. Law gazed upon him once more, viewing this once-mentored demon from another world that had concluded. Doflamingo's gloom had once mirrored his own. And Doflamingo's tyranny had once been his. They shared a fate, entwined by destiny. Yet it was this very destiny that rendered Trafalgar Law fortunate, allowing him to encounter Nunnally and Mr. Corazon. He was Doflamingo's past, but Doflamingo would resolutely not be his future. Law scoffed at the self-proclaimed leader. This time, you shall not prevail. This time, we shall stand together. I confess I have never witnessed the grace of a fairy's step. After all, my beloved wanders only upon the earth. His childhood and youth materialized before him, not in farewell, but as a mirage of immense happiness returning to his side, while a thorn, signifying its passage, nestled within his heart like a rose. Trafalgar Law awakened from his slumber, as though still enveloped in the intoxicating fragrance of her hair. Rising from his bed, he made his way to the bathing chamber, his 16-year-old physique standing tall like a stately poplar, droplets cascading along the curve of his spine, the faint stubble on his cheek forming a delicate line of moisture. This could be love, or perhaps not. Two entirely opposing journeys intertwined, rendering his emotions beyond mere love and gratitude. The serpent hissed within his world, yearning for the forbidden apple. Regardless, he had traversed time and would ultimately reunite with her. Chapter 30. The girl from Winter Island Sneak returned with the midwife and others, mentioning that Jezeb would remain in the village to accompany his wife and children. Beckman patted his shoulder, signaling me to attend to them. I lifted the midwife, who had been captured and confined in the cabin, deprived of food and drink. Struggling even for the most basic sleep. She had become nothing but skin and bones. An elderly ordinary woman, merely a pawn in the human trafficking game. Task: location of the midwife completed. Achievement: 812008-2200. Lady Magda, looking haggard, still mustered the strength to express her gratitude. Once the two of them finally ceased their panic and succumbed to deep slumber, I gently closed the door, nodding to the anxious villager awaiting outside. Thick, deep-set wrinkles sagged toward the earth. The elderly man hunched over, tears glistening in his eyes as he firmly grasped my hand. You have done your utmost. I will inform Vice Admiral Cap of this matter. How long would it be until he returned to resolve this issue? In a nation governed by isolation, human lives are stratified into three distinct tiers based on their worth. The royal family, exalted above all, occupies the highest echelon, followed by the noble elite of the upper district, and finally, everyone else outside this privileged realm. As a member of the first tier, even in his diminished circumstances, Stelly can still exert his cruelty over those beneath him in this hierarchical order. I paused my writing, folding the letter into thirds. A bird perched at the window flapped its wings gently. I caressed its dry feathers, and with my newfound perception, I was able to better utilize the gratitude of the Beast King, and engage in more profound exchanges with these delightful creatures. Go, little bird, seek out that individual. 3 years ago, when I departed alongside the dragon, a companion remained as an undercover agent in the upper district. They have served as a covert link, relaying messages when necessary. Upon confirming that Stelly continued his illicit dealings in human trafficking, I promptly reached out to them. Recollecting the intelligence I had gleaned from Stelly's mind, it revealed the entirety of the underground slave market in the East Sea. Back then, we surmised that he procured merfolk under the royal family's command to curry favor with the elite. However, following the failure of our mission 3 years prior, he was gradually forsaken by the royals, until his ire was ignited by Magda's rejection, prompting him to clandestinely contact pirates. The auction house that Jesus and his crew dismantled was merely the tip of the iceberg. This was precisely why members of the Revolutionary Army had infiltrated the kingdom. Yet, since we disrupted the merfolk trafficking, the upper echelons of Goya had remained inactive, until we finally caught wind of Stelly's activities. Act swiftly, I instructed in my letter. I could await Vice Admiral Carp's return to deal with him, or I could have my comrades leak information to the upper echelons, revealing that Stelly was attempting to carve out a piece of the pie for himself. However, the latter would be too slow. A thunderous strike would be far more effective. Watching the diminutive bird vanish into the horizon, I exhaled softly and strolled back to the tavern. Maki, what troubles you? I concealed my smile, grasping her hand. And upon contact, I understood the reason. Nana. I lowered my gaze, enveloping the woman's soft body in comfort. It will be all right, Machino. The healer will be fine. Trust me. Hearing her stifled sobs, I gently cradled her face. Look into my eyes, Maki. I swear to you, when you awaken, everything will be all right. They will receive their just punishment. I often employed my telepathic gift to facilitate emotional exchanges and serve as a lie detector. By the standards of this world, I could be considered a partial possessor of the observation haki. Upon its complete awakening, it influenced the spiritual realm, where emotions and memories became my rudimentary grasp. I held her softly limp form and turned to Shanks, who had been unknowingly observing everything. I must attend to the patient now. Shanks, would you care to join me? The young man with red hair regarded my actions with curiosity, breaking into a broad smile. After settling Machino, I led him to the healer's abode. All the while, the restless pirate swayed from side to side, his tall frame bending like an old man trying to discern my face. I placed my hand against his inquisitive visage. Shanks, are you a puppy? I was genuinely intrigued by how such a personality had developed. He blinked, seizing my wrist as he walked with purpose. Wait, Shanks. You're moving too fast. I had to jog to keep up, and he turned back making a silly face. Nana's legs are so short. She must be a little dog. I was struck by a blend of annoyance and amusement, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Shanks. It was only when we arrived that I noticed the solemn village chief, which restored my composure. Nana, what is this? The chief glared disapprovingly at the pirate twirling his straw hat atop his head, his demeanor stern and conservative, fearful that these outsiders might endanger the village's peace. I reassuringly shook my head at the chief. It's all right, Grandpa Chief. This matter was also thanks to Shanks and his crew. The chief hesitated, casting a glance at me, before giving Shanks a warning glare, and opening the door for me to enter. Apologies, Shanks. The chief is just gruff on the outside but soft-hearted within. He is truly grateful to you. I tugged at his shirt hem, trying to mediate and prevent any misunderstandings. Shanks raised an eyebrow, leaning down to whisper, Old man, Iasantihi? I sat at the edge of the bed, the healer's breathing gradually stabilizing. I recalled Law's admonition to keep my abilities hidden from others, Nana. But how could I simply stand by? Her breath was growing weaker, and at the moment it ceased entirely, I grasped her icy hand. The despised serpent demon, Gorgon, was ironically a tool for salvation. The elder's pallid face visibly regained color, her breathing calming, and I quietly observed the traces of time etched upon her face, tucking the blanket around her. I pushed open the door and nodded gently to the anxious chief waiting outside. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Nana, I cannot thank you enough this time. I interrupted him, shaking my head. When I first arrived here, it was everyone who aided me. Machino left a lamp for me, the healer introduced me to herbs. And when I needed medicine to treat patients at the Gray Station, she merely prepared it for me, while the chief helped me tidy up my lodgings. And the villagers greeted me with warm smiles. After bidding farewell to the chief, I tucked my hands into my coat pockets and walked quietly alongside Shanks down the path. He had remained silent since activating his ability, yet this silence did not breed discomfort. My expression remained neutral as I tread upon the shadows on the ground, the summer cicadas singing like needles, gradually restoring my vitality. As we reached a narrow alley, he pulled me inside. I gazed at him in confusion as he seized my hands, lifting them above my head. Shanks lowered his gaze, the storm settling in his eyes. Today, he had donned a cloak, and as he leaned down, the dark shadow followed suit. The lines of his lips hardened, and I gazed at the slight blush on his lips, feeling a pang of regret. He ought to be smiling. A smile was his most fitting weapon. Do you have something to say? His warm breath brushed against my ear as I observed the expression on his face, sincerely nodding. The young man raised his thick brows. And after a moment's consideration, I ventured, Shanks, did you stay up drinking again last night? He looked at me oddly, and upon realizing I was genuinely unafraid, he reluctantly relaxed his shoulders, releasing my hands. Aren't you scared? Why should I be afraid? Shanks, won't he do anything dangerous? I turned to face him as we strolled toward the coast, and he simply pulled me down to sit beside him. The fine sand nestled between my toes as I settled onto his cloak. I am, after all, a pirate. He raised his hand to the side of his face. His shirt sleeves rolled up loosely, sliding down to his elbows, the blue veins dancing beneath his honey-toned skin. So Shanks, are you planning to take me away for a bounty? I rested my chin on my hand, gazing at him curiously. 10 billion could buy a lot of drinks, right? Shanks, in a huff, adjusted his straw hat over his face and lay back on the ground, obscuring much of his visage. I can't even scare you, how infuriating. His childlike antics amused me. What's the big deal? We spoke not of bounties nor of my identity. Shank's nonchalant demeanor unexpectedly piqued my curiosity. Say, Shanks, why are you not the least bit surprised? I extended my fingertips and lightly touched the exposed half of his jaw, remarking, after all, it's still a billion before you. He mumbled indistinctly, leaning closer, clearly speaking in a jumbled manner. The more I observed his demeanor, the more familiar it appeared. And suddenly it dawned on me. This resembled the usual antics of Luffy, didn't it? Are you perhaps trying to act cute? I gazed at him with curiosity, letting out a soft chuckle. Hey, thanks to Lord Shanks for not swapping me for a fine wine. This is my token of gratitude. I took his hand, feeling the myriad of healed scars etched into his palm, and focused my mind to provide him with a calming mental embrace. This method, akin to grooming a small animal, proved equally effective. As Law would say, it felt like soaking in warm, soothing waters, only to finish with a chilled drink, leaving one blissfully drowsy. Through our intertwined hands, I was satisfied to hear him emit soft sounds from his nose, reminiscent of the gentle combing of fur, followed by a soothing application of lotion, making him feel like a fluffy pancake, evoking a strong desire to nestle against his soft belly like a large, affectionate dog. As I removed the straw hat, he remained still, lazily opening his eyes to the light, as if in a blissful state of drowsiness. The sun cast a gentle warmth upon the ground, enveloping us in its embrace, while the vibrant season sparkled on our shoulders and waists. The silvery waves produced a soothing melody, a symphony belonging to the summer sea. His red hair was tousled beside his face, his gaze soft and tender, and he suddenly remarked, "Did you know? The girls from Winter Island have skin as white as snow." I looked at him with curiosity. This notion had been shared with me long ago by Senior Rayleigh. Shanks extended his hand, intending to brush my face. Still reclining on the ground, I instinctively leaned closer, nearly able to see the fine, light fuzz on his face. I felt as if awakening from anesthesia, my breath returning. Shanks chuckled lightly, his long fingers delicately touching my cheek, finally tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "I thought you were a girl from Winter Island. What was that noise?" I realized, belatedly, it was the sound of my own heartbeat. Chapter 31. Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Why did you join the Revolutionary Army, Nunnally? Shanks asked, propping his face on his wrist, his knuckles elegantly defined, exuding a sense of strength. I stared at him in confusion, uncertain as to why Shanks would pose such a question. I was sitting in the tavern, where today Makino had gone to visit family, and Luffy was staying in the mountains. The three of us had nothing to do, so we decided to remain at the tavern to help out. Beckman stood behind the bar, temporarily serving as the bartender, his movements efficient and decisive. His sleeves rolled up to reveal his well-defined muscles. "Special fruit liquor, miss." With my dark hair cascading down and my eyelashes fluttering, I cheerfully replied, cradling the glass in my hands and savoring small sips of the drink. Shanks watched me with keen interest, as he was indeed quite handsome. His other hand swung the bottle with a flourish as he spoke of the king, looking incredibly cool. I set down my glass, questioning whether I had already drunk too much. What did he mean by incredibly cool? "How do you know this, Shanks?" You don't know? He widened his beautiful eyes at me. The scene with Nunnally was recorded by the Flevance people who were present at the time. What? I was momentarily stunned. Shanks has quite an extensive network for information, doesn't he? Not at all. He chuckled teasingly. What? Nunnally, didn't he know? Now everyone in the world has seen it. Shanks continued enthusiastically. The World Economic Journal even did a special report. They want to interview you, ha 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 ha. I was completely lost as to what Shanks was saying. I felt as though I were tipsy. Just as I was about to gulp down my drink, Beckman intervened, gripping the rim of my glass. "Don't drink like that all at once. Your tolerance is low. Just sip it slowly." I stared at him in a daze as he added honey, handing it back to me. "You were frowning while drinking. This should be much better." As expected of Beckman, I took a small sip. The initial drink had a sour tang, perhaps refreshing for those who enjoyed it, but I squinted my eyes as I drank. Now it tasted more like a fruit beverage. I savored the last drop, licking my lips in delight. Hey, Nunnally. Shanks' voice was pitiful, and only then did I realize what he had just said. My face, fueled by the alcohol, turned a deep crimson as I buried my head in my arms in despair. "How could this happen? The entire world is in chaos because of you," Beckman added with amusement. He is from the North Sea and knows how much value Flevance has provided to the surrounding area and the world government over the decades. The chasm between the kingdom and the government is profound, yet now Flevance has been completely abandoned. Having barely accepted this fact, I suddenly discovered that time had been altered. Naturally, one would suspect the Revolutionary Army's involvement. While he didn't know how furious the world government was, the bounty amount spoke volumes. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. If Mr. Beckman had previously doubted my identity, he would naturally understand after revealing it to Shanks. I merely felt something was off. The cigarettes sold only in the North Sea, the advanced medical skills, the sudden recovery of nearly dying individuals, and Sabo's past inquiries. Alongside my familiarity with Flevance during our discussions, the first mate, adept at unraveling complexities, rested his hand on the bar, his throat moving as he leisurely drank. Nunnally, did you just tell me so straightforwardly? Aren't you afraid we're the bad guys? After all, we are pirates. Shanks still seemed troubled by my readiness to trust. I scratched the back of my head. This must be related to my observation hockey. Observation hockey? Perhaps it has become particularly keen because I'm about to upgrade. If Shanks intended to harm me, I thought about how to describe it. Even the briefest of thoughts, I could hear them. Moreover, Freya is with me. I looked at him shyly. And Shanks sighed. Isn't gun a bit of an underestimation of my abilities? I would be quite saddened. I didn't elaborate on the mechanics of Freya's powers but merely smiled. You wouldn't be? Beckman raised an eyebrow at me, shaking his head with a smile. I turned to Shanks, pondering his question. Why did I join the Revolutionary Army? Initially, my health was poor, and without the kindness and assistance of others, I would not have been able to survive on my own. It was precisely because of their help that I wished to aid everyone in return. I longed to make the world kinder, to bring forth genuine smiles from all. Moreover, my brother and I share the same ideals. I finished the sweet and sour fruit liquor, believing that one day we would surely meet again on the vast ocean. It would be a challenging journey indeed. Beckman regarded me with softened brows. I shook my head. If I can't do it, should I not attempt it? Upon hearing this, Shanks raised his glass for a toast. To freedom. To ideals. Beckman, smiling, raised his arm in agreement. Their camaraderie made me laugh again. And I picked up a bottle from the counter, the glass producing a crisp sound, to fine wine. The result of our jubilant cheers was that I found myself drowsily resting my head, ultimately succumbing to the urge to collapse onto the table. Shanks. Why do you appear as two people? Even fruit wine can lead to intoxication. Shanks, with his legs crossed, playfully observed the rosy hue that gradually appeared on my face due to the alcohol. Do not underestimate fruit wine. I mumbled, burying my face in the cup as I attempted to counter his remarks. Your tolerance is rather shallow, isn't it? Shanks remarked incredulously, pinching my cheek. Normally, such gestures would elicit an exasperated glance, but now with my consciousness blurred as I lay on the table, I could hardly resist. You really ought to refrain from drinking excessively in public. Beckman stated succinctly, holding the very bottle of fine wine I had previously entrusted to Makino. You should practice moderation. Shanks patted my back with the pride of a drunkard. How annoying, I'm not drunk, I protested, resting my face on the cold bar top to stave off the rising heat. Isn't that precisely what being drunk looks like? Shanks laughed, pointing at my inebriated state. As Beckman took a swig straight from the open bottle. Beck, what exactly did you mix for her? The one being blamed shrugged helplessly. It's merely a little of this and that. It seems someone will need to keep an eye on her from now on. I swatted at the incessantly buzzing fly. Enough talking, old man. He must be referring to you, Beck, I quipped. You were the one speaking just now. The remnants of the drink still glistened on my lips, and it felt as though something was moving on my face. I grunted, wishing to escape, but found myself unable to break free. Annoying uncle, I still want to drink. Indeed, that was directed at you, Beckman. The dark-haired man glanced at his captain. We are all older than her. There's no need to distance ourselves. I'm only 12 years her senior. Nunnally should be calling me big brother. Shanks exclaimed, his eyes widening as he sought to unleash his most endearing puppy dog eyes. Nunnally, won't you call me big brother? In my dazed confusion, I lifted my head, hearing the most affectionate 2 syllables, and weakly managed to utter, Oni-sama? Oh dear, how scandalous. Shanks struggled to conceal the flush on his face with the back of his hand. The girl, lost in slumber, had her nose scrunched adorably, exuding a hint of innocence, revealing an astonishing beauty that belied her youthful appearance, as if she were a budding flower. Shanks held her delicate fingers, playfully curling the ends of her hair. This is utterly unacceptable. Yet undeniably charming, Beckman offered a precise critique. But you do realize the villagers want you to keep your distance from her, don't you? Moderation is key. You wouldn't want to be seen as a pervert, would you? That much is already true, haha. I am indeed a terrible adult. Shanks clutched his chest, recalling how forcefully the village chief's cane had struck, his legendary prowess undiminished. We are leaving soon. Allow me just one more glance at her. Not boarding the ship? Beckman raised an eyebrow, his cigarette brand familiar. He chuckled softly. She has her own aspirations. Why should I impose? Shanks gently stroked the girl's ethereal hair. If I were impulsive before, she has firmly declined my advances. You will be the subject of ridicule for years to come. He did not lift his head. Let them laugh. I've already been the butt of their jokes. And what of the Revolutionary Army? She's not part of the Navy. Surely she can indulge in romance and marriage during her leisure time? Her teacher can't possibly monitor her long-distance relationship, can he? Shanks rested his chin on his hand, his fingers tenderly caressing the delicate skin at the corners of the girl's eyes. What do a bunch of single men understand? Her teacher is that dragon, isn't it? Beckman reached for the bottle on the bar, uncorking it effortlessly with one hand. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Shanks observed her delicate hands, her flower-like fingers smaller than his by a margin. He gazed at her sweet sleeping face with a secret delight. Beckman shot a disapproving glance at the love-struck young captain. Realizing that no matter how formidable he was at sea, in moments like this, he resembled a bewildered youth. Love had rendered him disoriented, but as his first mate, Beckman could not afford to overlook the bigger picture. Shanks, how can you be so certain that your feelings won't change? Beckman mused, recalling Shanks' previous mentions of the D, and what he had heard aboard Roger's ship. Knowing his friend's contemplations about the future had instilled a hint of doubt in the usually composed first mate. Moreover, his gaze discreetly shifted to the girl lost in her dreams. The path of the Revolutionary Army was not as simple as merely replacing a king. Considering her identity, whether as Dragon's disciple or the White Witch, and the fervor with which the Revolutionary Army regarded the latter, she would inevitably become a symbol of faith for her comrades, destined to stir the tides of the world in the future. When that day arrives, the day of conflicting opinions, what choice will you make, Shanks? Beckman suppressed a sigh in his throat. After all, we are pirates, Captain. Chapter 32. The gratitude of Pinocchio upon my return to the tavern from the Grey Station. The conversation unexpectedly turned to firearms. I reflected that Luffy's gun was indeed a creation of mine, albeit thanks to Ace's assistance. The memory of my earlier troubles in finding a suitable gift for the little one, persistently pestering Ace for advice, and his blushing yet unyielding demeanor filled me with warmth. Perhaps it was due to the instinctive urge to nurture. Witnessing him turn his head away, his ears flushed, greatly satisfied my rare mischievous inclinations. Ace, what would I do without you? I mused, propping my chin on my hands, barefoot against the ground, as the boy polishing the gun exploded in frustration. Where are your socks? I didn't want to wear them because they got dirty. I lamented. White socks are so easily soiled. What made you choose to wear those leather shoes in the mountains? His freckles scrunched up in annoyance, eyebrows arching dramatically. You're so willful. I simply don't want to be called that by you, I pouted, resting my chin in my palms as he offered the gun's grip. You won't stab yourself now, will you? I ran my fingers along the barrel, ensuring this time there would be no sudden jabs to my fingers. The warmth and slight dampness of his touch still lingered on it. Satisfied, I nodded at him and prepared to put on my shoes to head home. Are you going back just like that? He scowled, crossing his arms. Do you wish to carry me? I glanced at his height, barely reaching my chest, provoking a fierce glare from him. One day, I will be taller than you. Just wait. After throwing down that challenge, Ace swiftly climbed a tree. The forest here was filled with towering trees, too high for me to encircle even 10 of them. Before long, he returned with a broad leaf, its brown-green veins adorned with glistening droplets of water, and carefully wrapped it around my feet. This novel experience filled me with wonder. How clever! How did Ace think of this? He shrugged. You learn after a while. Without him, I would have struggled. The warm light illuminated the clear orange liquid, and I turned to Beckman beside me. Ever since that time I got drunk on fruit wine while drinking with them, only to be mercilessly mocked by Shanks, I've returned to drinking orange juice. After all, Makino's juice is quite sweet. No wonder Luffy always likes to wave that gun around. It turns out it was made by you and Ace. The man wore a fitted V-neck shirt, neatly cinched at the waist. That little rascal boasts that his punches are as powerful as his gun. Well, I suppose that is true now? I recalled the last time they had fought. Luffy had stretched out his arm to strike Ace, only to be outmaneuvered by his older brother, resulting in a bruised face. I gently cleared my throat, suppressing a smile. That being said, everyone was armed. I observed the long rifle strapped to the waist of my companion, not just the openly armed Beckman, but also Jesus, who was renowned within our ranks as an exceptional sharpshooter. Ah, it is indeed quite effective. Beckman cast a fleeting glance at me, his dark eyes settling on the holster resting against my thigh. The cold, hard leather contrasted starkly with the pale flesh of my leg. I drew my weapon, introducing my cherished firearm. Freya, this is Mr. Beckman. Mr. Beckman, this is Freya. He remained composed, greeting, hello Freya. I playfully added. She says she is delighted to meet you, Mr. Beckman. Once the conversation was initiated, it flowed effortlessly. The name Freya, in my homeland, actually refers to another type of weapon. As I meticulously polished the graceful lines of my gun with a soft cloth, I was taken aback by the coincidence of sharing a name, finding it quite remarkable. The names of weapons hold great significance. Beckman's unhurried demeanor compelled me to regard him with heightened interest. The seasoned deputy, having weathered countless storms, exuded a depth of character that was particularly captivating. Mr. Beckman, does your gun inflict much pain upon its target? I asked, despite the apparent absurdity of my inquiry, filled with enthusiasm. The flintlock was slender, typically featuring a grip adorned with metals like iron and lead, and throughout history, due to the cumbersome loading process, it was not uncommon for a shooter to resort to using the grip as a blunt instrument after firing a shot. The mere thought of such a scene involving someone as composed as Beckman seemed rather amusing. He grasped my implication, bursting into laughter. The unlit cigarette perched at the corner of his lips. Beck. Shanks suddenly appeared at the doorway, nodding at Beckman. He squinted, rising to step outside. The two engaged in a serious conversation, their expressions heavy with concern. What had transpired? I sensed a wave of sorrow wash over me, the weight of their pain nearly suffocating. I adjusted my breathing, attempting to quell the tumultuous thoughts swirling within me. The icy cup in my hand offered no solace. Yet, it was of no avail. An inexplicable thought crossed my mind, arriving abruptly, yet an instinct told me it was indeed the truth. Whose family was it? Whose wife? Across the distant sea, I could hear the heart-wrenching sound emanating from the once proud sharpshooter. Silently, I tightened my robe and stepped outside, softly interrupting their conversation. Shanks, has Jesus' son come as well? The innocent voice of a child echoed in my ears, causing my heart to ache. Mama. Observation hockey. I lifted my gaze to the two men, their expressions a mixture of emotions, and forced a smile. If possible, may I join? The howling night wind tore at my clothing, swirling my dress around me as I walked silently between them. Shanks and the others seemed lost in thought, and for a moment, silence enveloped us. On board the Red Force, a black wooden coffin lay solemnly. Who was the person resting within? The princess's eyes were wide open, the knight's once mighty visage fading from the face of the deceased. The invincible woman of the battlefield would never awaken again, having sacrificed everything to protect her young daughter during an assassination. I trembled, my eyelashes quivering, my hands cold and damp. I beheld her beautiful, elegant visage, the fierce grace with which she wielded her weapons, and the warm embrace that enveloped me and my brother. Yet now her body lay covered with wide, unseeing eyes and a relentless stream of crimson blood. My brother had met the same fate, so had my sister. Someone gently embraced me, warmth emanating from his dry palm. Nunnally? Concern filled his dark red eyes as he grasped my shoulder, leaning down to whisper in my ear. The true lies of the mission. Mission description. Craft a dream for the one you cherish. A lie repeated 1,000 times becomes reality. Mission requirement. Bring the mother back to the realm of the living. Mission reward. Pinocchio's gratitude. A cold, mechanical notification jolted me back to reality. I turned my gaze towards the child, weeping uncontrollably in Shanks's arms, and grasped his hand. The wind blurred our voices, and his expression grew grave as Beckman inquired, "Is it your choice?" I did not look at anyone. "Mr. Beckman, I am a doctor." Shanks regarded me intently, pulling me towards Jesus. I discerned the woman's face, beautiful and gentle, a stark contrast to my memories. I remained composed as I activated my abilities. They erupted into jubilant cheers, encircling us, as the child, no older than Luffy, stared in disbelief before rushing into her mother's embrace. Footsteps approached from behind, yet I did not lift my head. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be drinking? Did Dr. Nunnally not instruct you to drink less?" He crouched down, his back against the main deck. Amidst a cacophony of wails, I was uncertain when he discovered my clandestine escape. Seated in this secluded corner, my feet hovered above the ground, exposed skin glimmering in the dim light. "You ought to take care of yourself." He rubbed his nose sheepishly, loosening his black cloak and draping it over me. A Shanks cloak. Warm, isn't it? His mood was infectious, and I couldn't help but smile faintly. The cloak was long enough to envelop me completely, imbued with an adult's warmth and a faint scent of alcohol. What kind of person is Shanks's mother? I gazed up at the bright stars above. In an era of the Empire plagued by ceaseless wars, these celestial beings, light years away from humanity, had become a rare sight. He ruffled his hair, a shy expression crossing his face. "I don't know. I'm an orphan." I'm sorry. I laughed heartily. It's all right. You only know I've been with Captain Roger and the others since I was little. What was Roger like? He paused, his hands resting against his chest. Captain Roger was a wonderful person. Ace is the name of his sword. Is that so? I sighed in relief upon learning of Roger's character. Then Ace must have been cherished by them as well. How wonderful. Reflecting on the item I had drawn earlier, I finally made a decision. Mother loved father. An abrupt, unfinished statement slipped from my lips as I stared at the soft, radiant moonlight. She was a person akin to the moon. Powerful, gentle, and beautiful. Both my brother and I were her children. However, the moon's glow is derived from the sun. She loved him so deeply that, despite his numerous concubines, as long as Mariana and Charlelou's souls were intertwined, the rest could be deemed expendable. So too were my brother and I. He listened in silence as I recounted my past, grappling with the reality of the mother I had once idolized. The mother who should have endured misfortune for my protection had never existed at all. It was never out of fear for my safety, but rather a dread that I could not become their tool, shattering their aspirations. Born with the innate ability of a half-observation hockey user, my sixth sense surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Did this mean that the child could now peer into my psyche? After interacting with whom could she read their innermost thoughts? Yet thus far, no signs of such a latent awakening had been observed within Princess Nunnally. With a smile illuminating her elegant visage filled with excitement, the mother contemplated the notion of honing the sixth sense by diminishing the other five, thereby depriving the child of essential sensations vital for survival. In her subconscious endeavor to cultivate perceptions beyond the ordinary senses, her so-called protection was merely a facade. The moon hung gracefully in the deep blue sky, yet I found myself unable to respond to such a breathtaking sight. The moon, both beautiful and terrifying, lingered in my thoughts, leading me to ponder whether all parents behaved similarly. Should the weak indeed be cast aside? Figures like Goya and Flevance seemed indifferent to those truly in need of protection. Where, I wondered, did their concept of justice reside, and whom were they truly safeguarding? I recalled the radical ideas once expressed by Luo, Sabo's disdain for nobility, and the child's loss of faith in the world, which appeared to be the true instigator of their woes. My apologies, Shanks, for indulging in my own musings for so long. I finally snapped back to reality, realizing I had left Shanks unattended. No, your words resonate profoundly, he replied with a smile, his sharply defined profile obscured by the dim night, the moon unable to glean even a fragment of his expression. Yet his tone was unusually gentle. Nana, forge ahead in accordance with your will. Chapter 33. In the name of friendship, a bird fluttered through the window. Observing the particularly vibrant messenger bird, I affectionately offered it crumbs of bread. Thank you, little one. After unsealing the letter and reading it meticulously, I discovered that upon receiving the correspondence, the recipient had decisively dealt with Styli. I shook the letter, which revealed that Styli's own son had been adopted by another noble family. The names mentioned caused my gaze to sharpen, followed by a bemused shake of my head. It hardly mattered. Sabo's disdain for his family rendered their adoption of another child inconsequential. For Sabo, it might even signify a liberation. It appeared that there would be no further developments in the immediate future. I pondered the royal family's connections to those supporting the underground market in the East Sea, but I found no answers in Styli's memories. However, I had begun to piece together information regarding the pirates of the underground market. I swiftly penned down all these revelations, tucking them within the inner lining of my garment, preparing to send them alongside my previous inquiries to Mr. Dragon. Satisfied, I set down my quill and resumed my engrossing read. Beckman observed the title of the book, How to Become the King of Fishing, an evident tome of tedium. Do you enjoy fishing? I mused, for I was also waiting for Luffy, and surprisingly, this book proved to be quite captivating. Shaking the book playfully, I curiously inquired, Mr. Beckman, are there cats among the sea kings? I perused the descriptions within, noting frogs, bulls, and a myriad of creatures. How fascinating. You've never seen them? Beckman leaned against the table, his tall black boots snug around his wide trousers, the toes angled outward. I reflected briefly and shook my head. I haven't encountered any. Whether in the East Sea, the North Sea, or even on the Grand Line. Perhaps it's due to my limited travels? Beckman raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps it is because of your aura. His eyes sparkled with mirth. The White Witch. A flush of embarrassment crept across my cheeks. Please don't jest with me, Mr. Beckman. That title is far too mortifying. I preferred the simplicity of Shank's moniker, where I was simply referred to as White. I pressed the hefty tome against my face, feebly resisting. Upon hearing this, Shanks would undoubtedly be elated. He languidly interjected, "Oh, does he truly find his title so cool?" I cast a puzzled glance from behind the pages. The world government's nomenclature for pirates was indeed straightforward and blunt. Perhaps, Beckman replied, his cigarette precariously poised between his fingers. I scrutinized it for a moment. Mr. Beckman, is your abstention from smoking due to my presence? Since our first encounter, he had scarcely ignited a cigarette. Well, children shouldn't smoke. I sharply pointed out his inconsistency, but you were smoking around Luffy. Reflecting on the differences between myself and Luffy, I sheepishly fished a match from the bar. Don't feel constrained by my gender, Mr. Beckman. My friends often smoke. At least Corazon has no reservations in that regard. Naturally, excessive smoking is detrimental to health. Shanks had overindulged in alcohol previously and nearly succumbed to illness. I hope you don't find me too verbose. Striking the match, a small flame flickered in my hand as I tilted my head to observe him. Tentatively responding with a soft Beckman readily accepted the filter. Dressed in a snug black V-neck, the contours of his chest rising and falling with each breath, while a wisp of black hair cascaded loosely to his jawline, revealing a subtle curl at the ends. I stood beside his propped leg, the table separating us, leaning forward to draw closer. Beckman lowered his gaze, his fingers lightly resting on the filter, and as his eyelids lifted slightly, a tiny spark ignited within his dark pupils. He held the cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke rings towards me. Do not emulate this behavior, Mississippi, caught off guard by the sudden smoke. I stared incredulously at this usually mature and reliable adult. He raised an eyebrow, lifting his glass in a mock toast. I huffed, turning my book in another direction, realizing that those who mingled with Shanks shared similar tempers. By the way, where was Luffy? He had promised to accompany me to the seaside today. I furrowed my brow, placing the book on the counter. Nana. Machino rushed in from outside, her tone urgent. Luffy. Before Machino could finish her sentence, my expression shifted. Oh no. Machino, don't head towards the sea. I halted her movement, as she clutched her chest, trying to speak, but I interrupted. Has Shanks gone to rescue Luffy? I must hurry. There was no time for explanation. I discarded my book and hurried towards the shore. Machino stood frozen, and I realized I hadn't informed Nana. How did she know? Beckman approached her deep in thought. Observation Hockey. Mission Inheritance. Mission Description. Whose will shall be transmitted, whose future shall unfold. Before all begins. This is the initial point. Mission Requirements. Prevent Shanks from losing his arm. Mission Reward. Courage Koi Banner. Strangely, I instinctively knew their direction, racing towards the sea. Even witnessing a Sea King leap from the water, biting down on Shanks' arm. Stop. By the time I registered the situation, most of my body was already submerged in the water, with Luffy and Shanks' embrace, as I stood before the Sea King. This creature, not overly large by human standards, still towered as a colossal entity. At that moment, its sharp teeth clamped down on Shanks' left arm, inexplicably refraining from tearing it away. I said stop. I pressed my finger against its rough brow, and the beast's eyes flickered with a hint of retreat. After a moment, it opened its mouth emitting a long, mournful cry before vanishing beneath the waves. Its lengthy tail stirred a surge of water, and as my hair clung to my skin, I casually wiped the moisture from my face, directly taking Luffy from Shanks' grasp, pulling him along by his uninjured arm. We boarded the Red Force, where Deco remained in the village, and Luffy was escorted by the crew left behind to change. I entered the medical room, casually draping a cloak around my shoulders, rummaging for medicine, and gesturing for the man behind me to sit down. Shanks sat obediently by the bedside, as I gingerly cut open his sleeve. The drenched fabric clung to his skin, adhering to the gruesome wound beneath. With unwavering composure, I tore it away. The gash inflicted by the Sea King was grievous, with both sides of his upper arm severely lacerated. A glance was enough for me to grasp the gravity of the situation. Shanks' left arm would no longer possess the agility it once had. Realizing he was left-handed, a somber cloud settled over my heart. After meticulously tending to the mangled tissue, I retrieved a bandage and gently secured it. If only Law were here, he could have utilized the surgical fruit to stitch the blood vessels and nerves back together, facilitating recovery. Yet, I was oblivious to Law's whereabouts, and my own abilities were limited to resurrecting the deceased. How wretched it felt. Why could I not be stronger? Don't cry. He softly caught the tears that fell. Didn't you hear that girls become less pretty when they cry? Where did such a notion arise? He drew me into his embrace, seating me directly upon his lap, his hands firmly clasping my waist. His long, curly hair veiled his expression, yet he leaned in restlessly, seeking to glimpse my face. Shanks. His playful antics rendered me helpless, as I revealed my face, torn between anger and urgency to strike him, while fearing the repercussions on his wound. Shanks suddenly sighed, his brows relaxing as he gently pried my tightly clasped hands apart, his crimson locks framing his forehead, lending a youthful innocence to his visage. I leaned against his damp form, and after a pause uttered, "Thank you, Shanks. And I'm sorry." His gaze was calm and tender, assuring me that it was of no consequence. "Nana and Luffy are both my friends." A knock echoed from outside, and I glanced at him before stepping away, granting them space. Beckman entered, eyebrows raised as he regarded Shanks, who simply shook his head. "Let us wait a few more days before we set sail, Beckman. Off to the Grand Line." I stood upon the deck, watching them emerge from the infirmary, their flowing robes billowing in the wind. I could hear Luffy's voice proclaiming, "I will become the Pirate King." I stood frozen. What Shanks had said faded from my ears, as my attention was solely captured by that small figure, the protagonist of this world, the future Pirate King. He approached me, donning Shanks' straw hat, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I gently rubbed his flushed cheeks and asked, "Shall we sleep together tonight, Luffy?" He nodded with a nasally mm. Wrapped in a patterned cloak, I turned to Beckman and said, "Mr. Beckman, please convey to its owner that I shall return it once I've cleaned it." He nodded in understanding. I watched the bright figure in the distance, his expression unchanged, waving at us from afar. Makino awaited anxiously at the dock, the dim yellow light illuminating as it had on every previous day. I approached, offering her an instinctive smile, only to be gently nudged from behind. "Let us go home, Nana." After changing into my pajamas, she took my hand. Luffy was already asleep. The elder woman lovingly stroked my long hair, asking, "Would you like some milk?" I nodded, and she pressed me down onto the soft sofa, covering me with a blanket adorned with flowers and kittens. On the dining table lay my favorite, a cute plate. I sniffled, finishing the warm milk sweetened with honey, when tears suddenly streamed down my cheeks. "My little crying cat, why are you in tears?" The comforting presence of the woman beside me, Makino, wrapped the blanket around my bare knees while gently caressing my back. "Makino," I stammered, attempting to suppress my tears, hiding my face in shame. "Am I still a child?" Her soft arms enveloped me. "To me, you have always been the adorable little sister." I clung to her tender form, consumed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. Why couldn't I protect everyone? If only I were stronger, Shanks' predicament wouldn't have occurred. Makino paused for a moment before quickly responding, "Nana, have you told him this?" I shook my head. Shanks said it was all right, but... She placed her finger gently on my lips. "First and foremost, Shanks willingly protects his friends. Secondly, if it weren't for you, he might have been injured even more severely. You possess strength, a desire to protect us, but before you grow up, it's all right to lean on adults a little." I clenched the towel tightly, my fingers aching from the strain. Was being protected truly a blessing? My mother's protection was a lie. My brother's protection cost me his life. How long would the blood within a body take to dry? My mother's blood had always enveloped me. My brother's blood stained my hands once more, many years later. I stared blankly at my now clean fingers. The sticky sensation seemed to linger. A fiery anger ignited within me, and I gritted my teeth. What if I hadn't encountered the dragon on the ship? What if Crocodile hadn't been a good person in the port town? What if I hadn't arrived in time to save Makino from the mountain bandits? What if I had been even later today? Because I am weak. The weak cannot fulfill their wishes. Though Makino offered me comfort, her words failed to quell the turmoil within my heart. The world would not soften simply because one is a child. I fell silent, and Makino sighed softly. She gently dried my long hair with a towel, whispering, "It's all right, Nana." The woman who had always waited for us with gentleness playfully tapped my nose, her dark green hair cascading softly down her chest. "Take your time seeking your own path, my little crying cat." I silently grasped her soft fingers. Makino was the closest thing I had to an older sister in this world. The last sister I had grown close to had also perished. Back then, I could only hear her death through the frantic words broadcasted over the airwaves. I would not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. Feigning sleep, I buried my face in Makino's shoulder. The woman chuckled affectionately and lifted me into her arms, carrying me upstairs. Still awake? I was placed upon the soft bed, hearing Makino hush Luffy. Then the warm, soft bundle of him nestled close, his small fingers diligently wiping away the traces of my tears. "Really, Luffy? You've made it painful for me," I thought to myself. Yet a smile crept onto my lips as I whispered, "Don't tell Ace and the others, okay, Luffy?" His tender voice softly murmured in my ear, "Don't cry anymore, Nana." I stealthily opened my eyes to find Luffy leaning in, whispering, "Makino went to take a bath." His little adult-like demeanor amused me, prompting me to ask, "Did you get scared today?" He shook his head honestly. "Shanks saved me." Luffy's round eyes sparkled with anticipation as he exclaimed, "Nana, I will become the Pirate King." Go for it, Luffy. I paused, brushing my fingers against the space between his brows. He gazed at me. What about Nana's dream? A world where everyone has meat to eat. I gently patted the tender back of the child, his fragile yet resolute future. I murmured softly to myself, yes indeed, a world where everyone has meat to eat. A world where no one gets hurt. No matter how challenging it may be, regardless of who impedes me, I will achieve it. Ah! Luffy suddenly exclaimed, fixing his earnest gaze upon me. And Nana mustn't he cry? The mischievous boy made a funny face, teasingly calling me a crybaby. This little rascal. I found myself both exasperated and amused. Yet the weight upon my heart refused to dissipate as it once had. Such a feeble version of myself. Can I still protect him after Luffy has grown up? It matters not. I uttered those words in a daze. Brother, I shall fulfill our will. Chapter 34, Roger and Ryuji. The Red Force set sail once more, embarking towards the Grand Line, headed for the New World. The crew bustles about, darting back and forth between the grand vessel and the shore. I handed the neatly folded cloak to Beckman, expressing my gratitude. Thank you for your cloak, Mr. Beckman. He suddenly raised his head, surprise etched across his features. I seemed oblivious to it. Henceforth, we shall meet upon the sea. Beckman accepted the garment, his tone remaining even and calm. Is this your ability? Quite convenient, is it not? I gazed towards the great ship, sincerely wishing them fair winds. Safe travels, Mr. Beckman. The first mate hesitated, then sighed heavily, calling my name. Nunnally, we shall meet again in the Grand Line. Shanks stood nearby, engaged in conversation with Luffy. I observed this pair of age-defying friends, refraining from interrupting their farewell. He straightened, his eyes directed towards me, seemingly brimming with myriad emotions. Yet ultimately, they sank beneath the surface like icebergs upon the ocean. I took the initiative to speak. Farewell, Shanks. Farewell, Nunnally, he replied slowly. In stark contrast to the billowing cloak, brothers. We set sail. The sails billowed, the familiar bow of the ship altered its course, carrying the pirates towards broader seas. Luffy and I walked the path back, the sun still radiant, casting its glow upon the earth. I suddenly realized that I encountered them in July and bid them farewell at the end of the same month. It was still summer, yet that pirate, whose eyes sparkled more splendidly than stars, would never return. Luffy, undeterred, loudly proclaimed his dreams to his brothers. In the mountains, flocks of birds soared. Yet my heart remained unprecedentedly tranquil. I longed for the world to be gentler, for those dear to me to suffer no longer. I would protect them, even if it meant sacrificing everything. I gazed at them tenderly, and Sabo leaned over. Are you leaving too? Not surprised by his perceptiveness, I leaned against the stout trunk of a tree and nodded gently. Sabo, if one day your aspirations conflict with your family's will, what will you do? He did not shy away. Nunnally, you already have your answer. I laughed, watching Luffy, who was animatedly surrounded by Ace and others. Indeed, Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King might conflict with mine. Would Shanks, setting sail towards the Grand Line, one day stand opposed to me? Such questions are meaningless, only adding to one's troubles. Each person has their own path to tread, bearing burdens, and shall not yield. Sabo grasped my hand, his youthful face bearing a maturity beyond his years. Luffy, Ace, and Nunnally are all cherished family. I shall not obstruct what Nunnally wishes to pursue, nor what Luffy desires. Go forth and realize your dreams. Such a thing shall not happen. I will not allow that day to come. Through his eyes, I gazed deep into his soul. Thank you, Sabo. We gathered in Dayton's home, where Makino and Dayton shared laughter, while Luffy reveled in the delicious grilled meat, and Sabo affectionately served his brother juice. I called out to Ace, handing him the item in my hand. What is this? He inquired, looking at the thin letter, adorned with an exquisite wax seal depicting a massive kite. It was a surprise for Ace. I made a should gesture, speaking with unwavering certainty. You will like it. Ace looked at the invitation. Do you want to come with me? I placed my hand behind my back. Does Ace want me to join? You can certainly ask me affirmatively, you know. I tilted my head, gazing at this boy who had never known love since birth. It was only after meeting us that his adorable face began to reveal a lively smile. But that was not enough. A child born into the world's disdain. A child who resists their own bloodline. Yet, despite my greater age, he still proudly claimed to be the elder brother, striving to protect us. Having never experienced the love of kin or the world, he clumsily endeavored to give to us. In him, I saw the reflection of an older brother. For the sake of those he loves, he would willingly sacrifice himself. That won't do, Ace. I gazed at him. You must love us, but also love yourself. Thinking of Roger and Ryuji, who had long harbored hopes for their son's birth, I grasped his hand. It is perfectly fine to still harbor hatred, to be unable to let go, To not cherish oneself. Before truly stepping into the world and setting sail, take your time to learn. This is the final gift I wish to bestow upon him before parting. Let us go together. A low voice came from beside me, and I smiled, responding in agreement. According to forum discussions, the inspiration for the mysterious invitation stems from a festival once known as the Day of the Dead, to reunite with deceased loved ones, allowing the departed to return to their families. I took Ace by the hand, walking upon a golden path, a thoroughfare entirely composed of leaves, surrounded by the ebb and flow of spirits and the living. It seemed this place became a middle ground between the realms of the deceased and humanity, connecting countless universes. I curiously gazed at the red-haired witch on the other side, tightly embracing her lover, a man clad in a pale yellow cloak, his features starkly red, with a droplet-shaped forehead. There were youthful girls, young men adorned in spiderweb attire, and elderly individuals with white hair, all embracing their departed family members or beloveds in unison. Ace. The boy gazed intently at the woman before him, his face adorned with charming freckles. The name lingered on his lips unspoken, as if afraid to shatter an incredible dream. Ace's mother, or rather Rugiu, crouched down to look at her child, and just when I thought she would gently embrace Ace, the beautiful woman reached out, pinching the boy's cheek. Tugging and teasing, she playfully remarked, "You're clearly my child. Yet why do you resemble me not at all?" "Nay. This child's freckles are indeed just like yours," I silently observed, watching the mother playfully fuss over her child. Ace froze, like a doll being toyed with by Rugiu. After a long moment, he seemed to rediscover his own soul. "Is it?" Rugiu paused, her bright smile revealing itself. "It is Mommy, Ace." I watched as Rugiu gently enveloped Ace's small frame, quietly turning my head away. "Thank you." A man's voice echoed beside me. I was startled and turned to see the sudden appearance of Blackbeard. I stammered, quickly regaining my composure. "Mr. Roger." He stroked his upturned mustache. "Please, don't call me that. It feels strange." Roger remained silent, not appearing before Ace, perhaps aware of the pain he had inflicted upon his child, or perhaps cognizant of Ace's resentment. The former pirate king merely observed the two most important people in his life from a distance. "Thank you for always being there for him." He turned to me, sincerity etched upon his face. "I truly appreciate it." I looked at him. "Aren't you going to see him?" "Ace wouldn't like that." Roger spoke. "If possible, refrain from using your powers too much. Seeing others' memories can sometimes bring misfortune." I remained silent. Similar to Roger's words, this is not the first time I have encountered such sentiments. When my brother passed away, I discovered the entire truth through a telepathic connection, and he implored me to seal away such powers. Although this ability may prove useful, it is fraught with peril. I am aware of a man who once possessed a similar strength, yet he overindulged in it, leading to his own psychological unraveling. Upon arriving in this world, such capabilities began to resurface gradually, from the initial skin contact, resonating emotions, to later probing memories. The ability to read another's mind with a mere thought is indeed the power that comes with an evolved observation hockey. Thus, whether it was Machino's plea for assistance or the master of the cloak, I gleaned the answers from their memories the moment the desire to know arose. To excessively pry into memories and delve into minds ultimately results in one's own disintegration. This, I surmise, is the reason for Beckman's sighs. He must feel quite helpless, yet lacks the authority to compel me to cease. "I shall not misuse it, Mr. Roger." I did not promise but deftly shifted the topic. "Is there a message you would like me to convey to Shanks and the others?" The Pirate King erupted in laughter upon learning that the intern had set sail for the Grand Line. What a remarkable lad. What could I possibly say to him? He has already become an exceptional man. Well, perhaps others might have something to share. He vanished in an instant, returning shortly with two other figures. They were friends of Lucci. I gazed curiously at the two women, both mothers. Is that so?" I nodded earnestly, making a commitment. "I shall relay it." Meanwhile, Ace remained still, enveloped in the affection of his mother. It was time to bid farewell. Lucci gently kissed Ace's cheek, whispering, "We love you, Ace. You are the most precious treasure your father and mother could ever have in this world." Ignoring the boy's suddenly widened eyes, everything before him dissipated like fireworks. Lucci waved gently, and Roger stood beside her, their differing gazes filled with the same tenderness as they regarded the young boy. Wait. The golden path beneath my feet was vanishing. A farewell between the realm of the living and the beloved departed. "Thank you for everything you have done for Ace." In the end, the woman's figure drifted away with the wind, and Roger's voice echoed similarly. "Go to Sabaody, my friend will assist you. Just tell him." Ace and I awoke under the dim moonlight. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Mom." I embraced him softly. Lucci had endured 20 months of pregnancy, the unborn child traversing countless unmarked months. It was love that brought him into existence. Why did you bring forth a brood of sinners? I mused. I do not consider myself a truly wicked person, yet I can identify numerous faults within myself. A person burdened with such flaws would be better off never born. But you are not a sinner. You are not the sum of her misfortunes. On the contrary, you are her final and greatest gift to this world. The gentle you, the tenacious you, the loving you, the protector of us, the defiant you, the one who strives to grow. Every child is born with a message. God has not lost faith in humanity. Your birth, your arrival. Your ability to stand here with us and become part of our family is simply wonderful. Ace. Chapter 35. The Meeting of Swordsmen. I meticulously stored the previous correspondence with the Revolutionary Army and quietly departed from Windmill Village. During the voyage, I revisited the concept of conqueror's hockey. My thoughts soared as I contemplated the port I was about to reach. After penning a letter to Dragon detailing my intentions, he instructed me to visit the village I awakened in. Hello, Mr. Shomatsu. I offered a slight bow to the man before me clad in a martial arts uniform. You must be Miss Nunnally. Welcome to the dojo. The man, known as Shomatsu Gozaburo, wore glasses and exuded a gentle, refined demeanor. Indeed. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. The Ichushin Dojo is the only and largest dojo in this village. The owner and instructor, Mr. Shomatsu, is a formidable swordsman. The art of the sword does not solely lie in the weapon. He elaborated, falling petals and drifting leaves can be swords. Wood and kindling can be swords. The heart and the gaze can also serve as swords. His gaze fell upon the firearms beside me, remarking that ultimately, a sword is merely a name for a weapon, akin to guns, knives, hammers, or cannons. However, despite the varied means of wielding weaponry, each possesses a unique method of mastery. Miss Nunnally, begin your attack on me. He stood in the center of the dojo, appearing quite ordinary. I refrained from drawing Freya. After all, it could easily break, much like a once trusty pencil. How could I rely entirely upon it? Relying on a weapon rather than the wielder ultimately leads to defeat. I propelled myself forward, my right hand forming a fist as I launched a strike toward him. Shomatsu remained unmoved, his demeanor tranquil, and in an instant, he extended a finger, aiming directly at my face. Anticipating his move, I leaned back, grasping his finger, executing a roll mid-air, and struck the inner side of his arm with my leg. A robust observation hockey can discern an opponent's moves, yet excessive reliance on it complicates matters when the opponent has layers to their attack. You must understand, observation hockey is a power that anyone can cultivate. Shomatsu imparted this wisdom, effortlessly tossing me aside. Your innate talent is commendable, but without diligent training, you cannot achieve your desired objectives. He plainly stated that my combat awareness was decent, acknowledging my use of observation hockey, yet it was insufficient. I scarcely had time to compose myself. Please teach me, Mr. Shomatsu. A smile flickered behind his glasses. In the dojo, you should refer to me as sensei. I shook my long hair free, sitting on the porch as I reflected on the training of the past month. When Shomatsu Gozaburo was in the dojo, there were flaws everywhere. Yet every posture and footfall held potential for response. The one-on-one training with him indeed imparted much knowledge. For me, swinging a sword 10,000 times daily is the basic requirement. Nunnally, you may not be a swordsman, but the techniques have commonalities. Let us begin with the most fundamental physical training. Starting today, you shall run 50 laps around the back mountain. Observing the rapidly increasing numbers on the display, I encouraged myself, come on Nunnally. You are the daughter of Mariana. Sister Nunnally, here are the scissors and mirror you wanted. A short-haired girl darted across the wooden floor, resembling a small leopard, her youthful face already hinting at future grace. This was Shomatsu's daughter, Goena. At just 9 years old, she actively trained as a student of the dojo, and was the most gifted among them. As the only girls in the dojo, Goena and I quickly became acquainted and formed a friendly bond. Thank you, Goena. I smiled as I expressed my gratitude, picking up the scissors to contemplate how best to proceed with my hair. Long hair had become a burden for me. Previously, it had restricted my movements when Mr. Shomatsu had pulled it. Faced with my involuntary tears, he merely stated, the enemy will not concern themselves with whether such techniques appear disgraceful. I reluctantly stroked my thick, long curls. Throughout my life, both my brother and I, as well as the maid, had cherished them dearly. In my childhood, my elder brother was ever watchful, reluctant to allow anyone to approach me, tirelessly managing my daily life, including my haircuts. Nunnally's hair was ethereal, reminiscent of our mother. Don't move, Nunnally, he would say. Yet, dear brother, I have already sat here for 2 hours. I am quite weary. Allow me to assist you. Goena, unable to bear my clumsy attempts, skillfully tied the apron around me. With a swift motion, the crisp sound of the scissors echoed continuously. It dawned on me that, as a girl, Guena likely often trimmed her own hair. In this household, she and Master Shuangyue were the only ones here. And I imagined that many things were discovered by this young girl through her own explorations. Time gradually flowed by, and the calendar turned to the year 1512. Physical strength, 895-3105. Martial power, 700-2600. As I effortlessly descended from the mountains after completing 50 laps, strolling through the town with my newly purchased items in hand, I suddenly heard the fishmonger, who had always looked after the business, remark, "Speaking of which, Guena has reached that age as well." My observation Haki revealed his thoughts, and I cast a disapproving glance at him. He shook his head. "She is on the verge of becoming a young lady. How many more years can she study? What does age have to do with it?" The fishmonger glanced at me. "You are a young lady from a big place, unlike the women in our village. Very few are like Guena. Boys can learn swordsmanship to protect the village and eventually become dojo masters, but who will Guena teach if she learns the sword? She is the only girl in this village pursuing such a skill." As he spoke, he deftly separated the fish head from the body, the dull fish eyes meeting mine. I gradually made my way back to the dojo. The agile figure of the girl knelt on the tatami, her delicate brows furrowed in distress over the needlework in her hands. "Guena, come over here," I beckoned her, offering the gift bag I had just purchased. What is this?" Guena approached and sat down. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the thin, short top adorned with a charming cat motif. "Is this summer wear, sister?" I instructed her to grasp the wide shoulder straps, leaning down to whisper the purpose of such attire into her ear, and her face flushed instantly. I recognized her bewilderment and pondered. "This is the process of growing up, Guena. It signifies that you will gradually grow taller and stronger, enabling you to wield heavier swords. Keep at it, little swordswoman." Afterward, Guena seemed to confirm something, quickly growing more intimate with me. The Conqueror's haki could only be controlled by those worthy. Recalling the explanation of the Conqueror's haki, I deftly dodged to the left, catching a figure that came hurtling towards me like a cannonball. The newcomer had green hair, a fiery temper, and regarded Guena as a lifelong rival. He was also an important character. Met important character Zoro, achievement unlocked. Achievement, 822-008-3200. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since I had seen the coveted item that brought me joy. Achievements continued to pile up like a mountain. "What's the matter, Zoro?" I lifted him into the air, my tone tinged with exasperation. "Time and again, I have faced defeat and yet continue to battle on. Now I have lost 1801 times." After my bond with Guena deepened, it seemed he viewed me as a symbol, drawing closer to me as if in competition with Guena. The simple boy raised his wooden sword, shouting loudly, "Why can't I join you?" Knowing I was inseparable from Guena, he yelled, kicking his legs wildly in the air. I playfully flicked his rounded forehead. "Because you are a boy. Why are both you and Guena like this?" He frowned in confusion after receiving my gentle reprimand. "What difference does it make between boys and girls? Even the teacher speaks such things." I set him down, feeling helpless toward this single-minded boy. "You will understand in due time, but have you asked Master Shuangyue about such matters?" I looked at him in astonishment. It was a miracle he had not yet been scolded for posing such questions to a father figure. "I haven't. It's what I overheard," he retorted vehemently. "The teacher said so to Guena." I held his hand, absent-mindedly nodding. "Hey Zoro, would you like to eat some rice balls? I just learned how to make them from Guena. Delicious white rice paired with fragrant meat. It's truly splendid." I mused aimlessly, dragging Zoro toward the kitchen. "Sister. Good afternoon." "Oh, and Zoro too." "What do you mean?" "Oh, and Zoro," Guena exclaimed. I waved at her while standing by the stove. "Good afternoon, Guena." I gazed curiously at the plate in front of her, which held adorable little seaweed rice balls. "Is this today a snack?" She blushed, hurriedly stuffing a rice ball into her mouth. "It's nothing. I'm not very hungry today." She was lying. I lowered my gaze, observing her rush to swallow the rice ball before dashing out again. It was evident she wanted to seize every moment to practice her swordsmanship. "You mustn't, Guena. You just ate. You shouldn't engage in vigorous activity." Her lips mumbled something as she lowered her head. Unfazed, I grasped her hand. "Today, I have prepared rice balls too, made from the fish I just caught." I specifically asked the fishmonger for assistance in preparing it. With one bite, the juices burst forth. Although slightly greasy, it paired perfectly with white rice and green tea. My stomach growled. I looked at this girl who practiced swordsmanship tirelessly and had an equally prodigious appetite. Extending an invitation. "Let us eat together." She shyly lifted her gaze, her internal struggle swiftly transforming into resolve. No. I'm already full. Watching her hurriedly retreat, I stroked my chin pensively. Hey Zoro. The boy, who had stealthily pilfered hamburger meat from the refrigerator, froze. Earlier you mentioned something about Master Shuangyue's words to Guina. I suddenly find myself quite interested. Could you share that with me? Chapter 36 Valentine's Day Extra. Kazan saw her in the central square, dressed in a denim blue top, a golden wide belt loosely cinched at her waist, and a dark blue pleated skirt flowing freely. She sat on a nearby bench, a checkered beret atop her head, playfully teasing the white doves. How long had it been since their last meeting? He counted the days in his mind. 1 day, 10 days, 100 days. Having left the Navy, he wandered alone with a simple backpack, occasionally catching glimpses of her in the news. Kazan noted how her hair had changed from short to long, then back again, and how she had dyed it several times. Yet the original grayish gold remained the most beautiful. He studied the photos with keen interest, while waiting for Bailey S. Siegel to angrily demand payment, forcing the former admiral to pull out his wallet before the bird could peck at him. Her curly hair was lazily draped behind her, and it struck him that both of them shared a natural curl. Kazan recalled a time aboard the ship when he had seriously inquired if she found managing her curls troublesome. Are you talking about hair? Nunnally later confided that she always felt wary of Kazan calling her miss. However, she overlooked the fact that she was the one with the strongest sense of boundaries. Well, for me, I still prefer using this brand. The young girl animatedly shared her insights on nursing, and one day, during a chance encounter, she playfully tapped her forehead and pulled out a gift from her pocket. Would you like to give it a try, Vice Admiral? The men's version might not be very fragrant. He could not recall how he had responded at that moment, but the soft smile adorning her face remained etched in his memory, even when they later faced off and fought, and the higher-ups were incensed by her actions. The words of the warlord in the office admonishing him for underestimating the opponent. His mind lingered on the curve of her lips. Naturally, he was not a lovesick fool. When it came to matters of action, he acted decisively without a trace of compassion. This was not the same as years ago in O'Hara. The Revolutionary Army before him required no such sentiment. Mr. Kazan. A voice shattered his reverie. He turned to see her, joyfully removing her sunglasses and waving at him, exclaiming, "Long time no see." Despite the passage of time, he was astonished to realize he had not forgotten a single detail about her. Her delicate dimples when she smiled, the gentle arch of her eyes, her vigilant demeanor, and the last glance before she had deserted him. Kazan, holding his backpack, took a seat beside her. The familiar scent of shampoo wafted through the air, and he found himself absent-mindedly addressing her as he had years ago. It's been a while, Mississippi. This was an ordinary island, devoid of romantic legends, grand histories, illustrious figures, or pirates. Its inhabitants lived their lives in unremarkable fashion. It was precisely the kind of existence she had always aspired to attain. Kazan casually rested his hand on the back of the chair, towering over her with a height exceeding that of 2 Donnellys, effortlessly encircling her in his presence. She seemed completely unperturbed, smiling cheerfully, inquiring about his recent escapades. What an odd young lady. Everyone knew that Admiral Kazan had lost a leg after his clash with Akainu and had subsequently departed from the Navy. Some even mocked him as a defeated hound, yet she curiously asked for recommendations on places to unwind. In that case, there's a lovely hot spring I can recommend. Only after the words escaped his lips did he realize it sounded like an invitation. Wow, that's impressive. He could not discern whether she was genuinely complimenting him or merely being polite. Sometimes, Kazan found himself perplexed by the young lady's eloquence. Her porcelain profile remained as striking as ever. If she had been somewhat naive during their first meeting, now she exuded a captivating allure. Kazan noticed several onlookers discreetly observing them, ordinary folk almost intimidated by her beauty, until he stepped forward to break the tension. Indeed, she was now a 24-year-old woman. He mused, no longer the awkward girl who had once spun tales and harbored insecurities, but rather a governor who adeptly navigated scrutiny at world conferences. It was remarkable to witness such transformation in a young girl, prompting Kazan to question whether he had truly grown older. I know of a delightful restaurant on this island, Mr. Kazan. Would you care to join me tonight? Her tone was imbued with affection, as if they had always enjoyed such casual dining camaraderie. She glanced at her watch. I have a few matters to attend to shortly. Is that all right? Her gaze radiated unabashed warmth, and upon his agreement, her eyes sparkled with delight. That's wonderful. I shall take my leave now. Shall we meet later? He crossed his legs, watching her depart, suddenly realizing he often found himself captivated by her silhouette, only to chastise himself for resembling a lovesick fool lamenting unrequited affection. When he returned to Marineford years ago, Kizaru had also concluded his mission, laughing as he read in Sengoku's office, until the latter, exasperated, had to intervene. To which Kizaru had retorted loudly, "Humph. I merely find such narratives quite moving." The cover of the overbearing navy and the charming pirate was almost painfully gaudy. At that moment, he had been earnestly pondering, "No, she is not a pirate," prompting a hearty laugh from Kizaru. Kazan languidly observed a pigeon hopping on the chair, and after a while he sighed. How unfortunate. As the sun gradually descended, he strolled down the street, only to be struck by regret upon spotting a restaurant. Who would have imagined that such an exquisite Western dining establishment could exist on this otherwise unremarkable island? The patrons were clad in tailored suits, and Kazan glanced down at his own attire, a simple V-neck shirt and a well-worn yet comfortable hoodie that had served him for many years. No, he possessed a certain sense of style, he thought, scratching his head. Ah, would such a venue cause her discomfort? Yet, to purchase a new outfit now would be rather excessive. With a sense of confusion swirling within him, Kazan redirected his steps to a neighboring shop. Indeed, it was still too extravagant. As he observed the approaching woman, he felt an unfamiliar restlessness. She was still clad in the vibrant dress she had worn that afternoon. And as she drew nearer and noticed his casual attire, her eyebrows quirked slightly. Just as Kazan felt the need to summon an ice age to cool himself down, she suddenly erupted with laughter. "Indeed, Mr. Kazan, you look most dashing in a suit." Now he genuinely required a means to temper his rising temperature. The dinner seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. By the time he realized it, they were already ascending a long staircase, engaged in lively conversation. Their topics spanned a vast array, from her troublesome brothers to Kazan's fondness for cocktails, delving into the intricacies of her domain's affairs and recent rumors in the World Economic Journal. "Can you believe they claim my lovers are scattered throughout the Grand Line? What on earth is Morgan thinking?" She lamented about these unfounded rumors, her arms flailing in the air like petals caught in a gentle breeze. Anya even suggested in the newspaper that a governor need not have only one husband. "It's utterly exasperating." She rambled on about these trivial matters, shedding the persona of a savvy politician or an ambitious revolutionary, transformed into a young woman confiding her frustrations to a rare friend. The staircase was long, with her leading the way while Kazan leisurely followed, stepping in sync with her shadow, flanked by lush trees, with the clock tower's hands inching forward behind them. Kazan focused on her movements. She wore intricate patent leather heels paired with knee-high socks. And nearly a decade had passed since he had risen from rear admiral to admiral and departed. Her career had flourished, yet her spirit remained unchanged. And her preferred styles had endured. Back on the ship, all the maids had been required to wear identical attire, and she had concealed her face behind glasses. Yet Kazan had always been able to identify her among the throngs. "Mr. Kazan, have I been too talkative?" Hearing this, he realized he had been silent for quite some time. She stood a few steps higher on the staircase, awkwardly hesitating to speak. This elevation allowed him to meet her gaze directly, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, reminiscent of their first encounter, filled with unshed tears. At that time, Kazan had perceived her as a distressed creature, akin to a dying Arctic animal in need of aid. Feeding her chocolate had felt like tending to a small, helpless creature. In hindsight, he found those memories almost unbearably adorable, haunting his dreams more than once. Why did he find himself dwelling on the past today? Kazan pondered. Though he was typically a laid-back individual, it did not mean he was oblivious. They had not ceased to meet after that. On the contrary, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army often crossed paths on numerous occasions. Yet, it was precisely the moments spent aboard that vessel that lingered most vividly in his memory. He beheld the pearl necklace adorning the stranger's neck, and a sudden stirring welled up within him. This was reminiscent of a blue-gray dress he once encountered in a fashion magazine, an impulsive desire that ultimately revealed itself to be unfulfilled, as he had no one to gift it to. In the end, it remained in his possession, collecting dust in the wardrobe of his villa. The magazine featured a necklace of similar design, a single strand, with the designer ingeniously tying a leaping star upon it. She lowered her gaze, pondering, "Is this it?" The soft back of her hand lifted the star, reminiscent of what I had seen in that magazine. At the time, I had contemplated purchasing the entire ensemble, but when I finally amassed the funds and inquired, the store informed me that the dress had already been sold. Only this necklace remained. Yet, I surmised that she must have cherished that dress greatly to have acquired it entirely. Reflecting back, it is indeed a pity. I found it truly exquisite. Kazan sketched the outline of her delicate features, murmuring softly, what?" The confusion she displayed was undeniably endearing, prompting a chuckle from Kazan, who felt that all his doubts had crystallized in that moment. Yellow Ape had been right. He had indeed lost his senses. He boldly ascended the steps, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Her ear flinched slightly, seemingly apprehensive of such proximity, but Kuzan, buoyed by his stature, smiled as he bent closer, as if to offer a fervent embrace. Ultimately, his rich experiences equipped him to navigate all circumstances with ease. Having once stood at the pinnacle of power and strength, he now found himself both anxious and elated at the words he was about to reveal. It dawned on him, rather belatedly, that the restaurant had been filled with couples today. Perhaps it was a holiday, but such details paled in significance, for the sentiment he was about to express had been nestled deep within his heart for an eternity. The clock's hands pointed to 12, and the chimes resounded melodiously, not heavy, but soaring skyward. I was asking lovely miss, do you have time this evening? Chapter 37. Daintai Mitsuyoshi. Girls cannot become the best in the world, Mr. Shuangyue. Is that your philosophy? As I tightened the obi of my dojo uniform, the gentle visage of the man before me suddenly transformed into that of a stranger. In this dojo, all the other students, save for myself, were children of nearly the same age. Among them was Kuina, the daughter and apprentice of the dojo master, the most talented and the one who admired Shuangyue the most. Consequently, I could disregard the opinions of the villagers, yet I felt particularly incensed by his attitude. What could Kuina do, and what could she not do? Such words should never have escaped his lips. Task, aspiration of the great eagle, task description. Fate whispers to the warrior, you cannot resist the storm. The warrior quietly replies, I am the storm. Task reward, Daintai Mitsuyoshi. I could neither comprehend such a philosophy nor respect it. Let us engage in a fair battle. This was not a contest of equals. I was struck down, thrown out, and crashed to the ground. Every part of my body cried out in agony. Yet surrender was not an option. I could not falter. Was this truly his perspective? Blood trickled from the wound on my forehead as I gazed through blurred vision at the man who still stood resolute. What thoughts occupied the mind of such a formidable being when he looked upon me? Did he harbor a request from an old friend? As he watched me fall time and again, did he feel a flicker of respect for an adversary? Or was it merely that he believed a girl should possess the strength to protect herself, without aspiring to be the strongest? This was not a domain for girls. Kuina's sorrowful visage vividly materialized before me. All my efforts, aspirations, struggles, and the direction of my progress, every ounce of sacrifice, the blood and sweat, the scars and calluses on my hands and feet, and the countless broken wooden swords, all of it was dismissed along with my will and ideals. And the one who denied her was the very person she respected, admired, loved, and aspired to surpass. Her master and father. Dies noyest. A sharp pain surged through my ankle, yet it elicited a cold smile from my lips. To feel pain is to be alive, is it not? We exist in this world, enduring suffering, and thus we become who we are. Why impose such a course upon me? Doflamingo's smile was repugnant. Because perhaps Nunnally might find it useful? In his gaze, I saw a pet cat waiting for a price to be set. Nunnally V. Britannia. I hereby declare the cessation of all your administrative powers in Area 11 from this moment forth. Wait, father. This was a decree of mercy. In an instant, many familiar faces overlapped. Such circumstances, such reasoning. What path shall I tread? What sort of person shall I become? What ideals shall I harbor? My inherent gender and strength do not provide you with the excuse to negate my existence. I do not permit it. A colorless current roared, etching 2 deep marks into the dojo floor, splintering the wood as it soared towards me, altering its trajectory like the thunder of ancient myths that threatened to rend heaven and earth, fiercely and unyieldingly piercing towards the man of gray cannon standing there. Outside the dojo, the wind howled, and from the depths of the ocean came a deafening roar. Conqueror's hockey. Armament hockey. I wiped the blood from my face and smiled at the man whose calm facade had been shattered, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Shuangyue, can you answer me now? The following day, I awoke, unable to move a muscle. Even the slightest twitch of my lips became an unbearable ordeal. Sister, Kuina cried, collapsing beside the bed, her eyes shimmering with an incomprehensible light. You're awake. I opened my mouth, but no sound emerged from my throat. You've been asleep for a week, teacher. Father says it was due to excessive physical strain. Kuina recounted the circumstances, her eyes twinkling brightly. Her voice carried a dreamlike quality, as if she were still ensnared in a slumber. Sister. I struggled to produce a sound, my voice hoarse and unrecognizable. A state of utter disarray I had never experienced. Don't speak yet. Kuina scrambled to her feet, eager to fetch me a cup of warm water. I grasped her hand, feeling the rough texture, thick with sword calluses, and the small wounds on her fingers healed and reopened. These were hands destined to be wielders of the sword. I gazed intently at her, unwilling to divert even the slightest bit of my attention. You will become. Tears spilled from her large eyes as she knelt on the tatami, throwing her arms around my neck, pressing her head against mine. Our heartbeats synchronized, resonating in harmony. I will become the strongest sister. Her tearful voice rang with conviction. I will become the world's greatest swordsman. I will, without fail. After lying in bed for nearly half a month, I finally regained my strength. During this time, a letter from Dragon arrived once more. To my astonishment, Xuangyue seemed not to have mentioned this event to him. Dragon's tone remained unchanged. The World Conference is approaching, and the celestial dragons will arrive in Goya. Task: Eyes in the shadows. Task description: Who lurks in the darkness? Is he an enemy, an old acquaintance, or something else? This enigma, intricately intertwined with the past, appears to hold answers only on certain lips. Task requirement: The memory of King Goya. Task reward: The journalist's glasses. I adopted a serious demeanor, an understanding settling within me. Having lingered here for half a year, it was time to depart. Name: Nunnally V. Identity: Revolutionary Army. Title: The White Witch. Age 15. Physical strength: 8,954. 105. Strength that could topple mountains. Intelligence: 9,171,001. Capable of solving myriad conundrums. Charm: 9,101,000. There are those who would be utterly captivated by you. Combat power: 7,003, 910. Able to carve out a place in the world. Talent: Blood of the Beehive Gorgon Vessels. Three-colored hockey. Conqueror's Hockey LV2, Observation Hockey LV3, Armament Hockey LV2. Achievement points: 83,200. Reputation: 21,600. A mysterious new star of the Grand Line. Bounty: 1080,000,000. Funds: 100,000 berries. The unexpected awakening of the Conqueror's Hockey did not bring me the joy I had anticipated. During the battle with Frost Moon, his subtle provocations only served to incite anger. Even though the sudden eruption of Conqueror's Hockey left him momentarily stunned, I ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Azoro. As the door swung open, I greeted the figure entering with a plate. Good afternoon. How did today's endeavors fare? He placed down the utensils and promptly replied 877 defeats. Hearing him acknowledge defeat for the first time left me astonished, his white martial attire's sleeves neatly bound. Zoro set the dinner plate down and, noticing my astonishment, pursed his lips. Why do you look so surprised? I reached out to ruffle his short hair, and as I watched him widen his eyes in surprise, I stifled a laugh and replied, because I find this side of you quite adorable. What? You can't describe a boy like that. His sun-kissed face flushed crimson. I lifted the steaming soup, listening as his voice gradually diminished, slowly articulating, why can't a boy be described that way? The impetuous boy fell silent, and I glanced at him curiously, only to find him gazing at me with utmost seriousness. What is it, Zoro? I've never felt this way. He suddenly fixed me with a fierce look. I've never felt you were any different from Kuna, because Zoro is a good boy. I gently tapped his forehead. Thank you, both Kuina and I admire you greatly. Always unaffected by the opinions of those around him, and indifferent to gender, Zoro would never comprehend Kuina's struggles. Yet, it was precisely his nature that compelled Kuina to accept his challenges time and again. I will become the world's greatest swordsman, he declared abruptly, gripping my hand. The familiar rough texture resonated in my palm, and I recalled the achievement points that had emerged since meeting him. Smiling at this ambitious boy, I understand. Let us work hard together with Kuina. Before leaving, I entrusted the reward I had received to Kuina. Daikintai Mitsuyoshi. Item description: one of the 5 swords renowned for their sharpness. Wielding this sword allows one to sever all injustice. Kuina has always been a girl of remarkable courage. I stroked her silky deep blue hair and proposed a sword training session, practicing tirelessly day and night, defeating the adults who came to provoke her. You are so intelligent and strong, yet you lack one thing. I pointed to her chest, the heart of a true warrior. To become the world's greatest swordsman. The weakness lies not in physical strength, technique, or weaponry, but in an unwavering will that refuses to retreat, regardless of obstacles or dissent, even when faced with insurmountable challenges. Without it, one can only become an exceptional swordsman, far from being the strongest. Kuina, the world is vast, the sea is immense, filled with many strong individuals just like us. You must go and see. Your future is radiant and brimming with possibilities. Do not allow others' words to cast shadows upon your spirit. Tears struggled to stay within her eyes, her brow faintly etched with determination. This sword was born in the land I once called home, its sharpness capable of piercing all. Kuina, become its companion, severing all that you dislike. And let us meet again upon the vast seas of the future. Kuina nodded vigorously, suppressing the tremor in her voice. I promise you, I promise. Zoro embraced the sword. And I smiled at the stubborn glint in his eyes. He was the same. Amused, I raised my hand. Let us high-five you too. To the future swordsman. I will definitely become the strongest. I will defeat you and become #1 in the world. Watching the bickering boy and girl, I stood tall and nodded towards the male figure standing behind. Frost Moon Jingshiru maintained his usual refined demeanor as I walked with him to the shore. My voice carried by the wind. Thank you for everything you've done for Queen, Mr. Frost Moon. I appreciate your care during this time. I refrained from adding. However, I did not fight you solely for Kuina. Frost Moon fell silent for a moment before bowing sincerely. This was a thank you from a father who had failed. No matter how much is said, what use is it to express such sentiments to an outsider like me? The one truly hurt is that child. The scars inflicted by words are difficult to erase, Mr. Frost Moon. My tone was cold. Your apologies and thoughts should be directed towards Kuina. That is what a true warrior ought to do. I did not glance back at his expression as I turned and boarded the ship. Sister. Sister. As the sails unfurled, I glanced at the now distant harbor. A small figure rushed forward. A girl with deep blue short hair standing upright. Sister. I will definitely come find you. Kuina cupped her hands around her mouth, mimicking a trumpet. You must wait for me. Wait until I grow up. I want to become your swordsman. I paused for a moment, breaking into a joyful smile. All right. I will wait for you. Nothing can hinder a person from setting sail into the sea. Chapter 38. Interlude. Someone is captivated by you. At the age I am now, what were you doing? Shanks. He gazed at the girl who posed the question, reminiscing about his past. Raised aboard Captain Roger's ship, he was a carefree pirate apprentice. Experiencing sorrow for the first time. The individual he admired most had fallen ill and passed away. He smiled openly. Shanks, I have no regrets. The only person I feel sorry for is my wife. It is truly despicable for her to have fallen in love with such a flawed man. What was his response back then? No way, Captain Roger is the greatest. This elicited a hearty laugh from Roger. You still don't understand. He felt aggrieved. Late at night, he had secretly discussed with Buggy the types of women he might fancy. Perhaps a free-spirited, fiery female pirate to share fine wine with. Perhaps an innocent island dweller whose eyes he chanced upon. Perhaps a rebellious noblewoman, or perhaps a new recruit from the Navy who stood in opposition. Yet, the youthful whims of a boy were swiftly swept away by the harshness of reality. The great tree that had long sheltered them had fallen. And Rayleigh and the others scattered to the corners of the world, while Buggy and he parted ways. Shanks departed from the Grand Line. A young man still lacking the prowess to conquer this treacherous sea, yet resolutely determined to seek trustworthy companions. He traversed 4 seas in succession, beginning with his solitary vessel and culminating in a crew comprising of Buggy, Jesus Burgess and Beckman. Together, they rallied more comrades, upgraded to a grander ship, and hoisted the Jolly Roger, a flag that epitomized joy and freedom, adorned with a grinning skull. During that year, they reached the East Blue. Windmill Village was a picturesque haven, and Shanks resolved to make it their base, embarking on the final leg of their journey before entering the Grand Line. The exquisite sake of Makino was delightful, and Luffy's playful nature was entertaining. What astonished him the most was encountering the son of Roger, Ace, a figure long shrouded in mystery, unknown even to Rayleigh. Upon Ace's arrival, Shanks instinctively recognized his lineage. His son was named Ace, and his daughter, and Ace, with his rebellious spirit, bore a countenance that stirred deep emotions within Shanks. It mirrored his own childhood, the memories of his beloved captain facing death with a smile amid raucous cheers, concealing his own tears of despair. That was the first and last time he shed tears. In Ace and his companions, Shanks glimpsed the tempestuous future ahead. Ace was reluctant to engage with him, while another boy named Sabo confined their interaction to casual chatter. It was only the exuberant Luffy who grew close to them. Through Luffy's words, Shanks learned of her name. Initially, it was but a fleeting impression. Beautiful, gentle, playful and empathetic, the image of a doctor who could not help but endear herself to others. Such descriptors constructed an overwhelmingly positive persona that was universally likable, and Shanks was no exception, echoing Luffy's praises. I really like Nami. I want to be with Nami, he exclaimed with laughter. Luffy, do you understand what being together means? The child rolled his eyes, declaring, it means sharing meals every day. I'll give her all my meat. This proclamation was monumental for Luffy, earning Shanks' deep respect, but also igniting a profound curiosity about what kind of girl could inspire such affection. Had he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding romantic inclinations, He might have recognized that fascination often heralds the beginning of a tale. Regrettably, the ambitious man yearned for the sea, and his pursuit of career left little room for love, ultimately leading to Beckman's bemusement at his protracted infatuation. His gaze lingered upon her bright eyes, reminiscent of fine wine that intoxicated even the most seasoned drinker upon first encounter. They were pure, filled with anger, poetic and romantic. In her presence, Shanks felt the warmth of summer enveloping him, seizing his pounding heart, rendering him dizzy and foolishly smiling. Shanks did not perceive himself as one preoccupied with appearances. He valued the essence within a person's gaze above superficial beauty, his standard throughout life, save for that one fateful lapse which left 3 scars on his left eye, a lingering reminder of his failure. Yet upon meeting her, he was compelled to acknowledge that he might be the most ordinary of men. Her every contour was captivating, akin to fine silk, her half-closed eyes radiating warmth and joy, igniting an exhilarating flutter in his chest. This was the purest form of gentleness, the pinnacle of beauty imbued with a personal touch, and he was unprepared to relinquish the gem of the crown he had plundered, the water nymph captured in a painting. His words felt woefully inadequate as he stammered to Beckman, ultimately muttering, "She is like the sea that had always borne the weight of his life and meaning." Beckman cast him a scornful glance, silently questioning how they would navigate their journey, yet refraining from voicing his concerns. She was like the sea, yet not merely the sea. A man of Shanks' caliber ultimately pursued his own aspirations. He unabashedly expressed his infatuation. While Makino offered reminders, Beckman observed, and Luffy, with wide eyes, queried Shanks, "Do you want to be with us?" Only the young girl remained blissfully unaware, smiling at him. Her lips resembled pomegranates sliced by an ivory knife, redder than roses and more intoxicating than fine wine. A maiden akin to a lily, her fair complexion stood out more strikingly than a white dove. He struggled to quell his burgeoning thirst. This little white bird, willingly perched upon his hand, beckoned to be devoured to satiate his increasingly scratchy throat. Yet he was destined to set sail, and she had her own future. A good doctor should not be embroiled in the conflicts of pirates, and he could not bear to witness such a beautiful flower wither on the shore. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from the late Captain Roger, urging lovers to wait for years, only to see their lives wilt away together. What a wretched man he thought himself to be. He chuckled heartily, drawing closer before their final parting, solving her dilemmas with dedication, kicking Jesus Burgess overboard, and assuring the young girl that he was merely returning home. His feeble excuse, directed at the trusting girl, was a reflection of his own cowardice. "Let me do just a little more for you before I leave." Despite internally restraining himself, he faltered at her reproachful expression, and once again asked if she wished to board his ship. No, not merely to board, but to accompany him. If her desire was to seek her brother, then the red-haired Shanks, who yearned to sail the world, would undoubtedly extend the invitation with confidence. She smiled but did not respond, instead turning her attention to another letter, later revealed to be from a friend she had saved, or perhaps a suitor. At that moment, despite his ignorance, his intrinsic male possessiveness issued a clear warning, cloaked in jest. "Now, I want you to look only at me." They would eventually uncover her concealed identity. He observed her quietly from behind, her curls cascading down her delicate back, the soft curve of her earlobe blushing subtly, igniting a prickling sensation in his throat. A ravenous beast left unsatisfied. Shanks' heart swelled with a mix of anger and delight. On one hand, she was eager to confide in him, to trust him, perhaps even to rely on him. On the other, the roaring beast questioned why she would so easily extend her trust. Was she so generous with everyone? He pondered once more. "Come aboard my ship. I will protect you, love you, and we shall sail the world, scaling the highest peaks, witnessing the moon like a coin, and listening to the humming of hummingbirds. As long as you are by my side, there will be torrents of flowers and endless summers." Beckman cautioned him. "Do you not know, she is a member of the Revolutionary Army? Aiming to disrupt order and overturn the world government. She has been marked as their banner, with a hefty bounty placed upon her." The young pirate awoke to a sobering reality, yet consoled himself. It's merely the Revolutionary Army. Romance at sea is characterized by distance. We are all children of the free ocean, long-distance love, nothing more. At that time, Shanks willingly allowed the veil of love to obscure his sight and hearing, as if that would help him ignore the unrest within, until she spoke. Her aspirations more radiant than the moon, leaving Shanks momentarily dizzy, finally comprehending what he could not resist. She was a bird yearning to soar, her shadow fleeting across the brief daylight, destined for a tomorrow far beyond. When Luffy, tears in his eyes, proclaimed his vow, the child resembled a younger version of himself, and even more closely, the captain of I will become the Pirate King. Luffy was his choice, and in that moment, Shanks glimpsed the decree of fate laid before him. He must become the guardian of the era's order, maintaining equilibrium before the dawn of a new age. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, she harbors ambitions and strength, eager to stir this murky water. She is drawn to sit upon his lap, lowering her head as if willingly embracing death. Her luxurious tresses cascade through his fingers, more resplendent than the stars, akin to an unattainable grace. Shanks gazes upon her, as if such a sight could quench his unending thirst. Perhaps they will align in ideology in the future, or perhaps they will not. What if their paths cross upon the sea, with conflicting views, or even in a confrontation? In an instant, memories of youthful dialogues with Buggy resurface. This is what piracy truly is. At this moment, Shanks sighs, finally hearing the ominous clang of swords descending above him. He has often opened his mouth to speak only to close it again. Beckman casts him a glance filled with pity. Although he verbally expresses reluctance, he has long since made his choice. The true decisive moment is fraught with pain. Shanks possesses an innate, pure passion, independent of his strength and aspirations. It is an inherent charm that endears him to many. Oftentimes, people find him exceedingly agreeable. As one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, who relishes both favor and vengeance, knows that any pirate entering the Grand Line, who does not wish to join the other 3 emperors will hoist his flag. Many offer him drinks, jewels, and beautiful women. Yet, within his heart resides a cluster of fragrant shadows. This single bird briefly alights in his palm, trustingly preening its feathers. With one hand he could confine it, offering the finest feed, constructing the most splendid gilded cage, feigning affection with its trust and gentle nature, claiming a partner solely for himself. Yet the sea is too beautiful, and those born with wings are meant to soar. As he shifts his aspirations to preserve the stability of the ocean, awaiting Luffy's ascent to Pirate King, he glimpses his own entrapment, a willingly embraced future. The pirate flag replaces the laughing skull, revealing the youngest sea emperor's brilliance. He resolves to relinquish his freedom to her, allowing her to live joyfully and exuberantly, free from the heart-wrenching pity of that fateful night, liberated from being anyone's subordinate, chasing her own dreams and crafting her ideal world. Give me a person unshackled by emotions, and I shall cherish them deep within my heart and soul, just as I do for you. Beckman mocks him for becoming a romantic at the first flutter of his heart. He speaks of seizing those he fancies, yet he is more timid than anyone else. Shanks raises his glass toward the full moon, his vision blurred by inebriation. This vast ocean accommodates countless souls who may never meet again in this lifetime. Yet it is also small enough to allow lovers' hearts to remain warm. He has traversed the world's seas, witnessing myriad sunrises and sunsets, savoring the most potent and delicate wines, facing formidable foes and kindred spirits alike. As the sun descends and the clamor fades, her ethereal silhouette lingers in his dreams. Chapter 39, The Hoof of the Celestial Dragon. I stealthily infiltrate the palace. In the king's suite, tapestries woven with golden threads depict a serpent-tailed eagle in relief, while a crystal statue stands tall at the center of the room. The squat, rotund figure is obscured by the drapery, snoring thunderously. The man, clad in silk and lace nightwear, bears a grotesque expression, as torrents of information surge through his mind, crashing into my grasp, yearning to awaken yet being firmly suppressed by me. Ultimately, his breathing evens out, and I observe coolly, certain that upon waking tomorrow, he will dismiss this as a mere nightmare before rising. Task Shadow's eyes completed. I watch as the bird departs with the intelligence. Who, I wonder? Are the eyes hidden in the shadows? In the memories of King Goya, a vague answer begins to take shape. Who was that figure in the peculiar monk's attire that appeared at the World Conference? A high-ranking government official? Or perhaps a celestial dragon? Why do they fixate on me? Could it be related to my brother? This is the first time I have gleaned information from a task that connects to my past. Thanks to the arrival of the celestial dragons, I was able to blend into the palace effortlessly as a maid. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Magda. I gaze into the mirror at my reflection. My shoulder-length grayish-golden hair is pinned back, and the girl behind black-rimmed glasses is unremarkable, easily forgotten in the next moment. Reporter S. Glasses. Item description: a wondrous creation from another galaxy. The previous owner used it to perfectly disguise their identity, sincerely wishing you could do the same. Wearing these glasses renders you indistinguishable from a passerby, making you go unnoticed. What an extraordinary technology, I muse, adjusting the glasses. The same face yields 2 different effects depending on whether they are worn or removed. The rescued Magda returns to the upper district and continues her role as an etiquette teacher, though her life plan has slightly shifted. Lampley, or rather Miss Ashford. Be extremely cautious. I listen as she articulates the surname, smiling as I bow. It is my honor, madam. Your task is to care for her, remember. There must be no mistakes. Her sharp eyes peer through the pristine lenses at me. This is a gift intended for the world's elite. The sea spirit, born extraordinary, is now shackled in this small pond, seemingly devoid of the strength to even express anger, listlessly curled in a corner. I lower my gaze. This is my duty, to care for her well, for when the world's nobility arrives, I, this inconsequential maid, shall merely serve as an accessory, a vassal of a vassal. How else could it be so simple, that a mere etiquette teacher could usher me in? Scanning the pond, I shake my head. Greetings, Miss Noria. I crouch down, grasping the hand of the mermaid. I wish to discuss a transaction with you. Emotions traverse through our skin. Her eyes widen with uncertainty as she regards me. Who are you? In 1508, my companions liberated a group of mermaids sold by the kingdom. Now, I too have come for that purpose. Although my goal is the memories of the celestial dragons, aiding them in their escape is equally my responsibility. Noria's beautiful face is filled with wariness. You are human. Will you truly help me? In the face of the celestial dragons, what significance does race hold? Perhaps you may be more familiar with my other identity. I fix my gaze upon her beautiful eyes. Her damp, cold palms shiver briefly in my grasp. I am the White Witch. Her eyes widen in realization. You are her. The lovely fishtail flutters anxiously. Aren't you afraid I will betray you? Rather than harboring suspicion, it is better to extend trust. I regard the mottled scars on her shoulder. To become a slave of the celestial dragons, or to trust my word, Miss Noria, this is your choice. She falls silent for a moment before returning my grasp. You are the White Witch. I believe you. Mainline task, the mermaid's wish. Task description. The captured spirit has lost her freedom. She prays day and night, longing to return to the embrace of the sea, even if it means turning to foam. Task requirement. Assist the mermaid in returning home. Task reward. Ursula's potion. Sensing her emotions, I smile and release her hand, speaking gently. Then let us coexist harmoniously. I spend tranquil days with the mermaid before the arrival of the celestial dragons. I gaze at the items I have procured. Fortune elixir. Item description. A witch's potion assignment. Guaranteed to always be an A grade. Drink and acquire good fortune. During this period, all your endeavors shall flourish. Take heed, however, that excessive consumption may result in status poisoning. Price. Achievement X10,000. Achievement 832,007,3200. The vessel belonging to the celestial dragons is not as opulent as one might envision, perhaps due to its nominal ownership by the world government, with the visitors merely indulging in a fleeting whim to explore Goya. Aside from the protective naval escort, the ship is populated solely by the slaves of the celestial dragons. Their forms and appearances varied, yet their mental states remain strikingly uniform. If Noria still harbors anger, it is overshadowed by the pervasive anguish that envelopes them. Here, time holds no significance, with everything revolving around a singular focal point. The crowd silently descends towards the lower deck, where the initiation of newcomers involves the acceptance of their reality as slaves to the celestial dragons. The dragons tread. Individuals from diverse races await their fates, and under such a branding, they cease to exist as independent beings. The mark is not only seared upon their skin but penetrates the very essence of their souls. I observe this inferno of humanity with a cold gaze. Noria clutches her chest, tears poised to cascade, her gaze piercing through the throng to meet mine, as the burning iron splits in the searing flames. She looks at me. I form my lips into a silent plea. Do not think of the celestial dragons. Do not think of enslavement. Do not think of suffering. Do not think of any of it. In this moment, you need only to look at me. Her body trembles, and tears roll down her cheeks. I lock eyes with Noria, casually shedding my garments to reveal my back. When accepting the brand, slaves are required to kneel as a sign of respect and submission to the descendants of the gods. My long hair obediently cascades over my face, obscuring much of my expression. As the sharp pain radiates from behind, I am soon coated with a special salve. Donning my attire once more, and offering a gentle smile to the mermaid reclining within the air bubble. Her golden tresses float within the suspended pool of water, reminiscent of an insect trapped in amber unearthed after millennia, or a balloon grasped by children in a park. Although her fishtail could support her walking on solid ground, she is instead compelled to perform such demeaning antics, truly a manifestation of their lofty cruelty. The mermaid's dwelling remains a vast expanse of water, and I catch Noria's anxious glance before she departs, nodding imperceptibly. To the kitchen, Ashford. The steward raises his gaze to me, just as someone exits. He scans my hairstyle and kindly advises, in the kitchen, be sure to tie your hair back. I glance at the ends of my hair and nod in agreement. There will be those aboard who can assist you. The dragon's missive conveyed as much. Could it be her? The kitchen duties are tedious and monotonous, with clearly defined roles. And I am utterly unacquainted with them. You possess only strength. I offer an embarrassed smile, placing a basket of live fish upon the ground, freshly caught by the Navy, who expressed a desire for sashimi. There is also a sea king. Allow me a moment to retrieve it, chef. Wait, the chef interjects, grasping the fish's tail. Water splattering on the floor, creating dark stains. Do you have enough strength? Let those big gentlemen handle it. Her short hair falls freely towards the earth. Come learn how to wield a knife with me. To survive aboard this ship, mere strength will not suffice. Chef Sora oversees the naval kitchen, her demeanor lively. Your name sounds quite familiar, I comment while scaling the fish with a cleaver. The ocean warrior Sora. She deftly splits the fish's belly. The pink flesh laid bare upon the cutting board. My mother used to reside in the North Sea. She adored that tale. And you? How did you end up on this ship? Were you brought here against your will? I observe her fingers gripping the knife as I slowly respond. I came voluntarily. For I was told there were leads on my kin aboard. Sora, unperturbed, continues her work, inquiring softly, what are his distinguishing features? Shall I inquire on your behalf? I ponder for a moment, purple eyes. It should be noted that due to generations of genetic optimization, the Britannian people possess remarkably fine features, each with their unique temperaments. The only commonality being their eye color. Purple eyes? Sora skillfully arranges the sashimi on a pristine porcelain plate. What else? My brother is quite handsome. Sora offers no reply. Beauty in the hands of the celestial dragons only begets misfortune. She halts her actions, pointing at the lens. Then wear this. The woman laments such eyes once extracted would lose their allure. I gaze into her eyes, a subtle grass green sheen reminiscent of the glass beads I played with in my youth. Very well, chef. Chef. A man with a buzz cut, previously sent to fetch the Sea King, rushes through the door. Jelly has been injured. He collided with Saint and was dragged off to receive 30 lashes. Sora furrows her brow. Where is he? Has he been taken to the infirmary? The buzz-cut man shrinks back. The higher-ups do not permit treatment. You wretched lowly creature. Get away from me. I fixate on the exquisite porcelain plate in my hands. Small and charming, its warmth palpable, instantly recognizable as a treasure of significant value. The buzz-cut man's memory conjures a disdainful tone reminiscent of the celestial dragons. Garbed in white attire akin to spacesuits. Are you implying that treatment is prohibited in the infirmary? I have some medicine here. Sora turns, her brow twitching slightly. Jelly has already been strung up on the ship's frame. Lord Charlemagne decreed he is not to be released unless he perishes. Sora remains silent for a moment before finally placing a hand on my shoulder. Ashford, go find the steward. Inform her that we may soon be short-staffed. Chapter 40. The Britannian Saint 40. Noraya, poised to speak, I kneel and set the plate down without raising my head. Do not worry, you shall be unharmed. Huh? Me. Gazing at her flushed face, I arch my brow. Miss Noraya, your unspoken thoughts are clearly visible upon your countenance. He accidentally encountered Miss Noraya on deck. Remaining underwater would keep her safe. Knowing her inner terror, I soften my voice. Lord Charlemagne favors the other races, treating them like animals in a zoo. Would humans enjoy seeing dead animals in a zoo? Jelly, Noraya mutters the name of that unfortunate slave. He is merely unfortunate, is he not? I regard her calmly. If that thought provides you solace, then my answer is yes, he is indeed just unfortunate. The others aboard this ship are merely a touch luckier, reduced to slavery yet not yet at death's door. The mermaid's tone grows frantic. What I mean is, I did not mean that, by Ashford. I know, Noraya, I know. I shift the subject. You previously mentioned Princess Yuki. Could you share a bit more? I hold her in high regard. Noraya's eyes shimmer with admiration. Princess Yuki is my idol. Beautiful and gentle, even with ordinary merfolk like us. She said, humans and mermaids are alike. The land is so beautiful. Hence, the curiosity that led to her ascent to the surface. Only to be taken by pirates and reduced to this fate. I gently brush aside her cascading golden locks. I am sorry, Noraya, that you encountered such dreadful humans. It's all right. The mermaid cautiously regards me. I trust you, do you not? The princess purchased many of your images. She glances around, her voice lowering. Do you wish to set them all free? I nod. The mermaid gazed at me with her cerulean eyes. Ashford, are you not afraid? What is there to fear? I retorted. Her cascading hair veiled her back as she instinctively shivered. Rising to my feet, I gently pressed my hand upon her bare shoulder. Make sure to eat well. I shall return to see you again. If you feel scared, just whisper my name in your heart. I will always come back. Upon returning to the kitchen, I found Sola standing by the refrigerator, scrutinizing something intently. Are you going to seek out your mermaid friend again? Is she still a weaning fishling? I offered no response, instead casting a glance at the chiller, where the glutinous seaweed and the head chef were located. She turned to me, holding a piece of dark algae in her hand. Glutinous seaweed, a type of green algae that thrives at depths of 3,000 meters in the ocean, is sweet in taste and often served as a cold appetizer at the dining table. After being heated, it thickens and can be used as a makeshift anti-inflammatory ointment when cooled. Numerous photographs of it are catalogued in herbal compendiums. On the high seas, many ships stockpile it extensively, as it serves as a source of nutrition, and can be used for medicinal purposes in emergencies. Do you wish to approach Jelly? I inquired. As far as I know, he is currently situated at the center of the deck, with soldiers constantly patrolling. Sola replied matter-of-factly, not today. She was fixated on the boiling pot, explaining, a banquet is to be held today. There will be temporary gaps in the patrol. A banquet? I mused, pinching my fingers together. Would it provide a better opportunity to approach Charlemagne? The soldiers often gather together to feast. They would be oblivious to Jelly's affairs. But what if they noticed? No matter, Sola replied, raising her spatula. I am in charge of the meals. Her declaration elicited a bemused chuckle from me. Observing her bandaged hands, I softened my expression. Understood, chef. How about adding a touch of cherry pearls? I suggested, producing a plate of pink berries small and round. When simmered with glutinous seaweed, they would enhance the flavor. Watching the white smoke rise gently, I smiled softly at Sola. I have read quite a few books. It should prove useful. You shall be quite busy during the evening banquet. Leave it to me. I watched as Sola departed, returning to the main hall to continue her culinary duties. She tiptoed to tap on the window, and a seagull, which had been circling the sky, descended directly to the ledge. Nothing? The seagull pecked delicately at the grains in my palm, and such a description made me sigh inwardly. Ashford, a surname from my mother's lineage, elicited no response, even from the celestial dragons. There was no one aboard this vessel with purple eyes. It would be wise to seek out Charlemagne. Perhaps he possesses some valuable information. Thank you. Do eat slowly, will you? I left food and water at the window, carefully holding the elixir, savoring a drop. As the sun began to set, the deck bustled with visible activity. Everyone striving to ensure a banquet that would please the world's aristocracy. Sola took the fruits I had sliced, gently pushing me from behind. Go on, be careful. I tucked the vial of medicine close to my chest, feeling the cold glass through the fabric. The ship was ablaze with light, yet the area where Jelly resided remained shrouded in darkness. Swiftly, I climbed the ship's frame. The man was drenched in blood. Scars marred his back and chest, with unhealed wounds grotesquely exposed, desperately gasping for air. Upon touching him, I felt a cold sweat. He was gravely injured and was being buffeted by the sea breeze. Remarkably, he had not yet succumbed to a fever, suggesting a resilience superior to that of most ordinary individuals. And perhaps luck? With that thought, I retrieved the elixir again. The golden liquid flowed soothingly within the glass vial. Cautiously, I pried open his mouth and poured a drop inside. If a touch of fortune could stave off a fever long enough for someone to dare to venture forth, then let us offer a bit more. The executioner was both brutal and cautious, the celestial dragon insignia on his back unscathed, appearing particularly grotesque amid the mottled bloodstains. His breath remained within stable confines. Upon noticing my actions, he merely attempted to lift his eyelids. I made a shushing gesture, applying a thin layer of ointment on his wounds. Not too much, lest others take notice. Yet not too little, for it must have effect. The chef should not rescue me, he articulated in a voice barely above a whisper. As if his senses were heightened, I remained unmoved. He should convey such sentiments to her himself. It would be surprising if Sola did not bludgeon him into shape with her iron pot. Disposing of the vial into the sea from a height, I adjusted my skirt and stepped into the brilliant light. In such a peak period, one cannot avoid the crowd, yet similarly, the busy individuals would hardly notice an extra maid among them. Relying on my observation, I had long since memorized the route to Charlemagne's chambers. I gently grasped the doorknob and slipped into the room. Inside were a celestial dragon and 2 bodyguards. Upon hearing the door creak, they displayed various expressions, and the celestial dragon in the center was about to turn and call out. At that moment, I wished for Corazon to be present. The silence fruit would be such a boon. I silently lamented, adeptly unleashing my conqueror's haki, watching them one by one succumb and collapse. I stepped into the center of the room. Charlemagne, adorned in a square glass dome, appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet he was born to tower over millions. I calmly perused all that resided in his mind, frowning at the many revolting scenes. By the command of Lord Charlemagne, tear out that slave's eyes. We are gods. How dare the White City? The White Witch. I wish to claim her as my new collection. This middle-aged celestial dragon seemed to hold some standing, capable of participating in discussions regarding the White City. I silently noted many matters concerning Mariehua. Images unfolded before me, culminating in a figure clad in a black robe, bowing to obscure most of their face. It is them. The instant I laid eyes on them, my heart tightened. My body screamed in recognition. It is this person. You must regard them as I see them. Within the profound hall, reminiscent of a cathedral, a figure, obscured, stood at the pinnacle, whispering softly, with others kneeling and bowing beneath. This is the bishop of the cult. You must address him likewise. The youth beside him slowly lifted his head, opening his eyes meeting mine. It was a beautiful yet unfamiliar visage. Long time no see, Nunnally. His eyes sparkled with mirth, platinum hair cascading to his chest, each word tenderly calling my name. His large, captivating eyes were a striking shade of pinkish purple. Do you remember me? Memory was abruptly interrupted, sending shockwaves through my being. Almost simultaneously, the system chimed incessantly in my ears, but I could not afford to listen. The tumultuous turmoil of my mind surged forth, and I found myself unable to suppress a spurt of blood, the crimson liquid dripping onto the scarlet velvet carpet, barely leaving a trace. This is dire. Watching the consciousness of the celestial dragon quiver as he struggled to awaken, I cursed inwardly, biting down on my molars and drawing my weapon. At the moment the gunfire erupted, I heard the frantic sound of footsteps approaching from outside the door. Without hesitation, I seized Charlemagne's collar, delivering 2 sharp slaps to jolt him awake from his stupor. The first words that escaped the middle-aged man's lips were, "Ouch!" Who turned off the lights? Lord Charlemagne. Are you all right? Freya, there's a 50 chance of blindness. Within the duration of the potion's effect, this probability will be enhanced by the favor of fortune. I exhaled in relief, casting my gaze towards the shimmering sea beyond the expansive glass window, where the moonlight concealed many indistinct faces. The knocking grew increasingly frantic, and I resolutely swung the 2 unconscious bodyguards through the shattered glass, their bodies arcing like projectiles before plummeting into the sea. The moment the door was breached, I too hurled myself through the gaping hole of the window, leaping over the deck and casting aside all the panicked shouts and the aristocratic screams behind me. My eyes! I can't see. My eyes! The black hem of my dress billowed as the cold moon hung high, and I plunged into the sea beneath the cloak of night. Oh dear, what a predicament! In the distance, a man clad in a knitted cap, on the verge of concluding his vacation, received a notification from a phone bug that a naval vice admiral was to return with the celestial dragons. He raised the eye patch covering his forehead slightly. Despite the great distance, it seemed as though he could hear every sound from the grand ship. Truly, trouble had arisen. Chapter 41. The newly arrived vice admiral. I summoned the last of my strength to command the school of fish to deliver those 2 bodyguards to a remote deserted island, preferably far enough that they could never approach the ship again. My head throbbed painfully, and my reason urged me to yield to the current and abandon this vessel. Yet, I had promised Norea I would escort her home, along with that individual from the celestial dragon's memories. I needed to return swiftly while everyone was in disarray. The sounds of animals' warning echoed in my ears as I gritted my teeth and climbed back aboard. The soldiers were in a frenzy, all congregating around Charlemagne, while chaos reigned among the slaves. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped back to my room and changed out of my drenched dress. As I shed my garments, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Once smooth, my back was now marred with deep tattoos, the dark patterns obscured in the dim room, resembling a colossal beast roaring to devour me. A symbol of divinity, the hoof of the celestial dragon. I regarded the cold visage of the person in the mirror, and for a moment, my typically gentle expression turned somber. I was willing to sacrifice anything to achieve my goals. Yet I pondered. This debt would inevitably come due one day, and a fresh wave of pain pulsed through my mind. Stamina recovery in progress. Observation hockey. Recovery in progress surely. My brain had sustained an injury. I controlled my breathing to slow down. As the effects of the honeycomb blood gradually took hold, my blood volume slowly increasing. However, the pain at my temples remained excruciating, akin to 1,000 needles piercing the same spot, or like my thumb colliding with a corner. Did that fellow possess a power akin to mine? I gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. I had never encountered an enemy capable of striking at my very mental state like this, especially not. As I recalled his name from my memories, I grimaced in pain and confusion. Britannia Saint? While mulling this over, I contacted Sayaka. What is happening? I inquired directly. You were the one who cared for me in the past, weren't you? In my recollections, aside from my brother and parents, the faces of others were blurred. Yet, during my stay at a friend's home, the one who attended to me was a ninja dressed in a maid's attire. Seeing her bow her head in silence, I sighed. Can't you tell me anything yet? Lady Nunnally, please rest assured, Sayaka said respectfully, infused with warmth. I am on your side. What about my brother? Do you know where he is? I gazed at her smiling face, but swallowed my desire to inquire further. Never mind, I concluded, terminating the communication. As I felt the pain finally subside, and confirmed that I bore no visible flaws aside from my pale complexion, I began to examine the system notifications. Achievement. Mysterious Assassin, Achievement Description. Following Fisher Tiger, you have become a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons. And the blinded Charlemagne is determined to do whatever it takes to rend you to pieces. Rumors of the Between Church Bishop. Rumor description. It is said that in the Holy Land of Mariehua, a mysterious church exists. Recently, the ancient Holy Land, which has persisted for thousands of years, has welcomed its new bishop. Rumor reward. Sea Stone X1. I rubbed my temples, glancing at the 2 sea stones already in my system's inventory, which would prove particularly useful against devil fruit users. I wondered when I could forge them into weapons for future battles. Task. Mysterious individual. Task description. For this moment he has waited far too long. Another piece of information resides within the minds of the celestial dragons, awaiting your exploration. Task requirement. Delve into memories once more. Task reward. Conical light shield. Imperial treasure. 4050. I observed the progress bar, its rise closely tied to the lineage mission and the actions of the Revolutionary Army. Setting it aside, I turned my attention to the shadow leaning against the doorframe, brushed off the dust from my attire, and approached. Have you finished your tasks, chef? The woman with black hair and green eyes, a pearl nestled in her mouth, inquired about my injuries. I nodded at her steady gaze. It's manageable. Jelly should pull through. I've had my fair share of luck. I sensed her contemplation as her green eyes shimmered faintly in the darkness, the scent of blood lingering as she tended to the wounds. I adjusted my glasses. All right, Miss Sora. You have quite the audacity. Be more cautious next time. She handed me a vial of medicine, instructing me to drink it and be careful afterwards. Sora patted my shoulder. Tomorrow, we face another tough battle. Charlemagne was furious. All forces converged around him as he interrogated the slaves one by one, seeking even the slightest hint of information. It seems to be a long-haired man. I have no shortage of people around. The interrogation process stagnated, and soon everyone was gathered together. What is happening? I instinctively felt alert. It was as though I were adrift in the ocean, with shadows lurking beneath the ship. My hair stood on end as my instincts screamed warnings. Something was slowly and silently encroaching, as if attempting to infiltrate my very being, to invade my mind. There was something on the ship. No, when did it board? Such a terrifying observation. Hockey. I could hardly suppress my trembling. Even in the presence of Doflamingo and Frost Moon, I had never felt such intimidation, as if confronting a fearsome behemoth. I struggled to maintain my breath, my peripheral vision catching the others fidgeting with their sleeves, their breath visible in the cold air, and a few ice crystals even forming in the atmosphere. So cold. Who was this devil fruit user? I racked my brain for information. Doflamingo had numerous contacts with devil fruit users, and I had studied many. Ice, a celestial dragon. A formidable foe I could not hope to withstand. Just as I pondered further, the oppressive force that sought to probe me suddenly dissipated. I released a long-held breath, my heart racing as I kept my head low, hearing the supervisor instruct us to leave. As I made my way back through the crowd, I glanced over my shoulder. Through the hazy glass, a tall figure stood in the second-floor room, quickly vanishing from sight. Who could that be? The Navy has dispatched Admiral Kazan, a user of the ice fruit. Sora addressed my inquiries. She had just returned and seemed greatly relieved. It was said that he was fortuitously nearby, assigned to protect the celestial dragons from last night's ship. She spoke in a subdued tone. Thus he is here to investigate. I sipped the hot water, feeling somewhat revitalized at this moment. Could it be that the assassin still lurks aboard the vessel? An advanced observation hockey could effortlessly detect the emotions of others. I recalled my feelings from that time. My naturally acute instincts made this probing even more unsettling. Kazan. I silently repeated this unfamiliar name, my fingers tracing the rim of the cup, my mind in a whirl. Ugh. I pressed my fingers to my temples, inhaling sharply. The brain, the most intricate of instruments, throbbed painfully after being assailed. Even the blood of the hive could not mend such injuries. You should rest and not overthink during this time, Sora suggested, gently patting my shoulder. I bit my lip and nodded. I had thought there would be no unforeseen actions. Yet not only was I injured, but now there was an elite Navy officer as well. I sighed while cautiously monitoring the throbbing pain in my head. It felt as though misfortune could strike at any moment. Can you not hasten our advance? Sir, there is a ship ahead. We cannot accelerate. What are you hesitating for? Shoot it down. But there are children on board. Impertinent fool. I am a god. Boom. Suddenly jolted from my thoughts, I raised my head. Was that the sound of cannon fire? I hurried to the window, and upon opening it, could only glimpse curling gray smoke. I waved at the circling seagulls, eager to ascertain what had transpired. Destroy the ship. Children. Young ones. Were there indeed children aboard? I cursed silently, staring at the churning sea, hoping to catch sight of gentle marine creatures. Please, save those on the ship. The taste of rust filled my mouth until I finally exhaled in relief upon hearing distant wailing from the sea. My legs weakened uncontrollably, and I grasped the window bars, sliding down to sit against the wall. My heart raced like a balloon filled to the brim with water. I struggled to control my breath, gripping my wrist in an effort to calm myself, only to find it cold and clammy. Of all times, it had to be now. I bit my tongue, convincing myself that if I just took a moment to breathe, everything would be fine. Oh dear, what is happening? Ooh. I opened my eyes to look, but my vision was entirely obscured, and I could barely discern what was being said, the sound buzzing in my ears. I could only sense a figure standing before me, notably tall. After a brief hesitation, two strong hands lifted me, placing me atop a table. The refrigerator door opened and closed, and while he performed this action, one hand secured my waist to prevent me from toppling over, while the other pulled open a cabinet door, the chill causing me to shiver and retreat. He noticed and gently patted my back in a soothing manner. I endeavored to quell my trembling, yet to no avail. The consequences of forcibly using my abilities left my body shaking uncontrollably. Even a rabbit from the Corbeau Mountains could easily defeat me. His fingers seemed to hover for a moment before swiftly selecting an item. The sound of aluminum foil tearing was faint, and soon, a solid object was placed against my lips. Eating chocolate will help. His fingers pushed it inward, without time to hesitate. I felt my teeth collide with the hard piece and carefully bit off a corner to let it dissolve in my mouth. The sweetness spread within, seemingly granting strength to my feeble limbs. I paused, eagerly pursuing the remaining morsel. The stranger appeared to smile slightly. Take your time, Mississippi. I was grateful for his assistance, tugging gently at his sleeve in a clumsy gesture of thanks. The piece of chocolate was quickly consumed, and I panted anxiously, my vision gradually returning. The first thing I saw was a blinding white halo that stung, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. I frowned, wishing to lower my head to escape it. Forgive my impertinence. My glasses were gently removed, and his hand hesitated. It dawned on me what had occurred. My glasses had been taken off. I instinctively clutched his clothing, my grip so tight that my nails dug into his skin. He remained silent, retrieved a tissue from the nearby table, and wiped away the tears that had fallen chaotically before placing my glasses back on my face. There we go. Let us be more careful from now on. I blinked several times, finally able to discern his features. He was indeed an extraordinarily tall man, with long limbs, a knitted hat atop his voluminous black curls, and a peculiar green eye mask resting on his forehead. A wave of incredulity surged within me. Admiral, sir? Chapter 42, Chocolate. Charlemagne's temper worsened, necessitating daily changes of attendants. It was challenging to distance oneself from the celestial dragons, yet approaching them had now become easier. The steward silently guided me to the room of the celestial dragons. Remain quiet, Ashford. She paused for an extended moment. Good luck. I observed her altered demeanor with a sense of irony. The celestial dragons prided themselves on being gods, viewing all others as mere slaves, oblivious to the fact that even ants possess emotions and intellect. I entered the room with unwavering focus, catching sight only of a few pairs of feet, those of bodyguards and celestial dragons. Oddly, the Navy officer was absent. Recalling previous events, I felt a surreal absurdity envelop me. The room was filled with Charlemagne's curses. I knelt on the carpet, lowering my gaze to commence my task. The blind celestial dragon reclined in a side chair as I picked up a small hammer, meticulously tapping on his leg. What misfortune! I lamented inwardly. Despite having consumed the fortune-teller's potion, my luck seemed to dwindle with each passing moment. Had I not been injured, I would have been able to directly probe the celestial dragon's memories. I noted to myself that I must learn to enhance the aggressive aspects of my observation hockey. Who was the young man referred to as Saint Britannia? If he knew me, he must be part of the inner circle. Moreover, his voice was strikingly familiar. as if I had heard it before. Who was he? What was his purpose? Did he possess information about my brother? The Celestial Dragoness Church in Mariehua, a secret unknown to the Revolutionary Army, and the individual who introduced the boy, clearly of higher status. The mysteries continued to multiply, leaving me with only this odious middle-aged man as my sole lead. Wretch! How dare you peel grapes? The celestial dragon before me erupted suddenly, sending the fruit platter crashing to the ground, the scattered pieces raining down and the plate shattering, sharp shards cutting into my face. A chill washed over me as I instinctively bowed my head, my hand inadvertently brushing against his foot. Striving to soothe his anger, I endured the pangs of pain with resignation. Please forgive me, Lord Charlemagne. A sobbing tone escaped the mouth of a nearby mate who had suffered the same fate. The last slave dragged out had been shot 3 times, their fate uncertain. Curse luck. You lot, accompany me outside. As the maid, Mondo, and I stood aside, we watched the bodyguards escort the celestial dragon away in a wheelchair. I gazed down at the disheveled carpet, preparing to crouch down and tidy up, when the maid suddenly exclaimed, "Your face." I instinctively touched my cheek and belatedly realized that the wound was deep, blood streaming down and staining half of my visage. She anxiously handed me a handkerchief, urging me to return and apply medicine, assuring me she would handle the mess. After a moment's contemplation, I nodded, surmising that this girl would likely not encounter misfortune again for a while. I made my way alone to the medical room, placing the blood-soaked handkerchief aside, and after securing some bandages, I began to cleanse the splotchy blood on my face. The alcohol made direct contact with the wound, causing me to gasp as I felt a surge of bad luck envelop me. Where was that promised good fortune? Perplexed, I rose to fetch some sutures from another cabinet. Pulling back the curtain, I was startled to find someone lying in bed, sound asleep with an eye mask. How had I failed to notice this individual merely a curtain away? Instinctively, I heightened my vigilance, only to be struck by a sense of incongruity. This height, this complexion, this hair. Wasn't he this a Navy officer? Leaving the celestial dragon unattended to take a nap in a place like this revealed quite the character. I found myself at a loss for words, feeling immense gratitude for the assistance provided, only to confront the very individual who had caused me further injury, and was now the subject of my contemplation on how to deal with him over the past few days. Stealthily, I gathered the necessary sutures and positioned myself before the mirror, meticulously stitching up the wound. Afterwards, I would apply a cold compress. Just as I was lost in thought, a rustling sound emerged from behind me, prompting me to turn cautiously. Ah! The green eye mask had been pushed up onto his forehead, and he greeted me with sleep-laden eyes. Good afternoon. He yawned, sitting up at the edge of the bed, his silver-gray coat casually draped beside him. You're not that person. Ah, just that the realization dawned upon him as he snapped his fingers. Chocolate. What a peculiar nickname. I stood there, momentarily stunned, as he donned his coat, the fabric clinging to his waist in a most ordinary 2-button suit. How curious that someone dressed in such attire could appear so casual. It struck me as reminiscent of a languid giraffe, an image of a giraffe in formal wear, propping its face up with one hand, donned in the same green eye mask with drooping eyelids, flashed through my mind, the blanket over it emblazoned with the word justice. No, what nonsense was this? I cleared my throat, shaking off the bizarre association. Good afternoon, Admiral. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, leaning forward, his seated height still towering over me, his shadow enveloping me as I instinctively leaned back. May I ask, is there something you need? I inquired, my expression blank. No. I was merely reflecting that this is the second time. The newly awakened Navy officer seemed to finally retrieve a memory from his mind, lazily providing an answer. How disheveled. Is smooth talking also a requisite skill for the Navy? I couldn't help but feel that the reliable image I had of him during our first encounter had shattered. Doubts began to creep in about the Navy headquarters back in Marineford. It was merely an accident. I organized my belongings and ultimately smiled, shaking my head at him. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. He waved nonchalantly, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. What a strange individual. Upon returning to my quarters after finishing my duties beside the celestial dragon, I encountered Sora. She handed me a tube of ointment, saying, "Someone entrusted me with this for your wounds. Apply a bit to your face, and it will heal faster." I covered half of my face, feeling somewhat puzzled, as I had not formed such a close relationship with anyone else. Who is this person you speak of? I asked. She arched an eyebrow, pointing upward. He had someone bring it when delivering food today. I gasped, staring at the tube of ointment as if it were a monster. This admiral, is he always like this? I furrowed my brow, my fingers smearing a bit of the green-hued ointment, detecting a familiar herbal scent. Such a generous gift for a wound treatment. This was indeed a rarity at sea. Sora shrugged, inquiring if I remembered the female slave who had been shot 3 times by the celestial dragon. It was he who arranged for the doctor to assist Bina. Slowly, I applied the ointment to my face, relishing the cool, soothing sensation. Indeed, I thought of Corazon. My tone softening, realizing that there were indeed commendable individuals within the Navy. Are we still heading to Chalmaco tomorrow? Sora asked about another matter. I nodded, then asked Sora, did you add the luck potion to the food today? The luck elixir? Where did you procure it? From her pocket, she produced a small bottle of golden liquid, which shimmered like melted gold as she shook it. The diluted effect might be less potent, but for everyone aboard, a little will suffice. I tapped the bottle, announcing, I'm off to deliver medicine to Jelly. Sora pressed the ointment into my hands, advising, it won't do to have a scar on your face. Take care of it. She earnestly urged me, though I'm unsure why he sent you medicine. It's best to accept it without hesitation. Being overly cautious will only raise suspicions. Remember, Nunnally, you are an ordinary slave now, and must respond as one. I nodded, though I still felt a peculiar uneasiness. Should I consider sending a token of gratitude? Clear boundaries would provide reassurance. Contemplating this, I decided to consult Jelly while changing the dressings that night. Knowing their similar ages and genders might yield suggestions. As no one paid attention, the soldiers, under Sora's intimidation, turned a blind eye. Thus, I often stealthily climbed up at night to find him for medication. Sometimes, if he was awake, we would exchange a few words. Is he just another uncle like me? Just give him a gift for the child. I pondered, countering, but it seems he is not married. Oh, I see. You don't like him, yet he helps you? Oh dear, your young hearts are so delicate. The uncle relaxed his stiff joints on the shelf. Thanks to Chalmaco's blindness, we have this opportunity for covert dealings. As if struck by a sudden thought, he regarded me with a serious demeanor. If it's an older adult who approaches you, keep your distance. I was taken aback. His expression one of exasperation. You're older than my daughter. How do you not understand? Remember to let the adults take charge. The head chef will suffice. Just send some good food, and it'll be over. Don't let him linger. Ha! I was slow to grasp his intent, nearly choking on my words, and almost burst into laughter as I explained, no, he has helped others too. The uncle narrowed his eyes at me. How many times has he helped you? Does he always seek you out? Any physical contact? Has he ever complimented your beauty? I was nearly overwhelmed by his barrage of questions, on the brink of being persuaded. If I weren't so aware of my identity, I might have been drawn into believing it was a romantic entanglement. I hastily interrupted his lecture, asking, do you have a daughter? He paused, his expression darkening. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. Just as I was contemplating a change of subject, he remarked, indeed. She is merely 17, much like her mother, with azure hair and violet eyes, exceptionally beautiful. Your eyes are identical in hue to hers. He let out a long sigh and gently patted my shoulder. Go and rest now, young lady. Remember not to be deceived. Chapter 43, The Transaction. Did the child escape unscathed? How splendid. I caressed the tail of the seagull, expressing my gratitude for the news, my friend. The individuals from the sunken ship were guided to shallow waters by dolphins, and were rescued by a grim-faced benefactor. Just as I began to breathe a sigh of relief, I heard the seagull's next utterance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, your boy. My countenance gradually soured. Sabo. Ah, Miss Ashford, have you encountered some distress today? A hesitant voice shattered my reverie. I lifted my gaze, refraining from contradicting her assertion. Indeed, I was exceedingly upset today. Really? The incredulity in Norea's tone struck me, and I cast a sidelong glance as the mermaid resolutely submerged herself in the water. After a moment, her exquisite tail emerged from the pool, quivering slightly. Although I couldn't fathom the reason for her anger, she inquired, may I touch it? I paused, then chuckled at her. Weren't you quite fond of your tail before? Why the sudden desire for me to touch it? Nonetheless, I understood her underlying thoughts. Perhaps she sought comfort in the notion that if I touched her beautiful tail, it might alleviate her anger. My brothers absolutely adore it, Norea exclaimed as she leapt from the water, crossing her arms and tilting her head upon them. Please, don't be unhappy. I tenderly stroked her cold scales, apologizing softly. I'm sorry, Norea. My anger stems from family matters, making it difficult for me to find joy. Ashford, do you have family too? Noticing the widening of my eyes, the mermaid flusteredly clarified. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, you seem so formidable, unafraid of anything. Almost not like a person. Her comical distress elicited laughter from me. All right, I comprehend your meaning. Norea swam a few laps in the pool, adding, I thought you feared nothing. What led you to that conclusion? She hesitated, because you dared to accompany me, even with that thing behind you. I realized she referred to the celestial dragon's insignia. I composed my expression and inquired, "Are you afraid of that?" Norea cast a timid glance my way and nodded. "Why not? This is the mark of the celestial dragons. My brothers possess it too." I keenly detected a flaw in her statement. "Your brothers?" Norea bit her lip, nodding. Then shaking her head. "Not anymore. In the future, when you find a tattoo artist, perhaps you could transform it into something else." Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if fearing someone might overhear, despite it being just the two of us in the pool. "I will as well. Then I can offer you guidance." I caressed her golden locks, radiant as the sun. "Very well, Norea." Observing her anxious demeanor, I contemplated further and said, "I wish to convey to you that one day, you won't need to seek a tattoo artist. It will merely be an ordinary design. Years of dominion have ingrained fear deep within the soul. Tattoos signify not just body art, but the very act of breaking free from shackles. Thus, I comprehend the mermaid's choice. Yet for now it remains unattainable for me. However, I can assert that you need not fear it." I leaned close to her ear, whispering, "With a single shot, he will be blinded. If you fear him, you might as well fear me." The mermaid instinctively recoiled, only to be amused by my words. She must have a family that adores her dearly, which explains her endearing nature. I affectionately patted her head. "Until we meet again, all right? This level is reserved for children like Norea." I gazed unwaveringly down the corridor, traversing through the shriveled fur tribes and the diminutive, delicate folk. This vessel could only accommodate these smaller races. It is said that in Sabaody and Mariehua, even giants serve as their steeds. The ship has already entered the Grand Line, yet during this time, Charlemagne's demeanor shows no sign of improvement. His temper has grown increasingly ferocious, as slaves are dragged out daily, battered and bruised, left to await their demise in the ship's hold. All the injured, unable to move, reside there, their conditions deteriorating due to a lack of adequate treatment. The soldiers are apprehensive about the potential outbreak of disease, contemplating abandoning them at sea. The overseer argues vehemently, "You cannot do this. They belong to Lord Charlemagne. Stop with your nonsense, Ligia. The nobles couldn't care less about such matters. If an epidemic breaks out on this ship, will you be responsible?" The major finally forced a bitter smile. "Ligia, the doctor has been killed. We have no doctors. No medicine, nothing at all. Rather than let them languish in death, it would be a kindness to grant them a swift end. It is summer, Ligia. If Charlemagne learns of an outbreak, it will not only be them who perish." I overheard their dispute through Sora, ultimately witnessing the overseer relent in defeat. I closed my eyes, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the world. "What did Vice Admiral Kuzan say?" I asked, having observed his previous actions and the public's perception. This man should not merely stand idly by. Sora sighed, "He is merely a navy officer, Nunnally. The celestial dragons supersede all. What if there were medicine?" I regained my composure, inquiring of Sora, "What if we could heal them?" Sora furrowed his brow. "But there simply isn't enough medicine. Are you suggesting sticky grass?" "Yet. It only serves to relieve inflammation and pain, nothing more." I exhaled. Having something is better than nothing. Should we allow them to die in vain? "I will speak to the major. Bear in mind, the number of injured is far too great. If they all perish, the remaining will be incapable of operating this vessel." "Do you intend to inform Lord Charlemagne?" "Apologies, my lord, but due to the excessive fatalities, we lack personnel to peel grapes for you today." "How preposterous." Charlemagne would erupt in fury and toss the proposing navy officer to the fish. The major's face turned pale at the thought. Who would dare approach a world government vessel to purchase slaves? This ship does not dock. How can we gather enough personnel? Will we perform a miracle? Noticing the major's dreadful expression, I softened my tone. "Rest assured, the kitchen's supply of sticky grass can be crafted into a special ointment. I have studied a bit of medicine and know how to prevent epidemics. Charlemagne has not declared a death sentence for all your concerns. Please allow us to assist." The major swallowed hard, glancing at Vice Admiral Kuzan seated nearby. "Vice Admiral Kuzan, what do you think? Let us proceed as you suggest." The tall navy officer, legs crossed, squinted. "Jackson, go summon someone to bring forth the sticky grass." "Yes. Then, I shall take my leave." Quite well prepared. Two voices chimed simultaneously, and I hastily closed my mouth. Responding dutifully, no, merely a touch of ingenuity. "Thank you, Vice Admiral." He shook his head. "Do not speak too soon. Hear me. While I am eager to assist, with the celestial dragons present, you must rely on yourselves." I quickly shook my head. "How could that be? Your actions also carry risks." "Everything I utter is merely spoken from my lips. What if we fail to save him? What if his injuries worsen? What shall we do if a more dire situation arises? In such a case, he would inevitably share the same fate. The other party could have remained indifferent. Contemplating this, my tone softened further. Without the permission of the Admiral, we are at a loss as to how to proceed. As he spoke these words, his hand gestured lightly towards my face, and he inquired, "May I ask about these glasses?" I stammered, "Eh?" My intertwined hands clenched tightly. Was something amiss? It was painfully apparent. The towering figure of the man, standing at 3 meters, evoked an instinctive shudder, as if I were confronting a formidable adversary. Kazan extended his hand directly, removing the glasses from my face, and I froze in place, only resuming normal respiration once he stepped back. He was far too tall. My thighs were no thicker than his forearms. I feared he could easily crush me with a single hand. With such a height, coupled with his earlier strength, I might be slain before a confrontation even commenced, at the very first sign of hostility. Suppressing my emotions, I obediently asked, "Is there something amiss?" Kazan scrutinized the glasses, examining them from various angles, marveling, "How fascinating. They appear to be mere ordinary spectacles, yet they possess such remarkable capabilities. Where did you acquire them? If you could enlighten me, it would be greatly appreciated. The Navy is not devoid of infiltration missions. If these glasses can alter a person's visage significantly, they would surely be invaluable assets in such endeavors." He mused, surveying the petite girl before him, wondering where she had procured such an item. It bore resemblance to the recent research by the scientific division, blending devil fruits with objects. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, and Kazan observed her dilemma. Shaking his head apologetically, "I'm afraid, Admiral, this was purchased from a wandering merchant by my family long ago. I have no recollection of it. However, if you require it, you may take it." I shifted my thoughts, quickly donning a respectful smile. After all, the esteemed Admiral Charlemaco Saint is, well, no longer visible. As I said this, he hesitated, clicking his tongue. That fellow. It seemed he harbored a disdain for the celestial dragons as well. Was the proportion of such sentiments prevalent within the Navy? I pondered deeply, yet my expression remained one of adoration towards him. "Ah, very well," Kazan declared. "I shall escort you off the ship." I could scarcely contain my astonishment. What did you just say?" "The face of Charlemaco Saint will still be of assistance to me." Kazan nonchalantly settled onto the couch. "You give me the glasses, and I will take you off the ship. How does that sound, my lady?" "Nunnally, just call me Nunnally." He paused. "Miss Nunnally." Achievement. Encounter with the important character Kazan. Accomplishment. Achievement. 732007-4200. Chapter 44. The hair is quite beautiful. I left still wearing the glasses. According to Kazan, he wouldn't be disembarking anytime soon, so I would continue to wear them. "Such vigilance is indeed commendable," he remarked, resting his chin on his hand. I exited the room with a long sigh, turning my attention to the preparation of sticky grass. The injured individuals were uniformly assigned to the lower deck. Following Kazan's directive, we spontaneously tidied up the area. At the very least, the patients could not be allowed to dwell in squalor. I regained my focus, expertly igniting the candle I held. The sound of my footsteps creaking upon the wooden planks as I donned gloves and a mask, gently pushing open the door. The once dim and foul space now radiated brightness, with the injured lying on their bedding. Sola was weaving through them, and upon seeing me, quickly approached. She grasped my arm, her voice barely above a whisper. "We are out of medicine. No matter how effective sticky grass may be, it could not possibly suffice for the injuries of nearly a dozen individuals." I calmly shook my head. "It's all right, I have medicine." Sola looked at me in confusion. "Where did you acquire the medicine?" "The slaves boarding the ship could not possibly bring anything with them, Nunnally." Her face twitched, glancing around anxiously. Her voice laced with barely contained anger. "Did you contact the outside world? Such communications for a slave could lead to execution. The medicine is on its way." I fixed my gaze upon her. As a physician, I could directly infer the greater quantity needed from the patient's injuries. Not only sticky grass, but also other essential medications. I had prepared for this when discussing persuading the Navy with Sola. Task: the path to survival. Task description: some cling to life, while others struggle to survive. Often, they simply wish to endure. Task requirements: save the injured. Task rewards: achievement points x50. Who are you looking for? Dragon? The name that followed was whispered low. I shook my head. I would never involve him in this predicament. There remains an admiral aboard this ship. How could I possibly connect with the Revolutionary Army? As for the person I had in mind, I reminisced about my previous correspondence with him regarding contract renewals and negotiations. a smile breaking through my thoughts. The proprietor of the World Economic Journal, Morgan's, is the largest information dealer at sea, as well as a journalist. Shanks once mentioned that Morgan's was eager to interview me. Though I felt a tinge of shame regarding my title, in this instance, it could be tolerated. Returning to the kitchen, I observed a seagull flapping its wings. Detaching a small packet of capsules from my leg, and discreetly stowing them away. If only the system's repository could accommodate items, I wouldn't have to resort to such schemes. Watching the inquiries of the seagull, I couldn't help but admire Morgan's shrewdness as a merchant. I swiftly penned my response. Whether he sought a sensational news piece or engaged in clandestine information transactions, it mattered little to me. Having resolved all matters, I resumed my habitual refresh of the Tomato Tyrant's shop. Wait, what is this? Absolute Command Power Remnant. Item description: the power belonging to a king. Only those permitted by him may wield it. Upon gazing into another's eyes to activate the ability, your commands will be met with absolute obedience. Cooldown period, 30 days. Selling price, 50,000 achievement points. I nearly fainted. How could this belong to my brother? Without hesitation, I purchased it, filled with a peculiar sense of joy. Achievement: 742002-4200. You really do enjoy seagulls, don't you? I paused, turning to face him, my expression already shifting. Admiral, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is it time for a meal? He yawned, and the height difference compelled me to gaze upwards. Well, I'm afraid I do not know how to cook. With round-framed sunglasses perched upon his straight nose, Kazan seemed to ponder deeply. Then perhaps a glass of wine? The seagull soared away, and he stepped forward, peering through the small glass window at the sky. There really are many birds around lately. I felt trapped between him and the wall, my expression betraying confusion. Perhaps because I often leave food out here? I have always cherished these creatures, though I only offered them leftover grains and stale bread. That should suffice, right? My voice dwindled, and I lowered my head, stealing a glance at his expression from beneath. Seagulls are quite intelligent birds. Perhaps that is the reason. But is it merely my delusion? Why does it feel as though you are afraid of me? Kazan removed his sunglasses and carelessly tossed them into his pocket. I let out a dry chuckle, primarily due to his towering stature. Alas, it is truly disheartening to be intimidated by such a beautiful lady. Kazan sighed and uttered a statement that sent a shiver down my spine. Furthermore, his subsequent remarks were likely to incite disdain, yet I felt compelled to inquire. While I was indifferent to the outcome, such overt actions would undoubtedly attract attention. My heart raced as I realized he had discovered my clandestine communication, a revelation that, albeit expected, still caught me off guard. It was improbable for someone so young to hold the rank of vice admiral without possessing considerable acumen. After all, he was no celestial dragon. I had mentally prepared myself for the possibility of being found out, particularly by this man. Based on our brief encounters and Sora's assessment of him, I surmised that he would not be overly meticulous in this particular context. Quite the contrary, he would likely choose to overlook it. However, to what extent was he aware? Surely he could not simply ignore the matter. The Vice Admiral must have thought the same. Hence his benevolent warning. I found myself in agreement with that notion. His perpetually languid gaze fell upon me, his tone elongated as usual. But was it truly another matter entirely to engage in secretive communications? Might you kindly hand me the note you just held? Kazan leaned against the door, his coat hanging loosely on him. Though tailored, it took on a different character when draped over his form. And while you're at it, do enlighten me about your contact. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. I blinked, retrieving the tightly clenched note from behind my back. Here you are. He raised an eyebrow as he walked, the hem of his coat creating folds with his movements, accentuating his physique. Formal attire often exudes an air of seriousness, yet on him, it appeared to have an opposite effect. Kazan reached out effortlessly, his fingertips cold, carrying a hint of chill. Upon unfolding the crumpled note and deciphering its contents, this normally unflappable man in his 30s experienced a rare moment of embarrassment. I bit my lower lip, playfully circling my toes, teasing him. Vice Admiral, may I have it back now? He awkwardly refolded the note and handed it back to me as if it were scalding. Having lived for decades, this was his first brush with such matters, and he felt out of his depth. He cleared his throat and apologized. My apologies, I misunderstood. Bumping into the secretive exchanges of the opposite sex, especially with a girl significantly younger, could make even the most powerful and esteemed feel uncertain. His straightforward apology caused me to narrow my eyes slightly. Yet, considering his character, it seemed entirely reasonable. No, you were merely acting out of concern for safety. Upon uttering this, his demeanor deflated even further, as if he had heard something more terrifying than overtime work. I stifled a laugh. As for the source of the medication, it's from a friend of mine. Did I not mention that I possess some medical knowledge? I met a colleague during my studies abroad. Would you like me to provide a name and address? No. That won't be necessary. I nearly divulged Doflamingo's name, chuckling as I inquired, so would you care for something to drink? Ah, still the sherry bar, how delightful. His elongated limbs rested lazily against the wall. The room fell silent until I presented the glass to him. Please enjoy. Thank you, thank you. Ah. The flavor is truly exquisite. Every individual has their own manner of drinking, and I watched him curiously. Doflamingo tends to gently swirl his glass, assessing the hue before savoring it. Shanks downs it in one hearty gulp, while Beckman sips leisurely from the bottle. Meanwhile, the Navy officer sat there, his legs stretched casually, his wrist bones protruding, his long fingers completely enveloping the glass, making it appear almost diminutive against his stature. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, and I watched as he swallowed the transparent liquid, his atoms apple-bobbing. Asceticism and nonchalance intertwined in him with a deft grace. For some reason, I suddenly felt parched. To divert my attention, I averted my gaze and asked, Vice Admiral, have there been any leads on the perpetrator who harmed Charlemagne? He maintained his actions, his head and face unmoving as his eyes briefly scanned downward. I remained impassive, yet my nerves heightened as I observed him. The crew is quite fearful. The steward even questioned us, so we are a bit concerned. He set his glass down and replied, It has been reported to headquarters, but unfortunately, the specific details are still unclear, and we can only await further information. I suspect the culprit has fled somewhere. This matter does not pertain to you, as he was not targeting you. I exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding, that is a relief. He leisurely finished his drink, placing the glass gently on the table. And halfway to the door he turned back. I just remembered, when I boarded the ship, I also participated in the search for safety measures. That must have startled you. Right. The Navy officer, determined not to acknowledge his height, continued, You seemed rather frightened at the time. My apologies. How do you remember that? I asked, gazing at him in bewilderment, querying my own composure. Your hair, it is quite beautiful, especially under the sunlight. It resembles amber, he remarked before waving and closing the door. This time he did not return. I remained in the empty kitchen, finally able to relax completely. Morgans. Oh dear, this debt of gratitude has grown significantly. I placed my hand on my chest, feeling my heartbeat gradually steady. The proprietor of the world's most formidable intelligence network, the Economic Times, remained unflustered even after I revealed my identity. Knowing he could not glean any identity-related information from me, he shifted to inquire about a question of general interest. Harmless in nature. What type of men do you fancy? Handsome ones. Though it sounded absurd, it was evident this was not a mere transactional inquiry. Having sought medication from him, he was likely engaged in something clandestine. What harm would it be to sell me a favor? I shook the note, smiling as I beckoned the seagulls to descend, playfully teasing, Well done, little darling. Clear water flowed steadily from the faucet, methodically rinsing the glass inside and out. He even complimented my hair. I murmured to myself, a smile gracing my face. What excellent taste. Chapter 45. A trip to Marineford today marked yet another day shadowing Charlemagne. I dutifully knelt on the deck alongside others, surrounded by a throng of bodyguards for protection. Had the slave who had been hanging there perished yet? Hearing his voice ignited a strong sense of foreboding within me. I slightly raised my head toward the scaffold, where I could vaguely make out the figure suspended above. Uncle Jelly had been hanging there for quite some time, yet others permitted us to bring him food and medicine. At night, they would even discreetly loosen the ropes. And so time slipped away. His condition, remarkably, was relatively stable among the injured slaves. During my last visit with the medicine, he had eagerly recounted tales of his homeland. I closed my eyes only to reopen them, listening to the chilling mockery that escaped Charlemagne's lips. He seems quite healthy. Let us gouge out his eyes. No. Give me the gun. His eyes remained tightly shut, clutching a long spear, while the bodyguards, sweating profusely, urged, Sir, he is still on the scaffold. It would be disastrous if the ship were damaged. Then bring him down. The middle-aged man was bound and lowered down. The sound is coming from over here, right? Let me see if I can hit it. I gazed at the absurdity before me, feeling my nails dig into my flesh, my breath growing increasingly rapid. How could such a person exist? I turned my attention to the ability I had just acquired. A compulsory command, but if I were to use it, everything I had done before would be exposed. A bitter taste filled my mouth as I bit down hard on my lower lip. The bodyguards exchanged glances. And in the brief silence, Charlemagne impatiently raised his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew wildly, yet many remained frozen in place, allowing the explosive gunfire to echo in their ears. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Through my glasses, I locked eyes with Jerry, who lay prostrate in a pool of blood. He forced a strained smile and mouthed 2 words, "Don't be afraid." Tears finally streamed down my face uncontrollably, and I lowered my head, swallowing the metallic taste in my mouth, as my perception surged wildly, yet I struggled to suppress it. There was only one chance. I had to seize it. Charlemagne, shrouded in white veil, slightly raised the gun, the dark mouth of the barrel faintly emitting smoke. The moment he aimed, my perception suddenly transformed, piercing forward like a vertical line. The sound exploded in my ears. Bang. "Are you still thinking?" Sora gently patted my shoulder, her voice softer than ever, the room so quiet that only our breaths could be heard. Sora sighed, her expression unusually stern. "Nunnally, do you know where you went wrong today?" I hesitated, finally bowing my head and listening to Sora speak. "I am not the only undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army in the Navy, but now I am the only one left. Once, I witnessed a comrade being exposed and taken away before my eyes, and I still had to act with others, saying he deserved it. This path is like that. All schemes are employed, and one must endure everything. Your choice today to save Jerry was commendable. But if you are exposed, how will the next actions proceed?" My throat felt parched, and I finally spoke, aware that Sora, I know all this. Long before I dared to take risks, my brother had chastised me harshly. It didn't matter if I was injured as long as Area 11 could become better. You thought this way, didn't you? Such thinking is utterly misguided. Self-indulgence is a grave sin for reformers. Those who seek reform must be responsible for those who believe in them. If you fall midway, then Britannia will appoint newcomers to take on your responsibilities, and all your efforts for reform will be overturned, causing suffering for Area 11 and its people once more. I took a deep breath, reassuringly stating, "I merely moved my hands and feet slightly to cause discomfort to the celestial dragons." The final shot went awry and missed. You mentioned that such a use of perception had never been heard of, and Kazan would not discover it. I know my limits, Sora. I will kill Charlemagne. Familiar faces flashed before my eyes. Ace, Sabo, Law, Corazon, Eric, and Elena, once of Flevance. And there lay Uncle Jerry in a pool of blood, the wounded people around him. I will overthrow Mary Geos. The people do not need the celestial dragons and the world government. I will surely accomplish this. The world's suffering and anguish must culminate in such an outcome. The main mission is to kill that celestial dragon. Mission description: those loyal friends, companions in adversity, trembling souls lurking in the vast abyss of forgetfulness. Why not awaken them, summon them, to share in the hardships once more in this unfortunate land? Current objective: free the slaves, kill Charlemagne. Current reward: reputation x 100,000, the witch's blessing. She patted my head, her gentle touch as if fearing that a bit more pressure would harm me. Jerry is still unconscious. Go and see him. As the door closed, the elder woman sighed deeply. Dragon, your student is truly remarkable. The night was as cool as water as I hurried to the lower deck of the ship. As time passed, many had already departed, and Jerry, bound in bandages, stood out starkly. Observing his faint breaths, my expression darkened, and I quietly inquired about his condition to the nearby watching major. It was only when he approached unprompted that I learned he had a good rapport with Uncle Jerry. This major, who once argued with the steward about throwing people overboard, sighed. My heart sank. He is getting old. A simple sentence could convey so much. The major patted my shoulder kindly before departing. I watched him sadly. Human life is so fragile. I have witnessed countless deaths, those close strangers, loved ones, and those I loathed. Death is death, meaning that person will no longer smile at you, will no longer share their dreams with you. They no longer linger in this world, vanishing like a drop in the ocean. I gently held his hand, large knuckles covered in thick calluses, not particularly pleasing to the eye. Yet in his memories, these hands had supported him and his family, living a humble but happy life. Until the nation could no longer pay the celestial gold, they were plundered and displaced. And ultimately he became one of the countless slaves of the celestial dragons, while his frail wife and daughter had long since perished from torment. Chief Cook, don't save me. What kind of sentiment could lead one to utter such words? When we were short on medicine, when I brought him food, this uncle, who always thanked me with a smile, suddenly said, "No need to bring me any more." He strained to turn his head to look at me. I heard the major say, "You are also saving others, right? The medicine is insufficient. There's no need for an old man like me to use it." I silently pressed against my back as he grimaced and let out a suppressed cry. "Be gentle. It hurts." Sigh, I mean it. He sighed, and at that moment, I realized he had already aged. I long for my wife and them. I have held on alone for over a decade, that's enough. I felt like a cinema audience, watching Jerry's life play out before me. I recalled the last shape of his lips in memory, mouthing, "Don't be afraid." A smile graced his face. Uncle Jerry. I found him in the realm of consciousness, unable to resist asking, "Do you wish to live? I can make it happen." He looked at me in surprise, then glanced around before shaking his head. "You've done enough, Nunnally." He pointed to 2 other souls of different colors waiting nearby, revealing a broad smile as he happily waved at me, and those beside him joined in. "I am already content. Goodbye? And please say a word for me and the chief cook." Here he was but a tiny soul, yet I seemed to see the hardened wrinkles on his face. "Farewell." Achievement unlocked. The one who attains freedom. Achievement description. Today's death is not tomorrow's life. A soul sincerely expresses gratitude. Their life will find eternity in a world of freedom. In a world of freedom. I quietly watched him cease to breathe. The reality was absurdly tragic. Instead, death brought relief. In such a world, what would resurrection matter? I cannot revive the will to live. Jerry liked you very much. When the soldiers carried the bodies away, the major suddenly spoke. I turned to look at him, suddenly remembering Kazan had called him by name. Jackson gazed at the tranquil surface of the sea, uttering no further words, and turned away, leading his subordinates in departure. The sea breeze whispered gently, "But how long could this facade of serenity endure? Indeed you are here." On my way back, I observed the naval officer clad only in a waistcoat. "Admiral, may I inquire if you require anything?" The dim light cast shadows upon his brow, accentuating the contours of his face. Since boarding the ship, he had seldom donned a hat, allowing his dark curls to cascade freely around his face. How shall I put it? I felt a twinge of concern, and thought I would come to check. "Concern, you say?" I struggled to comprehend his words, momentarily at a loss. He waved his hand dismissively, his usually languid eyes now gleaming with unexpected sharpness. "I heard about this afternoon's events. You appear rather pale." A sense of relief washed over me, realizing he had not come due to any suspicions. Observation, hockey, correspondence, the glasses. If he had truly discovered anything, no matter how perfect the explanation might be, the convergence of those 3 elements would inevitably raise doubts. Indeed, I feel a bit frightened. I managed a bitter smile. "Thank you for your concern. That old man, he is the one you have been delivering medicine to, correct?" I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Since the major had tacitly acknowledged our actions, it was evident that someone of higher rank had long since realized the truth. Yes, that would be him. Thinking of Jerry, whose corpse was to be cast into the sea, I took a deep breath and suddenly lost the desire to continue the conversation. "I apologize, Admiral. May I take my leave now?" He paused. "You seem to often say that. To leave first. To go back. Am I truly that fearsome?" I found myself at a loss for words. Was he not fearsome? If Kazan possessed attributes, his combat prowess would likely exceed 10,000. Oh dear, this is truly vexing. He rubbed his nose, the dim light casting ambiguous shadows across his face. "Would you care to accompany me after disembarking?" I stared at him in astonishment. "What? I meant to say, the Naval Medical Academy is quite prestigious, you know? Since you are disembarking anyway and have some medical knowledge, Marineford is rather safe. Isn't the Naval Medical Academy mentioned a tad too often? Both Kota and Karasuno have brought it up as well. Do I really strike you as someone who would attend there?" I shook my head. "Thank you for the flattery, but I must decline. I still prefer being a chef." He scrutinized me for a moment, recalling that he had previously remarked on my lack of cooking skills. "Haha, I will put on a brave face for you. But I will not be joining the Navy, Admiral. I merely wish for a peaceful life. Then, I shall take my leave." After a brief pause, Kazan let out a heavy sigh. "I truly am." Chapter 46. Willingly the sky outside had brightened, and as I wearily washed up, I gazed at my reflection, letting out a deep sigh. Sora cast several concerned glances my way. "Fear not, I won't act impulsively." I offered her a reassuring smile. "After all, shouldn't we wait a little longer?" She ruffled my hair. "You really shouldn't bear everything alone. I am nearly 16, on the cusp of adulthood." I propped my chin on my hand, mustering the rare energy to retort. In Britannian culture, turning 16 signifies a young lady's formal entry into social circles. This ship had been adrift at sea for almost 5 months. When I boarded in April, I wore spring attire, yet now I required an extra blanket at night. She placed her hand on my shoulder. "The injured aboard are nearly all healed. Don't bear too much pressure." I hesitated, unsure how to convey to Sora that my troubles lay elsewhere. As I descended to the lower deck, I caught sight of that tall figure from a distance, and my eyelids fluttered. Here we go again. Good afternoon. I halted, sighing inwardly. Good afternoon, Admiral. It seems I have been encountering you quite frequently of late. Does Charlemagne know of your leisurely habits? Today he was clad in a deep blue V-neck and a jacket, looking less like a naval officer and more like an ordinary passerby. Regardless, it falls within my purview. Where are you headed? He did not answer my question directly, but instead leaned against the wall, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. To check on those still recovering. If you are unoccupied, I shall take my leave. With that said, I glanced at his relaxed posture with a sense of resignation. His long legs certainly shouldn't block the passageway. Oh, I truly have nothing pressing. I shall accompany you. He seemed to come to a realization, trailing behind me, his towering figure resembling a vase swaying precariously atop my head. One could only worry about when it might topple and land upon them. Misunderstanding his intentions, I sighed countless times internally as I reminded him, the scent there may not be pleasant. Although time and medicine had improved the conditions for many, the lower deck's ventilation was subpar, leaving an ever-present odor. Do you treat the Navy as a game? His voice was leisurely, tinged with amusement. These are all commonplace occurrences to me, Nunnally. You have a point. I chuckled. You have been in the Navy for over a decade, haven't you? Are you tempted to join? I have already stated that I have no such intentions. However, you must be a reliable elder. He fell silent. I quietly exhaled in relief as we reached our destination. Taking a clean mask from my apron, I donned it before entering. Admiral. The soldiers immediately stood at attention, but he waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. I am merely here to observe. Ignoring the customary exchanges among the Navy, I walked straight to the inner quarters. Your wound is nearly healed. Congratulations, Bina. Speaking to the woman before me, my tone instinctively softened. How was today's lunch? Was it satisfactory? That's wonderful. The head chef will be pleased. Grasping her hand and listening to her disjointed ramblings, I furrowed my brow. So that is how it is. Quite impressive. After soothing her, I moved to the side of another patient, continuing the same routine. Do you always do this? Hearing the question from behind, I nodded. In this way, everyone can feel a bit better. Not good, miss. Just as the words left his lips, I swiftly turned, brushing past Kazan, and hurried to the side. Bina again. The woman on the bed trembled, curling into a ball. Her eyes devoid of light, visibly sweating, her facial muscles twitching, and blood beginning to seep from her lips. This is dire. I cradled her in my arms, roughly gripping her chin to force her mouth open. The wounds on her tongue were deeper than I thought, and the bloodstains were stark. She could not be allowed to bite down any further. Bring me gauze. In a moment of urgency, I pressed my hand inside while my own frantic voice echoed through the cabin. Soon, a hand handed me the necessary materials, already rolled into a suitable shape. A sudden thought crossed my mind. Without further hesitation, I pressed the rolled gauze between her lips and tongue, all the while gently laying her back onto the bed and discreetly pinching the nape of her neck. The patient quietly closed her eyes as I tilted her head to the side, finally removing the gauze from her mouth. A needle and thread were quietly passed over to me. Without even glancing, I accepted them, meticulously cleaning the wound before cautiously applying the analgesic spray. Only then did I gently stitch up the damage on the surface of the patient's tongue, to avoid awakening the patient, who had finally found some semblance of peace. I held my breath throughout the procedure. Once it was complete, I realized a thin layer of cold sweat had formed on my back. I recalled the necessity of daily medication and a light diet. I turned to the soldier standing nearby and said, "Could you please be mindful moving forward? Avoid exposing your firearm in her presence." Bina was the slave who had previously attended to the celestial dragons and had suffered 3 gunshot wounds. Even though her life had been saved, she bore the tragic aftermath of her ordeal. The soldier's face flushed crimson, and he glanced helplessly at my side, prioritizing safety. Kazan, appearing contemplative, nodded in agreement with my request. I exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on my own lack of experience. Just then, a voice interrupted my thoughts. "Aren't you going to apply the ointment to your hand?" The tube of ointment was taken from my grasp with an air of authority, and Kazan pulled me closer, encircling my wrist. Following his gaze, I noticed the back of my hand, which bore the faint bloodstains from where I had pressed down on the patient's tongue in urgency. The discomfort was negligible, especially with the enhancement of my hive blood, which would allow it to heal on its own shortly. However, this was not something I could let others know, particularly not this astute Marine officer beside me. I attempted to withdraw my hand discreetly. "All right, I will handle this," I said. Kazan looked at me, his deep, dark eyes devoid of their usual nonchalance, reflecting an undeniable coldness. A doctor's hands are invaluable. I fell silent, observing as he twisted off the cap and carefully applied the ointment. His cool fingers brushing against the skin marred by blood. What about the medication I gave you earlier? He continued. Once my hand heals, I'll pass it on to someone else in need. I casually replied, my mind drifting back to the earlier moment when he had handed me the tools. Was it truly him? I had long wished to voice my thoughts. He was indeed ill-suited to remain in this place. My reverie was abruptly shattered. What did you say? He inquired. Being near the celestial dragons, you still think of others. Eventually, you will meet your end here. His words, laced with a merciless truth, pierced through my momentary disbelief. Isn't a doctor's hand precious? How will you use it if it becomes injured? I stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at my hand, which would surely heal by the next day, feeling a rare sense of clumsiness in my speech. Well, I did hold her chin, but just for a moment. Oh dear. Just for a moment now, is it? What was with this Marine? A strange thought crossed my mind, and I decided to explain the patient's condition to him. She was simply in immense pain. I lowered my voice so only we could hear. Sometimes, memories can resurface uncontrollably. She is unwell, Vice Admiral. Such a fate was not something she desired. He listened in silence, setting aside the completed medication. Yet he still inquired. Why don't you want to go to Marineford? You appear genuinely passionate about medicine. Kazan seemed sincerely concerned for me. Marineford has the world's finest instructors. With your abilities, entrance would be effortless, and they would surely appreciate you. How peculiar. Was he an honest man, loyal to the Marines, yet seeking to gather talent? Even after facing rejection, he persisted in his pursuit? His every action struck me as oddly enigmatic, as though something was concealed beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. As thoughts churned within me, I lifted my gaze, only to find my eyes brimming with tears. Did I truly not wish to go? Observing the man before me, who appeared taken aback by my demeanor, I spoke softly, my expression darkening. Vice Admiral, military doctors are required to conduct physical exams, correct? Must my mark be revealed in this manner? Must everyone know I was once a slave to the celestial dragons? Did he believe this was for my benefit? Or did he intend to have me undergo a new tattoo, to disguise my past as if nothing had occurred? This was too much. Gazing into his slightly widened eyes, I bit my lip, and the tears I had held back finally fell. Do you think you truly understand me? He fell silent. The cabin was spacious, and we stood in the farthest corner, hidden from prying eyes and ears. I'm sorry, Kazan said gently, taking my hand in his cool palm enveloping mine as he knelt to gaze at me. I've put you in a difficult position. Perhaps he thought my earlier refusals were mere facades. For Kazan shook his head. I never considered such a thing. Perhaps I naively assumed that your resilient nature would not falter. I was presumptuous and inconsiderate, arrogantly imposing my thoughts upon you. I will not mention anything further that might cause you discomfort. However, if you desire, I can ensure you do not have to face this hurdle. The physical examination is solely to assess students' health. I can write a letter of guarantee for you, and they will comply. This is not a demand, merely a suggestion. You are free to pursue whatever you wish, provided you are willing. No one can force you. My hope is that you choose willingly. Once he finished speaking, Kazan hesitated before releasing my hand, his fingers cautiously approaching, and upon seeing my lack of response, he gently touched my tear-streaked face, murmuring, "Miss, please do not cry." His words struck me like a thunderbolt, illuminating the truth in an instant. So that was it. How many times had he assisted you? Did he frequently seek you out? Was there physical contact? Had he aided the men? Had he ever complimented your beauty? Could it be that the Marines harbored such thoughts? Chapter 47. The adorable subordinate. Good afternoon, Bina. I greeted the woman curled up before me. She lifted her gaze, her eyes unfocused as they rested on my chest. Good afternoon, doctor. As time progressed, all the other injured individuals had departed the cabin, leaving only her behind. Task survival route. Completed. Achievement. 2 for 120, 029, 200 stamina. 41, 054, 155 post-traumatic stress disorder? Sola pondered the unfamiliar term aloud, and I explained. It is a psychological condition that can manifest after a person experiences significant trauma. Is such a condition even real? I nodded affirmatively. Though this world excels in superhuman abilities, mental health is often overlooked. Having been struck in the thigh, shoulder, and left arm, and treated without sedation or anesthesia, it was sufficient for one to develop such anxiety disorders. These symptoms typically linger for long periods, with many individuals unaware that they are afflicted. Resolving them is a challenging endeavor. Firstly, my knowledge in this field is limited. Secondly, we are still aboard the ship. To maintain her mental state, An environment where she feels safe is essential. After I proposed this consideration, Sola pondered for a moment and assured me she had a solution. Thus, I have come to assist, she said nonchalantly, hands in her pockets, and yawned. Am I just to stand here? A wave of helplessness washed over me. How could it be her? Since the last unresolved quarrel, Kazan has evidently taken deliberate measures to control his outings, as I have not seen him again. After all, as you mentioned, a secure environment is essential. He scratched his curly black hair. Did Sora not inform you? Sora. I internally buried my face in my hands, regretting not sharing my doubts regarding Kazan with her. The carefree head chef, of course, had invited Kazan, who maintained a decent rapport with her. After all, he was the one who saved Bina. It was only natural for her to feel a sense of safety. I helplessly acquiesced. Then let us proceed, Admiral. Bina's mood today was remarkably stable. For some reason, I allowed her to merely stand at the doorway. Even this seemed to provide her with a measure of comfort. May we converse for a moment? I sensed that such an opportunity was rare, gazing softly into her eyes while firmly steadying her shoulders. She swallowed hard, appearing to grapple with a profound internal struggle. I detected a strange scent. As she began to speak, the initial whiff was of smoke, soon followed by a burnt odor. The plush texture of the carpet was soft, yet an underlying fishy smell lingered. Before I even realized, it felt as though it had already concluded. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the only one experiencing this. Was that strange? Once she finished, her eyes looked at me with a blend of yearning and confusion, as if awaiting something. It's over now. I grasped her hand, my senses enveloping her quietly. Within the realm of consciousness, Bina bore a vast wound upon her soul. Recalling some books I had read, I hesitated before deciding to proceed accordingly. A story in exchange for another. In such circumstances, one is either part of the collective or nothing at all. If the patient lacks a sense of security, I must create it. If the patient requires companionship, I shall forge kinship. In my childhood, my family once hosted a lively banquet. Yet, it was on that very day that a terror attack unfolded outside. I recounted the scene from that day, my voice rising high and loud. The sound of gunfire nearly tearing the air apart, the elegant gowns of women scattered about. I was present amidst it all. Tears streamed down her face, as if she had received some assurance, and she wept openly. I calmly held her hand. You will be all right, Bina, just as I am. Thank you for your assistance, Admiral. As we departed, I expressed my gratitude. He could have easily disregarded the fate of an ordinary slave, yet he chose to come. Such instances are common within the Navy, a mere trifling effort. By the way, are you skilled in this area? His forehead still bore the eye patch, as if he had fallen asleep while standing. After a moment's contemplation, I explained, I've merely read a few more books than most. Does the Navy have psychological therapy rooms? Not at all, Kazan replied without hesitation. Those unsuitable must always be removed. That's rather cruel. I chuckled lightly, harboring sentiments I could not fully comprehend. If necessary, one can suppress it through medication. Of course, perhaps you fare better with alcohol and sedatives. I skillfully penned a note and handed it to him. Though it may seem presumptuous, I had some insights in this regard. Kazan stroked his chin, stating, though the Navy possesses excellent doctors, they merely have a superficial understanding of these matters. Can it truly be cured? I shook my head. The human psyche is exceedingly fragile. Admiral, a single insult, a wound, a loss. These are often enough to render many despondent. Medications cannot heal. They can only alleviate emotions. Yet, regardless of the methods employed, the ultimate control has never been about healing, but rather dominion. Gradually reclaiming control over one's own body. That is the true objective. He gazed at me. This place was secluded, devoid of passers-by, and apart from us, no one would know of this small conversation taking place. And what about you? Kazan's voice was soft as he lowered his gaze upon me. How are you faring now? Since you've overheard, I'm not particularly surprised by your reaction. I replied, my tone lacking courtesy. Is it really any of your concern? Why not seek out Charlemagne instead, given your recent neglect of duty? His thick brows furrowed slightly, as if he were apprehensive. Is that not permissible? Parroting words akin to those from a fortnight ago. His expression was now different, shrouded in dark shadows. It was more inscrutable. I merely care about you. My words fell flat like a punch into cotton. The fervor in my tone failed to make him retreat in the slightest. Thank you for your kindness, but I must first attend to other matters. At this rate, one might think I am bullying you, he sighed, patting my shoulder reassuringly, his palm resting upon it as he conjured an ice-formed rose. A beautiful flower for a beautiful lady. What do you think? I hesitated to accept the cold stem. my fingertips brushing against his equally icy fingers. How impressive! This icy blossom was exquisitely crafted. Even the slightly unfurling petals bore intricate folds, and the leaf veins were distinctly visible. Not nearly as volatile as your emotions, he remarked dryly. That remark need not be made. I tightly gripped the stem, pondering whose fault it was for the emotional turmoil. Speaking of which, another banquet is on the horizon. I pinned the flower to my lapel. Admiral, do you have a preferred style for your suit? He nodded, returning to his casual demeanor. We shall see when the time comes. I pondered if there was anything extra we ought to prepare. Reflecting on suit coordination, I thoughtfully suggested, a brooch, Milanese eye. Pocket square. Do you have any preferences? Do remember to prepare me a bouquet. I nodded. What style would you like? His voice flowed gently. No. Just choose one for me to place there. I halted abruptly, narrowing my eyes in hesitation. What's the matter? You don't seem to know the customs. Perhaps it was due to differing traditions. I shook my head. Such actions should not be taken lightly, Admiral. I stated frankly, in my country at least, such behavior constitutes a proposal. You can choose for yourself. Is there truly such a formality? Kazan sighed. With your knowledge, you might as well become my subordinate. A subordinate who selects your attire, reviews documents, and wipes your backside to allow you a peaceful slumber? I must respectfully decline. Do not be so heartless, he replied languidly. And I realized I had not erred. What? I looked at him in confusion. A strong character, Kazan said with a smile. Is that noteworthy? I was uncertain of his meaning, cautiously observing him. To save others, though terrified of me, he still sought to prevent me from persuading him. Risking death. He reached out to the outside world merely for medicine. Ignoring his own safety, he aided the afflicted. Moreover, he bravely expressed his own truths in order to assist her recovery. With all these combined, was that not sufficient? Kazan stroked my hair. So beautiful. Regardless of what you say, that is how I feel. I stood stunned by his compliment, taking a moment to respond. No, you flatter me. This is merely what I ought to do. What obligation exists? Kazan shook his head, challenging my assertion. You have yet to mature, yet you are already ceaselessly aiding others. Many lives aboard this vessel have been saved by you. Thank you. It is I who should protect the civilians, yet I find myself in a position of silent acceptance. As I gazed into his frigid eyes, I sensed the unwavering justice he clung to. No. I grasped his hand, for the first time not shying away from Kazan's gaze. You have already aided us immensely. Without your intervention, they would have been cast overboard to perish, and the medicine would have been discovered, leaving Bina's life irretrievably lost. Just like today, you personally came to our aid. And regarding my previous words, I apologize, Admiral. I looked into his eyes, sincerely expressing my regret. I had been overly agitated, and it was indeed for my own good that you wished to assist me. I had been pondering whether I was simply becoming increasingly unfortunate, as I seemed to be injured daily. Yet, it appears I was mistaken. Your presence on this ship is a stroke of fortune for us all. He parted his lips slightly, his gaze deep. Your demeanor complicates matters for me. I regarded Kazan, questioning if I had misspoken. Kazan nodded. It seems I should take you on as my subordinate. I would dearly love to have such a charming subordinate who is so eloquent. Chapter 48. Miss Assassin. I pushed the clothing rack and knocked on the door. Is there something you need? He sat by the window, the sunlight casting ambiguous shadows across his face, as he idly flipped through something in his hands. Only upon receiving no response did he lift his head, raising an eyebrow on the right side. It's you, the young lady reluctant to be my subordinate. I was both amused and exasperated. Yes. How could you still remember that? Such a thought weighs heavily on my conscience. If you feel remorse, then please assist me in selecting an outfit. He gestured toward the clothing rack, suggesting that one ought to dress appropriately for the banquet. Though the selection is indeed quite perplexing. I observed his casual shirt and nodded in agreement. Certainly, Admiral. I began to sift through the options, mentally weighing each one. He languidly reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs as he perused a magazine. How does this look to you? I scanned the choices, utilizing all my efforts to select 2 outfits, presenting them before him. The first ensemble was a gray checkered pattern. Houndstooth is a classic style that, paired with a blue polka dot tie, softens the gray's austerity, complemented by a white shirt. The second was an oatmeal striped suit, a single button design that strikes a balance between formal and casual, enhanced by a champagne-colored bow tie that echoes the button's hue. Observing his attentive demeanor, I added, since this is a gathering for adults, I would recommend pairing a vest with a small U-neck if you choose to wear one. Those are indeed challenging suggestions. He had a magazine draped across his lap. Which one do you believe is better? My thoughts. I surveyed his physique, lifting the second suit. I believe this one would suit you better. Before I could elaborate further, he nodded, declaring, then this one it shall be. Aren't you going to ask anything? Noticing my wide-eyed expression, he reclined further into the sofa, stating, I still have faith in your judgment. If it's not too much trouble, could you fetch me a glass of wine? Such splendid weather calls for a drink. I gazed out at the warm sunlight. And while I understood his sentiment, you ought to stand up first. His eyes met mine over the magazine. Do not gaze at the beautiful older sister any longer, sir. I pushed my glasses up in resignation. Surely, you do not believe that simply holding this suit against yourself would suffice in determining its fit? This suit is barely a size larger than I am. I retrieved a measuring tape from my apron, holding it at both ends, shoulder width, chest circumference, sleeve length, pant length. These are all necessary measurements. If you could recall your sizes, please inform me now. Otherwise, I kindly ask you to stand up properly. I emphasize the word properly, maintaining a strained smile while observing the giraffe sprawled across the sofa. The magazine adorned with beautiful stars was quietly placed on the table, and I found myself speechless, staring at the upright Navy officer. Puffed. Observing Kazan's inscrutable expression, I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, stepping onto the very stool I had diligently moved earlier. I heard, oh sir. He theatrically cleared his throat, feigning comfort as he said, you will grow taller in the future, don't worry. Even if I grow, I will never reach your height. I chuckled, realizing I was already considered tall among girls. Since starting the rigorous training in Frost Moon Village, my physical activity and appetite have increased in tandem, coinciding with my growth spurt, shooting up in height. I am nearly 1.7 meters now, and I believe I will grow taller still, making my daily glass of milk worthwhile. That is why I told Luo that I was merely growing slowly. Lost in my thoughts, I found myself troubled once more. Even standing on a chair, I barely reached his chest. Measuring sleeve length was manageable, but gauging shoulder width required me to make a considerable effort to stand on my tiptoes. Kazan glanced at me with mild exasperation, and with a casual wave of his hand, a staircase of ice suddenly appeared on the floor. This should do, right? It dawned on me, and I slapped my forehead. I had not consumed a devil fruit, and my chances of encountering someone with abilities were nearly non-existent, making it difficult for me to adapt in this regard. Wait. You were watching me move the stool earlier. My face flushed crimson as I realized the implication behind his laughter. Because you looked so earnest. I was reluctant to disturb you. Such a serious explanation is utterly unconvincing. I managed a smile, suppressing my frustration, and stood straight, sir. I leaned forward, placing the measuring tape against his left shoulder blade, slowly stretching it out. I had no choice but to hang on to him like a sloth. Being so close, the faint scent of laundry detergent enveloped me, and as I finished, I exhaled in relief, only to hear his remark. You may refrain from speaking. My smile vanished completely, feeling that the man before me was otherwise perfect, save for his incessant chatter. How touching that your subordinate has not abandoned you because of that mouth. Ah, finally. You've stopped smiling. He remained unfazed by my sarcasm, his face wearing a hint of mirth. If you don't wish to laugh, then don't. You typically carry an air of solemnity. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. In any case, you ought to keep quiet. Next, I had to measure his chest circumference, and I had to admit that this action bordered on inappropriate. I was about to call someone else when my movement was halted. The long-armed Navy officer effortlessly lifted me. I stared wide-eyed into his eyes. The sensation at my waist was too pronounced, and the sudden elevation of my perspective was surreal. I looked at the face before me, now appearing somewhat unfamiliar, and felt dizzy. No, you should put me down. Isn't this just perfect? He gazed at me intently, asking, aren't you trying to express your apology? As he spoke, he readily released me. I angrily smoothed out the creases in my dress, thinking this joke had gone too far. Moreover, what apology are you even referring to? Kazan is clearly over a decade older than I am. How childish. I suddenly felt that my earlier actions were not at fault after all. Being with this mischievous naval officer can make anyone's temperament turn sour. The voice from above resonates, reminding me that the childishness of an adult is indeed a rare treasure. I can't help but chuckle in exasperation. Your arguments are always so convincing. After all, you are still quite juvenile. But I am on the verge of adulthood. In my homeland, one is not considered an adult until they turn 30. What nonsense are you spouting? No such country exists. You're jesting about my previous remarks again. Indignantly, I measure my own bust. Today, he wears a rather ordinary blue shirt, its collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his chiseled physique. Quite impressive indeed. From a doctor's perspective, I can easily outline his upper body muscles, leaving me momentarily speechless. What are you thinking about? His voice muffled comes from above. I'm admiring your muscles. I exclaim in awe. Be it the Knights of the Empire or the prodigious swordsmen of the Federation, they all possess tall, well-proportioned physiques. Yet here, perhaps due to differing customs, there is an abundance of muscle enthusiasts. Aesthetic appreciation is inherently personal. I find myself more inclined towards the former. Moreover, even from a medical standpoint, his pectoral muscles are exceptionally well developed. For me, the sensation of different muscles is distinct. I imagine the tactile experience of someone like Kazan would be quite delightful. Contemplating thoughts that must remain concealed, I earnestly express my opinion. With such a physique, you indeed suit a suit remarkably well. Long limbs, a narrow waist, broad shoulders. Your proportions are impeccable. To say otherwise would be a disservice to my conscience. Just like my brother. Handsome, I assent he? I raise my head, quirking an eyebrow at Kazan, who speaks such questions with an unflinching demeanor. For some reason, despite the provocative nature of the question, I find myself feeling helpless in his presence. I nod absent-mindedly. Very handsome. Your previous silver-gray suit was quite striking. I rise onto my toes, adapting to the icy surface, and manage to stabilize my weight, wrapping my arms around his upper body, gently leaning him towards me. Don't move. I fear the data may be inaccurate. Lightly admonishing his movements, I bring my face closer to the soft measuring tape. Let us leave a few more centimeters here. Today, Kazan is clad only in a shirt, the tape snugly fitting around his muscles, causing the fabric to subtly dip. After recording this measurement, I hand the tape back to him. There you go. For the final measurement, please be a reliable adult. Are you lost in thought? I see. He clears his throat, his gaze wandering. Which area? From the belt to the back, please document that section. Just as I say this, Kazan's phone suddenly rings. I instinctively turn my back and step away. I'll go fetch you some wine. Upon returning to the room, I happen to catch him hanging up the phone. His expression inscrutable. What's this? My curiosity piqued, I stifle it. Your wine, Admiral. I set down the glass, and I shall take my leave now. Kazan, with a cryptic expression, reclines on the sofa and suddenly asks, do you know who was on the phone just now? My heart tightens, an ominous premonition surfacing as I smile and inquire. What is it, Admiral? You previously mentioned that I do not understand you. He casts a gentle glance my way. His eyes now frigid. My heart races uncontrollably, as if something dire is about to transpire. You are quite right. Now can you divulge your secret to me, Miss Liar? Breath hitching, I remain motionless, gazing at him. What is lying? Kazan chuckles softly. Run away. Every fiber of my being screams a warning, yet I find myself paralyzed. Unable to move, as if I have returned to that initial moment, suppressed by the observation hockey. No, it's not merely observation hockey. There's also Conqueror-S hockey. I look at him, realizing I have exposed myself. With Conqueror-S hockey, how much more could you possibly conceal from me? Kazan lounges on the sofa. His posture seemingly languid, yet exuding an irresistible sharpness. One shoulder even appears to be encased in ice, poised for action. I exhale deeply. So how did you discover this? Kazan's eyes are as dark as the polar night, and when he cools his expression, it resembles a sudden tempest. He abruptly appears before me, seizing my throat and pinning me to the sofa. Your curiosity runs deep, doesn't it? Kazan smiles, but his eyes are icy to the core. How terrifying. I murmur in complaint, and a hint of a smile curls at the corner of his mouth. After deceiving me so many times, can he still maintain such composure? Shedding that layer of amiable reliability, the cold cruelty of the Navy finally reveals itself. Kazan, with an intrigued expression, removes his glasses and tosses them aside. The carpet muffles the sound, leaving only the echo of his voice within the room. Such a beautiful face, yet you choose to lie. Tell me, Miss Assassin, which of your words is true? Do you take me for a fool? This man moves with such swiftness that he firmly suppresses my limbs. As I attempt to speak, he deliberately loosens his grip, prompting me to cough and chuckle. Is this an attempt to drag me back? Still smiling. Yet the hidden blade in my forearm has already been drawn. Bam. Kazan does not evade. Instead, he catches the blade with his hand, the sharp edge slicing through flesh. Blood dripping onto his sleeve without altering his expression. Is this your reliance? Blood splatters onto his face as I glare at Kazan, trying to break free from his embrace. Suddenly, I squint, staring intently at him, and assert, you have long suspected my identity. He nods slightly. Is that not so? The peculiar glasses. The notes of contact. No matter how you argue, I would still harbor suspicion. However, I initially believed you to be merely a down-on-your-luck lady. Possessing such items would not be surprising. Should such information be disclosed, you would not fare well with the celestial dragons. One of his hands caresses my face, tenderly stroking. Kazan presses me firmly against his leg, suddenly shifting his tone to a chilling severity. Do you know? Identity, origin, accomplices, abilities. Any means would be employed to extract information from people like you. He tightens his grip on my throat, just as I am about to suffocate. He loosens it ever so slightly, creating an unbearable urge to seize that fleeting moment to breathe, yet it is soon stifled again. Even this torment is effortlessly executed. Nunnally. He plainly states his intentions. The world government will want to know who sent you, or rather, your true identity. I will take you back to Marineford. The Navy will take over this matter. You are also a member of the Revolutionary Army, are you not? The interrogators will inquire about the White Witch. Regardless of your intentions, divulge everything to them. Only then can you survive. I scoff coldly, gazing at him. To live under the Navy's surveillance? Kazan's expression remains unchanged. He nods. A thoroughly meticulous arrangement. I presume you had already devised this when you received the call. Kazan's hand rests on his waist. Should you disagree, I will have no choice but to enforce it. Hear me well, the Navy's overseers will show no mercy. Any slight error on your part, and you will be eliminated. To willingly become a lackey of the celestial dragons. Is that your notion of justice? I retort with disdain. Kazan meets my gaze, and I stare coldly back at him. I am currently unable to provide an answer to this question. Surprisingly, he did not display anger. Instead, he calmly addressed me. I am still in pursuit of my own sense of justice. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, you must be aware of the O'Hara incident. I was uncertain of his intentions, merely nodding with pursed lips. During my time studying under Doflamingo, I had perused numerous reports that mentioned the O'Hara massacre order. My thoughts drifted to the two women Roger had introduced to me, one of whom, with her flowing beautiful hair, revealed her daughter's name to me. I have set Nico Robin free, he stated, delivering a revelation potent enough to unsettle the Navy. I was taken aback, gazing at him with a complex expression, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps he did not seek a reply. Silence on my part may have sufficed. What does justice truly resemble? As a member of the Navy, why must they slaughter civilians? And yet, as part of the Navy, they would release a child who was wanted and bountied? Kazan refrained from continuing, leaving the room enveloped in silence. I pondered why he would divulge such information to me. Ultimately, was the intention not to apprehend me? Did he not fear I would inform others? Would you? He inquired, his gaze fixed on mine, while I averted my eyes, pursing my lips. Kazan extended his hand to me. When we reached the vicinity of Sabaody, he disembarked to go to Marineford. For now, please tend to my wounds, he requested. I tightened my lips, realizing I had no choice. Silently, I retrieved bandages and ointments from the room. In the brief span of our conversation, the bleeding had ceased, revealing only the stark pale flesh beneath. I sat on the sofa, bandaging his hand, when I suddenly asked, "How did you receive that phone call?" Kazan regarded me. Why would I inform my enemy? I fell silent, grasping the medical kit, contemplating rising, when his voice came from behind. You wield the same power as him. In that moment, clarity struck me. It was that inexplicably transformed celestial dragon kin. Why disclose such matters to me? You need not have said anything. Kazan sighed, pulling me into his embrace. Oh dear, how else am I to express this, Miss Assassin who deceives my emotions? He continued, besides, you would eventually learn of it. Sharing it with you is of little consequence. His hand, wrapped in bandages, playfully twirled a strand of my hair, securing it at the back of my head. In his gaze, a small reflection of myself lingered. I cast him a glance and retorted, I have never deceived you in that regard. You do not harbor affection for me. Very well, he replied. Kazan encircled my form, his stature rendering me akin to a doll in his grasp. I stood frozen, allowing him to lean closer, gently brushing my cheek with his fingers. As for the supervision, I will entrust it to those I can trust. If possible, you should also consider attending school. A lie, I thought. An assassin who harms celestial dragons, upon being questioned for desired intel, would likely be handed over to Charlemagne for retribution. Yet this man. Feeling the relentless tide of emotions emanating from Kazan, I hesitated. Contemplating a transaction for an assassin and a celestial dragon? It was unfathomable. This man seemed to continually defy my expectations of him. I lowered my gaze, exhaling a sigh. At times, I truly find you perplexing. With that, I turned my face, hesitantly and cautiously brushing against his cheek. I am sorry, Kazan. He looked at me with widened eyes, slightly taken aback, before breaking into a chuckle. Is this pity for a loser? He mused, though he held me firmly against him. Remember, Nunnally, in the presence of men, do not resort to such tactics, for they will only take advantage of you. Kazan, flipping the situation, gently pressed a kiss upon my face, his fingers weaving through my tousled hair. Even as a user of the ice fruit, his breath was warm, brushing against my skin, igniting a sensation of warmth. He paused slightly, observing my lowered gaze. Oh dear, even if it is pity, I shall not let you off the hook, Mississippi. As long as one gains favor, does the reason truly matter? He lifted my chin, capturing my lips in a kiss. Initially forceful, it expressed some primal need, but soon transformed into a more tender embrace, accompanied by the moist sounds of lips and the gentle caress of his fingers at my waist. I shivered at the peculiar sensation, hearing Kazan emit a satisfied hum. I always thought that when you let your hair down, it would look stunning. As the kiss ended, Kazan softened his expression, holding me close. I gazed at him, suddenly caressing his face. I had long prepared for death when I made my decision. I am sorry, Kazan. In my left eye, a crimson bird flickered to life. Forget about today entirely. He awoke in a haze, hearing a familiar voice. Mr. Vice Admiral, have you finally awoken? A neatly dressed girl looked at him with a hint of exasperation. We had planned to take your measurements today. Kazan rubbed his forehead. Apologies, I must have dozed off. She nodded in understanding. Were you too tired before? However, I used the sizes from your other suits as a reference. Do you have a preferred style? His mind remained clouded. Perhaps he had slept too long, so he waved dismissively. You decide. At that moment, Kazan noticed a small wound on her lip. Did you hurt your mouth? Oh, yes, she replied, covering her mouth sheepishly. I accidentally bumped it today, hence the injury. Do you have any medicine? Kazan sat up, the blanket slipping from his shoulders. Yes, I still have some, she replied with a charming smile. Since you are awake, I shall take my leave for now. I will bring your meal shortly. Kazan stared at the now closed door, recalling the cut on his hand that he had inadvertently inflicted upon himself. How peculiar. Chapter 49. If Borsalino, he is indeed an adept charmer among the ladies. Unlike the perpetually lazy Kazan, and in stark contrast to the rigid Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Borsalino is unsurprisingly the most favored among women. Witty, humorous, and possessing impeccable taste, he is extravagantly generous with his spending. Who could resist such a man? If one were to consider the dynamics of interaction, it resembles a domineering vice admiral courting a canary, far more cliched than Kazan's previous playful pursuits. Older men often gravitate towards youthful women, as another seasoned veteran once remarked. Perhaps the vibrancy of youth rekindles their own vitality. In their youth, they were consumed by power and justice, only to begin noticing the alluring curves of the opposite sex as their worldview matured. For him, dates are invariably delightful. The ladies are both beautiful and charming, their radiant smiles easily elicited by gifts and flirtation. Borsalino is not one to hesitate in showering them with his wealth. If one were to rate a perfect lover in the grand line, he would undoubtedly rank in the top 10, with deductions likely stemming from those who perceive his age as a drawback. I do not understand. Middle-aged men possess their own youth, such a repugnant notion. In truth, he had noticed her the moment she appeared. Fortunately, it was due to his abilities. Kazan did not recall appearances, leaving the world government both furious and helpless. Thus, Borsalino naturally fell into the role, unwittingly participating in a theatrical performance alongside her. As one ages, a fondness for romance often blossoms. He relishes the early morning hours, rising to pluck the freshest flowers, their dew still trembling upon the petals. He playfully and affectionately places the blossoms upon the slumbering visage of a girl, momentarily unsure which countenance is more exquisite. In her sleep, she is remarkably serene, her hands resting demurely at her sides, curving into a crescent shape. Her nightgown clings to her gradually developing curves, a mere whisper of a blanket draped over her form, inviting uninhibited admiration for her youthful physique. Sunlight filters through the curtains, casting a golden glow that transforms the scene into something reminiscent of an oil painting, with the girl beside him resembling a figure from such artistry. Such a sweet and delicate beauty. Even a man like Borsalino, known for his fleeting relationships, finds himself enchanted, convinced he has stumbled upon a Michelin star experience unlike any other. If he were to rate it, he could effortlessly gather every stone from the heavens to adorn this establishment with his exclusive accolades. The old house may be on fire, a fitting metaphor for his fervent infatuation. Borsalino ponders that aside from himself, no one could possibly care for such a precious young lady. Green Pheasant is utterly enamored, while Akainu appears as if he has never known the warmth of a partner. Upon reflection, Those of similar standing are either devoid of romance or already entangled in commitments, while those of comparable wealth lack his strength and status. The title of Vice Admiral is a golden emblem, one that allows Porcelino to lavishly indulge his little lady. At this moment, she has just turned 18, while he is in his 40s. Had they met in his 20s, he would have been a dizzy young man. In his 30s he might have tread cautiously, but now in his 40s he follows his desires unabashedly. His experiences and audacity are both vast, unrestrained by limits, appreciating the refined and the vulgar alike. The wardrobe in the villa is brimming with dresses Porcelino has procured for her, as he believes such a girl is best suited in Western attire, with layers of floral skirts cascading like petals, taffeta and silk, each fabric echoing the softness of her skin, adorned with an array of bows that hang gracefully, from playful and charming to dignified and elegant, culminating in an air of mysterious allure. The treasures from renowned designers and coveted collections are crammed into a single closet, yet they are overshadowed by the glimmering pearls that the girl, alongside her numerous baubles, has acquired. He does not chastise her for her playful antics with the pearls, even if they were plucked from the crown of a king. To Porcelino, her behavior is whimsically natural, every action justified in its own right. Many esteemed gentlemen would proudly showcase their youthful lovers at high society events, seeking admiration and envy. Yet, Porcelino diverges from this norm, not out of gentlemanly virtue, but because he cherishes his tender girl, protecting her as if she were the very apple of his eye. Their island, renowned for its natural beauty, becomes a realm where he devotes himself to exploring every corner alongside her. In her eyes, even the wildflowers by the roadside are a source of joy. Porcelino leisurely follows her, savoring these days together. Upon returning to headquarters, his comrade, Momonosuke, observes him intently before finally inquiring, "Old man, are you in love?" Only the allure of love could elicit such vitality from him. It is difficult to articulate his feelings in that moment, but satisfaction undoubtedly envelopes him as he silently contemplates the quaint shops of Chambord and the exquisite dresses and jewelry he has long coveted, planning how best to court her upon her next arrival. Compared to his age, she is still but a budding flower. Each girl is vibrant, yet she possesses an extraordinary vitality, her youthful visage already unmatched. Porcelino envisions how enchanting she will appear in a few years. The mere thought of her smile enough to captivate. Even the celestial dragons would bow before such delicate beauty, her gentle nature innate. Thus, he assumes the role of a gardener, diligently nurturing this foreign peony, all the while harboring ambitions that could echo even in Mariejois. The sweetness of her smile and the glimmer of admiration in her eyes are hallmarks of youth, as she inevitably harbors dreams of older men. Yet, as she matures and experiences the whims of life, she may very well seek the company of younger suitors instead. Such a scenario is intolerable for a vice admiral. When they venture out, passers-by often mistake them for father and daughter, until Porcelino affectionately encircles her delicate waist, his fingers casually resting in the soft indent of her back, a gesture that elicits an inexplicable blush and rapid heartbeat. Observing the usually flamboyant vice admiral, he now has to gently advise the young lady to sip less from her glass, cautioning her against indulgence with a tone both indulgent and tender. Who could possibly misunderstand his intentions? This is indeed the beloved of Vice Admiral Porcelino, untouchable and beyond the gaze of others. Their first encounter occurred at a soiree hosted by local nobility. The eager young aristocrats vied for his attention, yet Porcelino, having come merely to escape the monotony, found their clumsy advances tiresome. He wandered alone to the garden, which boasted a sea of white roses, a meager consolation. Who is it? A girl, her face partially obscured, lifted her gaze, cascading curls spilling over her shoulders, framing her porcelain visage. Unable to see, she relied on the sound of footsteps to sense another's presence. With innocence and politeness she inquired, yet no response met her. "Excuse me, are you a guest at today's gathering?" After mentioning several names, silence reigned. Her delicate fingers instinctively grasped her sleeve, anxiety creeping into her voice. "I'm sorry, did I disturb you?" Clad in a blue and white dress, her voice was calm, yet her posture rendered the adjacent white roses pale in comparison. Perhaps she was an overlooked illegitimate child, a cherished mistress, or a daughter brought to be cared for by a servant. Yet from the moment Porcelino spoke, her identity was singular. No need to be shy, little miss. She was a survivor, rescued from the sea mere days prior. Unable to see or walk, her memories vanished, even her surname forgotten. A blank slate, a fresh canvas. Porcelino never hesitated to acknowledge his own superficiality. No matter how formidable or powerful, the allure of a beautiful lady would always ensnare him. It is only human nature to be swayed by appearances, although his elevated status heightens the stakes. The impending calamity rendered her constitution fragile. Given his own idleness, Porcelino engaged a physician and rented a quaint villa for her recovery. Those unaware might assume he harbored a secret mistress, while those in the know were astonished at the Vice Admiral's newfound benevolence. Yet, such gestures were merely customary for him. Porcelino is the most romantic of lovers, willing to procure a blue diamond from a shop window for the mere flicker of her gaze, or to present her with exotic flowers blooming atop snow-capped peaks the following dawn, all for a playful jest. His romantic escapades are countless, and he has triumphed in the realm of women. Yet before this young lady he faltered. No matter how earnestly he tried, all he received were polite thanks, the tenderness of their first meeting having vanished. Despite her inherently gentle disposition, she offered him naught but indifference. "I believe you must be mistaken." The morning light streamed through the crystalline floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her flowing hair and slender spine, even the delicate fuzz of her skin barely visible. "To me, these are mere trifles." She addressed her current benefactor with an unperturbed demeanor, betraying no hint of trepidation, as if the priceless gems she had received were nothing but trifles, and the formidable rear admiral before her was merely a figure easily vanquished. These treasures held no significance for her. They were never of paramount importance. "Mr. Porcelino, I possess the finest love in the world." Such audacious words, spoken with ease, evoked a sense of embarrassment. "I appreciate your assistance, but that does not imply I accept being placed in such a position." The girl spoke boldly, while her servant lowered his head in trepidation. Her expression remained calm, as though indifferent to her fate. "I thought you had lost your memory," remarked Porcelino, not in anger but with keen interest, observing the nuances of her expression. Her delicate brows furrowed, and indeed, the warmth of recollection threatened to bring tears to her eyes, as she mused that surely, the most wonderful person in the world must be in love with her. For the first time, she unveiled such genuine emotion, devoid of any polite pretense, instead radiating a sincere smile, an expression reserved for one who is cherished with the utmost sincerity, devotion, and selflessness. She must be regarded as the most precious treasure by someone who has cherished and protected her for years, unwavering even amidst countless terrors. Thus, no external influence could sway her. Any love tainted by ambiguity, ulterior motives, or conflicting interests could not shake her resolve, and she scorned mere riches. Compared to what she possessed, these were but paltry offerings. To exchange such invaluable feelings with her, one would need to offer a true heart. This was a paradise crafted over years by the one most dear to her. Anyone harboring ill intentions attempting to intrude would be deemed her adversary. The man, having had his thoughts laid bare, did not erupt in embarrassment but instead found himself intrigued. "Then let us see, shall we?" The sailor of the seas never feared challenges and relished them. Once spoken, such words could not be retracted. The usually flamboyant admiral exhibited rare restraint, oscillating between his villa and the grand mansion. "I am sincerely pursuing the young lady," he declared. The man in the striped suit pushed the wheelchair, and the girl, seated within, shook her head in resignation. "What is this all for?" she queried. "I do not believe I possess anything worthy of your interest." "How could that be?" he replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. The allure of a beautiful heart was enough to drive a man to madness. Porcelino was not a disagreeable fellow. Aside from a handful of colleagues of similar standing, a significant portion of the Navy admired him. As long as he spoke kindly, no one harbored resentment against him. Even the initially aloof young lady was not exempt. "Do you find me a bit more agreeable today?" he inquired. The girl across from him leisurely sipped her tea. "Not at all, Mr. Porcelino." This dialogue had transpired countless times, yet to attain the rank of admiral required numerous battles, and a steadfast commitment to strategy. He was never lacking in patience or perseverance. The conversation began on a day when Porcelino was injured, due to his involvement with the Sun Pirates. The remnants of Fisher Tiger's faction bore a deep-seated hatred towards him, pursuing him to mount an attack. Naturally, he sustained injuries. As he lay in bed, he idly speculated, when will the young lady come to visit? By the third iteration of this thought, the familiar sound of the wheelchair finally approached. "You are truly incorrigible." The girl with furrowed brows and closed eyes disapproved, shaking her head. "Why would you let yourself come to this?" "Oh, how unfortunate. I was injured while protecting the civilians," he replied. The pressure of her hand on his bandaged chest tightened, and her voice was unusually taut. "Are you serious about using that to deceive me, Mr. Porcelino?" "Well, it is indeed absurd for a dignified admiral to be outmatched by a mere pirate crew," he conceded. Yet, did such ridiculous antics not lure the young lady here? He wore a charmingly smug expression, unabashedly pouting at the girl nearly 30 years his junior. She maintained a stoic face, seemingly unimpressed, but soon her resolve faltered. Regardless of your actions, you ought to consider your health. She spoke innocently. If Mr. Palyasolino were a villain, I would have run away long ago. But knowing your true nature, I am willing to remain here. You are already my friend. Regardless, after such a lengthy companionship, his kindness and the gifts he had bestowed upon her, even if his intentions were not to her liking, after a scolding, he had willingly amended his ways, never again crossing boundaries. This time, he was injured while protecting children taken hostage during a pirate raid. The girl, who had only learned of these events through others, grasped his broad hand and urged, "Please recover swiftly." Such innocent and charming words almost elicited laughter. A sea monster like Palyasolino, even after sustaining numerous stab wounds, could continue fighting without a change in composure. The wounds he bore now would have seemed trivial even to the young man who had just entered naval school over 20 years prior. Yet Palyasolino merely squinted, obediently acquiescing. "All right then. I shall heed the young lady." From that point onward, their interactions grew increasingly pleasant until Palyasolino received a package. He happily made his way to the mansion and knocked on the champagne-colored door. The girl in the wheelchair dutifully opened it, and he joyfully wheeled her to the floor-to-ceiling window. "What is it?" she asked, puzzled. Palyasolino knelt before her, producing a gift from the recently sent war peach. Intending to surprise her, gently he placed the mechanical glasses upon her face, causing her to jump in surprise like a startled creature, her tone wavering. "What is this?" "These are glasses made upon request," he explained, brushing his fingers against her cheek, his tone indulgent. "Now the young lady can go outside." Although their usage time was limited, for a girl confined to her home due to a disability, the chance to step out for a breath of fresh air was more than sufficient. There was no need for concern. He would act as her eyes and legs, as light as the swiftest and brightest of all things. She fell silent, extending her hand to touch his face, removing the orange-tinted glasses that he had obediently taken off. Her delicate palm glided from his forehead, along his brow, down the straight bridge of his nose to his soft lips. "This is too much," she managed to smile, her voice thick with emotion. The man who moved at the speed of light did not shy away, but remained half-kneeling, resting his head against her oblivious lap, lazily inhaling the fragrance of her attire. "Then I shall take advantage of this," he teased. She broke into laughter, her fingers weaving through his short black hair, slowly yet resolutely combing through it. "Only this once." Emar Polusalino. Their unspoken understanding marked the beginning of their relationship. Outside her bedroom was a small balcony, where Palyasolino enjoyed standing below, holding the most vibrant white rose, casually leaning against the wall in a full suit, resembling a lovesick fool from a drama, dressed to impress, hoping to elicit a smile from the beautiful maiden. Since the advent of her spectacles, the other has taken a penchant for emerging at the break of dawn, leaning over the balcony with an insatiable yet endearing gaze upon the world before her, until Borsalino whistles, straddling the line between rogue and gentleman, and proclaims, "Beautiful lady, would you care to join this old man for a rendezvous?" Her laughter is lighter than that of a white dove. They have spent an interminable time together, a duration so extensive that Borsalino ascended to the rank of admiral, amassing greater influence and stature, procuring esteemed physicians to restore her sight and legs. It has grown to the point where the villa belonging to the newly appointed Admiral Kizaru required carpeting, as his beloved cherished the sensation of bare feet upon the ground. Even the warlords have caught wind of Kizaru's love, merely awaiting the announcement of their nuptials. "So when shall we toast to your union?" Warlord Sengoku teased, while another admiral, Akiji, wore a sullen countenance, lamenting the silence of the revolutionary army he once favored, presumably long deceased. The contented Kizaru, with a smile, remarked that he was eager to witness when the young lady would be inclined to indulge. After all, love is love. Everyone knows that Admiral Kizaru is hers, and none dare to disturb the young lady, no matter how beautiful she may be. "You guard her fiercely." "We haven't even seen her yet," Akiji remarked. Kizaru shook his head, for the finest treasures must be kept in the safest of places. He sauntered away from headquarters, returning to Sabaody. Such distance is but a blink of an eye for light speed, and before he even crossed the threshold, he could hear the ethereal strains of music, signaling that his little girl was dancing once more. Since her legs were healed, the arduous rehabilitation had been a torment for a time, and Kizaru could only watch as she fell heavily yet rose again. The carpet was laid during those trying moments. The doctors had advised her to engage in more physical activity, for she must have endured great suffering. The deprivation of freedom and light had left indelible marks upon her body. "Then let us dance," she suggested, "for I always remember dancing with my brother." As time passed, she gradually recalled fragments of her past, of a gentle brother and numerous half-siblings, suggesting a notably vast family. Borsalino had long been aware of her extraordinary lineage, In a world where many could not even read, her eloquence and demeanor betrayed much. Her gentility was more akin to cultivated refinement than mere nature. After yet another fall during rehabilitation, he stood behind the door, witnessing a maid tending to her wounds with tender care, soothingly asserting, "You are already the beloved of the Admiral. He would never think less of you, my lady. Even this frail and delicate body might attract even more affection," she implied, which darkened the young lady's expression. Even at this moment, she merely responded to the serving maid, "I am the mistress of this house." And indeed it was true. Initially, it was Borisolino who had rented the mansion, but as the young lady regained her strength and found the capacity to write, she began submitting articles to the World Economic Journal, leveraging her residual knowledge of medicine and literature to earn some remuneration. Soon, she bought the very house outright, even having the means to prepare gifts for Borisolino. Upon entering the residence, Borisolino startled the maid, who hastily retreated. Her expression turned frosty. She loathed being regarded as an appendage to anyone, her innate pride mingling with the frustration of repeated failures, the anxiety of lost memories, compounded by the maid's remarks, which unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotions as Borisolino entered. "What seems to be the matter? Does the Admiral wish to witness my folly? Pity for a wretched lover. Is it?" She trembled, tears cascading onto her hands. "How utterly absurd. I am aware of all that they say. I am merely a dependent of the Admiral, reduced to receiving the charity of others. Yes, my body is of no use, but why must my efforts be rendered futile?" Her words were not directed at Borisolino but were a venting of her anger towards the world. She pressed her hand to her chest, her voice dwindling yet her anguish intensifying. "You know nothing. Those of you who can run on your own legs and behold the world with your own eyes understand nothing of the feelings of filth and ugliness that you cannot even perceive. The helplessness of wanting to intervene when someone is harmed but being utterly powerless. The inability to even see the visage of one you hold dear. Who am I? Where is my homeland? Are my kin still alive? I know nothing, merely existing here as a puppet. Why must it be me? Have I erred? Am I a wicked child? Where is my brother, the one most important to me? Tell me, Borisolino, are you not an admiral? Tell me." Such vehement and grotesque negative emotions finally broke free from years of confinement, howling against an unjust world. She collapsed into Borisolino's embrace, despairing and ashamed, reliant and yearning, weeping profusely as she poured forth everything to her elder, caring, and dependable lover. Perhaps it was the accumulation of such sentiments over time, or perhaps the weight of her long-held facade of obedience and restraint was too much to bear. On this day, Borisolino transcended many, including her brother, Lucius, becoming the second person to glimpse the true self behind her mask. She, the daughter of the luminous Princess Mariana, was regarded as possessing a temperament rather extreme, even among her peers in Britannia. Her essence had never been distorted. Subsequently, Borisolino dismissed all the servants and took her back to his private residence in Sabaody, unwilling to expose his emotionally wounded beloved to the gaze of his colleagues. Any scrutiny might inflict harm before she fully recovered. The private estate was nestled amidst a copse, with Sabaody serving as the gateway connecting the new world to paradise. Here, every inch is precious, yet the Admiral could craft another Eden for his beloved. From the memories of the palace to the forests that often beckoned with adventure. From the teddy bear, Poco, gifted at the age of 5 to the lost shepherd dog, Bess at school. Every corner of those recollections was meticulously recorded and thoughtfully restored by him. Yet that was often not enough. Later, Borisolino brought a thick stack of condolence letters, requesting his beloved, who was reading Braille, to assist him in replying. In the name of the Navy, he wrote to the families of sailors who perished in battle. It was not typically within Kizar's purview, but he felt a slight stirring upon learning of it. Me? Really? The other pressed her finger against the Braille's indentations, biting her lip. Are you serious about handing this over to me? He embraced her contentedly, her diminutive stature making her feel like a delicate doll in his arms. I entrust this task to my lady. The sudden term of endearment caused her ears to flush crimson. I understand, but please do not address me that way. It feels so strange. He gently pinched her soft waist, hearing her delicate breaths. No, I won't. Thus, life gradually returned to its rightful course. Kizaru leaned against the doorframe, watching the woman he had nurtured from fragile tears to vibrant health, stretching her supple limbs, her dance skirt resembling scattered white blossoms. She raised her arms high, her expression serene and graceful. As the music concluded, she turned to him, breathless yet unsurprised, revealing a smile devoid of reservation, imbued with affection and vitality from being cherished. Welcome home, Celino. At this moment, there were still 7 days until the White Witch fully regained her memories. Chapter 50, Birthday Gift. Though it was termed a banquet, It was, in essence, a mere indulgence for the celestial dragons. After completing my work, I found myself alone in a secluded corner of the deck. The melodious strains of music drifted in the air, and my toes tapped lightly upon the floor, my eyes closed as I hummed along softly. "Ah, you're here." Startled, I opened my eyes to find a man emerging from the shadows. "Oh dear, did I frighten you?" He, clad in formal attire, offered a sheepish nod. His hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered into the moonlight, casting a shadow that trailed behind him like a comet's tail. I regarded the man whose memories I had erased, maintaining an impassive expression. I cleared my throat to inquire, "Is there something you need, Admiral? Is it forbidden for me to be here without a purpose?" I placed my hand upon the hem of my skirt. "Not at all. I merely find it astonishing that you are not in the company of Charmako Saint. He has his own affairs." Kazan waved dismissively, disregarding his polished attire as he casually seated himself, legs crossed. "Have I disturbed you?" "No, I am simply bored to be alone here." As I spoke, I hesitated. "Would you like me to fetch you a drink?" "Well, I feel as though I've imbibed enough these past few days to muddle my thoughts, so perhaps not." I gently pinched my fingers, wondering if I was misinterpreting his words, knowing full well my abilities were indeed effective. "Understood. I shall not intrude further." "Were you dancing just now?" We both spoke simultaneously, and observing the unmasked surprise on his face, I wished I could bite my tongue. It was indeed not a mere illusion. "You have been avoiding me these past few days." He propped his chin on his hand, studying me intently. "Have I wronged you in some way?" "No, I fear this matter is not one you should know. You must be mistaken. I simply feel it is time for me to return to my quarters." I responded politely, having learned not to invoke that excuse again after he had seen through my previous attempts to feign assistance in the kitchen. Ah, the intuition of a man, Mississippi. He carelessly tossed his light coat aside, his waistcoat accentuating the sleek contours of his form. "Shall we sit?" With those words, Kazan had already prepared his coat as a makeshift cushion. He offered me no chance to refuse, and I inwardly sighed, folding my skirt. "So you shall simply observe me dance?" The last time we agreed to converse, it spiraled into a wild escapade. Now seated at the edge, I wore a smile and inquired, still holding my breath. "Ah, because it is quite lovely." Kazan propped himself up on his hands, shifting his posture as his thigh elevated, the fabric tightening with his movements, revealing a glimpse of his ankle adorned with light-colored socks beneath the empty trouser leg. "Thank you for your compliment," I reciprocated. "Your attire today is quite handsome as well." He turned his head, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized me. "What is it?" "I was merely reflecting on when I may have offended you." His candidness left me momentarily speechless. Surely I could not confess to being at a loss in facing the object of my first kiss, whom I had deceived in matters of the heart. In this regard, my practice was still lacking. I silently replayed the tales of other Britannian romances in my mind, maintaining a composed facade as I replied, "It is simply that you have interrupted my youthful sentiments." Adding to this, I recalled his previous glimpse of my note. This was the second time indeed, Admiral Kazan. Speaking of which, he seemed to recall something. "Did you not mention that your type is handsome men? In that case, it sounds as though someone has been praised in such a manner. Perhaps it is Charmako Saint calling for you." "Spare me." Mississippi seemingly repulsed by my description, he grimaced. "That would be hell." I chuckled, bowing my head. "Well, Mr. Kazan, your words are indeed quite cool." I observed his tousled hair, maintaining a calm tone. "And you are a good person. Such words should not be spoken of a man." He faltered under my gaze for a moment before reluctantly rising, his sapphire-studded tie clip clasping his cravat, his uniform impeccably sharp. The usually languid figure leaned forward, extending a long hand towards me. "The music has yet to cease." "Beautiful miss, would you care to dance with me?" The moonlight cast an ambiguous glow behind him. I lowered my gaze, quickly complaining with a smile, "You are too tall. How am I to keep up?" "Well," he replied with a glimmer in his eyes, "as long as you are happy, that is all that matters." "You truly are a challenge," I remarked, my smile widening. "Then allow me to take the lead." It hardly qualified as formal dancing. If the instructor summoned by Doflamingo were to witness me twirling around him, using him merely as a support, he might very well be driven to apoplexy. We clasped hands, supporting one another with our arms, his forearm raised just enough to allow me to spin joyfully, my toes tapping in swiftly transitioning movements, our bodies connecting and separating lightly. The petite ice blue gemstone adorning my attire shimmering softly with each movement, the delicate tie brushing against my cheek. Rather than a formal ball, it felt more like two bored souls seeking merriment. Not far off, the music transitioned into a new phase, the melody flowing gracefully, bright yet tender, concealing the quiet laughter in the corners. As the piece concluded, he appeared pensive. "What is it?" I was merely contemplating how long it has been since I engaged in such movement. I stirred my hand still clasped in his, feeling nostalgic. I too have not danced in quite some time. Doflamingo had a penchant for hosting banquets to showcase his power and subordinates. At times, I would serve as an accessory to dance alongside him. I once wondered why a pirate would delight in such ostentation, until Rosie revealed that he remained proud of his celestial dragon lineage. Perhaps this was his way of declaring his lofty status. Aside from Rosie and his parents, this assembly of world nobles truly were, as ever, scoundrels. With these thoughts, I withdrew my hand, joyfully curtsying. You are quite an excellent dance partner, Mr. Kazan. Dancing with Doflamingo was a foregone conclusion. I was but a puppet, bound to follow his whims, spinning like a music box figurine. However, the Navy man before me allowed for freedom of expression, which was quite endearing. Once I could use my legs again, I found myself fervently cherishing this experience, dance included. Who would not love the sensation of freedom? I paused, then softly expressed my gratitude. It has been so very long since I danced with such joy. The day my mother passed was indeed a banquet. Having just learned the steps, I had eagerly clung to my brother, wishing to dance with him. He was naturally gifted, his movements graceful, and I still remember my youthful anticipation for that day. We can dance in the palace too, Nunnally. No, I wish to dance amidst the music. Brother, he sighed, you are quite the handful. Then let us practice together. That would be the best birthday gift. As he draped his coat over my shoulders, I was momentarily taken aback. Birthday gift? What do you mean? He halted, seemingly unperturbed. My birthday, Mississippi. I was struck dumb. Why was Charlemaco Saint hosting a banquet? Why was I tasked with making him new clothing? Why could he slip out of the venue? It all stemmed from the person before me. Your expression reveals your ignorance, he remarked. As we age, the generational gap only widens. I instinctively felt a twinge of guilt and immediately apologized. I am truly sorry. Yet, he merely waved his hand, seemingly intending to inform me about the measurements later, though I could not fathom why he had forgotten. It has nothing to do with you, my dear, he reassured. I clenched my hands behind my back. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? I inquired anxiously, as it appeared that I had deceived him rather grievously from any perspective. Kazan pondered for a moment before plucking the flower from the buttonhole of his coat. After a brief hesitation, as if contemplating the placement, he gently tucked it behind my ear, the cold touch fleeting. This will suffice. I brushed my fingers against the soft petals, my smile momentarily faltering, and I bid farewell to the man with his hands in his pockets. Then, I shall see you tomorrow, Admiral. Nunnally, he suddenly called out, his gaze deep and inscrutable. I did not invite you to dance merely because of your birthday. Time seemed to freeze, yet in the next instant, I burst into laughter. What are you talking about? You were simply apologizing, weren't you, sir, who has interrupted me twice? I gazed at the naval officer before me, who had lost a day's worth of memories, and softly said goodbye. It is quite late. You should return and rest. Charlemagne still requires your protection. In the night, he chuckled softly. You call the shots. As his footsteps gradually faded, the place where his fingers had brushed seemed to grow warm, and I silently shook my head to dispel that illusion. You have returned, Nunnally. Sora observed my expression with a frown. Isn't that what Kazan wore today? I nodded calmly, feigning ignorance to her unspoken words, merely stating, the plan is still ahead of schedule, Sora. If this continued, no matter how many memories were erased, he would inevitably utter the same words. Moreover, if Kazan remained inactive for too long, the Navy would surely call again. By then, it would be too late. I picked up the candlestick that had already been prepared on the table, its base hastily inscribed with the name Jerry. Striking a match, I wore a vague expression as the small flame quickly ignited the wick, illuminating the candlestick. Such matters could not be compromised. I would ensure he disembarked. Chapter 51. The Courage of the Koi Flag. The Gratitude of Pinocchio. Item description. The gratitude of the world's foremost liar, the great King O. This time, he will lead his 8,000 subordinates to assist you, confounding minds and distorting perceptions. As I envisioned the delicate face of this card in the void, a sense of finality settled within me. Use it on everyone aboard this ship. The White Witch's presence. Has that person truly appeared? As I walked along the deck and overheard such whispers, I nodded in satisfaction. Confounding perceptions and bewildering minds. Such power wielded over the masses could make them unknowingly accept these rumors as reality. Tissabaidi? Kazan frowned in agreement. Charlemagne impatiently waved his hand, rebuking Kazan. We're nearly there. You're no longer needed here. Go capture that White Witch. I want her as my trophy. Everyone had been deceived. believing that the White Witch had indeed manifested in Sabaody. I mused, while discreetly observing the Navy's expressions. Here, it seemed impossible to resist the orders from above. He shook his head and suddenly pointed at me, saying, "In that case, give me that girl." I looked up at him, his face serene and composed. "I will hand over the White Witch to you in exchange." "A female slave, ha?" The bodyguard whispered in Charlemagne's ear, a twisted smile creasing his face, and I acquiesced. I followed Kazan back to his quarters, watching as he left the door ajar and busily packed his belongings inside. Without raising his head, Kazan stuffed items into his backpack. "All right, after this, feel free to attend medical school or whatever. When I return, we will leave together." I silently listened to his ramblings, knowing this would be the last time I would see him like this. To Kazan, the girl standing before him was an ordinary girl, harmless and intelligent, and he quite liked her. Moreover, with the transaction at hand, trading me for a pair of glasses, he would undoubtedly take me with him. Lowering my gaze, I heard him suddenly ask, "What was that psychological disorder you mentioned before?" I paused for a moment before responding, "It is post-traumatic stress disorder." He pondered for a while, noting that although the Navy rarely studied it, he knew a doctor who had spoken of the matter. "If you are interested, let her discuss it with you more." "Oh, are you worried that I might not be able to treat it?" His eyes turned towards me, feigning ignorance. Helping others is one thing. Reliving such memories is another. After a long silence, uncertain whether I had smiled, I inquired, "So when do you plan to depart?" "Today?" "Yes, after all, the appearance of such a character could cause quite a stir. I need to find someone along the way." He casually slung the backpack over one shoulder. "I have to go. I apologize." "Huh." I hesitated, gazing at him in confusion. "Why are you apologizing? You just said I could decide for myself. You noticed that, didn't you?" Observing my silence, Kazan's tone took on a teasing note. "Every charming lady will have admirers, and I am no different." He said this while bending down to hand me a slip of paper. "When I return, share your answer with me." I stood there in a daze as I accepted it, a seemingly inconsequential piece of paper that left me feeling dizzy. This was a life paper. Something exchanged with a close person. I had one too, given to me by Shanks. After the Red Force departed, Makino told me it was what he left behind. A small portion of the pristine paper torn away. I gazed silently at the life paper in my hand, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. "You truly break the rules," he remarked, raising an eyebrow. I lifted my head, hesitated for a moment, then stepped into his room, plucking a blooming white lily from the vase on the table. He instinctively bent down, and I stood on tiptoe, carefully tying the flower to his collar. "Just this once. I shall make an exception for you." Kazan's hand rested on the strap, his long fingers possessing a terrifying strength as he leisurely retrieved a bicycle from the ship. Stepping onto the ice formed from seawater, the sea breeze tousled my hair, and an impulse surged within me, prompting me to suddenly call out, "Mr. Kazan." He turned, a look of curiosity brightening his features. I gazed at him quietly, finally saying, "I wish you great success in your endeavors." The tall naval officer seemed to chuckle softly, the white lily on his chest swaying gently with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He waved his hand nonchalantly, "Don't act impulsively. Wait for my return." The sea roiled with turbulent waves, mirroring my complex emotions. Such feelings persisted until I met Naraya. Once familiar, the mermaid's lively personality shone through as she playfully blew bubbles. "I heard a Navy officer has taken a liking to you?" I chuckled. "From where did you hear such gossip?" "It was from the sister who delivered food today. She said you are fortunate, a significant figure is going to take you away, and they are all very happy for you." "Why should they be happy?" I began to question her. "Isn't a slave no longer a slave if they change masters?" Naraya furrowed her brow. "Isn't he taking you away because he likes you? Why would he still want you to be a slave?" She glanced around, her voice lowering. "But does he know?" I fell silent. Of course he did not know. It was indeed unfortunate that such events transpired between individuals standing on fundamentally different grounds. If my plan succeeds, Kazan will surely find himself in a dire predicament. Whether it be the assassin, the White Witch, or the tasks assigned to him by VV, all will come to naught, marking an intolerable failure for the Navy. I recall the ice flower he gifted me, which had already melted by the time I rose the following day. The last words of VV that linger in my memory are those concerning the transaction made with the other party. A vague suspicion takes root in my heart, leaving me at a loss as to how to confront this reality. Our positions diverge. What I oppose is what he supports. What I seek to extinguish is what he strives to protect. My thoughts echo a silent apology, devoid of any remorse. The words I uttered before departing were meant solely for the sea to hear. "Nunnally, are you not the one they speak of? Why do they say such things?" As I observed the mermaid's inquiry, I pondered momentarily. It was because I employed a different approach. Is that so? I knew it. If it were you, you could surely accomplish it. Gazing at her admiring smile, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. Noria, why do you place such trust in me? What if I were to fail? Before me stood the innocent and carefree mermaid, who bestowed upon me her unwavering trust the moment she learned of my identity. Because you are you. Her striking blue eyes fixed on mine. Your image is not only observed by Princess Odoheim. I too have embraced it. Did you know? Only Princess Odoheim believes that humans can be trusted. Everyone else deems humanity a despicable and untrustworthy race. But her tone suddenly escalated. You are different. You stand apart from all of them. I have encountered others from Fishman Island, and they all proclaim you a hero. Even aboard this vessel, amidst the celestial dragons. You continue to assist us. The sister who delivered our meals today even shed tears, stating that without your help, she might have perished long ago. I feel the same way. Had it not been for your encouragement, I would have long since lost the will to live. So I believe in you. You will succeed. I gently caressed her long hair. Do you still possess the flag I gave you? She nodded affirmatively. Courage Carp Flag. Item description. A memento from a legendary scene. Courage will never fade, and dreams will remain unbroken. As long as a glimmer of hope resides within the heart, it can ignite a spark. Possessing this item grants boundless courage. Upon boarding, I secretly entrusted her with this flag, a cherished possession of a significant person in my life. Both of them were incredibly brave souls. Thus, I bestowed it upon you, hoping you too will summon the courage in the days ahead. Will you? I cradled her face, which had been perpetually submerged in water, rendering it particularly damp. What difference is there between a mermaid's visage and a human's? 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. We are all children of the sun. I once hoped this flag would bestow you with courage. For aboard this vessel, you often find yourself alone. Thus, do not fear. Do not be afraid. However, in just a few days, you will no longer need this token. Her eyes, radiant as a clear sky, widened in disbelief, shimmering with an unsteady brilliance. I chuckled softly while tapping her smooth forehead. Smile, dear mermaid. You are soon to return home. Noria repeated in a daze. Home? I echoed her sentiment. Indeed, home. Suddenly, her tears burst forth, cascading like a torrential downpour. Could the restless nights and anxious days spent reciting the names of loved ones finally be coming to an end? In a flurry, she grasped my arm tightly, causing a sharp pain, but I merely gazed into her unprecedentedly bright eyes. What about you? Will you not come with me? You can join us on Fishman Island. We all adore you. Princess Odoheim will be thrilled. So will my brothers. I shook my head. I have other matters to attend to. It's dangerous, I assent it? She murmured, her voice faltering as she regarded me. I must go, mustn't I? Yes, I affirmed. There are many things that must be reclaimed. Those who have been enslaved, those who have lost their families due to oppression, and those forced to leave their homes and loved ones behind. I wiped away her tears. She sobbed softly, prompting me to smile. What's wrong? Do not weep so sorrowfully, little crybaby. The mermaid shook her head vigorously, burying herself in my embrace. Soaking my clothes. You must take care of yourself, all right? I gazed at her with a serene sorrow, a rare silence enveloping us. Would this rebellion unfold as I envisioned? When would Kazan uncover the truth? No one possessed the answers. Ultimately, I simply nodded amidst her round tears. I shall not falter, rest assured. My aspirations, my pursuits, do not permit me to succumb so easily to death. I shall conquer mortality. Chapter 52. Eliminate that celestial dragon. Dorian Jackson had grown accustomed to life aboard the ship. Coming from humble beginnings, he possessed an unremarkable appearance, the sole point of pride for his family being his enlistment in the Navy, where he had risen to the rank of major. With a monthly salary of 150,000 berries, and being a member of the headquarters, Jackson comfortably provided for his family. In comparison, the presence of the Celestial Dragon's guards had become somewhat tolerable. Transitioning from cautiousness to feeling at home, he discovered that life aboard the ship had its own merits. His salary could be saved if not spent, the kitchen was managed by familiar faces, and he could negotiate his meals as per his desires. Slowly, he began to hear others address him as commander, while the ship's slaves treated them with utmost respect. The Celestial Dragons refrained from targeting the Navy, and he was surrounded by ample bodyguards for protection. Other than the occasional reprimand from the Celestial Dragons, life was quite agreeable. When he learned that Rear Admiral Kazan had taken an interest in Ashford, Jackson found it rather intriguing. He was well aware of the young woman, who wore a pair of glasses that seemed to crush the spirit. Her appearance unremarkable, yet her audacity remarkable, perhaps a consequence of her association with Sora. In a world rife with chaos and compromise, her presence shone like a brilliant star, captivating attention. The crew aboard the ship adored her. And even Jackson's subordinates had once lamented to him, lamenting that Ashford was a slave of the celestial dragons. Such a figure, marked with the celestial dragon's insignia, resembled a pearl tarnished, evoking a sense of regret. Thus, upon learning that Rear Admiral Kazan had decided to take her off the ship, Jackson felt an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. This thought lingered until his limbs grew weak. A dedicated band played on the ship, and occasionally, Chalmako would request them to perform continuously throughout the day while he retreated to his quarters to rest. The idle Navy personnel found joy in the music, and when Ashford entered with a beaming smile, serving them dishes, they praised her culinary skills as they dined. Delicious, Jackson complimented. No wonder she was chosen by the Rear Admiral. He recalled the Rear Admiral's earnest words before departing, feeling increasingly sincere. The girl chuckled lightly. This can be considered leveraging the Rear Admiral's influence, right? Her voice was delicate, ringing clear and lively, akin to a bird perched on a branch. Jackson pondered whether this young girl understood the Rear Admiral's intentions. Just as he prepared to extol the Rear Admiral's virtues, he noticed her checking the time. What is this? A gift from the Rear Admiral? He mused, and before he knew it, he heard her clearly announce the time. 10 seconds remaining. The prolonged life of ease has rendered some individuals momentarily bewildered, even prompting them to foolishly inquire, "What 10 seconds?" The other party cast a slow glance in their direction, at which point Jackson suddenly became aware of the exquisite beauty of their eyes, as clear as lilacs after a rain. The owner of those eyes smiled gently and remarked, "Of course, it's the onset of the drug S effect." Drug effect? In a state of delayed comprehension, Jackson attempted to brace himself and rise from the deck, only to find his body utterly weakened. His colleagues lay sprawled on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances. The music abruptly ceased. The door swung open, and Sora, leading a throng, made a grand entrance. Jackson observed that, aside from Ashford and Sora, the others bore expressions of confusion. Yet the moment they laid eyes on her, they collectively exhaled in relief. A foreboding sensation took root within him. Ashford stepped forward, and in stark contrast to her usual demeanor, she commanded with an air of calm authority that they all be bound. People glanced around, and to his astonishment, they indeed moved forward to restrain them. Had her reputation on this vessel ascended to such heights? Jackson watched in shock. From his prone position, he could even see the holster strapped to her leg. His ominous premonition intensified. "What devil have you become enamored with, General?" He inhaled deeply, mustering the strength to voice his question. "Ashford. Who are you? What do you intend to do?" "Me." The young woman revealed a soft smile, but this time no one found her demeanor endearing. The gun she held gleamed with a chilling silver sheen, reminiscent of a metallic statue. Sora handed her the item she had been cradling, and she leisurely donned it. The familiar white robe had been seen countless times within the Navy. Her melodious voice, like a soft sword, pierced through Jackson's rank insignia. "I am the White Witch." This was the last statement heard by the Navy led by Jackson. Sora gazed at the small boat being consumed by the waves. "Do you remember the item I gave you? Are you referring to this treasure map?" She shook the parchment scroll in her hand, to which I nodded in affirmation. "With this, it will guide you to an absolutely safe island. After that, contact Mr. Long." When inquiring of Sayako whether they could proceed along the route, she provided a positive response. Sora fell silent for a moment. "Are you truly prepared to confront Kazan?" "I am merely stalling, rest assured. This treasure map will navigate automatically. The moment you deviate from the course, I will withdraw immediately." I spoke words I scarcely believed myself. How could Kazan be so easily dealt with? The events of that day had already revealed to me that under absolute military might, any struggle would be futile. I had made all necessary preparations, willing to do whatever it took to achieve my goal. The others silently regarded one another. "You may leave at your own discretion, or accompany Sora. The world government will not pursue this ship, nor will they hold you accountable." I removed my glasses, scanning each individual. Some averted their gazes in fear, while others stared at me with glimmering eyes, resolutely fixated. "This is my visage. You may freely inform the world government that I am the true culprit. Those wishing to depart need not be hindered, and those wishing to join us are most welcome." I tossed aside my firearm, which clattered across the deck with an ear-piercing sound. In the ensuing silence, someone trembled and spoke up. "What is our identity if we join you?" "What was your original identity?" "Call me Lolly. I was once a carpenter." Though her face was obscured in the crowd, I pieced together a vague visage from her voice and name. She possessed nimble hands capable of crafting the finest wooden sculptures in the world. Her voice was bright, and her disposition amiable, with dreams of opening her own little shop in her hometown. Then Lolly, you are indeed a carpenter. If we do not accompany you, will we be killed? I laughed, the allure of the white robe effortlessly radiating from me at that moment. Surely you all know my identity. I once aided Flevance, and I am merely here to assist you now. I am on my way to eliminate someone, and that someone, you may have already guessed. Now, everyone may return to your quarters. Upon our arrival at the island, we too shall remain indoors. We will not know who disembarks. You are free. I spoke softly, my regained observation hockey enveloping each person, soothing and calming those who were still shaken. Suddenly, someone boldly asked, "May I join you?" I looked at an ordinary face and nodded with a smile. Those with resolve, who transcend life and death, who are dissatisfied with this world and wish to change it. Welcome to the Revolutionary Army. After the crowd dispersed, I turned my gaze toward the topmost room, where the ultimate objective awaited. I walked slowly along the corridor leading to Charlemagne's chamber, the thick lambswool carpet muffling my footsteps, swallowing all sound as if Charlemagne himself could not hear the commotion outside. Gently knocking on the door, the moment the bodyguard opened it, I knocked him unconscious. I shut the door, pressing the barrel of my gun against the slumbering Charlemagne's face. Such a vulgar and grotesque visage. Could this be a god? I struck his face mercilessly with the gun barrel. His eyes had long been lost, yet during his service, I could still hear him incessantly discussing whose eyeballs he would extract to place in his own sockets. Charlemagne awakened, the familiarity of the experience allowing him to react almost instantaneously. Who is it? An assassin. Someone. I observed his frantic demeanor and spoke, "It's me. Are you pleased?" He immediately began to curse, and I listened impassively, casually informing him, "You do realize that no one can come to your aid anymore, don't you? This ship has altered its course, Kazan has departed, and your bodyguards are all unconscious. You are utterly alone." I gazed at his loathsome features with calm indifference, recognizing that it was such foolish greed that had distorted this world. "How dare you? I am a celestial dragon. I am a god of the world." I sighed, exasperated. "I find that your mouth has never uttered anything worthwhile. Perhaps it should be silenced." With swift precision, I severed a portion of his crimson tongue, allowing it to fall to the ground. "After all, I have no need for your words." Murmuring to myself, I pressed my hand firmly against his forehead. "Now let me see what memories dwell within you." Whirlwind, whirlwind, whirlwind. Platinum long hair, a handsome and beautiful visage, the physique of a youthful boy, a cold smile. Pinkish purple eyes, eyes. Whose gaze do they resemble, and whose face do they match? Have I become unrecognizable even to myself? How lamentable. This is not our first encounter. It should not feel so foreign. I am Vivi. The boy in the celestial dragon's memories smiled, exuding an uncharacteristic composure for his age. This was merely a fragment of the image I left behind. Yet knowing you would reach this point brings me joy. Indeed, you are the child of Shaolu. I will come to fetch you, Nunnally. He, clad in peculiar monk-like attire, bore a smile of resolute assurance. For we are all Britannians. Let us frolic, my cherished family. Knowing my name, and that of my father, Vivi. Who on earth are you? I silently screamed as I was forcefully propelled out of the celestial dragon's consciousness, only to re-enter. Yet the vision had vanished. Mission, mysterious individual, completed. Pyramid light shield. Item description. An invention from the forefront of the Empire, invincible on the battlefield. It is the mightiest shield and the sharpest blade. It burns with energy, delivering a full-powered strike. VV is a name utterly foreign to me. This is not our first encounter. Could it be from my childhood? Where have I heard that voice before? I cast a glance at the item I had acquired, entranced by the pyramid light shield. If only I possessed it. Narrowing my eyes, I aimed the gun at Charlemagne. Sensing the icy touch, he finally screamed in desperation, "I am a celestial dragon. Kill me, and you shall meet a terrible fate." "And what of the others?" I softly inquired. "You harmed Sabo." The golden-haired, blue-eyed boy had always been considerate and lively. I had missed his birthdays for 2 consecutive years, and due to a covert mission, I had lost contact for an extended period. "Is he well? Did the celestial dragon inflict severe harm upon him? Surely Mr. Dragon would take good care of him. Do Ace and Luffy know of this?" For Jelly, torn apart by the golden heavens, the adorable and vibrant daughter fell gravely ill, while her father sold himself into slavery, attempting to provide the meager sum to his wife. Yet in his mind lingered the mocking laughter of others. "What money can a sinner from a non-allied nation like you possess? For all the innocent souls, the displaced, those who harbored dreams yet were shattered, the suffering souls, those who could not endure the torment and perished." The celestial dragon before me was weeping profusely, And at last, I aimed for his brow. In the name of justice. Bang! I gazed at his lifeless form and declared, to be able to experience Freya is a privilege for a worthless pest like you. Main mission, eliminate that celestial dragon completed. Achievement, the gods enter Valhalla. Achievement description, the light has perished, and humanity resides in a prolonged winter lasting a century. The world tree shall collapse. The Midgard serpent Jormungandr proclaims, I shall inundate valleys and mountains, allowing the seas to surge into the divine realm. Reputation, 2160-012-1600. Witch's blessing. Item description, follow us. Reverence us. In this righteous war, there can be but one victor. The warring witch has bestowed her blessing upon her sister. Upon possession, combat power. Combat power, 8,120. Empire's treasure, 5,070. I looked at the word sister, gradually revealing a smile as I dragged the celestial dragon's corpse downward. What is this? Sora gazed at me in shock. Her voice altered. You really killed him. I regarded her with an expression of indifference. I keep my promises, Sora. She swallowed hard, her face still bearing traces of fear. Her tone dreamlike. I know, but there is a difference between saying and doing, you know? For centuries no one dared to kill them. Not even to lay a finger upon them. History is a doll adorned in finery, Sora. If no one dares to take action, then I shall be the beginning of it all. I discarded the corpse aside, tied my hair neatly, and wondered, where is the cleaver used for chopping bones in the kitchen? She looked at me as if meeting me for the first time. I burst into laughter. This is a grand gift I intend to present to Mary Geos, and also to another kin, destined to be my foe. Chapter 53. The White Witch. Carrying a bag containing a severed head, I boarded a small boat and waved goodbye. Remember to write to me. Nunnally. Be careful. Sora shouted with all her might. The mermaids swam around the boat, their faces a blend of excitement and fear. Are you really going to fight that rear admiral? She asked. I nodded at Noria. He is formidable. I chuckled softly, no matter how strong. A confrontation is inevitable. Sora initially disagreed. She said, I could easily leave with them. The sea is boundless. And once we dock and change ships, no one would notice. I countered, with me here, the Navy will be relentless. There are too many people on board. What if we get caught? Shall we all go into Impel Down together? She hesitated, saying, then you should go separately, hide in another place first. And we will regroup elsewhere. No, I replied. That path is too long, with too many uncertainties. You should exercise caution. Sora rolled her eyes dramatically. You always have a point, don't you? I shook my head and said earnestly, all right, Sora. The Navy will have enough time to realize something is amiss in these few days. I remain here to prevent Kazan. Didn't you tell me? That man is the future admiral. His hockey is top tier. It would be a breeze for him to catch up with a ship. Do not worry. I will only wait here for 2 days. If he does not appear, I will seek you out. If he does, we will communicate as previously discussed. After a pause, she added, what about your brother? And Dragon? Are you really going to confront Kazan? You cannot possibly defeat him. You aren't even 16 yet. I will be in a few days, I corrected her. Mr. Dragon will surely understand me. As I spoke, I could almost recall the letters he had written to me. Nunnally in this era, everyone fights with their own convictions. Moreover, I do not wish to let this group from the world government think that the White Witch is merely someone who can speak plainly. I jested about the remarks I had heard from other soldiers. You might die, she finally said, and I knew she had yielded. Death is not the most terrifying thing. Sora, it is fear that is. I strapped a dagger to my forearm and donned the miraculous white robe I received from Flevance. It's bestowed 300 combat power. Though a mere drop in the bucket, I would not overlook. I had once tolerated for the sake of a mission, but now that everything was in place, I could fight without distraction. Moreover, there is one saying from my brother that I wholeheartedly agree with. I gazed at the Demon King's blessing. Only with the resolve to embrace death does one earn the right to fire a weapon. The grand ship gradually drifted away. I placed the bag containing the celestial dragon's head aside, and said to Noria, all right, now you must return home. She looked at me longingly as she handed me the flag. You must come to Fishman Island to find me, all right? Mission, the desire to return home, completed. Stamina, 4,155. Combat power. The sea breeze gently caressed. The snow-white life scroll trembled slightly as I set down the origami in my hand. At last, it has arrived. Good afternoon. Rear Admiral. Gazing at the man before me, now donned in the Navy's pristine white uniform, I greeted him as I always would. Kazan did not respond to my words. He merely regarded me and my robe with an unprecedented calm and scrutiny. So it's you. Quite surprising, Kazan remarked. Is that meant as a compliment? It certainly can be. As we conversed like long-lost friends, an increasing flurry of snowflakes descended through the air, while the once undulating sea became encased in ice, transforming into a world of cold hues. I caught a snowflake in my hand, watching it slowly dissolve in my palm. It was exquisite. I raised my hand, as if grasping the barrel of a black firearm. Was there anything more to say? Admiral Kazan. Oh dear. How amusing it is to hear my name called at such a moment. Kazan responded in his typical languid tone, which was quite disheartening. Is it not delightful to be deceived by a beautiful girl? I tilted my head, my long hair tied in a high ponytail, my eyes fixed intently upon him. This statement acted like a switch, causing the snowfall to intensify, nearly blanketing my shoulders. The man cloaked in justice chuckled. Indeed, you are the White Witch. He exhaled, and his breath quickly crystallized into a colossal ice blade. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before me, striking with incredible speed. How swift! I sidestepped, landing squarely on the icy surface, and fired a bullet that soared straight towards him. Kazan let out a sigh as the bullet was frozen by his ability, pausing momentarily in midair before plummeting to the ice below. I have no desire to engage in battle at this moment, miss. I dodged another ice spike he launched at me, letting out a cold laugh. Do you not find that statement rather amusing? The conqueror's haki surged forth, and he looked momentarily surprised. It is no wonder you are the one sent to assassinate the celestial dragons. Kazan's cloak billowed dramatically, and a distinctly different aura of conqueror's haki erupted forth, clashing violently with mine. A deafening sound reverberated through the air, causing cracks to form in the ice beneath us. TSK. I remained calm, pondering what he might be lamenting, and raised my firearm once more. Since you are utilizing your ability to freeze, what about a torrential barrage of bullets? A relentless storm of bullets surged forth. Two identical white cloaks danced through the air. As I pressed closer amidst the hail of gunfire, Kazan maintained his relaxed demeanor, though a flicker of contemplation crossed his face. What could he be distracted by? I wondered. Admiral? I shattered an ice spike, rolling onto a small piece of floating ice. Oh dear, how astonishing, Kazan remarked. Your prowess at such a young age is truly remarkable. He crouched down, stating, then let it be so. Frozen time capsule. Enormous ice spikes surged forth like lightning, and I relied on my petite frame to swiftly navigate the floating ice to evade them. I must not be touched. This stretch of sea had descended into chaos. The ice was shattered and reformed, waves were tumultuously disturbed, and I could even hear the disgruntled murmurs of sea kings from the depths. I fired my last bullet, flicking my wrist to send it flying. More of this, is it? Kazan quipped, just as I heard the dull thud of the gun transforming into an ice block and sinking into the sea. Now is the moment. My observation haki coalesced into a long, sharp sword, lunging fiercely towards him. Hiss. His movements faltered for a brief instant, and I seized this opportunity to hurl a newly manifested object at him. Sea prism stone? Kazan's right shoulder was grazed, a trickle of blood seeping forth. How increasingly unexpected. He regarded me, his cloak of justice billowing behind him, and I wondered if Manchi was aware of this peculiar observation haki. Manchi. His expression revealed amusement at my reaction. It seems you are still in the dark, Nunnally. How peculiar, are you not his heir? The teacher knows all there is to know about me. I quickly deduced whom he was referring to, suppressing the tumult within, and replied to Kazan with an impassive facade. What does it matter that the dragon did not inform me? I have chosen him as my ally and teacher, and I am willing to share everything about myself. Kazan chuckled softly. This man, who had been exceptionally calm since his entrance, even continuing to speak languidly, finally revealed a glimpse of the iceberg beneath. And what of you? Your name, your past, your dreams. Are they all lies directed at me? In a blinding instant, he firmly seized my hand, the disparity in height allowing him to lift me effortlessly. I gazed into his unflinching eyes. The game is over, Nunnally. My face paled as a sharp pain surged from my wrist. Kazan produced handcuffs from his pocket and locked them around my wrists. Come with me to Marineford, White Witch. The last 4 words were uttered with barely concealed venom, and I endured the sting in my wrist, casting a cold glare in his direction. Think as you wish. The flicker of anger I had just revealed dissipated like a mirage, and he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. When we reach Marineford, you will tell me everything. Kazan had come alone, his bicycle long lost amidst the chaos of battle. Have you informed your colleagues to prepare to return to headquarters? The chain of the handcuffs was held firmly by him, resembling a pet being led along, which elicited a mocking laugh from me. Upon receiving the news, I hurried back without pause. Kazan remarked, If not for someone's reminder, perhaps I would not have been able to break your ability. I glared at him, aware that he had mistaken the prop card for a devil fruit ability, and was using sea prism stone handcuffs. When I set out, had you not informed the others? It seems your significance has exceeded everyone's expectations. Gazing at a dark silhouette emerging on the sea, his deep black pupils locked onto mine. It is time to board. The entire ship was filled with Navy personnel. As I was led aboard by Kazan, all eyes turned towards us. Maintaining my composure, I inquired, "Then where shall I be positioned?" "The prisoner's cell. Surely you have made preparations?" Just as someone attempted to speak, Kazan cast a glance, silencing everyone. "I will take her. Her devil fruit ability may confuse you." I nearly lost my composure and cursed aloud. Even if I had truly consumed the fruit, with the sea prism stone handcuffs he provided, what could I possibly achieve? The underground prison was shrouded in darkness, nearly obscuring the path. Kazan locked the chain to the wall, stating, "With your level of charisma, I cannot risk placing you among that group of brash youths. You truly possess foresight." I calmly retorted, and Kazan showed no reaction, saying nothing further as he departed the cell. The emptiness echoed with my thoughts, and I closed my eyes. Chapter 55. If that was a giant red wolf, it was a giant red wolf. She was dreaming once more. In her dream, there was a wolf, with gentle eyes. A delightful coat, massive in size, yet with a soft belly. Who could resist such an adorable fluff? Certainly not her. Happily nestled against its warm belly. Her body enveloped in fur, its claws, sharp enough to effortlessly pierce skin, were obediently tucked into its pads, firm yet irresistibly cute. She felt utterly dazed, as if caught in the most perfect dream. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, warming her face, and she awoke panting. Her sleep the previous night had been restless. Perhaps it was due to having spent years on the island, accustomed to solid ground, that she found it difficult to adapt to the sea once more. In her dreams, there seemed to be a persistent voice calling out, accompanied by an unseen weight pressing heavily upon her, rendering her unable to rise. It felt akin to embracing a beloved childhood stuffed toy. Yet what had transpired to blur her memory? She found herself in this state of semi-consciousness until mealtime, leaving her mind even more muddled. The crew aboard the ship were well aware of her current state of malaise. Ever since she assisted the wife of Jesusboo, the previously cheerful sailors became even more exuberant. She had become a benefactor to the brothers, naturally earning her place among them on the ship. In response, the captain, with a hearty wave of his hand, declared that she could do as she pleased aboard the vessel. Long live happiness. She could only accept their goodwill with a bemused smile. Since the tumult had settled, it had been ages since she had heard the crashing of waves. Her days were consumed with meetings or confined to her study, signing decrees, leaving her perpetually occupied, let alone the prospect of embarking on a long-awaited voyage. This time, it was her subordinate, Anya Restream, who had orchestrated the decision. Anya had quietly contacted the nearby Red Brigade, and while she was still in slumber, she was whisked away onto the Red Verse. Upon awakening, she was informed, "You have been kidnapped by pirates. Do take care." Listening to Anya's earnest explanation over the phone bug, she found it amusingly absurd, since the governor had fled. It seemed that they, the subordinates, could also enjoy a holiday. She had long wished to pick oranges. The young woman, now a captive, comfortably occupied a room, relishing this rare opportunity for relaxation. The unease she felt, reminiscent of the previous night, was a novelty of recent days. She suspected she had fallen ill. Yet the diagnosis revealed no abnormalities, leading her to attribute her discomfort to the prolonged absence from the sea, resulting in seasickness. The pirates, however, were baffled by her condition. Fortunately, they retained a fragment of their conscience. Despite the captain's eccentricity, he had a first mate, and the crew brainstormed numerous remedies. She furrowed her brow, listening to their diagnoses with a troubled expression. Regardless, it felt rather cruel to be forced to consume such evidently sour oranges. The red-haired captain, who had long since gained fame, was still the same jovial youth from the tavern who had laughed heartily with her. With a playful nudge, he urged her to eat, insisting that doing so would alleviate her dizziness. His tone resembled that of a parent coaxing a child. Ever since she boarded the ship, Shank's affable nature had grown even more affectionate. Was it due to their long separation? With great reluctance, she bit into a segment of the orange, and in an instant, her taste buds screamed a single word: sour. The usually composed girl grimaced. She felt her mouth water, wishing to spit it out. Was it truly that tart? Upon hearing his teasing inquiry, she painfully nodded, struggling to swallow. Yet the discomfort lingered. As she pondered this, a soft chant floated to her ears, causing her head to spin anew, compelling her to seek a seat. The playful rogue who had been teasing her promptly scooped her up, cradling her as one would a small child, guiding her back to her room. The lookout seated on the crow's nest glanced over, questioning whether she was finally awakening. He nodded in response. Awakening? Had she been conscious, she would have certainly inquired. The visitor from another world was oblivious to the miracles of the sea. In this realm, there existed a rare group known as sentinels and guides. Guides led sentinels with their mental prowess, while sentinels protected guides with their strength. This transformative journey was referred to as awakening. The pink-haired subordinate conveyed this news through the phone bug, her expression remaining as impassive as ever. After some deliberation, she seemed to conclude that the young woman was the most reliable among them. After a pause, she added, however, that the young lady appeared to be unaware of the significance of sentinels and guides, requesting her assistance. Unaware indeed. It was no wonder she regarded Griffin as a figment of her dreams. Holding on to him sweetly, gently, Shanks laid her upon the bed, sighing with concern as his fingers traced the delicate contours of her face. Oh, mischievous girl, if I were to draw a little turtle on your face, would you be angry upon waking? Given her disposition, she would likely only cast him a resigned yet tolerant glance, elongating his name with a hint of reproach. The man tenderly smoothed her furrowed brow, his countenance reflecting a rare tranquility. From their very first encounter, Griffin had taken to following her. The sudden intrusion of that fierce young girl had startled everyone, whether due to her demeanor or for other reasons. Yet Shanks had merely gazed in astonishment as Griffin, curled at his feet, suddenly opened her eyes, her long, fluffy tail spinning like a propeller, darting around him in excitement. Beckman whistled, and the falcon perched on his shoulder flapped its wings. Most sentinels would never encounter their guides throughout their lives. However, sentinels were inherently endowed with heightened senses, and their tumultuous emotions, exacerbated by the pressure of precise perception, could only find solace through the mental comfort provided by their guides. Guides were their sheath and remedy, inextricably linked as their other half. Thus, from that moment, Griffin recognized the truth long before him. The fierce girl who had felled the bandit was the one he had been seeking. Griffin remained close to her, his tail entwined around her ankle, nuzzling her calf affectionately, and Shanks knew that as long as he could not locate his wolf, that tuft of red fur would invariably be by her side. Yet, ordinary people could not perceive the spiritual entities. The spiritual entity was merely an embodiment of mental power, visible only to those who had awakened. She could not see Griffin's playful antics. She only sensed the pirate's sudden warmth and vivacity, momentarily perplexed before rationalizing it. Mr. Shanks' demeanor was quite childlike, she mused, resting her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched him banter with Luffy, laughing heartily. She concluded that he was quite familiar with her brother. In those days she occasionally added a suffix when addressing him, her gaze ever drifting back to Luffy. However, this polite distance was swiftly shattered. It was a hallmark of red-haired Shanks, and none could resist his charm. Griffin let out an approving yowl, filled with admiration. When would she awaken? The state of the spiritual entity reflected its owner's subconscious. It indicated a deep-seated desire for closeness, for affection. This reality could no longer be dismissed as a mere clumsy excuse of friendship. When Shanks set sail, Griffin called out mournfully a few times. His left arm, now difficult to wield a sword with, still bore the lingering warmth of her touch. She remained oblivious. Fear not, Griffin, he reassured, stroking the sword bearing the same name, while his other hand reached down to caress the wolf's head. One day she will know. He had waited for what felt like an eternity. So long that her innocent laughter gradually transformed into something more reserved. Long enough for even Luffy to set sail and receive a bounty. Yet, upon seeing her for the first time, Shanks found those days not quite so lengthy after all. She had been ceaselessly busy and restless. While Griffin seemed to have acclimated to the situation, the clever wolf circling around her daily, his ears perked up in anticipation. As Griffin reviewed the official documents, she audaciously leaped onto the table, her claw-like paws pressing down on the pristine sheets beneath her name. During meetings in the conference room, the wolf would burrow into her embrace, while the composed woman solemnly recited the directives, only to glance down and find a furry wolf's head. Griffin maintained a careful decorum. Though she could not see, she was surrounded by other sentinels and guides. Some assumed this was her tacit approval, while others speculated it was an alliance with the four emperors. For those in the know, the wolf sought to ingratiate itself with their spiritual entities. Shanks, with his multifaceted personality, was no different. Ultimately, they all turned a blind eye to the enormous, perpetually affectionate wolf clinging to the young woman. Some individuals may never awaken. Or perhaps they simply require a touch more patience. The nature of pirates is that of predation. No matter how lively and charming, they remain beasts at heart. Even without awakening, what of the wolf bringing its mate to its den? Griffin had long reveled in nuzzling against her. While others might perceive it as mere animal affection, Beckman saw through it clearly. Griffin's territorial instinct was undeniably strong. The first mate mused that his spiritual entity was an owl, an animal once deemed a symbol of wisdom. A notion seemingly validated in his own demeanor. Beckman jested that this was a rather brazen way to leave one's mark. For sentinels, the first thing that often catches their attention is not the exterior. Their heightened senses grant them acute awareness, rendering the world replete with flavors. Grass has its scent, the sea has its aroma, and so too do people. The future guide, ensnared by Griffin, bore the unmistakable scent of Shanks. And a mere glance could be painfully piercing to the eyes. Shanks had contemplated confessing his feelings. The very notion, when associated with him, seemed somewhat daunting. Yet, it mattered not, as the fluffy Griffin always managed to soften her heart. Her demeanor in this regard ranged from indifferent to cold-hearted. Many had expressed their affections, only to be met with unwavering rejection and a quiet distancing. The Pirate King, who wished to take that step, found himself hesitating symbolically, quietly lamenting the treacherous path ahead with his steadfast first mate. Before he could ponder for several days, contemplating whether it was best to let Griffin roll over and expose her belly, Anya reached out to him, eager as a 20-year-old lad. She wrapped herself in a cloak and departed, and Shanks experienced a thrill akin to that felt when he named the Red Force. His heart raced, while Griffin emitted a soft hum, and the Griffin beneath him howled with excitement throughout the night. The waves lapped against the ship's hull, the sounds gently resonating through the wooden planks, causing the Red Force to sway ever so slightly. This sensation was familiar, indeed comforting, for sentinels with heightened senses. In the absence of a guide, they often seek an anchor for their attention. In earlier days, these sounds had accompanied Roger's hearty laughter and Rayleigh's gentle "so-ting butts." As he grew older, they morphed into the whispers of Buggy and Slumber, and then transformed into the laughter of many. He brushed aside the strands of hair that fell onto his face, light as a feather yet tethered to his heart, breathing and laughing in sync with Shanks. Accompanied by mentors, friends, and comrades, the red wolf languidly wagged its tail, its blade quietly resting on the bed's edge, as it spent countless lively and serene white nights. Now on this new voyage, there was yet another breath to share. In her dreams, the girl's lips curved into a subtle smile. Did she subconsciously find Griffin? Or was it Griffin who carried her away? Wolves are cunning creatures, yet they are also the most patient of hunters. Even as a mere embodiment of psychic energy, Griffin adhered well to her species' traits. Without Shanks' directive, years of tacit understanding allowed this normally foolish carnivore to seize its target's throat. Upon discovering the girl sound asleep in his realm, it was difficult to discern Shanks' true feelings. Griffin possessed considerable authority, with her guiding the way. Shanks scarcely realized anyone had entered. Thus he was taken aback, stunned and incredulous. Was this his dream? Griffin wagged her tail, a familiar spiral of flavor, dismissively shaking her head at him. She willingly entered alongside Griffin, a guide awakening to walk with a sentinel's spiritual entity. Many things, even if the master is unaware or unconscious, their instincts have already made a choice. This was sufficient to elate him. The hopeless pauper clutched an invaluable treasure, and the seasoned traveler finally beheld an oasis. Shanks had awaited his guide. I once thought you were merely a girl from Winter Island. The once veiled confession could finally be spoken boldly once more. However, even with Griffin clinging to him, he would feel a twinge of jealousy. He mused softly, as if whispering, his heart brimming with sweetness. When you awaken, I shall host a grand feast for 3 days. Then you may come to chide me for my impatience. After all, I have waited far too long.